Chapter 226 Persephone can be married. Strong winds. Heavy rain. Thunder. Huge waves. These powerful natural phenomena are considered to be the anger or display of power by the gods, which is the origin of mankind's primitive worship of gods. But in this world where gods really exist, gods can really create these natural phenomena. As Hestia intervened in the fierce battle between Hera and Pandora, strong winds roared in the Sea of Scylla, setting off huge waves one after another. Heavy rain fell from the sky, and the dense raindrops were like curtains blocking the view. If a ship stays in this area, even if the ship is not capsized by strong winds and huge waves, the heavy rain falling on the ship and increasing its weight may cause the ship to sink into the sea. In order to escape the storm, the coalition fleets of Sparta and then Aran sailed to the north at the fastest speed, and the naval fleet of Donia sailed to the south at the fastest speed. Roy chased the Donian navy with Persephone on his back, and was about to catch up with the ships behind him. Roy suddenly found that his divine power was about to be exhausted. Seeing the ships of the Donian navy sailing as fast as arrows in order to survive, Roy finally gave up chasing the ships and turned around and flew towards an uninhabited island not far away. The Aegean Sea is densely covered with islands. There are about 2,500 islands in total, and more than 90% of them are uninhabited islands that cannot even be marked on the map. Roy carried Persephone on his back and landed on a small island with an area of about 10,000 square meters. When he saw that there was a cave under the hill in the center of the island, he said to Persephone, "Goddess Persephone, let's go to the cave in front to take shelter from the storm." Persephone jumped off Roy's back and glanced at Hera, Pandora, and Hestia in the sky thousands of meters above, seeing that the battle between the three goddesses would not be decided in a short time, and the violent storm was coming towards the uninhabited island. Persephone looked at Roy and said, "Although I don't need to hide from the wind and rain, I just have something to ask you." After saying that, Persephone took the lead and walked towards the cave. Roy followed Persephone into the cave. Looking at the dim cave, Roy couldn't help but say, "It's a pity that this island is full of rocks. Even if I want to drill wood to make a fire, there is no hay or firewood. At night, this cave will definitely be invisible." After Roy finished speaking, a soft golden divine light illuminated the cave. Roy turned around in surprise and saw Persephone's body glowing with golden divine light, transforming from a human into a goddess again. Feeling Roy's gaze, Persephone said with a faint smile, "That way you won't be blind." Hoo hoo hoo. Hua hua hua. A strong wind suddenly flew into the cave with raindrops. Persephone turned around and stretched out her left hand to point to the ground at the entrance of the cave. A huge boulder immediately rose from the ground, blocking the entrance to the cave. Seeing that the cave turned into a secret room, Roy suddenly realized that he was in the same room with Persephone alone. Looking at Persephone's flawless face and overmature figure, which was in line with the status of the Earth Mother Goddess. Just when Roy's heart couldn't help but beat fast, Persephone suddenly asked, "Explain to me how Hestia got involved in this war." Hearing Persephone's words, Roy had a hesitant expression on his face. "Don't even think about pretending to be stupid." Persephone seemed to be able to see through Roy's thoughts and said confidently, "It cannot be an accident that Hestia did not continue to attack me with her thunder while I was with you. If you dare to lie to me, I will turn you into stone for blasphemy against the gods." Facing the threat from Persephone, Roy could only speak honestly. "Goddess Persephone, I have been praying in my heart just now, asking our goddesses Metis, Mnemosyne, Amphitrite and Sister Hestia of our kingdom of Athens to come and save me. Originally, I didn't have high hopes. I didn't expect Sister Hestia would really come to save me." Sister Hestia. What do you call Hestia? After Sister Hestia was snatched away from the Argos region by Zeus and turned into a wandering god, I not only took in Sister Hestia and the Argos who followed her, but I also promised to help her regain Argos region, in order to reward me. Sister Hestia made me a brother and sister. So that's it. Persephone looked at Roy with her beautiful purple eyes and said, "You do have the potential to become a heroic god. As a down-and-out wandering god, Hestia becoming a sibling with you does not mean it is an insult to her status as a god." After saying that, Persephone fell silent. After a while, Roy couldn't help but said, "Goddess Persephone, we are enemies. Why didn't you use all your strength to kill me?" "Why should I kill you?" Persephone asked rhetorically. "Do you think I am a subordinate god of Hera? Today's war is a war between the city of Sparta and the city of Donia to compete for interests. I am only providing some help as an ally. My Pylos region is with you. There is no conflict in the kingdom of Athens. So I have no reason to kill you. Upon hearing Persephone's answer, Roy immediately felt that the blind student had found Hua Jian. As Persephone said, there is currently no conflict between the Pylos region and the kingdom of Athens. And Persephone, as the patron saint of Pylos, has no reason to kill Roy. So Roy walked up to Persephone boldly and said, Goddess Persephone, if the kingdom of Athens can bring more benefits to the Pylos region, can you remain neutral? I plan to build the city of Athens into a trade hub in the Aegean Sea. The people of Pylos can come to our city of Athens to buy, including I can promise to the Pylosians a permanent duty-free tax on any merchandise, including weapons. The Pylos area will also be part of the kingdom of Athens in the future. So Roy proposed tax-free trade and did not feel disadvantaged. Upon hearing the conditions proposed by Roy, Persephone blinked her big beautiful eyes and said, the people of Pylos really need salt, bronze weapons and other commodities from the kingdom of Athens. Are you willing to give us a permanent tax exemption and just ask me to be neutral? Do you think I should make Pylos an ally of the kingdom of Athens? Roy said with a smile. In this era, there is no guarantee for a covenant without a marriage relationship. If Oropar, the king of then Aran city, has a young and beautiful princess who can marry me, then I will be willing to form an alliance with him. There is currently no unmarried princess in the royal family of then Aran city who can marry you. Wrong? After hearing Persephone's words, Roy said boldly, the royal family of then Aran city has at least one princess who can marry me. I believe that Princess Persephone of then Aran city must be an unmarried princess who has neither a marriage nor an engagement. You? Persephone said with a dissatisfied expression. How dare you tell me such a joke? Do you think I won't be angry? Chapter 227 I want to live and become a heroic god. Looking at Persephone's expression, Roy pretended to be innocent and explained. I just told the fact that Princess Persephone is unmarried. I didn't say that I wanted to marry Princess Persephone. Snort. Persephone snorted and did not dwell on this topic with Roy. Because literally, Roy did not say that he wanted to marry Persephone. Roy deliberately said those words just now. Of course, he didn't really have any bad thoughts about Persephone. He just wanted to use ambiguous words to test Persephone's reaction. The result of the test made Roy very satisfied. And Roy couldn't help but have a bright smile on his face. Persephone did not care about Roy's small offense, which is enough to prove that she is a goddess with a relatively tolerant personality. Of course, Persephone didn't care about Roy's offense. Maybe because she was worried about Roy's identity. In this world, strength is ultimately important. As the king of Athens, Loe can represent the powerful kingdom of Athens and the four patron goddesses of the kingdom of Athens. Just as the region of Pylos could not stand up to the kingdom of Athens, Persephone could not stand up to the goddess of the kingdom of Athens, even if it was to avoid catastrophe for herself and the Pylos region. Persephone had reason to tolerate Roy's small offense, regardless of Persephone's real reason for enduring Loe. It meant that Loe could boldly take the next step. So seeing Persephone falling silent, Roy took the initiative to ask Persephone, Goddess Persephone, since you are the goddess in charge of life and death, is there any way you can keep humans alive and become heroic gods? Persephone said, rolling her eyes. Why should I answer your question? Seeing that Persephone's first reaction was not to give a negative answer, Roy's heart beat rapidly and he said with an excited smile on his face, if you are willing to satisfy my curiosity, I can provide the Pylos people with more advanced farming techniques so that they can get a bigger harvest. More advanced farming technology. As the goddess in charge of agricultural harvests, Persephone certainly knew that improvements in farming technology could double or even more produce food from fields. So Persephone asked tentatively, what advanced farming technology are you talking about? Seeing that Persephone's heart had been moved by him, Roy said confidently, I am mining iron ore to smelt iron tools. And using iron to cast agricultural tools and use them with oxen to plow the fields will not only reduce farmers' hard work, but also increase the amount of food produced in the fields. After listening to Roy's words, Persephone nodded and said, farming technology entering the Iron Age can indeed increase food production. Then, Persephone looked at Roy with complicated eyes and said, currently, farming technology has not even entered the Bronze Age. You have to directly cross the Bronze Age and let farming technology enter the Iron Age. The knowledge you have mastered has surpassed this era. And it can even be said that it does not belong to this world. Looking at the entire world, We can only see farming areas where stone farm tools and copper farm tools are used. And we cannot see any areas where iron farm tools are used. Roy was able to create something out of nothing and directly bring farming technology into the Iron Age. Even if Persephone was a god, Roy would still feel that Roy was too abnormal. Hearing Persephone's words, Roy tensed up and said with vigilance, "Goddess Persephone, do you think I am an abnormal existence that should not appear?" Persephone shook her head and smiled. "You don't have to be afraid. We immortal gods who are different from other life forms are abnormal existences conceived by the mother of the world. Since we gods can exist, of course your existence is also reasonable. I accept your proposal just now. As long as you promise to help the Pylos people upgrade their farming technology to the Iron Age. And I will answer your question," Roy said with a sigh of relief. "Goddess Persephone, I promise you as the king of Athens that I will help the Pylos people improve their farming technology to the Iron Age," Persephone said with a satisfied smile. "Your question is, can humans live and become heroic gods? Because there is no precedent in the past, I can't give you a definite answer. But I have an idea. If a human just falls into a state of suspended animation where the soul leaves the body, waiting for him the soul can be upgraded to become a heroic god. And then return to one's own body. Perhaps becoming a living heroic god. But whether this method can be successful is still unknown. Even if this method is successful, it can only allow humans to live and possess the souls of gods. And divine power cannot transform a human body into the divine body of a god. In other words, even if a human being lives to become a heroic god, he only has the soul of the god, but cannot have the immortal body of the god. Coming to this conclusion, Roy's heart was immediately filled with disappointment. But then, Roy changed his mind. In the past, there was no precedent for a human being to become a heroic god while alive. And there was no precedent for a human body to become an immortal god. As long as he becomes the first human being alive to become a heroic god, then he has the hope of becoming the first heroic god to transform a human body into an immortal divine body. Thinking of this, Roy immediately asked Persephone excitedly, "Goddess Persephone, can you tell me the specific method for humans to live and become heroic gods? If your method is useful to me, I will definitely give you a very huge reward." "You want to live and become a heroic god?" Persephone said with a serious expression. "What I'm talking about is only a theoretical possibility. In fact, humans will die when the soul leaves the body. If you want to live to become a heroic god, you must break the boundaries between life and death. As the goddess in charge of life and death, I will not help you violate the rules of the world and break the boundaries between life and death. So you should abandon your unrealistic ideas." Persephone had just given herself the hope of living and becoming a heroic god, and was about to give up. Of course Roy would not be obedient. But Roy didn't engage in useless arguments either. In order to let Persephone meet his requirements and help him live to become a heroic god, Roy began to think about a plan to conquer the Pylos region. As long as the Pylos region is conquered, Roy can threaten Persephone with the throne of the patron saint of Pylos. Seemingly sensing Roy's malice, Persephone suddenly asked Roy, "What bad thoughts do you have against me?" "No." Roy immediately denied it. "As a human being, I only have awe for you in my heart, and have no intention of offending the goddess." "Forget it if you don't admit it," Persephone said expressionlessly. "After all, I am such a beautiful goddess. It is normal for you to have thoughts about me that you shouldn't have." Persephone really doesn't have the ability to read minds. Although Roy had bad thoughts, they were not directed at her beauty and body, but at her abilities. He wanted to use her power to control life and death, to break the boundaries between life and death, and let her help him live and become a hero god. Chapter 228 The fairness that the goddess Hera wants. Time passed by minute, just when Roy felt that he not only had to live in the same room with Persephone alone, but also spent the night in a cave with Persephone. Two familiar waves of divine power appeared outside the cave. Persephone obviously felt the fluctuation of divine power, and took the initiative to point her left hand at the boulder blocking the cave. Under the control of Persephone, the boulder blocking the entrance of the cave sank into the ground. And Hera, Pandora, and Hestia appeared outside the cave as human girls. At this time, the three goddesses became very embarrassed, and their clothes were all in tatters, which showed how fierce their battle was. After Hestia took the lead into the cave, Persephone took the initiative to ask Hera, "Hera, did you lose?" Hera glared at Persephone with a dissatisfied expression, and then walked to the corner of the cave alone. Pandora hugged Hestia from behind and said to Roy happily, "My dear, Thanks to you calling Hestia to help. This war is our victory. Hera, who was standing alone in the corner, immediately said angrily, if it's a one-on-one fight, you will all be defeated by me. For Roy, whether he is fighting alone or bullying a small number, the most important thing is to get a winning result. After confirming that Hera lost the Battle of Gods, Roy said with a smile, Pandora, as a reward for you, I want to tell you that there is an iron mine in the territory of Donia City. With this iron mine, Donia City can become the most important city in Crete. Then, Roy said to Hestia, Sister Hestia, as a reward for you, I will speed up my plan to regain the Argos region for you. Hestia brought Pandora to Roy and said with a gentle smile, Dear brother, I should do these things for you. After saying that, Hestia leaned forward and fell towards Roy with Pandora in tow. Roy hurriedly stretched out his hands, held Hestia and Pandora's petite bodies in his arms, and then said full of doubts, Sister Hestia, Pandora, what's going on with you? Are you injured? Pandora explained with a bright smile. The two of us were not injured, but we almost exhausted our divine power during the battle. Hera's condition is the same as ours. This battle between gods created a storm that enveloped the Sea of Scylla. It was normal for Pandora and Hera to exhaust their divine power in this battle between gods. But Hestia intervened in the god battle between Pandora and Hera in the middle. And she actually exhausted her divine power. It can be seen that the loss of the patron saint seat caused a huge gap in divine power between Hestia and Pandora and Hera, who had the patron saint seat. In fact, Roy's divine power was almost exhausted now. So he stood holding Hestia and Pandora for a while. Then Roy held them and sat down on a clean stone. Seeing Roy's hands holding Hestia and Pandora, and Hestia and Pandora not actively rejecting Roy, Hera couldn't help but frown and said, You are so depraved that you are so close to a human man. It is because of your depravity that Hestia became a destitute wandering god. And Pandora was suppressed by Europa for hundreds of years. Hestia immediately explained after hearing Hera's words. Hera, don't get me wrong. Roy and I have a very pure sister-sister relationship. Whether it's a human or other intelligent creature, it's normal for siblings to be close to each other. Of course, Brother Roy and I can do the same. Seeing Hestia give a reasonable explanation for her relationship with Roy, Pandora immediately showed an embarrassed expression, because she really couldn't tell that she and Roy were an unmarried couple. After hesitating for a moment, Pandora said with a guilty conscience, As a god with a long life, Roy is as young as a baby in our eyes. I also treat Roy as a younger brother. Although Pandora's reaction was abnormal, Hera did not doubt her words. After all, from common sense, it is impossible for a goddess to fall in love with a human being, just like a human man falling in love with a female ant. Even if gods can become humans, gods and humans are two completely different creatures. The gap between gods and humans is even greater than the gap between humans and ants. So I am a younger brother. Pandora actually described the relationship between the two as that of sister and brother. Roy withdrew his left hand from Pandora's waist, then hugged Hestia's waist with both arms and said with his head lying in Hestia's arms, Sister Hestia, you are enough for me to be my sister. Don't act like a child. Hestia said with a smile as she gently stroked Roy's head with her two small hands. Although you humans are all like children compared to us gods, you are not a child among humans, but a king who rules a country. Pandora saw that Roy was really angry, but she didn't change her mind because she didn't want to be an alien in the eyes of other goddesses. Seeing Roy and Hestia getting close, Hera couldn't help but say, I really can't stand it anymore. Persephone, lend me your divine power, and I'll take you out of here. After saying that, Hera took the initiative to walk up to Persephone. Hera, don't leave in a hurry yet. Persephone advised Hera. You should know that the kingdom of Athens is very powerful. Even if Pylos and Sparta form an alliance, they will not be able to fight against the kingdom of Athens. If this war continues and the kingdom of Athens wants to conquer Sparta, then I will protect myself. The only choice is neutrality. Now that the war has not escalated, I hope you can reach a reconciliation with Roy. Hera looked at Roy with dissatisfied eyes and said, Just because the kingdom of Athens is more powerful than the Spartan region, is it fair to me that I have to take the initiative to seek reconciliation? The Sea of Thera is sandwiched between the Spartan region and Crete. And half of the Sea of Thera, it is a matter of course that it belongs to the Spartan region. Since the city of Donia can collect tolls in the Sea of Thera, Why can't the city of Sparta fare? From the perspective of an onlooker, half of the Sea of Thera should indeed belong to the Spartan region. Half of the tolls collected by the Daunian navy in the waters of Thera should also be given to the city of Sparta. It's a pity that this world is not about fairness, but about strength. Roy raised his head from Hestia's arms, looked at Hera and said, Goddess Hera, Daunia city will no longer collect tolls in the surrounding waters. And Sparta city will also give up the practice of collecting tolls. Do you think this is fair? Hera nodded and said, This is only fair. When I return to the city of Sparta, I will send an oracle to the Spartan king Peries to ask him to stop collecting tolls. Roy continued, Goddess Hera, in order to establish friendly relations between the kingdom of Athens and the Spartan region, Spartans can go to the city of Athens to purchase all commodities including salt and bronze weapons. The city of Athens will permanently exempt Spartans from taxes. Hearing these words, Hera couldn't help but have a faint smile on her face. I accept your offer. Chapter 229 You can get married if you become a hero god. No one in the world is a fool and would take the initiative to challenge an enemy that is far more powerful than himself. When the city of Sparta was competing for interests with the city of Daunia, the city of Daunia was not yet part of the kingdom of Athens. The city of Sparta was challenging an enemy whose strength was similar to its own. Now that Hera knew that the city of Daunia was part of the kingdom of Athens, and Roy also wanted to maintain peace with the city of Sparta, Hera certainly had no reason to continue the war. Seeing Roy and Hera reach a reconciliation, Persephone looked at Hestia and Pandora and said, Now that we are no longer hostile, I will share some of my divine power with you so that you can leave this uninhabited island. After saying that, Persephone stretched out her hands towards Hestia and Pandora. Two streams of golden divine power immediately surged out from Persephone's palms and merged into the bodies of Hestia and Pandora. After a while, Persephone retracted her hands and came to Hera, hugged Hera's slim waist with her left hand, held Hera's left hand with her right hand, and instilled divine power into Hera from the palm of her hand. With the power of Persephone, white wings appeared on Hera's back. Then with her wings fluttering, Hera took Persephone and flew out of the cave and flew toward the Peloponnese Peninsula in the northwest. After Hera and Persephone left, Hestia volunteered, Brother Roy, let's leave here too. Are you going to follow me back to the Attica Peninsula? Or are you going to follow Pandora back to Daunia city? Sister Hestia, I still have many things to solve in Daunia city, Hestia said with a smile after hearing Roy's answer. Then I will return to Attica alone. After saying that, Hestia's body turned into a red gold lightning and flew away from the cave. Only Roy and Pandora were left in the cave. Roy asked Pandora expressionlessly, Why didn't you tell us about our true relationship? Did you never really think about marrying me from the beginning? Pandora sighed and said, When I was so depressed that I was completely suppressed by Europa, and my city of Daunia might be conquered by the city of Knossos at any time, I really thought about the possibility of marrying you. But the current situation has become the most difficult for me. It's different when you're down and out. You and I, gods and humans, are different lives after all. If you were a god and I was a human girl, would you be willing to marry me and let me share your eternal life and divine power? Roy shook his head without hesitation and said, The divine power that was originally controlled by me alone becomes shared by two people, which is equivalent to losing half of my divine power. I can marry you, but I will not let you share my divine power. From our personal interests. You also think that gods should not marry humans. In the eyes of others, a goddess marrying a human man is like your human princess marrying a poor beggar. You will bless and praise a human princess who marries a beggar, or ridicule and humiliate her. If a human princess marries a poor beggar, I will definitely laugh at her stupidity and ignorance. A beggar who is incapable of getting rid of poverty cannot make the princess happy. After hearing Roy's answer, Pandora looked at Roy and said, Then you should be able to understand that I shouldn't marry you. Whether it's for my own benefit, or for other gods, or even humans' opinions of me. In the myths of another world, the main way the Mycenaeans humiliated and belittled their enemies' goddesses was to make the enemies' goddesses marry human men, or even become the lovers of human men. A goddess who has fallen so low as to be the lover of a human man is naturally not worthy of human awe and worship. The goddesses who were belittled and humiliated by the Mycenaeans were indeed not the goddesses worshipped by the Mycenaeans and other Greeks. For example, Aphrodite, who has many human lovers and demigod sons in mythology, is the patron saint of the island of Cyprus in the eastern Mediterranean, and has nothing to do with the Greek region or the Greeks. when the Greeks invaded the western part of the Asia Minor Peninsula and the eastern Mediterranean. Aphrodite and the island of Cyprus were still in the hostile camp of the Greeks. Eos, another goddess who had many human lovers in mythology, was also not a goddess of the Greeks and Greek regions, but a patron goddess worshipped by the enemies of the Greeks. In the myths fabricated by the Mycenaeans, the local Greek goddesses were pure and self-loving, while the goddesses worshipped by the enemies of the Greeks were depraved in nature and had many human lovers. No doubt, if a goddess marries a human man, or even acts as a lover for a human man, she will be regarded as a fallen goddess in the eyes of gods and humans. Of course, Roy knew that if a goddess married a human man, she would be ridiculed and humiliated by both gods and humans. So Pandora didn't want to marry him. And Roy wasn't really angry. Pandora, I can understand your thinking, but I will not give up letting you marry me. Roy stretched out his hands to grab Pandora's shoulders, and then said with a serious expression, in order to take care of your feelings, I will not hold our wedding until I live to become a hero god. The heroic god who became a god after death even lost his body. Of course, he couldn't marry Pandora, let alone have children with Pandora. Therefore, Roy could hold a wedding with Pandora as a hero god if he lived to become a hero god. Loey. Pandora looked at Roy with wide eyes full of surprise, and finally took a deep breath and said, without you, I would still be a destitute goddess who was completely suppressed by Europa. If you could really achieve unprecedented achievements and live to become a heroic god, I would marry you sincerely and share my eternal life with you. After saying that, Pandora took the initiative to bring her lips over and bite Roy. This was Roy's first intimate contact with a goddess. An indescribable feeling instantly hit Roy's brain, causing Roy to almost get lost in a sea of pleasure. Roy felt like his sanity was like this nameless island beneath his feet. Although it is surrounded by endless sea water, it has never been submerged by the sea water. After an unknown amount of time, Roy and Pandora reluctantly separated. Pandora, with blushing cheeks, lowered her head and said, now let's go back to Donia City. Roy recalled the wonderful feeling just now and agreed to Pandora's proposal without hesitation. The two left the cave and came outside. They saw that the heavy rain had stopped and only the strong wind was still blowing on the sea. Roy walked behind Pandora and hugged her waist and said, will this affect your wings? If it does, I will get in front of you. Hold tighter. Pandora's hands grabbed Roy's hands at her waist and warned her in a serious tone. If you don't hold me tightly and fall into the sea, I can't save you because I'm a sky god who can't swim. After saying that, a pair of black wings appeared on Pandora's back. As Pandora vibrated her wings, their bodies instantly left the ground and flew hundreds of meters into the air. After confirming the direction of Donia City, Pandora took Roy and flew towards Donia City with astonishing speed. Only then did Roy understand why Pandora was worried about falling into the sea. Chapter 230 Conquest and domination are two different things. Kythera Island. This is a dry land island across the sea from Sparta in the southern Peloponnese Peninsula. The island is hilly and lacks a natural port. Although the island covers an area of about 280 square kilometers, it only produces a small amount of wheat, barley, grapes, olives and olive oil. So the island's permanent population is only a few thousand people. The island of Cythera is very close to the Spartan region. But the patron saint here is not Hera, because the Phoenicians turned Kythera into a colony during the Age of Discovery. The goddess Astarte Aphrodite, brought by the Phoenicians, was the real owner of the island. In the long historical evolution, the Spartan goddess Hera broke away from the snake goddess worship of the Greek indigenous people and became a sky god, animal husbandry god, and navigation protector similar to Astarte Aphrodite. It is the result of long-term influence of Aphrodite. At this time, in a port on the island of Cythera, the coalition fleets of Sparta and then Aran were anchored. When the morning sun rising in the east illuminated the world with infinite light, the Spartan king Perireus walked out of the cabin and saw that the storm covering the entire Sea of Scylla had disappeared. And his heart immediately rekindled the will to fight. At this moment, Hera's voice sounded in the ears of Perieres. Perieres, stop the war with the Donians. Now that the city of Donia has become part of the kingdom of Athens, it is not a powerful enemy you can defeat. Goddess Hera. After hearing Hera's request, Perieres said with a complicated expression, even if I am willing to stop the war, will the Donians, King Loey of Athens, be willing to end the war? King Loey of Athens has agreed to end the war. Hera has accumulated authority in the Spartan region for hundreds of years, and is the only patron saint of the Spartan region. As the highest priest serving Hera, the Spartan king Perieres naturally did not dare to question Hera's words. After conveying the oracle to Perieres, Hera was about to return to Sparta from the island of Cythera when a familiar voice suddenly said, "Dear sister, when you come to my territory, why don't you say hello to me?" Hera stopped vibrating her wings high in the air, turned her head and looked at the temple of Aphrodite on the island of Cythera, and saw Aphrodite appearing above the temple of Aphrodite with a height of 100 meters. "Aphrodite, do you want to start a war with me?" Hera flew to Aphrodite and said coldly, "How dare you call yourself my sister? Do you think that I dare not let the Spartans conquer the island of Cythera and prevent you from establishing a foothold on the island? What a heartless guy. You don't even think about whose credit it is for you to become what you are now." Aphrodite teased with a playful look. The current Greek natives belonged to the same ethnic group 1,500 years ago. So from the Pylos region in the southern part of the Peloponnese Peninsula to the Thebes region in the north, these Greek natives all worshipped snake goddesses like Mnemosyne, Metis, Amphitrite, and Persephone. Because Artemis has lived in the mountains and forests for a long time, her form evolved into the most powerful beast in the mountains and forests. You will become a winged dragon different from your sisters. And this is all my fault. After listening to Aphrodite's words, Hera sneered and said, "Aphrodite, I do not deny that I have absorbed and reproduced your godhead. But the many godheads you possess also come from Ishtar in the Mesopotamia and the lion goddess in Egypt. Absorbed? Will you take the initiative to get in front of Ishtar and those lion goddesses and regard them as your dear sisters? If you can't do this, don't provoke me in front of me. Even if you are willing to be someone else's sister, I'm not interested in being your sister either." After saying that, Hera flapped her wings and turned into a white stream of light and flew towards the Sparta area. Looking at Hera's retreating figure, Aphrodite said with a complicated expression, "Although I have no interest in being someone else's sister, I really want to be your sister." Donia City. Pandora's temple in the royal palace. Roy and Pandora entered the temple and saw that the throne in the depths of the temple was empty. Pandora's human body was lying next to the throne and was being taken care of by 3 priestesses who served the goddess Pandora. When Pandora walked to the throne and was about to let her soul return to the human body, Roy couldn't help but say, "Pandora, why do you want to return to a human body?" Pandora said to Roy with a smile, "Dear, have you forgotten that gods cannot directly interfere with humans? If I don't use this human body, but use the god's body to disguise myself as a human, every minute and every second I spend pretending to be human will consume my divine power." After the explanation, Pandora's soul left the divine body and returned to the human body. Pandora's divine body turned into a statue on the throne. Roy and Pandora, who had turned back into humans, left the temple and came to the hall, where they saw Navy Commander Gortys reporting the news to Rhadamanthus. After seeing Roy and Pandora, Gortys said in panic, "Your Majesty Roy, are you really still alive? If this is your undead appearing in front of me, please forgive me for abandoning you in order to save more soldiers." Gortys, "You thought I died in the storm?" Seeing Gortys's reaction, Roy said jokingly, "The people in front of you are not undead. I did not die in yesterday's storm. And I will not blame you for abandoning me and running for my life. After all, if you encounter a storm in the sea, if you don't escape in time, not only may the entire army be annihilated, but you will not be able to save me." Then, Roy looked at Rhadamanthus and said, "Rhadamanthus, our war with the Spartans is over. You are ready to leave the city of Donia with me. Are we leaving like this?" Rhadamanthus said with a dissatisfied expression, "You asked Pandora to stay and rule the city of Donia. Shouldn't you first deal with the biggest threat to the city of Donia, the city of Knossos?" Roy rolled his eyes and said after hearing Rhadamanthus's request, "Rhadamanthus, with my ability, not to mention conquering the city of Knossos and unifying Crete, I can even turn the Mediterranean Sea into my inner lake in 5 to 10 years. But conquest and rule are 2 different things. Conquering the city of Knossos is very simple. How do I manage and establish rule? Now I haven't even solved the food problem in the city of Athens. Come and provide me with food and let me feed several people. Vankinossos. Make them my subjects." Roy knew very clearly that the status of the Aegean Sea trade hub was transferred from the city of Knossos to the city of Athens. The excessively large population of Knossos would become a huge burden. Now Roy is not going to conquer the city of Knossos. The food problem of the city of Knossos is solved by Minos. If Loe conquered the city of Knossos, the city would become part of the kingdom of Athens. And the pressure to provide food for the Knossos people would fall on Loe. The rulers of this era may be able to ignore the life and death of civilians, and even solve the problem by selling civilians without food as slaves. But Roy is a person who has received a civilized education and naturally will not use these methods to solve problems. Chapter 231 The Volcanic Eruption of Thera Island. The port of Donia. On the day that Roy left with Rhadamanthus, Pandora followed the two of them to the port to say goodbye. After the two reluctantly said goodbye to Pandora, Roy made up his mind to let the fleet set sail. A fleet consisting of an Athenian clipper ship and 20 Donian naval warships immediately set sail and headed for the sea. Roy and Rhadamanthus stood at the stern of the boat and waved to Pandora. Only when Pandora could no longer be seen clearly did Rhadamanthus complain to Roy. If we don't destroy the city of Knossos, aren't you worried about Minos leading the Knossos people to attack the city of Donia? Is there food in Donia city? Roy asked expressionlessly. The territory of Donia is not a plain rich in food. There is no reason for Knossos to wage war against Donia. If I were Minos, I would rather wage a war against Egypt or Libya to rob food, and will not launch a war that is not worth the gain to Donia city. Now the city of Knossos is facing the same food shortage problem as the city of Athens. When launching a war at this time, the city of Knossos must consider the benefits. Donia is the second largest city in Crete. When Knossos launches a war against Donia, not only is there a high possibility of failure, but even if it succeeds in conquering Donia, it will not help solve the food problem. Because the Donia region, where the city of Donia is located, has a Lefka mountain in the south and plains along the northern coast. The food produced is not enough to feed the people of Donia. So the city of Donia needs wine, olive oil, etc. Goods were exchanged for food. If Minos led the Knossos people to attack those areas in North Africa where the land has 2 or even 3 crops a year and the indigenous people have backward civilization, not only would they have a greater chance of success, but they would also be able to solve the food problem of the city of Knossos. Rhadamanthus was limited by his own vision and knowledge, and seemed to understand Roy's words. Because he couldn't think of a reason to refute Roy, he took the initiative to fall silent. I don't know how long it took, but when Roy's fleet was about to enter the Myrtune Sea from the Sea of Crete, an earth-shaking loud noise came to Roy's ears. Seeing no reaction from Rhadamanthus and others on the clippers, Roy asked with confusion, "Didn't you hear the sound just now?" The crew members all looked at Roy with blank eyes, and Rhadamanthus even teased him directly. "Did you hear the siren singing? Legend has it that there is a siren in the sea that can confuse people's hearts. If someone hears the siren's song, his companions must tie him up with a rope to avoid being deceived by the siren's song. Jump into the sea, my dear brother-in-law. In order to protect your life, let me tie you up with a rope." After saying that, Rhadamanthus picked up a rope and walked towards Roy. Although no one else, including Rhadamanthus, heard the sound just now, Roy did not think that he was hallucinating. Roy looked carefully towards the east, the direction where the sound came from just now, and soon saw a group of billowing black clouds floating over from the eastern sky. That is, looking at the black clouds that were completely different from the dark clouds, Roy quickly guessed that the black clouds coming from the east were actually black smoke. Rhadamanthus followed Roy's gaze to the east and saw billowing black smoke coming from the eastern sky, and immediately said loudly, "Sailors, a storm is coming. You must speed up and sail to Milos." Hearing what Rhadamanthus said, the crew all looked at Rhadamanthus as if they were a fool. The sea is now calm and there is no sign of a storm coming. Roy couldn't help but said to Rhadamanthus, "Rhadamanthus, what's floating in the sky is not necessarily black clouds. It could also be black smoke. What nonsense are you talking about? To the east of this sea area are some small islands with an area of less than 100 square kilometers. Even if all the wood on these small islands is ignited, black smoke of this scale cannot be produced. I didn't say it was black smoke from burning wood," Roy said with a solemn expression on his face. "This is the black smoke from a volcanic eruption. There is Thera Island to the east of this sea area. It seems that the volcano on Thera Island has erupted." As soon as Roy finished speaking, a huge wave came towards Roy's fleet from the east. Seeing this scene, Roy shouted in panic, "Great Goddess Metis and Goddess Amphitrite, please protect our fleet." Maybe Roy's help helped. The size of the huge waves continued to weaken, and when it hit Roy's fleet, It no longer had the power to overturn the ships on the sea. Huge waves suddenly appeared on the calm sea. Rhadamanthus and the crew were all puzzled. They didn't know the cause of the huge waves. They thought it was the anger of the sea god or sea monster. But Roy knew that this was a tsunami caused by the volcanic eruption of Thera Island. Because the monsoon was still northerly at this time, Roy's fleet encountered only the aftermath of the tsunami. With the help of the north wind, the true power of the tsunami will rush towards the city of Knossos. Thinking of the tsunami and Knossos city, Roy couldn't help but look in the direction of Knossos city and murmured, "Is this the volcanic eruption of Thera that destroyed the city of Knossos in history? In the history of another world?" Thera, an active volcanic island, had a volcanic eruption close to the highest level 3,600 years ago. Because it was a volcanic eruption close to the highest level, the ash from the Thera volcanic eruption floated to Crete, causing a huge blow to the city of Knossos. An even greater disaster was that a tsunami caused by a massive volcanic eruption destroyed the port and flooded the city of Knossos. In fact, the straight line distance between Thera and the city of Knossos is more than 200 miles. And the tsunami itself did not cause serious casualties to the city of Knossos. The volcanic eruption of Thera could cause a devastating blow to the city of Knossos. Mainly for two reasons. The first reason is that ash from the volcanic eruption drifted to Crete, causing the loss of food and livestock in the territory of the city of Knossos. The second reason is that the tsunami not only destroyed the port of Knossos, but also destroyed the status of Knossos as a trade hub. The strength and prosperity of the city of Knossos was based on its position as a trade hub. The volcanic eruption of Thera not only caused the city of Knossos to suffer a huge disaster, but also caused the city of Knossos to lose its status as a trade hub. Even if the city of Knossos had accumulated huge wealth in the past, it could not avoid the fate of decline. Thinking that the city of Knossos would soon turn into hell on earth, Roy said with a complicated expression, "Rhadamanthus, you no longer have to worry about Knossos city attacking Donia city, because the volcanic eruption on Thera Island will completely destroy Knossos city. Although the tsunami caused by the volcanic eruption of Thera Island will completely replace the city of Knossos as the trade hub of Athens, Roy does not gloat in his heart. If he had a choice, Roy would rather compete fairly with the city of Knossos than hope that this disaster would affect tens of thousands of Knossos people. Unfortunately, even the goddess Europa could not prevent this disaster from destroying the city of Knossos she protected. Roy could only be a bystander, enjoying the huge benefits that this natural disaster brought to himself and the city of Athens." Chapter 232 The city of Athens became a trade hub. A bright full moon spreads moonlight in the night sky. On the Mattoon Sea, Roy's fleet was sailing overnight because Roy did not allow the fleet to anchor on nearby islands. Although in the history of another world, the tsunami caused by the volcanic eruption of Thera was only recorded as destroying the city of Knossos. This does not mean that the tsunami did not destroy cities that were not even recorded in history. Those ships floating on the sea. For his own safety and the safety of everyone in the fleet, Roy just wanted to get away from Thera Island as quickly as possible. When the dawn drove away the night, seeing Seriphos Island appearing on the sea ahead, Roy agreed to the fleet heading to the port of Seriphos Island. Roy is not worried about the tsunami reaching Seriphos because there are several islands between Seriphos and Thera that act as natural barriers to block the impact of the tsunami. Port of Seriphos. After Rhadamanthus and the naval soldiers of Donia city landed at the port, Roy stood on the stern of his clipper and warned Rhadamanthus. "Rhadamanthus, from now on you will stay on Seriphos Island and be an impartial judge. Although you are a judge, your main job is to fight against pirates in this sea area and protect the trade routes of the city of Athens. Only if the trade route to Athens is unimpeded will those merchant ships be willing to take the initiative to go to Athens for trade." After listening to Roy's words, Rhadamanthus complained dissatisfiedly. "Not only did you steal my sister Pandora, but you also wanted me to be used by you to help you dominate the Aegean Sea. Don't you think you are shameless? Stupid Rhadamanthus. Why don't you understand that I am doing this for your own good?" Roy teased with a smile. "Haven't you ever thought that I plan to make you a judge who arbitrates disputes between city-states, paving the way for you to deify yourself? Although you will not be deified into a heroic god, you will be able to become a unique judge after your death. God? I don't believe you would be nice to me. You do not believe. Just don't believe it." After all, Rhadamanthus was his cheap brother-in-law, and Roy didn't bother to fool him with hypocrisy, and directly ordered his clipper to set sail for the city of Athens. When the time came in the evening, the clipper sailors, who had not slept for 2 days and 1 night, finally sailed the ship into the port of Piraeus. After Roy's clipper docked, the extremely tired crew members fell asleep on the boat. Roy managed to stay strong and returned to Athens alone. Royal Palace on the Acropolis. Roy broke into the palace hall and saw Procne, Philomela, Chiron, and Io sitting together to enjoy dinner. Seeing Roy coming back suddenly, the girls all showed surprised expressions. And Philomela couldn't help but say, "Brother Roy, the dark circles under your eyes are so deep. Didn't you sleep well at night?" "I haven't slept for 2 days and 1 night." Roy walked to sit down between Procne and Philomela, and said while devouring the food, "Instruct the maid to heat up the water in the bathroom. I'll take a shower after eating and then go to bed." Seeing Roy's appearance, Procne said with heartache, "Brother Roy, could it be that your ship was attacked by pirates and you and the crew stayed awake for 2 days and 1 night in order to escape for your lives?" "Silly girl. Do I think I can't even defeat pirates?" Roy pretended to be angry, pinched Procne's cheek with his right hand and explained, "I will return overnight because a major event that changed history happened yesterday, the volcanic eruption of Thera Island." After hearing Roy's words, the girls looked at each other, and Procne asked curiously, "Brother Roy, what does volcanic eruption mean? When you say volcano, do you mean the woods on the mountain are on fire?" Seeing that Philomela, Chiron, and Io were also curiously waiting for his answer, Roy could only say with a wry smile, "I'm too tired today. Tomorrow I will find time to give you popular science knowledge so that you can understand what a volcano is and what kind of disasters a volcanic eruption will cause. Now you only need to know that because the tsunami caused by the volcanic eruption of Thera Island destroyed as the port of Knossos, merchant ships from the Aegean Sea region will no longer go to Knossos. Our city of Athens is now the trade hub of the Aegean Sea." Although the girls do not understand what a volcano is, what a volcanic eruption is, let alone what the relationship between volcanic eruptions and tsunamis is, they can understand that the city of Athens will be the trading hub of the Aegean Sea in the future. Chiron blinked her beautiful blue eyes and said, "Dear, you mean that because of a tsunami, our city of Athens completely replaced the city of Knossos as the Aegean trade hub without doing anything? You are really so lucky. I can't bear it. I have a suspicion that you are the darling of Lady Luck." Roy immediately shook his head and said, "The eruption of the Thera volcano has nothing to do with me. Even if I had not come to this world, the Thera volcano would have erupted and caused a tsunami to destroy the port of the city of Knossos, causing the city of Knossos to lose the Aegean Sea. Its status as a trading hub has completely declined." After speaking, Roy couldn't help but sigh in his heart about the infinite power of nature. In order for the city of Athens to replace Knossos as a trade hub, Roy not only used technological innovation to invent seawater sun salt, but also used tax-free methods to attract merchant ships to trade in the city of Athens. Even if Roy achieves this level, he cannot let the city of Knossos lose its status as a trade hub in a short time. However, the tsunami caused by the volcanic eruption of Thera destroyed the port of Knossos, and the effect was immediate, causing Knossos to lose its status as a trade hub overnight. The city of Knossos cannot gain wealth by relying on its status as a trade hub. In addition, volcanic ash has killed crops in Crete on a large scale. I am afraid that the people of Knossos, and even the Donians, will face food problems. Roy could ignore the tragic situation that the city of Knossos was about to become AHL on Earth. But he could not ignore the Donians. The food problem in the city of Athens has not been completely solved. And the food problem in the city of Donia has also become a pressure that Roy must bear. After enjoying dinner and bathing in the bathroom, Roy came to his palace to sleep. Brother Roy. Not long after Roy closed his eyes, he heard Philomela's voice calling him. After forcing his sleepiness to open his eyes, Roy saw Philomela lying next to him with a blushing face. Roy yawned and said, "Good sister. You can sleep with me. But don't wake me up." "Brother Roy. I can't wait. I want to be your real wife now." Philomela took courage and said, "Even if there is no wedding, it doesn't matter if I am regarded as your side chamber. Are you willing to accept me?" "What are you so worried about, you yellow-haired little girl?" Roy said helplessly. "Philomela, girls who marry too early and have children are prone to dystocia. One of the main reasons why women die in childbirth in this era is that they get married too young. So now I want to make laws as the king of Athens. In the future, Athens women in the kingdom are not allowed to marry under the age of 18. Including you." Chapter 233. Sure enough, we still have to make concessions. When Roy opened his eyes and woke up, It was already noon the next day. After washing up under the service of a group of palace maids, Roy came to the palace hall and saw Procne and Philomela sitting on the throne checking the property ledger. Roy was very satisfied with the sisters' dedication to their responsibilities. After all, if power is not firmly in one's own hands, it will be in the hands of others. If Procne and Philomela cannot meet their expectations, they can only let other women take their place and sit on the throne in their place. Brother Roy. Seeing Roy arriving, Philomela screamed happily, and then puffed up her face unhappily. Procne also put down the account book and asked Roy. Brother Roy. You haven't eaten yet. Roy climbed onto the throne and sat between the two sisters, holding their waists with his hands and saying, right now, rather than eating, I want to know more about the situation in the city of Athens. After hearing Roy's answer, Procne first ordered the maid in the hall to go to the kitchen to deliver the order for the kitchen to prepare a sumptuous lunch, and then said to Roy, Brother Roy, now about half of the food problem in the city of Athens has been solved. According to the current trend, the food problem in the city of Athens will be completely solved soon. Roy said with a smile. Procne, I want to tell you good news and bad news. The good news is that I have become the king of Donia, and half of Crete has become the territory of the kingdom of Athens. The bad news is that the volcano on Thera is huge and outbreak will cause the entire island of Crete to encounter a food crisis. So now we must not only meet the food needs of the city of Athens, but also the food needs of the city of Donia. After listening to Roy's words, Procne said with a grimace, Brother Roy, why do I feel that the more people we manage, the greater the pressure on us? But this is not the case for the rulers of other city-states. Because the rulers of other city-states treat civilians differently than we do. Roy explained to Procne. The rulers of other city-states will ignore the common people, and even allow the common people of the same race to become slaves and be sold elsewhere. But we in the kingdom of Athens must ensure that everyone can live a life of adequate food and clothing. If the common people don't have jobs, we will create them for them to work. The pressure we bear will of course be higher than that of other city-state rulers. But I believe it is worth it. We have given the common people the best life, and they will sincerely support our rule. Philomela pursed her lips in dissatisfaction and said, Brother Roy seems to always put civilians first, without even considering how we live as your women. Philomela, isn't your current life good enough? You have the most noble status in the kingdom of Athens. Control the highest power in the kingdom of Athens. Enjoy the best life in the kingdom of Athens. Eat the most delicious food in the kingdom of Athens. And do it is the easiest job in the kingdom of Athens. If you feel that your life is very tired and hard now, then you should really take a look at the work of civilians. Brother Roy. Philomela glared at Roy with a fierce look, and then said with an aggrieved look, why don't you understand? What I want to say is that as your wives, we do not receive enough care and love from our husbands. Even if we want to fulfill our obligations as wives and give birth to children for you, you are not willing to satisfy us. Us? Didn't I explain it to you last night? Roy said helplessly. Procne. Philomela. One of the reasons why women die in this era is due to dystocia. One of the main reasons for dystocia is that they get married too early and their bodies have not fully grown up. I care about you and don't want you to. I am hurt, because I want you to marry me after you turn 18. Procne held Roy's right hand very considerately and said, Brother Roy, I can understand you and very much support your idea. Sister, are you stupid? Philomela said with hatred for iron. According to Brother Roy's idea, those women who are older than us will marry Brother Roy first and give birth to Brother Roy's children earlier than us. In this era, the eldest son, although not the sole heir, usually inherited a larger share of the estate. In other words, whether Procne and Philomela can marry Roy and have children first is not only related to their own interests, but also related to how much benefit their children can get. Procne showed a shaken expression after hearing Philomela's words. Although she cannot care about her own vital interests, she cannot care about the interests of her children. Looking at the small faces of Procne and Philomela, Roy said helplessly, the law is made for civilians, not for the royal family. I agree that you will marry me at the age of 16. Are you satisfied with this? Roy unexpectedly made a concession, and Philomela immediately said with a winner's smile, Brother Roy, I knew you loved us. After saying that, he brought his lips close to him and rewarded Roy. Procne and Philomela are like two persons in one. And Philomela's victory is of course Procne's victory. So after Philomela rewarded Roy, Procne also bit Roy with her cherry lips to express her gratitude to Roy. The sisters ended their reward time for Roy, who immediately shouted, "Guard!" The 4 soldiers guarding the entrance to the hall hurried into the hall. And Roy said to them, "Now I appoint the 4 of you as heralds in the 4 districts of the southeast, northwest and northwest of the city of Athens, responsible for conveying important news to the Athenians. Next, you have to convey to the Athenians 2 new laws that I have formulated for 3 consecutive days. Article 1 by law. The Kingdom of Athens allows the slave trade. But the slave only needs to work for the master for 5 years. After 5 years, the master must unconditionally make the slave a free citizen. And the slave only needs to work for the master for free. If the master does anything to harm the slave, he will be punished. Will be punished by law. The second law is that women must be over 18 years old before they can get married. This law is to protect women, because marrying too early can easily lead to women's miscarriage and death. Violation of this law will affect the families of both men and women. Punishment. In addition, you must tell the Athenians directly that the law is not made for the royal family. So I will marry Procne this year. Procne said to Roy after the 4 heralds left the hall to carry out Roy's order. Brother Roy, I almost forgot an important thing. Our former small leaders in the city of Athens recently found me and want to conduct trade in the city of Athens. I hope to get your permission. After the small leaders of the city of Athens were deprived of power by Roy, although Roy did not deprive them of their property, they could only sit back and eat. If these small chiefs wanted to maintain a noble life, they could only invest their property in trade. All Athenians have the right to do business freely. And these petty chiefs who have lost their power are no exception. Roy said with a smile. As long as they pay taxes normally, the king of Athens will be their backing for doing business. Chapter 234. The Kingdom of Athens begins to collect taxes. In this era, usually only the local royal family or nobles had the financial resources to do business. Of course, the privileged royal family and nobles did not pay taxes. So there was no concept of commercial taxation in this era. Seeing the curious expressions of Procne and Philomela, Roy continued. Now that the city of Athens has replaced the city of Knossos as the trade hub, I plan to establish an import tax and a commercial tax in the city of Athens at the same time. The import tax is 1/20th of the value of the goods collected, and the commercial tax is based on the income level of the operator. Taxation. Households whose annual income is less than 10,000 kilograms of grain do not need to pay taxes. Households with more than 10,000 kilograms of grain are taxed 1/10 of the excess. If the annual income is 20,000 kilograms of grain, they must pay tax on 1,000 kilograms of grain. Annual income. A family with an annual income of 30,000 gins of grain needs to pay 2/10 of the tax, which is 4,000 gins of grain. A family with an annual income of 40,000 gins of grain needs to pay a tax of 3/10, which is 9,000 gins of grain. A family with an annual income of 50,000 gins of grain, you need to pay a tax of 4/10, which is 16,000 kilograms of grain. Those with an annual income of 60,000 kilograms of grain need to pay a tax of 5/10, which is 25,000 kilograms of grain. The higher the income level, the tax level is the higher. After hearing Roy's words, Procne and Philomela both widened their eyes in surprise. After coming back to her senses, Philomela couldn't help but say, Brother Roy, your commercial tax is too scary. A family with an annual income of 60,000 kilograms of grain is taxed by you on 25,000 kilograms of grain. Aren't you worried that they will leave the Kingdom of Athens? Roy shook his head without hesitation and said, even 1,000 years from now, a family with an annual income of 60,000 kilograms of grain will still be the first-class citizen of the city of Athens. This aristocratic class is the biggest enemy of the royal family. And even if they are taxed by 2/3, they should be taxed. Because the higher the financial resources of these aristocrats, the greater the threat they pose to the royal power. In the history of another world, King Charles I of the British Kingdom was not only deprived of his royal power by the new aristocratic group, but was also sent to the guillotine. In the final analysis, it was because the aristocratic group was too rich. If the new aristocratic group did not have the financial resources to recruit an army to fight the king, Charles I would neither need to surrender power in exchange for the support of the new aristocratic group, nor would he be executed by the rebels. What does it mean for a family to have an annual income of 60,000 kilograms of grain? In just 20 years, the wealth accumulated by this family can support 2,000 people for 1 year. Just 10 such families could recruit 20,000 soldiers to fight for a year. If such a family accumulated 100 years of wealth, just one family could recruit an army of 10,000 to resist the king's power. Roy's taxation standards only hurt the aristocracy. So Roy would never make any concessions to his taxation standards. Port of Piraeus. After having lunch with Procne and Philomela, Roy came here and told Kaiwan, who was responsible for managing port trade, about taxation. Kaiwan. Starting tomorrow, merchant ships entering the port will be charged 1/20th of the import tax. Only merchant ships in the duty-free zone can be exempted. Roy said patiently. If those merchant ships have any objections, tell them that we collect taxes to develop the Athenian navy to fight against pirates. After they pay taxes to the city of Athens, they will also benefit from the safety of the waterway. Kaiwan nodded and said, since the city of Knossos could collect taxes in the past, there is no reason why our city of Athens cannot collect import taxes now. Except for some unreasonable people. No one should object to our tax collection. At this moment, a shepherd driving 10 sheep at the port caught Roy's attention. Because Roy recognized this shepherd as Piraeus, the king of Sparta. Seeing Perieris observing Piraeus port like Grandma Liu entering the Grand View Garden, Roy took the initiative to walk over and said, Piraeus, why did you come to my port disguised as a shepherd? Loe, king of Athens. Perieris obviously didn't expect to meet Roy here, and said with some embarrassment, the goddess Hera told me that we Spartans can conduct duty-free trade in your kingdom of Athens. So I came to see how the trade scale of your city of Athens is. Roy teased with a smile. Then after your observation, do you think the scale of trade in our city of Athens is large? It's big. Perieris nodded and said, although the trade scale of the city of Athens is not as good as that of the city of Knossos, it can already meet the trade needs of our city of Sparta. The city of Knossos. Hearing Perieris compare the city of Athens with the city of Knossos, Roy shook his head and said, Perieris, haven't you heard that the city of Knossos has been destroyed by the tsunami? The city of Athens is already the only trade hub in the Aegean Sea. And the scale of trade in the city of Athens will soon exceed that of Knossos. The city's heyday. City of Knossos destroyed by tsunami. When did this happen? Just the day before yesterday. The volcano erupted on the island of Thera. You may not understand what a volcanic eruption is, nor the relationship between a volcanic eruption and a tsunami. If you don't believe me, you can send someone to check the city of Knossos yourself. Case. Perieris said with a solemn expression. Since you told me an important news, let me tell you an important news too. The Mycenaeans have conquered the city of Arcadia guarded by the goddess Artemis in the Arcadia region. King Lou of Arcadia Chaon and his sons were all killed in the battle. But the whereabouts of Princess Callisto, daughter of Lycaon, are unknown and may still be alive. Hearing the news, Roy didn't care. Because although the Arcadia region covers an area of 4,400 square kilometers, it is an area with poor land and a small population. Even if the Mycenaeans ruled the Argos and Acadia regions, they would not be able to shorten the strength gap between them and Loe. Perieris. The Mycenaeans conquered the Arcadia region, which is not good news for you. Perhaps the next target that the Mycenaeans want to conquer is the fertile Sparta region. And the Pylos region. Perieris nodded and said, in order to confront the Mycenaeans, we Spartans have formed an alliance with the Pylos. King Roy of Athens. Do you Athenians want to join forces with us to destroy the Mycenaeans? Roy shook his head without hesitation and said, I have an agreement with King Acrisios of Mycenae. So while Acrisios is alive, the Athenians cannot take the initiative to attack the Mycenaeans. This is of course a superficial reason. Roy did not want to become allies with the Spartans and Pylos because Roy would definitely conquer the Spartan and Pylos regions in the future. Perieris. Since you have come to the city of Athens, and now I extend an invitation to you as the host. Are you willing to be my guest? Perieris shook his head and said, we were fighting a war just a few days ago. How can I be your guest now? In order to thank you for the invitation, I now give you these 10 sheep. After saying that, Perieris handed his shepherd's whip to Roy. Roy also shook his head and said, we are not friends. I can't accept your gift. Chapter 235 Princess Callisto arrives. As news spread that the port of Knossos had been destroyed by the tsunami, more and more merchant ships came to the port of Piraeus in Athens for trade. In terms of weight, apart from food, the most common commodity that came to the city of Athens was slaves. Because in this era, wars are actually going on all the time. But some wars are recorded in history, And most wars are unknown. After a war, many people from the defeated side usually become slaves and fall into the hands of slave traders. As long as the slave merchants transported qualified slaves to the city of Athens, Roy almost accepted all these slaves as ordered. Slave men would be put into hard work, such as building roads by Loe. These jobs were usually enough for the slave men to work until they became free men after 5 years. Slave women were also given jobs that native women were unwilling to accept. In this era, a good woman's job was usually to weave at home every day, take care of children and the elderly, and avoid contact with men outside. Therefore, before the ideas of the Athenians changed, many jobs suitable for women could only be arranged for slave women who could not refuse to show themselves. No one else competed with Roy to buy these slaves. It was not that they were afraid of Roy's identity, but that civilians could not afford slaves and had no need to buy slaves. Small leaders who were able to buy slaves also preferred to have trustworthy slaves. His fellow tribesmen became servants. Slave merchants bring noble princesses or beautiful aristocratic girls, attracting many wealthy people to compete to buy them. This is a plot that only appears in fantasy novels. After a war is over, trophies like the conquered princess, even if they do not become living sacrifices to the gods, will be taken by the victors as dolls worthy of showing off. Beautiful girls, whether they are nobles or commoners, will be divided among the victors as private trophies. Perhaps a noble prince would be sold to a slave merchant. But a noble princess, or a beautiful girl, would not usually become a commodity for a slave merchant. Even if slave merchants did have such high-level slaves, their prices would be unaffordable for ordinary nobles, let alone commoners. Only the royal family and the great nobles could afford the price of high-level slaves. Royal Palace of Athens. The hall where the throne is located. Loe sat on the throne with Procne and Philomela to handle government affairs. Procne looked at yesterday's account book and saw that dozens of slaves had been added to the city of Athens. Procne couldn't help but say, "Brother Roy, the food problem in the city of Athens has never been solved. You continue to buy slaves to expand the food demand of the city of Athens. I want to know how many slaves Brother Roy plans to buy." Seeing Procne's state of mind exploding, Roy immediately held her in his arms and comforted her. "Procne, my road-building plan is not only to build roads on the Attica Peninsula, but also to build roads throughout the kingdom of Athens. And I not only want to build the main roads connecting cities, but also the roads. Build every village. Just building the road requires tens of thousands of manpower. I have other projects that require more manpower. So I will keep buying slaves. Didn't I tell you that if I don't build the road, once the cultivation reaches the village, it will be difficult for the royal rule to reach the village. Everything I do now is to stabilize our rule. So you must support me." Although Procne was unable to understand the grand blueprint of Roy's plan due to her own limited vision, she believed that everything Roy did was for the benefit of the royal family. "Brother Roy, although I know I should support you, the food problem in the city of Athens has not been solved. And I always feel uneasy in my heart. Sister, you really should learn from me." Philomela, who was lying on Roy holding Roy's left arm, said with a smile, "Our job is only to supervise the people below, not to find ways to solve various problems in the city of Athens. Brother Roy is not worried on the surface, but he has been solving the food problem in the city of Athens. There is no need for my sister to worry." Philomela is right. Roy nodded in agreement and said, "Procne, your job is just to supervise the people below. You have been worrying about various problems in the city of Athens. I really can't help but abolish your identity and let Philomela sit in my place." From his throne he conducted the affairs of the city of Athens. "I'm wrong to worry about various problems in the city of Athens." Procne pretended to be dissatisfied and rolled her eyes. "Then I won't ask these questions anymore." Just then, a soldier entered the hall and said, "Your Majesty, there is a girl outside who calls herself Princess Callisto of Arcadia and wants to meet with you alone." "Callisto?" Roy asked in surprise when he heard the name of the missing Arcadia princess. "Do you think that girl is a princess?" Royal princesses or aristocratic girls of this era have different temperaments and appearances from ordinary girls. Even if you can't tell the truth from the temperament, you can still get some clues from the appearance. Hearing Roy's question, the young soldier blushed and said, "Your Majesty, that girl and her companion are really beautiful. They are as beautiful as goddesses who have descended into the world." Seeing the soldier's appearance, Roy knew that Princess Callisto was real. After all, in this era, It is impossible for civilian parents to give birth to a daughter as beautiful as a goddess. Procne. Philomela. I am going to see Princess Callisto, who wants to meet with me alone. After Roy stood up and left, Philomela said worriedly as she looked at Roy's fast footsteps. Sister. Callisto is also a subjugated princess. Will she become our love rival like Kaiwan and Io? Procne said with a wry smile. If a fallen prince of the subjugated king wanted to see Brother Roy would definitely ask the prince of the subjugated king to come to the hall to see him. Now that Brother Roy actually condescended and took the initiative to see Callisto, maybe we will literally be adding a sister. Palace Gate. When Roy came here, he didn't see Princess Callisto, who the soldiers said was as beautiful as a goddess. So he looked around, seeing 3 girls standing on the edge of the Acropolis. Roy immediately walked towards them. The 3 girls with their backs to Roy were obviously led by the girl in the middle, because the other 2 girls stood behind her like maids. Coming behind the 3 girls, Roy said to the girl in the middle, Princess Callisto, I'm here to see you. To Roy's surprise, the one who turned around was not the girl in the middle, but the girl on the left who looked like a maid. The girl who turned to Roy was about 17 years old, with beautiful black hair tied up with a green hairband, and dressed in a hunter-like short skirt. Because she was wearing high boots made of animal skin, the skin of her legs was well hidden. This girl with a resolute expression has a delicate and beautiful little face. Her beauty and figure are not inferior to those of Procne and Philomela. She is indeed as beautiful as a goddess descending into the world. Just as Roy looked at Callisto, Callisto suddenly said, King of Athens, the one who really wants to see you is not me, but my master, the goddess Artemis. Chapter 236 Artemis. Goddess of hunting. Goddess Artemis. Hearing Callisto's words, Roy couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock, looking at the girl in the middle in disbelief. As the princess of Arcadia, Callisto was born to be a priestess serving Artemis, the patron saint of Arcadia, and she vowed to remain unmarried and become a virgin like the goddess Artemis. The only person Callisto can call her master is, of course, the goddess Artemis whom she serves. As if feeling Roy's intense gaze, the girl in the middle Artemis and the other girl finally turned around. Roy stopped breathing instantly when he saw the faces of Artemis and another girl. Because Roy's guess came true. The girl in the middle was indeed the goddess Artemis, who was so beautiful that Roy couldn't think of words to describe it. The other girl was also a beautiful and moving goddess. The tall goddess Artemis is also dressed in a short skirt as a huntress. To be precise, Callisto's outfit is imitating the goddess she serves. Her long black hair like the night sky was tied into a single ponytail. Not only was her dress black, but her belt and strappy sandals on her little feet were also black. Artemis's flawless little face has a cold expression, and her beautiful bright red eyes are like burning flames of revenge, making people instinctively feel fear. The goddess who follows Artemis as a maid has a gentle expression befitting her role as a maid. She was wearing a flower-like white dress, with a green belt around her waist that seemed to be woven from green leaves, and her beautiful long green hair was casually hanging down to her waist. There was a pair of crimson pupils like sunset on her soft little face, and her beautiful eyebrows were furrowed as if she was worried about something. You are King Loe of Athens. Although the Mycenaeans conquered the Arcadia region and made Artemis a destitute god like Hestia, who lost her territory and could only wander, Artemis used the arrogant attitude that a god should have. As if he said as he looked down at Roy, I am the great goddess Artemis, the queen of Arcadia, and the master of the beasts that hunt and dominate the mountains and forests. After hearing Artemis' self-introduction, Roy could only hold back his smile. Although she has become a wandering god who has lost her territory, Artemis still considers herself the master of Arcadia. It seems that this proud goddess has not yet accepted the cruel reality. Of course, Roy would not be stupid enough to offend a goddess and deliberately remind Artemis that she was already a wandering god in desolation. After Artemis introduced herself, the green-haired goddess followed. My name is Calypso, a subordinate god of Artemis. Calypso. In another world. This is one of the goddesses who was belittled and humiliated by the Mycenaeans in mythology because she refused to surrender to Zeus after the Mycenaeans conquered the Arcadia region. In Mycenaean mythology, Calypso was not only stranded on an island in the sea, but she was also cursed to fall in love with any human hero who came before her. The metaphor behind the myth, to put it very bluntly, is to reduce Calypso to a fallen goddess who is incapable of all human men. Seeing Roy staring at Calypso in a daze, Artemis teased with a teasing smile. Human. Do you want her? Roy nodded subconsciously. After reacting, he immediately shook his head and said, I mean no offense to the goddess Calypso. But I'm not kidding you. Artemis turned around and looked down at the scene of the city of Athens and said, This city of Athens is the most powerful and wealthy city in the Aegean Sea. It is worthy of being the trade hub and overlord of the Aegean Sea. King Loe of Athens. I heard that Metis, the patron saint of the city of Athens, only became the patron saint for less than 3 months. The new god. Are you willing to enshrine the ancient and powerful Artemis as the new patron saint of the city of Athens? You don't have to worry about Metis' revenge. I will protect you from any harm from the gods. Just like when a king is kicked off his throne. Some will accept their fate and some will try to get back on the throne. When a god loses his patron saint's throne, he usually tries to regain his patron saint's throne. Because gods without a guardian throne can only become wandering gods. Or like Calypso, become subordinate gods serving other gods. Roy said with wide eyes when Artemis asked him to consider her as the patron saint of the city of Athens. Goddess Artemis. I am a priest who serves the goddess Metis. I will not betray the goddess Metis. Unexpectedly, Roy refused his request. Artemis said with an unhappy expression. Although I don't like contact with men, I allow you to become my priest and will give you my blessings and divine power. And I have just said that I can marry Calypso to you. Don't you want to marry a goddess and share her immortality and divine power? Artemis turned out to be serious. And Calypso did not object to the mistress's words. Roy looked at Calypso and couldn't help but said, Goddess Calypso. After the goddess Artemis lost her identity as the patron saint of Arcadia, she is no longer qualified to be your master. So you do not need to obey her orders. After hearing Roy's words, Calypso said with a faint smile, When your human rulers lose their city-states or tribes, some loyal people will follow them. Although I don't know what the future will be like, I don't want to betray my master now. If you are willing to become a priest serving Artemis, I will obey Artemis's order and marry you. Marrying a goddess and sharing her immortality and divine power, this has always been Roy's goal. But Roy's goal is to marry a powerful goddess with a guardian throne. Because the more powerful the goddess who marries Roy, the more divine power Roy will share. Calypso, as a subordinate god of Artemis, belongs to the lowest level of gods. The divine power she shared with Roy might not even be enough for Roy to defeat the hero god. Goddess Artemis. Roy said hesitantly. Although I want to marry the goddess Calypso, she cannot fully meet my requirements. If you are willing to marry me and let me share your immortality and divine power, I can consider whether to let you become the guardian of the kingdom of Athens. God? Do you want to die? Artemis was like an enraged female bear, glaring at Roy with her bright red eyes burning with rage. As a human being, wanting to pursue a goddess is already a blasphemy against the gods. I am a virgin goddess who has sworn never to marry. How dare you ask me to break my sacred vow to marry you if I don't need to use you? You now I have turned into a corpse. Artemis took a deep breath and said angrily. Loe. Not only can I marry Calypso to you, but I can also make Callisto break his lifelong vow not to marry and marry you with Calypso. Goddess Artemis. Callisto's eyes widened in shock, unable to believe that Artemis wanted him to break his sacred vow and stop being a virgin serving the goddess. Chapter 237 Rejection of the goddess Artemis. Artemis could even sell Calypso, her subordinate god, to Roy. So how could she care about Callisto's feelings? Seeing Callisto's reaction, Artemis said expressionlessly, Callisto, we goddesses want to remain unmarried for life, because we are gods with eternal life, and do not need offspring as the continuation of our lives. But you are only a human being. So you do not need to follow my example and remain unmarried for life. I see. Callisto looked at Roy with sadness and said, King of Athens, as long as you are willing to regard the goddess Artemis as the patron saint of Athens, I will break my vow of never marrying for you. Roy shook his head without hesitation and said, Goddess Artemis, even if you marry goddess Calypso and princess Callisto to me, I will not change my mind. I have just said that I will only consider letting you marry me. Became the patron saint of the kingdom of Athens. You guy dash. Artemis looked at Roy with angry eyes, her expression wavering. If the kingdom of Athens was just an ordinary large city-state, Artemis would definitely reject Roy without hesitation. But the kingdom of Athens was not only a very large city-state, but was also transforming into a centralized kingdom. Now that Artemis has become the patron goddess of Athens, She will become the queen of the gods who rules over the gods of Athens in the future. It was precisely in order to become the queen of the gods in the kingdom of Athens that Artemis would not hesitate to use her subordinate god Calypso and the virgin Callisto as bargaining chips in exchange for Roy's support. After hesitating for a moment, Artemis finally gave up the idea of marrying Roy herself. Even if Roy could make her the queen of the gods in the kingdom of Athens, she didn't want to break her sacred vow of never marrying for Roy and marry a human man. Human. I will never marry you. You should be content with getting Calypso and Callisto. Hearing Artemis' words, Roy couldn't help but roll his eyes. Artemis is unwilling to let go of her pride as a goddess. It seems that she has not been severely beaten by reality, and does not regard herself as a wandering goddess in desolation. Perhaps in 5 or even 10 years, Artemis will regret the decision she made today when she finds that she cannot regain the throne of the patron saint. Hestia, who is a wandering god like Artemis, is willing to let go of her pride as a goddess and become half-siblings with Roy because Hestia has experienced the deepest despair and knows that Roy is how hard-earned it was for her to provide help in times of need. Goddess Artemis, since we cannot meet each other's requirements, you should go elsewhere to seek opportunities to become the patron saint again. After saying this, Roy turned around and left without hesitation. Looking at Roy's leaving figure, Artemis gritted her teeth and said angrily, "Stupid human. You would rather guard a weak new god than choose the powerful Artemis. You will definitely regret it." Mighty Artemis. Roy stopped, turned around, and teased with a joking smile. Since the goddess Artemis is so powerful, why did you lose your territory to Zeus and become a wandering god? Although the goddess Metis is a new god, our city of Athens defeated Metis under the protection of the goddess Metis, the Scythians, so that the Mycenaeans did not dare to have ambitions for the city of Athens. Goddess Artemis, since Zeus defeated you, and the goddess Metis defeated Zeus, normal people can conclude that the goddess Metis is better than you. A stronger conclusion. After saying that, Roy turned around and returned to the palace. Loe, king of Athens, being shamelessly humiliated by Roy, Artemis's eyes burned with angry flames, and her body experienced strong fluctuations in divine power. Owner, Calypso reassured Artemis, if you turn back into a god now, it will only cause the goddess Metis to expel you as an invader. We will not be able to take revenge on King Loe of Athens. I know, of course I know. Artemis suppressed her anger and said excitedly, if I could take revenge on mankind, I would have killed Acrisios, the king of Mycenae, when I lost my identity as the patron saint of Arcadia. But I know that Zeus will protect Acrisios. I would seek revenge on Acrisios only to be attacked and humiliated by Zeus. Callisto said with a complicated expression. Goddess Artemis, now that we have been rejected by King Loe of Athens, where should we go to seek your opportunity to become the patron saint again? To the west of the Corinth region is the mountainous Ahai region. And to the west of the Thebes region it's the mountainous Calydon region. The people in these two mountainous areas live a life of herding and hunting like us Acadians. Maybe they can accept the goddess Artemis. After hearing Callisto's words, Artemis looked to the northwest and said, the Ahai region is surrounded by the Argos region and the Arcadia region, and will definitely become the target of Mycenaean conquest in the future. The Calydon region is far away from the Mycenaeans, and maybe it can become my new territory. Calypso couldn't help but said, Artemis, there is already a patron saint named Althea in the Calydon region. Although the goddess Althea is not as good as you in the past, you are now a wandering god. Even if I help you, we can't help you. It is difficult to defeat the goddess Althea, who has the patron saint seat. Perhaps we will have to spend decades, or even centuries developing followers before you can have a chance to replace the goddess Althea. Calypso, are you also underestimating my ability? Artemis glared at Calypso angrily, and then said with a firm expression, it won't be long before I can ascend the patron saint seat again. In the myth of another world, after Artemis lost her status as patron saint, she never regained her patron saint seat. It wasn't until the Dorians invaded hundreds of years later, and the exchanges between the Greeks and the northern nomadic Thracians deepened that Artemis got a chance to rise again. The re-emergence of Artemis has nothing to do with her own abilities. It is just because the Greeks wanted to replace gods from other places with local gods. The Greeks originally wanted Artemis to replace Bendis, the goddess of the moon and hunting worshipped by the Thracians. In Thrace, Bendis, the goddess of the moon and the hunt, was the sister of the sun god Helios. Later, because the Greeks wanted Apollo to replace the sun god Helios, Artemis and Apollo evolved into sister and brother gods. Artemis's re-emergence first became the moon goddess by mixing with Bendis. And then she became sister and brother with Apollo. After the Dorian invasion, the Mycenaeans have become slaves of the Dorians. Naturally, Zeus, the patron saint of the Mycenaeans, no longer has real authority and can only have fabricated authority in myths. Athena, the patron goddess of the city of Athens, and Apollo, the patron saint of Asia Minor, became gods with more authority than Zeus in reality. The gods who rose to prominence by being Apollo's parasite were not only Artemis, but also Dionysus, the god of wine, who took the initiative to be Apollo's younger brother. Chapter 238 Solutions to the Food Problem. Roy originally thought that as the city of Athens became the trade hub and overlord of the Aegean Sea, he would be able to live a peaceful life for a few days. But this peaceful life was soon broken by unexpected events. Royal Palace of Athens. The hall where the throne is located. Roy was sitting behind a stone table, using paper and pen to draw farm tools such as iron hose, iron hoe, iron sickle, iron plow, and iron saw, as well as weapons such as iron bows, iron arrows, iron knives, and iron spears. Nye suddenly burst into the hall with an Egyptian who looked like a businessman. Seeing that Roy was still drawing seriously, Kaiwan said anxiously, "Your Majesty, there are important things that you need to deal with now. I am doing something very important right now. I'll deal with what you said after I finish painting." The production of these iron tools will not only allow the Kingdom of Athens to improve its farming technology and achieve self-sufficiency in food, but also allow the Kingdom of Athens' military strength to lead the entire world by an era, or even 2 eras, and carry out dimensionality reduction attacks on other areas during wars. So for Roy, it was really important to draw how these iron tools were made. After hearing Roy's words, Kaiwan took a deep breath and said, "Most of the grain ships arriving at the port today have been reduced." Roy immediately stopped what he was doing, looked at Kaiwan with confusion and asked, "What happened? Could it be that other cities in the Aegean Sea region have replaced Athens as a new trade hub?" Kaiwan shook her head, then looked at the Egyptian businessman beside her and said, "Let this Egyptian businessman tell you." The Egyptian businessman first bowed his head respectfully to Roy, then raised his head and said, "Your Majesty the King of Athens, I am a grain merchant from Egypt and the envoy of King Cepus of Egypt. Now Kamos in southern Egypt is leading a rebel army to attack His Majesty Cepus's territory. So His Majesty Cepus decided to ban grain is exported to the outside world. If the Athenians want to continue to buy Egyptian grain, His Majesty the King of Athens must lead the army to Egypt to destroy Kamos and his rebels for His Majesty Cepus." After hearing what the Egyptian businessman said, Roy frowned and said, "Does King Cepus of Egypt want to use grain as payment to make us Athenians his mercenaries? If I accept Cepus's request, how many soldiers will I need to lead to Egypt? If the Athenians want to buy 1 million gins of grain, you need to lead 3,000 men to Egypt to fight. If the Athenians want to buy 2 million gins of grain, you need to lead 6,000 men to Egypt to fight. 3,000 people. 6,000 people." After hearing the two numbers from the Egyptian businessman, Roy said with a solemn expression, "This matter is very important. Wait outside for a while. I will discuss it with others before making a decision." After the Egyptian businessman turned and left the hall, Roy immediately asked Procne on the throne, "Procne, how much food shortage is there in the city of Athens now?" Procne also knew the seriousness of the matter and said with a solemn expression, "Brother Roy, the city of Athens still needs to buy 1 million caddies of grain. If the food gap in Donia is added in, we need to buy 2 million caddies of grain. Although there is no Egyptian food, Phoenician merchants still need to buy it. Food from the Western Mediterranean will be transported to the city of Athens. But the food from the Western Mediterranean imported into the city of Athens will not exceed 1 million caddies. In other words, I have to go to Egypt to work as a mercenary." After Roy finished speaking with a wry smile, Philomela said worriedly, "Brother Roy, can't we think of a way to buy food from other places? Recently I heard that Kamos is not only the pharaoh of southern Egypt, ruling hundreds of thousands of people. He is also the sun god of southern Egypt, son of god of Meng. It is too dangerous for Brother Roy to fight Kamos. In this era, only true demigod heroes can deify themselves into the sons of gods. In other words, Kamos is the son of the sun god Amun, which means that he is a true demigod hero. Thinking of the strength gap between the great hero, thousands of enemies, and the demigod hero, thousands of enemies. Roy said with a hesitant expression. If I don't go to Egypt to work as a mercenary, I can only wage wars to seize food from other places. And let people from other places starve to death instead of the Athenians. Because now the only food-producing area in the Mediterranean world is Egypt. And other areas can export food is very limited. Although there are fertile plains around the Black Sea, the people living there are still nomadic people. Only the Colchis area, on the east coast of the Black Sea, has an advanced farming civilization. Thinking that in the myth of another world, the Colchis region had a golden fleece, which became a symbol of the wealth of the Colchis region. And the golden fleece was probably a reference to the golden wheat fields in the Colchis region. Roy couldn't help but think of it. In the real history of another world, the Greeks did plunder food and other wealth from the Colchis area. Perhaps in addition to Egypt, we can also buy food from the Colchis area on the east coast of the Black Sea. It seems that we have three options now. The first option is for me to go to Egypt as a mercenary. And the second option is for me to bring the soldiers went to other areas to rob food. And the third option was for me to take the fleet to the east coast of the Black Sea to buy food. After Roy finished speaking, Procne, Philomela, and Kaiwan looked at Roy with confusion. Brother Roy, where is the Black Sea you mentioned? Procne said worriedly. We have never heard of the Black Sea and Colchis areas you mentioned. Will you encounter danger when you go there? Kaiwan frowned and said, My dear, let's go directly to grab food from other areas. Although this is cruel, it can ensure that you will not be in danger. Philomela followed. I also support grabbing food from other regions. I would rather sacrifice people in other regions than to take risks in Egypt or the Colchis region that I have never heard of. Roy looked at Procne, who took a deep breath and said, Brother Roy, I don't want you to be in danger. So I also agree to go to other areas to rob food. Since you all say so, Roy said with a smile. Then I will listen to you. I will take the Athenians to rob food elsewhere. The three girls breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. And then Philomela asked curiously. Brother Roy, do you know where there is a suitable target? Roy nodded and said, I plan to go to the city of Sais in northern Egypt to rob food. Sais is a city guarded by the goddess Night called Pallas, the spear wielder. I not only want to rob food from the city of Sais to strengthen Athens' city, and also help the goddess Metis absorb the goddess Night, so that the goddess Metis can have the image of Pallas, the spear wielder. Thinking of the patron saint of Athens in another world, Roy continued. If I can snatch the statue of the goddess Night back and put it in the hands of the statue of Metis, maybe I can not only help the goddess Metis absorb the godhead of the goddess Night, but also make the goddess Night become the goddess Metis, a subordinate god, making the goddess Night a symbol of the goddess Metis' eternal control of victory. Chapter 239 Royal power can also overwhelm divine power. After Roy made his decision, he first came outside the hall and said to the Egyptian businessman standing in the courtyard. Egyptian, now you can leave the city of Athens and go back and tell King Cephas of Egypt that I will not become his mercenary for food. After hearing Roy's words, the Egyptian businessman first bowed his head and saluted Roy, and then quickly left Roy's palace. When the Egyptian merchants walked out of the palace, Roy also left the palace and went to the temple of Metis. Temple Square. Roy came to the Metis statue in the center of the square, looked up at the face of the Metis statue and said, Great goddess Metis, now I have something important to discuss with you. After Roy finished speaking, the statue of Metis immediately glowed with dazzling blue light. When the blue divine light disappeared, the statue of Metis in front of Roy turned into the goddess Metis herself. Metis lowered his head and made eye contact with Roy, asking expressionlessly, What's the important thing you're talking about? I'm not used to raising my head to talk to you like this. Roy said with a smile. Goddess Metis, can you become smaller? How dare you make such an rude request to me? Metis had an angry expression on his face. And Roy said without fear, Are you not even willing to meet this small request? You must know that you are not the only patron saint of the kingdom of Athens. I can choose to replace it with the older and more authoritative goddesses Mnemosyne and Amphitrite. You? If I ask Hestia, who has become a wandering god, to replace you as the patron saint of Athens, even if I make more excessive demands, Hestia will happily satisfy me. Metis took a deep breath to suppress the anger in his heart. And then his body shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally transformed into a human girl about 17 years old in front of Roy. Are you satisfied with this? Roy looked at Metis with level eyes, nodded and said, Metis, you can meet me like this in the future. Now let me tell you something important. The city of Athens needs to obtain food from other areas to feed the increased population during this period. You also know this. Recently, King Cephas of Egypt banned the export of Egyptian grain. And the amount of grain available in the city of Athens has been reduced by more than half. In order to solve the food problem in the city of Athens, I plan to go to the city of Sais on the coast of Egypt to rob grain. After a pause and seeing Metis's lack of reaction, Roy couldn't help but say, "Dear Metis, you are indeed a new goddess. Didn't you realize that you have an opportunity to become stronger? There is a patron goddess named Night in the city of Sais. I led the Athenian soldiers to conquer Sais in this city. When you occupy the temple of the goddess Night, you can also use the goddess Night as a trophy and plunder the godhead of the goddess Night." After receiving Roy's reminder, Metis's eyes immediately brightened, and his beautiful blue eyes showed a strong fighting spirit. "You're right. Under normal circumstances, it would take me hundreds or even thousands of years to copy the divinity of other gods and have the same divinity and attributes as other gods. But using war to plunder other gods, only the godhead of the god, I can directly obtain the godhead and attributes of other gods. As long as we conquer the city of Sais, not only you Athenians will be able to seize rich spoils from the city of Sais, but I can also seize the gods' belongings from Night. Only the spoils of war." Seeing Metis's reaction, Roy boldly walked up to Metis, looked at her closely and said, "Now that you know I'm going to start a war that will give you more godhood and attributes, are you still angry at my rudeness?" Metis said with a faint smile, "Looking at the contribution you are about to make for me, I am willing to forgive you and will consider meeting your request. Then can you consider accepting my love and becoming my wife? Let's talk in sleep before we fall asleep." Metis immediately said with a cold face, "Loe, if you were an incompetent king who couldn't keep my power as a patron saint rising, I would have turned you into a corpse long ago. I really don't understand. I don't love you. Why would you keep pestering me to accept your love? Maybe it's because you keep rejecting me that my desire to get you become stronger and stronger." Roy thought for a while and said, "I originally wanted to pursue you in order to share your immortality and divine power. Now there are many goddesses who can be targeted by me. But the goddess I want to pursue the most is always you. Metis, my patience in pursuing you has run out. Before that, you should really seriously consider accepting my pursuit. Only when you lose some things can you learn to cherish them. Maybe when I no longer want to pursue you, you will chase your husband to the crematorium. It's ridiculous. How could I fall in love with a human man?" Metis said confidently, "When your funeral is held, I will attend your funeral because of your merits. If you have the potential to become a heroic god by then, I will help you become a god after your death. But chasing husband and I both the words will never be relevant. Because I want to be an eternally holy virgin, I will neither degenerate myself nor allow any man to blaspheme me." After listening to Metis's words, Roy couldn't help but think of a sentence: being pampered means you have nothing to fear. If Metis loses her throne as the patron saint and becomes a down-and-out wandering goddess, who is beaten by the cruel reality for a few years, she will definitely let go of her pride as a goddess. In this world where gods really exist, when the divine power is strong, the gods are of course the stronger party. But when the royal power is more powerful, the royal power can also overwhelm the divine power. For example, Roy's kingdom of Athens included the Attica Peninsula, Thebes, Euboea, Corinth, and West Crete. Metis was only the guardian of the Attica Peninsula among these 5 areas. God. And it is only a new god who has been the patron saint for less than 3 months. In this case, Roy's royal power is of course more powerful than Metis's divine power. Roy wanted other goddesses to replace Metis as the patron saint of Athens. And there would be little resistance. Even if Metis wanted to impose divine punishment on Roy, other patron saints of the kingdom of Athens would stop Metis. The Mycenaeans conquered the Argos and Arcadia regions and regarded Zeus as the supreme god of the 2 regions. Other gods must become subordinate gods of Zeus. And Zeus has authority accumulated over thousands of years. This situation is of course that the divine power of Zeus overwhelms the royal power. If the king of Mycenae wants to challenge Zeus's authority, even if Zeus imposes divine punishment on King Mycenae, there will be no other gods to protect King Mycenae. Because in the area ruled by the Mycenaeans, other gods have become subordinate gods of Zeus. Gods who did not want to succumb to Zeus would be driven away by the Mycenaeans and become wandering gods. Metis. After all, Roy didn't want to do anything to hurt Metis. So he could only say helplessly, I will take the fleet out tomorrow. And you will go with us to the eastern Mediterranean. If you stay in the waters of Athens, you may not hear my call. And even if you hear it, you will not be able to get to the battlefield in time. Chapter 240 The city of Knossos after the disaster. If the Dorians enslaved the natives of the Peloponnese Peninsula, and the men of the Dorians formed a Spartan military group to maintain their rule, it can be regarded as a professional military system. The earliest professional military system in the world was born in 500 years later. Because in this era, the private soldiers of the royal family or nobles cannot be regarded as professional soldiers. They are not loyal to the city-state or kingdom, but to the master who supports them. When war broke out, rulers would recruit soldiers from among the common people. If the enemy is too strong, rulers will also choose to hire more powerful mercenaries to fight. More than 300 years later, in the Kadesh War, in order to defeat the Hittite Empire, Ramesses II of the Egyptian Empire recruited a large number of mercenaries, bringing his army to more than 20,000 people. Ramesses II ruled the Egyptian Empire with millions of people. But he preferred to use mercenaries rather than recruit civilians. Apparently because of the huge strength gap between civilians and mercenaries. But this also reflects that there were no professional soldiers in the Egyptian Empire at that time. After all, wars do not happen all the time. For the rulers of this era, supporting professional soldiers in peacetime is a waste of wealth. For example, if a country only goes to war once every 10 years, compared with using 10 years of finance to support a professional legion, it is obviously more cost-effective to use 2 or 3 years of finance to recruit mercenaries. Later, the Dorians used their professional military system to sweep across the Peloponnese Peninsula. Only in city-states, including Athens, did civil systems similar to the professional military system appear. Of course, professional soldiers are more powerful than soldiers who work as soldiers during wartime and as farmers in their spare time. Therefore, under Roy's rule, even if there was no war, the Kingdom of Athens still supported a large number of professional soldiers, allowing these professional soldiers to train every day to improve their combat capabilities. Port of Piraeus. On the day when Roy was preparing to go to the city of Sais to rob food, 1,500 Athenian soldiers were summoned by Roy and boarded 50 warships in the port. The soldiers boarded the warship in an orderly manner, and Ares immediately reported to Roy, "Your Majesty, all 1,500 soldiers of the Athenian legion have boarded the ship, and we can set off at any time now. Then let's go." After saying that, Roy took Ares and boarded his flagship. Under the leadership of the flagship, 50 warships left the port in a mighty manner and began a long voyage. Roy stood on the stern of the flagship and looked at the city of Athens in the distance, feeling a little uneasy about this expedition, because this is Roy's first time leaving the Aegean Sea area. When Roy's fleet sailed out of the waters of Athens, Roy did not let the fleet sail into the Mertun Sea in the southwest area of the Aegean Sea, but let the fleet sail into the southeastern area of the Aegean Sea where the Cyclades Islands are located. Because Loe wanted the island city-states in the Cyclades to see the power of the Athenian navy. The island city-states of the Cyclades were originally vassals of the city of Knossos. Now that the city of Knossos had its ports and ships destroyed by the tsunami, it is no longer able to control the island city-states of the Cyclades. Now that Loe shows the strength of the Athenian navy to the island city-states in the Cyclades, he can allow them to actively become vassals of the city of Athens in exchange for the city's asylum and help. If powerful island city-states like Naxos and Andros were unwilling to become vassals of Athens, Roy would also use force to convince them and let their kings go to the underworld to repent of their stupidity. All the islands in the Cyclades add up to an area of only 2,500 square kilometers. If these islands are not considered as a whole, even for the largest island of Naxos, Roy's fleet is considered a behemoth. Therefore, Roy's fleet entered the Cyclades waters driven by the north wind and immediately caused a sensation in the archipelago. Many kings of small islands who ruled hundreds of people took the initiative to meet with Roy, wanting to become vassals in exchange for the protection and help of the city of Athens. Roy accepted all of them without hesitation. The kings of these small islands took the initiative to become vassals of the city of Athens because they were always worried about being annexed by powerful neighbors like Naxos. The city of Athens is hundreds of miles away from their territory. Even if they become vassals of the city of Athens, they don't have to worry about Roy taking away the throne. Perhaps the kings of these small islands still feel that Roy will not care about their small islands and hundreds of people at all. The kings of these small islands would never have imagined that when Roy had time to deal with them, they would turn their islands from vassals to part of the kingdom of Athens. 2 days later, when Roy's fleet sailed out of the Cyclades waters, Except for the 4 powerful island city-states including Naxos. All other island city-states in the Cyclades became vassals of the city of Athens. When the fleet entered the Cretan Sea, Loe did not choose to sail directly to the Strait of Kassos in the east of Crete and enter the eastern Mediterranean. Instead, he sent the fleet to the city of Knossos, because Roy wanted to see with his own eyes the damage to the city of Knossos. Noon the next day, Roy's fleet sailed into the messy port of Knossos. In fact, the distance between the main city of Knossos and the port is more than 2,000 meters. So the casualties caused by the tsunami to the city of Knossos were not large. Even if all the people in the port area were drowned by the sea water, the number of dead would only be in the thousands. The biggest loss caused by the destruction of the port area by the tsunami was that the city of Knossos lost its status as a trade hub. No merchant ships were willing to come to Knossos for trade, providing Knossos with a steady stream of wealth. The resulting food problem will turn the city of Knossos into a miserable hell on earth. After Roy landed at the port, a group of Knossos people wandering nearby ran to Roy and knelt down in front of him and prayed, "Please give me some food. I have elderly parents and young children at home. Without food our whole family will starve to death. The food in my family was destroyed by the sea water. In order to save food for their children and grandchildren, my parents went on a hunger strike and died of starvation." And a woman holding a baby begged, Poor child. For the sake of the child, please give me something to eat." Facing these pleading people, Roy raised his bronze war spear expressionlessly and threatened, "Everyone, get away. If anyone is unwilling to leave, I will kill him and help him get rid of the pain of hunger." Roy knew very clearly that people do not suffer from scarcity but from inequality. If you help some people, others will feel that they should help everyone. It's a pity that Roy doesn't have the ability to help everyone. Even if Loe was willing to let himself and 1,500 Athenian soldiers starve to death and use all the military rations to relieve the Knossos people, the result would be a drop in the bucket. Because to solve the food problem in the city of Knossos, what is needed is not thousands or tens of thousands of caddies of grain, but millions of caddies of grain. If Roy only rescued some people, those who did not receive relief would not only not praise Roy's behavior, but would resent Roy's injustice because they did not receive relief. Chapter 241 Don't Give It to Me Now. Seeing Roy threatening the surrounding Knossos people with weapons, the 12 soldiers following Roy also raised their bronze war spears. Forced by the cold light of the bronze war spear, the surrounding Knossos people could only leave in anger, not daring to pray to Roy for food anymore. Just when Roy was about to look away from the group of Knossos people, a man from Knossos whose clothes were soaked caught Roy's attention. This man looked like he had just come out of the water. He was holding a clay pot in his hands and deliberately covered the clay pot with wet clothes. He obviously didn't want others to see the type of clay pot. But anyone who knows about clay pots can tell from the shape and size of the clay pot that it is a clay pot for olive oil or grain. The group of Knossos people who left in front of Roy saw the man holding the clay pot, and someone immediately rushed over and asked, "Is this clay pot of yours filled with grain?" Seeing a group of people running over to surround him, the man hugged the clay pot tightly with both hands and said, "I fished this from the bottom of the sea. You can't snatch it from me. In order to fish it out, I almost suffocated in the water. This is not your food." A man with a fierce expression immediately said loudly, "Our local people all use cloth bags to carry food. Only merchant ships use clay pots to prevent food from absorbing water and getting damp. Since this is the ownerless food you fished from the bottom of the sea, you should give us some." After saying that, he immediately started grabbing the clay pot in order to share the food. Everyone else joined in. Even the woman holding the baby held the baby with her right hand and reached out to touch the clay pot with her left hand. In the struggle of a group of people, the clay pot finally fell to the ground with a bang, and the wheat in the pot was scattered in the soil. A group of people were stunned for a moment, and then they knelt on the ground and put wheat and sand into their cloth bags. Looking at this scene from a distance, Roy couldn't help but shook his head. There is a saying that people who have enough food and clothing can know the etiquette. People who have enough food and clothing can know the honor and disgrace. Ordinary people only care about moral etiquette, honor and shame when they have enough food and clothing. When they can no longer survive, the selfishness of human nature will be fully demonstrated. Roy led 12 soldiers from the port to the city, and came to the ruins of the north gate of Knossos. Roy saw a group of Knossos soldiers cleaning up the ruins of houses and dragging the bodies in the ruins to a burnt in a huge bonfire. Seeing that the people cleaning up the ruins of the house were not only soldiers, but also an aristocratic old man with grey hair wearing cotton clothes, Roy walked behind the aristocratic old man, who had his back turned to him and said, "Old man. Can I interrupt you for a moment?" Hearing Roy's words, the noble old man froze first. And then he slowly turned around to face Roy. Seeing the face of this noble old man, Roy's eyes immediately widened in disbelief. Because this noble old man turned out to be the king of Knossos. King Minas. Now my son Deucalion is Minas. And my real name is Talos. The old man, who called himself Talos, glanced at the soldiers behind Roy and said, "Loe, King of Athens. Do you want to conquer the city of Knossos? If you can guarantee to feed everyone in the city of Knossos, I can directly dedicate the city of Knossos to you." Roy immediately shook his head and said, "Now I have no interest in conquering the city of Knossos. Talos, I remember that you should only be in your 40s. Why do you look like such an old man? You just said that you would dedicate the city of Knossos to I. Did Minas also die? If Minas is still alive, how can you make the decision for him? Are you surprised at how I look now?" Talos said calmly, "When you are under the same pressure as me, maybe you will grow old overnight like me. In the era of my grandfather and father, our city of Knossos has always been rich and powerful. And we are the absolute overlord of the Aegean Sea region. But in the era of Deucalion and I, the city of Knossos first lost the war with the city of Athens, and its hegemony was shaken. And then encountered an unprecedented disaster. Now the city of Knossos has changed from the overlord of the Aegean Sea region to a city-state that could collapse and perish at any time. You can't even imagine the pressure and pain I endure." Having said this, Talos sighed deeply. And then continued. "In order to solve the food problem, my son Deucalion Minas has taken 3,000 soldiers to Egypt to become mercenaries. But I can guarantee that as long as you are willing to feed all the people of Knossos, Minas, nor will I object to dedicating the city of Knossos to you." Roy said with a wry smile, "If I have the ability to feed the 50,000 people in Knossos, I will definitely accept the city of Knossos and the people of Knossos. Unfortunately, this pressure is too great. So I will let you and Minas continue to bear it. Let's go. When the city of Knossos gets through this crisis, I will definitely come to conquer the city of Knossos. Can the city of Knossos really survive this crisis?" Seeing Talos's desperate forced smile, Roy said seriously, "The city of Knossos will definitely survive this crisis." After finishing the conversation with Talos, Roy was about to return to the port with his soldiers when his eyes suddenly saw the huge 10-meter-tall figure of the goddess Europa standing next to the temple of Europa outside the city of Knossos. After a moment's hesitation, Roy led his soldiers towards the temple of Europa outside the city. Temple of Europa. This building, far away from the port, was apparently not damaged by the tsunami. At this time, the goddess Europa was standing next to a small hill like a beautiful doll, looking at the sea in the distance with dull eyes. Roy walked to the top of the hill alone and looked at Europa's beautiful porcelain face and said, "Europa, you look sad." Hearing Roy's words, Europa turned her head and looked at Roy with numb eyes. Although the kingdom of Athens is the enemy of the city of Knossos, and Roy, as the king of Athens, is the biggest enemy of the city of Knossos, there is no hostility towards Roy in Europa's eyes. Europa looked at Roy with unfocused eyes and said as if his heart was filled with despair, "What did I do wrong? Why did the mother of the world treat me like this? My city of Knossos was destroyed by the mother of the world. And I will also have a tragic end." Seeing that Europa didn't see him at all, Roy knew that Europa only regarded him as the object of confiding. In her eyes, he was no different from stone or wood. European goddess. Roy couldn't help but say that the once proud and beautiful goddess, who was the strongest in the Aegean Sea region, became like this. The city of Knossos will not be destroyed. And you will not face the end. You? Europa said with a shaken expression on her face, her beautiful eyes flashing with tears. "Don't lie to me. The city of Knossos is hopeless." Roy took a deep breath, and then said in a decisive tone, "I assure you as the king of Athens that the city of Knossos will continue to exist. And you will still be the patron saint of the city of Knossos." Chapter 242 Ancestors of Ramses II. Europa's tragic experience really made Roy unable to help but sympathize. Originally developing normally, even if the city of Knossos was deprived of its status as a trade hub by the city of Athens, it could still retain the strength of a large city-state. However, the tsunami caused by the volcanic eruption of Thera brought merciless disaster to the city of Knossos. It would take at least several years or even decades for the city of Knossos to recover. In the myth of another world, King Idomeneus of Knossos 400 years later was able to participate in the Trojan War with 40 large warships and 2,000 soldiers. This shows that Knossos 400 years later the city is a large city-state. It is a pity that the trade hub status robbed by the city of Athens will not return to the city of Knossos. Without the infinite wealth brought by its status as a trade hub, the city of Knossos can only become an ordinary large city-state and cannot become an Aegean city again. Regional overlord. Of course, Loe can only feel sympathy for Europa, the beautiful heifer. After all, Roy will conquer the city of Knossos in the future. And Europa, the heifer, will become the target that Roy wants to tame. Roy had no sympathy for Talos and Minas, the rulers of Knossos. After leaving the port of Knossos, Loe took his fleet through the Strait of Kassos in the east of Crete, entered the vast eastern Mediterranean, and then sailed in a straight line to the Nile Delta in the southeast. The distance between Crete and the Nile Delta was more than 1,000 miles. Roy's fleet sailed for 4 days before the shadow of land finally appeared on the distant southern sea. Just as Roy's fleet accelerated towards land, a large warship came from the southeast. Seeing that the strange warship was obviously approaching his own fleet, Roy also moved his flagship to face the strange warship. After the two warships met on the sea, an Egyptian young man standing on the bow of the strange warship asked loudly to Roy's flagship, "Where are you from?" "We come from the city of Athens. And I am King Loy of Athens." Roy answered the other person's question and then asked in return, "Who are you? And what is your purpose in approaching our fleet?" After learning Roy's identity, the Egyptian young man immediately showed a respectful expression and said, "Your Majesty the King of Athens. My name is Ramses II. And I am a vassal of King Cephas of Egypt. I am being ordered to guide the allies who have come to assist us." Ramses II. Hearing the name of this Egyptian young man, Roy's eyes immediately widened in surprise. Because this is the name of the Egyptian pharaoh 300 years later. Although Pharaoh Ramses II did not rule the most powerful Egyptian dynasty in history, Pharaoh Ramses II was touted as the greatest pharaoh in history. Looking at Ramses II with thick eyebrows and big eyes, Roy couldn't help but ask, "Does your family live in Avaris city? Do you know the Ramses family in our city of Avaris?" Ramesses II looked at Roy in surprise and said, "The city of Avaris is the capital of Egypt under the rule of King Cephus. Of course our Ramesses family lives in the city of Avaris. It is indeed the Ramses family of Avaris city." Roy already understood at this time that although the Ramses II in front of him was not the Pharaoh Ramses II 300 years later, he was probably the ancestor of the Pharaoh Ramses II. Ramses II. Can you tell me how far we are from the Nile Delta? Upon hearing Roy's inquiry, Ramses II said with a smile, "His Majesty the King of Athens has an army that is good at fighting and often defeats more with less. Even we Egyptians have heard of it. Now that you are bringing powerful Athenian soldiers to help us, let me take you to the city of Avaris." Va? If Roy's fleet was to serve as mercenaries to aid King Cephas of Egypt, Roy would certainly not refuse Ramses II's proposal. It's a pity that Roy is not here to be a mercenary, but to grab food. Roy frankly told his purpose of coming to Egypt. Ramses II not only refused to answer Roy's questions, but also treated Roy as an enemy invading Egypt. So Roy could only say coldly with an expressionless face, "I don't need you to lead the way. You just need to tell me how far my fleet is from the Nile Delta." After all, Ramses II was just an officer. Faced with Roy's tough attitude, he could only point to the southeast with his left hand and said, "Your fleet only needs to sail 100 miles eastward along the coast to see the western branch of the Nile. If you want to go to the city of Avaris, you must sail to the mouth of the eastern branch of the Nile and enter the Nile." After listening to Ramses II's answer, Roy said with satisfaction, "Your answer is very good. My fleet will continue on its way. You can continue your work." After Roy's fleet separated from Ramses II's warships, Ramses II looked at Roy's fleet and couldn't help frowning. The reaction of this king of Athens is too suspicious. He actually refused me to lead him. After hesitating for a moment, Ramses II lowered the sails of his warship, and then followed Roy's fleet from a distance. Roy's fleet has been sailing east along the coast. When the western branch of the Nile appeared in Roy's sight, Roy's eyes were quickly attracted to a long and narrow island close to the land in the south. That's Pharos Island. Seeing the natural east and west ports formed between the long and narrow island and the land, Roy immediately ordered the fleet to sail to the port. Because Roy knew that in the history of another world, Alexander used Pharos Island as the basis to build the largest and most important port in Egypt. Alexandria. The pharaoh of the Ptolemaic dynasty also built the Pharos lighthouse, one of the 7 wonders of the world. On the island of Pharos, Roy's fleet sailed into the port of Pharos from the west, and the local fishing boats in the port immediately fled and moved to the eastern port of the port of Pharos. After the fleet landed on Pharos Island, the soldiers began to busily lift the warship to the shore to prevent the bottom of the ship from being soaked in water for a long time and rotting. Roy took Ares to observe Pharos Island, and saw that there was no one living on Pharos Island, and there was only a small fishing village on the land south of Pharos Island. Roy said with a smile, "Ares, this Pharos Island is far away from the 13 cities in the Nile Delta, so no force pays attention to it. But I know it has great potential. Maybe we can turn Pharos Island into a stronghold of the Kingdom of Athens, directly connected with Egypt people by the food and other things we need." Ares said with a troubled expression, "Your Majesty, we only have more than 1,000 soldiers. How can we establish effective rule here? You say this because you really don't understand Egyptians." Roy said confidently, "Tens of thousands of nomads who migrated from the Phoenician region can rule more than 2 million Egyptians for more than 100 years. Of course we can also rule the Egyptians. And the Egyptian civilians have no reason to resist our rule. After all, we will not surrender to taxing ordinary civilians, will not force hundreds of thousands of people to build pyramids for free. Nor will they trample civilians like ants. As long as Egyptian civilians with a right mind will support our rule." Chapter 243 The village guarded by Wadjet. Seeing the city of Knossos turning into AHL on Earth due to food problems, Roy's biggest feeling was that this kind of thing must not happen in the Kingdom of Athens. But to truly solve the food problem, and to make the Kingdom of Athens food rich enough to support Roy's expansion of the Kingdom of Athens territory, the Kingdom of Athens must have a grain-producing area. Egypt, which was regarded as a grain-producing area by the Roman Empire, was obviously the most suitable target, if it weren't for the fact that the number of soldiers in the Kingdom of Athens was too small. Roy would even want to get involved in the war between King Cephas of Egypt and Pharaoh Kamos of southern Egypt, and directly seize the rule of the entire Egypt. Although Roy does not have the strength to conquer Egypt now, Roy feels that turning the western part of the Nile Delta into part of the Kingdom of Athens is not completely hopeless. The day after Loe's fleet landed on Pharos, Roy took Ares and 50 Athenian soldiers to the land south of Pharos Island and walked towards the local village. The Nile Delta is formed when the main stream of the Nile River enters northern Egypt and then spreads out into the Mediterranean Sea. This area has low terrain, fertile soil, crisscrossing river networks, and dense canals, and it contains 2/3 of Egypt's arable land. Because of the hot and dry climate, strong sunlight, abundant water resources, developed irrigated agriculture, and the highest population density in the world, the Egyptian fishing village across the water from Pharos Island is not very large, but it still has a population of about 1,000 people. Roy and others entered the fishing village composed of earthen houses and wooden houses, and saw many children running around with only a piece of linen wrapped around their waists. When the Egyptians in the village saw Roy and others, they would return home in panic with their children, and then hide behind the door to secretly observe the heavily armed foreigners. Because Roy has a huge fleet, the locals do not regard Roy as a pirate, but they are still wary of seeing foreigners. After walking for a while in the village, he saw a skinny old man sitting outside his house. Instead of hiding out of fear of outsiders, Roy came to the old man, took out a bag of salt and said to the old man, "Old man, I have some questions to ask you. As long as you answer my questions, I will give you these salts as a reward." "What did you say?" Not knowing whether he couldn't hear Roy's voice or didn't understand Roy's words, the old man said with confusion, "What did you just say?" "I just said that as long as you are willing to answer my questions, I will give you these salts." After Roy said loudly, the old man immediately looked at the salt in Roy's hand with bright eyes and said, "Are you really going to give me this salt?" Roy didn't say anything, but handed a bag of salt weighing about a pound to the old man. After the old man took the salt, he deliberately put his dusty and dirty hands into the white salt, as if he was afraid that Roy would regret it. After smearing the beautiful white salt like snow, the old man showed a sly smile and said to Roy, "Dear stranger, you can ask me any questions now, and I promise I won't hide anything. Then tell me now, which city-state your village is ruled by, and who is the chief of this village?" "Dear foreigners, our village is nominally ruled by the city of Sais, but in fact it is ruled by the city of Buto. Our village chief is a priestess who serves the goddess Wadjet. The patron saint of Buto City. Then do you know the number of people ruled by Sayers City and Buto City? After Roy finished speaking, the old man immediately looked at Roy in confusion. How can you ask me to answer this kind of question? I can only tell you my guess. The ruling population of Buto City is more than 50,000. And the ruling population of Sayers City is more than 100,000. But I cannot guarantee that the number I guessed is really. Maybe the error is 10,000 to 20,000. It doesn't matter if there is an error of 10,000 or 20,000. Roy turned his head and looked at the stone house made of stone and wood in the center of the village. Now I want to know. Is that stone house the house of your village chief? How many soldiers does your village chief have? How many men are willing to fight for her with weapons? The old man looked at the stone house and said, that is the temple of the goddess Wadjet. And it is also the place where the village chief and his family live. Our village chief has 5 sons and 20 grandsons. Plus the male servants. There are 62 men willing to bear weapons for her. And fight. Distinguished foreigner. Although you have 50 soldiers. Don't provoke the village chief easily. Because the village chief's descendants and male servants are very strong. And they will not lose to the soldiers who have been on the battlefield. Roy nodded with a smile. Then took out a cloth bag containing salt and said, Old man. I want to trade salt with people in your village for grain. You can trade with me at the price of 50 pounds of grain for 1 pound of salt. Is there anyone in your village willing to trade with me? After hearing what Roy said, the old man suppressed a smile and said, Young foreigner. It looks like we have extra grain in exchange for your salt. After paying taxes to the village chief, the remaining grain is not enough to feed ourselves. So we must often fish to fill our stomachs. If you want to exchange salt for grain, you can only go to the village chief to trade. Old man. Thank you for answering my question. This bag of salt is given to you. After handing the second cloth bag containing salt to the old man, Roy led Aries and others towards the Wadjet temple. Aries couldn't help, but said as he followed Roy. Your Majesty. You are so amazing that you can actually speak the Egyptian language. What do you mean? Is the language of the Egyptians different from the language of the Greeks? How come our language is the same as the Egyptian language? We don't understand or speak the Egyptian language. And the Egyptians don't understand our language. So when you said the first sentence to the Egyptian old man, his response is that he doesn't understand what you are saying. Only if you use the Egyptian language later can he communicate with you. I have been communicating with that old man in Egyptian language. Roy's eyes widened in surprise. He didn't expect that he could not only understand other languages, but also speak other languages naturally. Seeing that the Wadjet temple was already in front of him, Roy did not dwell on such a trivial issue and began to seriously look at the Wadjet temple as a place where dozens of members of the village chief's family live. The temple is very large. After all, he is a village chief who rules over 1,000 people. This temple is no better than the palaces of some small tribal leaders. At this moment, 60 heavily armed men rushed out of the Wadjet temple and stood in front of Roy and others. Half of the 60 men wore rattan armor and held bronze weapons, while the other half wore thick linen clothes and held wooden weapons. After Roy's 50 Athenian soldiers confronted the 60 men, an old female voice immediately said, Foreigners. This is the divine domain of the goddess Wadjet. You are not allowed to approach this temple at will. Then, an old priestess with white hair and a wooden staff walked out of the temple accompanied by 2 middle-aged men. Chapter 244 Goddess Wadjet. The Snake of the Sun. In Egypt, priests who served the gods had great power. Priests not only served as pharaohs or governors of various city-states, but were also hereditary nobles who owned territories. The old priestess who came to Roy at this time was only the village chief in name, but her actual power was equivalent to the ruler of the village. So Roy did not look down upon her at all. As a priest of the goddess Wadjet, the old priestess wears Egyptian priestly clothing. The most eye-catching thing is that she wears a crown on her head. The crown of the old priestess was a snake made of gold. The snake's body was coiled into a ring and fixed on the head of the old priestess. It looked like a golden sun on the head of the old priestess. Ari said excitedly when he saw the old priestess's crown. Your Majesty, the Egyptians here, like us, also worship the snake goddess. Although the goddess Wadjet they worship is also the goddess of snakes. She is completely different from the snake goddess of our kingdom of Athens. Roy explained to Ares. The 3 snake goddesses of our kingdom of Athens. The goddess Metis and the goddess Amphitrite are the sea snakes with ocean attributes. And the goddess Mnemosyne is the earth snake with the earth attributes. The goddess who protects the city of Butuo, the goddess Git, is a sun snake with sky attributes, and was worshipped as the sun goddess by the Egyptians in Buto city. Snake of the sun. Ares raised his head and looked at the sun in the sky in disbelief. How can a snake fly into the sky and become the sun goddess? Of course ordinary snakes cannot fly into the sky. So goddess Wadjet is a winged snake with long wings. Can a snake with wings still be called a snake? Then you think of goddess Wadjet as a winged dragon. Seeing Roy and Ares whispering in words she couldn't understand, the old priestess suddenly looked at Roy angrily and said, "You, a foreigner, can understand what I say. Why don't you respond to me?" Roy said to the old priestess with a faint smile. "Old lady, you said that the temple behind you is the divine domain of Wadjet. But I only see that this temple is the home where you and your family live. You just want to use the authority of the gods to protect your family. I am a priest who serves the goddess Wadjet. It is right for me and my family to enjoy the protection of the goddess Wadjet." The old priestess said with a serious face. "Outlander, if you don't want to offend the goddess Wadjet unintentionally, please leave my village as soon as possible. This is not okay." Roy immediately shook his head and said, "Not only will I not leave here, I will also become the ruler of this village and build a great port city here, the city of Pharos. In order to achieve my goal, I must eliminate you and level this city. The temple of Wadjet that gives you the authority to rule." Hearing Roy's arrogance, the old priestess trembled angrily and said, "You are indeed an evil robber. Not only do you want to enslave us, but you also want to blaspheme the great goddess Wadjet. If you don't give up your crazy idea, goddess Wadjet will definitely punish you." Roy ignored the old priestess' threat and spoke directly to Ares. "Ares, you lead the soldiers to occupy the Wadjet temple. Anyone who dares to stop us will be killed. As you command." Ares accepted the order and immediately rushed to the temple of Wadjet with 50 Athenian soldiers. The two middle-aged men beside the old priestess led 60 men to stop them, and a fierce fight broke out with Roy's soldiers. The 62 men who protect the Wadjet temple are composed of 25 descendants of the old priestess and 37 temple servants. Their combat power may be stronger than ordinary people, or even better than the peasant soldiers who work as soldiers in wartime and as farmers in their spare time. But they are certainly not as good as the professional soldiers that Roy has trained for a long time. After seeing the fighting between the two sides begin, and her descendants being killed one by one, the old priestess looked at Roy with hatred and prayed loudly. "Great goddess Wadjet, now there are strangers who hurt the priests who have been serving you and trample on your authority. Please punish the strangers who blasphemed the gods." After the old priestess finished speaking, a burst of divine power immediately fell from the sky and turned into a huge cobra with a body of 10 meters long and golden phoenix armor in front of the old priestess. Except for Roy, no one else seems to be able to see the golden cobra. So the appearance of the golden cobra has no impact on others. Feeling that the golden cobra's divine power fluctuated very weakly, Roy said with confusion, "This cobra doesn't seem to have as much power as me. Is it just a clone of the goddess Wadjet? There are also levels of priests who serve the gods. The only person who can summon a god to come in person is usually the highest priest of the god or the high priest of a city. The old priestess is just an ordinary priest who manages a village of thousands of people. It would be abnormal if she could summon Wadjet's true form." Hiss hiss. Wadjet's cobra clone was like a hunter eyeing its prey. It first observed Roy, and then with lightning speed, it bared its fangs and bit Roy's neck. Seeing this scene, Roy immediately ducked sideways, not daring to let the cobra's fangs touch his body. Although the goddess Wadjet is now only the patron saint of Butuo city, her status is not only inferior to the storm god Seth, Zeus, and the sun god Amon, who are competing for the throne of the god king in Egypt, but also inferior to the city of Sais, Night, the patron saint of Egypt. But in the ancient times more than 1,000 years ago, Wadjet, the sun snake, was also the queen of the gods who towered over the Egyptian gods. Before the emergence of the first dynasty of Egypt, Buto city had always been an important city in northern Egypt. As the patron saint of Buto city, Wadjet became the highest god in northern Egypt. The sun serpent, the image of Wadjet coiled around the sun, is called the sacred serpent, and is also the emblem of the crown of northern Egypt. After the first dynasty of Egypt nominally unified northern and southern Egypt, Wadjet became the patron saint of Egypt together with Nekbet, the vulture goddess of southern Egypt. The two queens above. Now, more than 1,000 years later, the glory of the goddess Wadjet has become history. And Roy still dare not look down on the former queen of the gods even if the person in front of Roy is just Wadjet's cobra clone. After all, even ordinary cobras have venom that is fatal to humans. Goddess Wadjet is the cobra goddess. And her poison makes Roy avoid her. After dodging the cobra's first attack, Roy immediately counterattacked, wielding a bronze war spear with his right hand and stabbing the cobra in the head. Poof! Roy's spear blade penetrated the cobra's head, and then pinned Wadjet's cobra clone to the ground. You? As a surprised female voice sounded, the cobra Roy nailed to the ground turned into a ball of golden divine power. And then this ball of divine power turned into a goddess, with the head of a human and the body of a snake, with dazzling eyes blooming all over her body. The goddess looked at Roy with her golden snake eyes and said, "You are not an ordinary human. I tell the gods you serve. If you want to become my enemy, you must be prepared to be bitten by my fangs." After saying that, the goddess disappeared. Chapter 245 Rule of Egypt starts from here. Roy didn't take the warning from the sun serpent goddess Wadjet to heart. Because the Nile Delta has 8 city-states and an area of 24,000 square kilometers. Each city-state controls an average of 3,000 square kilometers. The area of the Kingdom of Athens is about 20,000 square kilometers. On average, the territory of each of the 4 patron goddesses is 5,000 square kilometers. In other words, even if the patron saint of the city-state in Egypt has the bonus of ruling a larger population, he can only have the same strength as the patron saint of the Kingdom of Athens. There are only the patron saints of the 4 major political powers whose divine power level is higher than that of the patron saint of the Kingdom of Athens. Since the first dynasty of Egypt nominally unified northern and southern Egypt, the Egyptian region is still only nominally unified. And in fact each city-state operates independently. There are 30 city-states in Egypt today. And among these 30 city-states there are 4 relatively powerful regimes, known as the 14th dynasty, the 15th dynasty, the 16th dynasty and the 17th dynasty of Egypt. The city of Sais, Buto, Atrebus, and Merimna in the west of the Nile Delta formed the 14th dynasty. And the city of Avaris in the east of the Nile Delta ruled 5 city-states to form the 15th dynasty. The city of Tanis in the northeast became the 16th dynasty alone. And the city of Thebes in southern Egypt ruled 20 city-states to form the 17th dynasty. The 14th dynasty and the 17th dynasty belonged to the native Egyptian regime, while the 15th dynasty and the 16th dynasty were foreign regimes established by the nomads in the Phoenician region. Roy's goal is to conquer the city of Sais and help Metis annex the city's patron saint Nit, the queen of the gods of the 14th dynasty of Egypt. How can the patron saint of Butuo city, Wadjet, be truly regarded as a threat? After destroying the cobra clone of goddess Wadjet, Roy immediately threw his bronze war spear at the old priestess. The old priestess, who was already walking slowly, had no time to dodge, and was directly pierced through the heart by Roy's spear blade, ending her life. As soon as the old priestess died, her descendants and temple servants lost their belief in fighting to the end and began to shout loudly for mercy. Some people even threw away their weapons and knelt on the ground, seeing that the Athenian soldiers did not attack the surrendered people. Loewy immediately ordered, "Kill them all." Under Roy's order, the descendants of the old priestess and the temple servants were all turned into corpses on the ground. Roy looked at the 63 corpses on the ground with satisfaction and said, "Ares, next you kill everyone in the temple. No matter men, women, old or young. As long as they are human. Kill them all. There is a saying that cuts the grass without eradicating the roots, but it will grow again when the spring breeze blows." Roy does not have the idea of benevolence as a woman, sowing hidden dangers for his rule. After Ares led the Athenian soldiers into the temple for a killing spree, he soon returned to Roy with an excited look and said, "Your Majesty, we found tens of thousands of kilograms of food in the temple's warehouse. This should be the food for hundreds of people in the temple for a year. If the temples in other villages are so rich, we only need to rob 30 villages to solve the food problem. Don't use the word robbery to make us look like robbers," Roy said with a faint smile. "Now that we are here, we can't just see the immediate benefits. In order to turn the fertile land of the Nile Delta into a grain-producing area for the Kingdom of Athens, I plan to establish rule here. To do this, I will first buy it with Egyptian food." "Egyptian? Ares. Now you and the soldiers go and call the villagers from house to house so that they can listen to my speech." After Ares took the Athenian soldiers to knock on doors door to door, Roy entered the temple alone and moved the statue of Wadjet out of the temple. After all the men in the village, who were over 16 years old, were gathered outside the temple, Roy stood next to the statue of Wadjet and said, "Fellow villagers, I would like to solemnly announce to you that from now on this village will no longer be Wadjet's territory, and will no longer be ruled by the city of Bhutto guarded by Wadjet." After saying that, Roy pushed down the statue of Wadjet with force, causing the statue of Wadjet to fall into two halves on the ground. Seeing Roy blaspheming the gods, not only the Egyptians, but also the Athenians reacted with horror. "You don't have to worry about me." After knocking down the statue of Wadjet, Roy showed off his strong body and smiled. "Our kingdom of Athens is protected by the powerful goddesses Metis, Mnemosyne, Amphitrite, and Pandora. There are 4 goddesses who protect my safety. Wadjet cannot cause any harm to me." After the Athenians no longer worried about Roy, the Egyptians also showed relief. If this blasphemous foreigner is really protected by 4 gods, then he does not need to worry about the revenge of the goddess Wadjet. Looking at everyone's reactions, Roy continued, "Dear villagers, your village will be ruled by me from now on, and I will enforce the laws of the kingdom of Athens here." Seeing the numb expressions on the villagers' faces, showing no reaction to him becoming their ruler, Roy spoke out specific policies. Under the rule of the kingdom of Athens, your family's annual income is less than 10,000 kilograms of grain, and you do not need to pay any taxes. And I will not force you to build pyramids, nor will I force you to become soldiers. Everyone in the kingdom of Athens is under me equality. Anyone who does something that harms others will be severely punished by the law. So you don't have to worry about being oppressed in any way. After Roy finished speaking, the villagers immediately became commotion. The old man who got 2 kilograms of salt from Roy said directly to Roy, "Dear foreigners, are you lying to us? Foreign rulers are indeed better than our own rulers. After the Phoenicians ruled northern Egypt, they no longer forced us to build pyramids. But we have not collected less taxes. You said you would not collect our taxes. But you are so good that we cannot believe it. Old man, time will tell whether I am lying to you or not." After responding to the old man, Roy continued, "Dear villagers, I plan to build your village into a port city, Pharaoh's city. I will recruit workers from you at the price of 100 caddies of grain per month. I will also use the price of 100 caddies of grain per month to recruit workers. Recruit soldiers from among you. Now you are all free citizens of the city of Pharos. And each family will be allocated 20 acres of land. Only soldiers who fight for the kingdom of Athens can become citizens. And the families of soldiers will become citizen families. Citizens' families will be allocated 50 acres of land and enjoy various other benefits. 50 acres of land." Upon hearing this number, the villagers showed excited expressions. If they weren't worried that Roy's words wouldn't be fulfilled, they would have signed up to be soldiers by now. The old man who traded with Roy said again, "Great king of Athens, if I let one of my sons become your soldiers, will you really give me 50 acres of land?" Roy shook his head and said, "Old man, I have strict standards for soldiers. Your son must meet the standards to become my soldier. As long as your son becomes my soldier, your family will be a citizen family. After I liquidate the fields in the village, I will give priority to them. Allocate fields to citizen families." Chapter 246. The treatment I gave is really good. In a modern civilized society facing the problem of declining birth rate, every child is a treasure that should be cherished. But in an era when the average family has 5 children, children are actually no different from livestock in the eyes of their parents. If a child could be exchanged for a farm cow, most parents would choose to accept it. At this time, in order to become a citizen family and be eligible to be allocated 50 acres of land, the old man who traded with Roy directly brought all his sons to Roy and asked Roy to choose. After Roy looked at the old man's sons, he looked at the old man's 5th son and said, "Old man, this son of yours can be my soldier. Your son will serve as a soldier for 5 years. And your family will enjoy the treatment of a citizen family for the next 20 years. If he becomes a deserter on the battlefield, you will not only be revoked as a citizen, they will be treated differently from their families, and will be subject to various punishments. 20 years. As long as one son becomes a soldier, he can enjoy the treatment of a civil family for 20 years. The middle-aged and elderly people with more sons said to Roy one after another, "See if my son can become a soldier. My son can move 200 kilograms of rocks. I have 7 sons. I am sure one of them will satisfy you. Please accept my son." Roy personally selected 50 soldiers who were no more than 20 years old. and then said to the villagers, "Dear villagers, the only soldiers who meet the criteria now are the 50 people I just selected. Families without children who have been selected should not be discouraged. Because the Kingdom of Athens recruits soldiers every year. Now I want to send 100 kilograms of food to the recruits in advance. Please all recruits. Please line up to receive food." 50 recruits lined up. And Roy immediately asked the Athenian soldiers to move 5,000 kilograms of grain from the temple warehouse and distribute it to the recruits. The new soldiers were given food. And the villagers' trust in Roy increased a bit. After nightfall, Roy took Ares to the courtyard of the temple and told Ares his plan. "Ares, I plan to continue to conquer other villages in this area according to today's pattern. But I hope you can stay here and be responsible for the training of new recruits while commanding the workers to build the walls of Pharaoh's city. As a reward for you, when the city of Pharos is built, I will appoint you as the governor of Pharos." Ares immediately said, flattered, "Your Majesty, you can rest assured that I will not let you down. I trust you." Roy patted Ares' shoulder with his right hand and said, "The matter of allocating fields to the villagers will also be left to you." The next day, Roy left all the affairs of the city of Pharos to Ares. And Roy himself took 100 Athenian soldiers and a guide to the second village in the Pharos area. When Roy came to the second village, he saw that the priest and village chief of this village had received the news in advance and organized all the men in the village. It's a pity that ordinary villagers don't want to fight to the death for the priests who rule them. After all, when ordinary villagers were living a miserable life of hunger every day, the priests who ruled them would not give them food. Only fools with abnormal brains would risk their lives to defend the people who rule and exploit them. After Loe led the Athenian soldiers to attack. Before the two sides fought, the villagers armed with wooden and stone weapons dispersed, leaving only more than 20 temple servants holding bronze weapons and Loe. Ye soldiers fought. After killing all the temple servants, Roy led the soldiers to the Wadjet temple in the second village, only to find that the priest here had fled in a carriage with his family and belongings. But they could only take away bronze, gold and other property. And what Roy really wanted was the food they couldn't take away. After completing the occupation of the second village, Roy immediately called together the men over the age of 16 in the village, told the villagers about the various policies of the Kingdom of Athens, and then recruited workers and soldiers among the villagers. In order to make the villagers believe what he said, Roy asked the Athenian soldiers to move the grain from the temple warehouse. As long as they became workers and soldiers, they could take the grain home immediately. Under the temptation of food, the villagers signed up one after another. And Roy successfully recruited 50 workers and 50 soldiers in the second village. After distributing 10,000 kilograms of grain to new workers and soldiers, Roy appointed a village chief in the village with a monthly salary of 200 kilograms of grain. Then he took the soldiers and workers to collect the remaining grain from the temple warehouse and the captured bronzes. All the war spears were transported back to Pharos city. The third day, Roy led his soldiers to capture the third village. The fourth day, Roy led his soldiers to capture the fourth village. As time went on, Loe met increasingly weaker resistance with each village he occupied. Because after the news spread, nearby villagers already knew that not only would Roy not harm ordinary villagers, he would also allocate more fields to ordinary villagers, exempt them from all taxes, and even provide jobs for ordinary villagers. Since Roy has no conflict of interest with ordinary villagers, and will bring more benefits to ordinary villagers, there is no reason for ordinary villagers to sacrifice themselves for the priests. The priests knew that they could not defeat Roy, and that Roy would brutally kill all their families. So they began to escape before Roy attacked their village. The 12th day, Roy led his soldiers to occupy the 12th village without encountering any obstacles. Arriving at the temple in this village, Roy was surprised to find that there was no property in the temple and not even a grain of food in the warehouse. The villagers were called together for questioning. The villagers' answers made Roy dumbfounded. The priest of this village distributed all the food to the villagers before fleeing. I don't know if he did this intentionally to disgust Roy, or if he wanted Roy to ask for food from the villagers. Of course, Roy would not break his image of having no conflict of interest with ordinary villagers for tens of thousands of kilograms of grain. So Roy directly announced to the villagers that the grain distributed to them by the escaped priest belonged to them. Even if the escaped priest came back, we can no longer ask for these grains from them. Roy then recruited workers and soldiers in the village. Although Roy could not bring out food for distribution today, the villagers already had trust in Roy. So Roy successfully recruited 50 workers and 50 soldiers. 13th day. Roy did not occupy other villages. Because the practice of the priests in the 12th village distributing grains to the villagers has spread. The priests in other villages may also distribute their grains to the villagers before Roy arrives, leaving Roy with a trip in vain. Moreover, before the 600 new soldiers recruited by Roy could form a fighting force, and the villages farther away were included in the territory of the Kingdom of Athens, Roy's soldiers could not effectively rule. So Roy has to wait patiently for a while. When the new recruits become fighting force, the territory of the Kingdom of Athens can continue to expand. The 15th day after landing in Egypt, while Roy was training new recruits, an Egyptian warship sailed into the port of Pharos. Then, Roy received news that Ramesses II, the envoy of King Sephus of Egypt, visited him. Chapter 247 Going to see Sephus, King of Egypt. After landing in the port of Pharos for half a month, they did not expect the army to come to Buto city. Instead, they waited for the envoy of King Sephus of Egypt. Roy returned to the governor's palace in Pharos city, the former Wadjet temple, full of doubts, and saw Ramses II standing outside the gate of the governor's palace waiting for him. Your Majesty the King of Athens. Seeing Roy's figure, Ramses II immediately came to Roy and asked, since you have landed in Egypt, why haven't you gone to the city of Avaris to meet King Sephus? Ramses II. Before I answer your question, tell me, why do you know I am here? Your Majesty really didn't notice it. When your fleet entered the port of Pharos, my ship followed your fleet. Ramesses II said helplessly. I have told His Majesty Cepheus that you came to Egypt with the Athenian soldiers. As a result, His Majesty Cepheus waited for 10 days and did not see you. So I can only come and invite you in person to follow me to the city of Avaris. Facing the invitation of Ramses II, Roy said frankly, Ramesses II, haven't you seen it yet? I came to Egypt not to become a mercenary of Sephus, but to seize a piece of land. Now I have occupied 12 villages in the Pharos area. For defense I can't go with you to Avaris city due to the attack on Buto city. But I have promised His Majesty Cepheus that I will definitely bring you to His Majesty Cepheus. Ramesses II said with a troubled expression. And you don't need to worry. Buto city will definitely not attack the area you occupy. Ramses II dared to say this. Of course there was a certain reason. The land in Egypt is fertile and rich in products. Not only is there enough food to be exported, but there are also copper mines that can be used to cast weapons. Therefore, the Egyptians have no active demand for foreign trade. And the coastal areas used to build ports have not attracted the attention of the Egyptians. In another world, even more than 1,000 years later, it was Alexander, the foreign ruler, who decided to build Alexandria on the coast of Egypt. Even now, the city of Tanis in the northeastern corner of the Nile Delta can become the trade center of Egypt because the city of Tanis is not ruled by Egyptians, but by Phoenicians who worship Astarte, Aphrodite. Basic rule. The Pharos area now occupied by Roy is not only a coastal area that is completely ignored in the eyes of the Egyptians, but also the straight line distance from Buto city is about 200 miles, which is a border where Buto city cannot establish effective rule. If Loi was just a dozen coastal villages occupying the border, Buto city would indeed have good reason to turn a blind eye to Loi's actions. After all, Buto city spent manpower and material resources driving away foreign invaders, and it was difficult to establish real rule over this area. Perhaps Roy continued to expand the territory of the Kingdom of Athens and made Buto city intolerable. So they would take the initiative to attack Roy. Thinking of this, Roy said in a relaxed tone. After all, Cephas is nominally the king of the entire Egypt. In other words, the Pharos area I occupied also nominally belongs to Cephas. Since Cephas has always wanted to see me, then I will go and see Cephas. Sai, please go to Avaris city. Ramses II bewitched Roy. Now His Majesty Sephus is looking for an excellent husband for Princess Andromeda. If you can be favored by Princess Andromeda, you will not only be able to marry Princess Andromeda, who is as beautiful as the goddess, and he can become the heir to the throne of the king of Egypt. If it had been more than 100 years ago, when the nomads in the Phoenician region had just dominated northern Egypt and nominally ruled the entire territory of Egypt, the heir to the throne of the Egyptian king would have really made Roy's heart flutter. The Egyptian world is now divided into 4 parts under the rule of the Egyptian king Cephas. And the trend of the southern Egyptian pharaoh Kamose to conquer the entire Egypt has become very obvious. Roy does not want to become the enemy of Kamose, a powerful demigod hero. I have no interest in becoming Sephus's son-in-law, but I agree to go to Avaris with you. After hearing Roy's answer, Ramses II immediately said excitedly, as if he was afraid that Roy would regret it. Your Majesty the King of Athens. Let's take a boat to the port of Tanis city now. When we arrive at Tanis city, we can then ride on horseback to Avaris city. After entrusting the city of Pharos to the management of Ares, Roy followed Ramses II to the port and boarded his Egyptian warship. Seeing that Roy actually wanted to go to the city of Avaris alone, Ramses II couldn't help but say, Your Majesty, King of Athens, don't you even bring a single soldier with you? Roy said with a faint smile, I am now an intruder who has seized the land of Egypt. When Cephas knows that I am not willing to work as a mercenary for him and wants to seize his nominal land, he is likely to attack me. I can easily escape from Egypt alone. Wallace City. But if I have a group of Athenian soldiers with me, it will be like carrying a group of burdens. It seems that you are ready to become an enemy of His Majesty Cephas. After Ramses II said these sighs, he ordered the sailors to set sail. The hard-working Egyptian sailors shook the oars with all their strength, allowing the warship to sail out of the port of Pharos, and then sailed in the Mediterranean like an arrow from the bow. After a day and night of sailing, Ramesses II's warship entered the port of Tanis city on the afternoon of the next day. After Roy and Ramses II landed here, Ramses quickly asked his servants to find 2 horses. Although the nomads in the Phoenician region ruled Egypt and increased the number of horses in Egypt, horses were still a strategic material that only the nobles could afford. Seeing that Ramses II could easily obtain 2 horses, Roy understood that the Ramses family was indeed the priestly aristocracy of Egypt. Even under the rule of foreign nomads, the priestly nobles seemingly lost their status as nobility. But their power and wealth did not decrease. 300 years later, the descendants of the Ramses family were able to establish the 19th dynasty of Egypt because of the profound heritage of the Ramses family. If Ramesses I was just an ordinary civilian 300 years later, the priests and nobles of various Egyptian city-states would not allow a commoner to climb on top of their heads. The city of Tanis is one of the 4 political powers in Egypt and one of the cities guarded by the goddess Aphrodite. In order to reach the city of Avaris before dark, Roy did not enter the city of Tanis, but rode directly to the port with Ramesses II to the city of Avaris. While riding around Tanis city, looking at the prosperous trade of Tanis city, Roy decided that he must enter Tanis city on his return trip. If the city-state that Aphrodite protects is not very powerful, perhaps Roy can conquer Aphrodite and the city-state that she protects, and turn Aphrodite's blessing on him from a curse into a real blessing. Chapter 248 Zeus, God King of the Egyptian Pantheons. The oldest civilization is not the same as the most advanced civilization. Just like the ancient civilizations in the East invented gunpowder, but were later blown apart by foreign invaders with muskets and cannons. Although the Egyptian region had already entered the Bronze Civilization before 3000 BC. Ever since the pharaohs were obsessed with building pyramid tombs to deify themselves, and the priests and nobles were obsessed with pleasure, it was destined that the technological tree in the Egyptian region would only become more and more crooked. Relying on waves of foreign invaders, the oldest bronze civilization developed more advanced. The city of Avaris. This city founded by the nomads in the Phoenician region is now the capital of Egypt. The nomadic people who now rule northern Egypt are known to the Egyptians as the Hyksos, rulers of foreign lands. This is not an exclusive name given to the Phoenician nomads by the Egyptians, because as long as they are foreign rulers, whether they are nomads from Phoenicia in the east, Libyans from the west, or Nubians from the south, they can be called Hyksos. One version interprets the Hyksos as shepherds or nomads. But this still cannot turn the Hyksos into the exclusive domain of Phoenician nomads, because the Libyans and Nubians did not have a mother river like the Nile to turn them into agricultural people. They should have been nomadic people at that time. The nomadic people from the Phoenician region were not a single ethnic group. The main body of the 15th dynasty of Egypt that established its rule in the city of Avaris should be the nomadic people who worshipped the storm god Seth, Zeus. Perhaps now they can use the Hyksos as their exclusive name. The 16th dynasty of Egypt, which established its rule in the city of Tanis. The Phoenicians, the sea peoples who worshipped Aphrodite across the Mediterranean, and the light people, who worshipped the Almighty God, were all allies of the Hyksos. Starting from 2000 years ago, the Hyksos, Phoenicians, and Illuminati were all nomadic peoples living in the Phoenician region in the south and the Syrian region in the north on the east coast of the Mediterranean. The long-term nomadic life resulted in the food they obtained being unable to support the growing population. In order to survive, the coastal Phoenicians transformed into a sea people. They not only seized food and colonies from backward civilized areas in the Mediterranean, but also obtained various supplies through maritime trade. Aphrodite, the patron goddess of the Phoenicians, also had the divinity as a protector of navigation, as a sky god in order to meet the Phoenicians' needs for safety in maritime navigation. The Hyksos, who worshipped Zeus, still lived a nomadic life of constant migration, and eventually launched an invasion of Egypt, which had very backward military technology, and successfully conquered northern Egypt, making southern and western Egypt nominally surrender. The people of light who worship Almighty God also came to Egypt during this period. In the myth of the bright tribe of another world, their ancestors migrated to Egypt to escape local famine, because the light people were foreign conquerors who invaded Egypt together with the Hyksos. The 18th dynasty of Egypt conquered all of Egypt and the Phoenician region, and demoted the weaker light people as slaves. Later, in the myth of the bright tribe, there was the story of the ancestors parting the Red Sea and leading them to escape from Egypt. Loey and Ramesses II rode on 2 horses and arrived at Avaris before nightfall. Before entering Avaris city, Roy was shocked by the huge scale of Avaris city. As the capital of the Kingdom of Egypt, the combined population inside and outside the city of Avaris definitely exceeds 100,000. This is the first city that Roy has seen since he came to this era, with a population of more than 100,000. What shocked Roy even more was that there was a huge and magnificent temple floating above the city of Avaris. Roy looked up at the temple and could see a throne of a god king deep in the temple. The supreme god king sitting on the throne had exactly the same face and figure as the patron saint of the Mycenaeans, Zeus. Roy was not surprised at all by this, because no matter whether the Hyksos god, the god king who towered over the Egyptian gods, was now named Seth or Zeus, he was not the same as the Mycenaeans. The patron god Zeus is the same pillar god. Under the throne of Seth, Zeus, there are 2 rows of 30 divine thrones. Some of these divine thrones have majestic gods standing on them, while some of the divine thrones are empty. Obviously, the gods who appear in the pantheon are all subordinate gods who surrender to the god king Seth, Zeus. The owners of those empty thrones may have fallen or betrayed the god king Seth, Zeus. Roy did not see the figure of the goddess Aphrodite in the temple of god king Seth, Zeus. In another world, the myth of Zeus either makes Aphrodite the wife of Zeus, or makes Aphrodite the sister of Zeus, or makes Aphrodite the daughter of Zeus. But this is ultimately just a relationship fabricated in the myth of Zeus, tracing the origins of Zeus and Aphrodite back to 2000 BC. The Hyksos, who worshipped Zeus, were nomadic people, and the Phoenicians, who worshipped Aphrodite, were sea peoples. The groups that worship Zeus and Aphrodite are different. Aphrodite is not a subordinate god of Zeus, and certainly cannot be his wife, sister or daughter, because the Hyksos and Phoenicians lived in the same area, and the Phoenicians were allies in ruling northern Egypt with the Hyksos. Aphrodite can be regarded as Zeus in a broad sense. Sister gods. Of course, these are all realistic relationships. Myths are inherently stories about bragging. And of course the relationship between Zeus and Aphrodite can be arbitrarily fabricated in myths. Your Majesty the King of Athens. Seeing Roy looking up at the sky above the city of Avaris, Ramses II said to Roy, His Majesty Cepheus entertains guests at the palace every night. We are going to the palace now, just in time to catch up with the banquet. If we waste time slowly, we may only be able to eat the leftovers after the banquet. You cannot see it, Roy said in surprise when he saw that Ramses II's eyes were not attracted by the temples above the city of Avaris at all. Ramesses II. Can't you see the temple above the city of Avaris? Temple. Ramesses II looked up at the sky above the city of Avaris in confusion, and then said to Roy with a smile, Are you deliberately teasing me? I have never seen a temple that can fly in the sky. Maybe only temples where gods live can fly in the sky. You really can't see it. After speaking, Roy rode into the city of Avaris. Ramses II followed Roy into the city of Avaris. A sun god with dazzling light all over his body immediately descended behind Ramses II, acting as the patron saint of Ramses II. Ramses II. Do you, the Ramses family, also have a patron saint? Hearing Roy's question, Ramses II nodded and said, Our Ramesses family has always served the great sun god Ra. So sun god Ra is the patron saint of our family. I am the successor to the highest priest of sun god Ra. Chapter 249 Cepheus and Andromeda. Accompanied by Ramses II, Roy arrived at the center of Avaris smoothly and entered the brightly lit palace. When Roy and Ramses II passed through the palace gate, They saw hundreds of oil lamps burning olive oil lighting the road leading from the palace courtyard to the palace hall. And a dozen palace maids patrolling back and forth. Add olive oil to the oil lamp. The two walked into the palace hall through the luxurious road burning olive oil. Roy saw the splendid hall decorated with gold ornaments and golden carpetware like a palace of gods. Deep in the hall was an inscription of the Egyptian king sitting on a golden throne. Fusi. He wears a golden crown on his head and a golden mask on his face. Perhaps this golden mask is the golden mask of Agamemnon that became a famous cultural relic in another world. This golden mask has Agamemnon in its name. But it actually has nothing to do with Agamemnon. Because the time of Agamemnon is 1200 BC. The time of the golden mask is at least 1500 BC. Wearing a golden mask to hide his face and expression. Cepheus looks like a majestic god sitting on a throne. On the left and right sides of the hall were not only the noble men of Avaris, but also Perseus and Minos whom Roy knew. They were obviously mercenaries recruited by Cepheus for food. What made Roy couldn't help but frown was that there were many young and beautiful women in the hall. Some of these women are white beauties with fair skin. Some are yellow beauties with yellow skin. Some are brown beauties with brown skin. And some are black beauties with dark skin. The beauties all gathered in small groups around the guests of Cepheus. And played with them in an unsightly manner. Seeing Roy and Ramses II entering the hall, two beauties immediately pounced on Roy and Ramses II. With flattering smiles on their faces. Roy said expressionlessly, as he pushed away the woman who rushed towards him. "Don't come near me. Go serve other men." After saying that, Roy strode to the center of the hall, looked at the Egyptian king Cepheus on the throne and said, "Cepheus, king of Egypt. I am Loe, king of Athens. And I have come to see you." Seeing that Roy actually talked to Cepheus as an equal, the Hyksos nobles and Egyptian nobles in the hall criticized Roy one after another. "You are just the king of a small city-state. But you dare to speak like this to the ruler of all Egypt. His Majesty Cepheus is the son of Seth, Zeus, the great king of gods. And you are only a human being. Hurry up and bow down to your majesty." Even if the Egyptian kingdom ruled by Cepheus is now divided into 4 parts of the world, the territory controlled by the Hyksos can still be more than 4 times that of the kingdom of Athens. So compared with Cepheus, Roy can really only be regarded as the king of a small country. After the Hyksos nobles and Egyptian nobles accused Roy and showed their loyalty to Cepheus, Cepheus on the golden throne raised his right hand and spoke in a calm tone. "Greece is a backward civilization after all. Please forgive it. Young man. On behalf of the kingdom of Egypt, I welcome your arrival. Just sit with Perseus and Minos." Seeing Cepheus treating him like an elder towards a junior, Roy immediately frowned and said, "Your Majesty Cepheus, I have more important things to tell you than enjoying the banquet as a guest." Cepheus responded in a tone that left no room for doubt. "Night is the time to enjoy the banquet. No matter what you have to do. You should wait until tomorrow. The Hyksos are so greedy for enjoyment. No wonder. In just over 100 years, the Hyksos went from dominating all of Egypt to being conquered by the southern Egyptians." Just when Roy was about to speak, a girl wearing a white cotton dress and gold jewelry on her hands, feet and neck, who looked as dazzling as a goddess, entered the hall from the back door and walked towards Cepheus on the golden throne. Seeing this golden girl, who was as noble and beautiful as a goddess, Roy couldn't help but fell into a daze. This girl is about 17 years old. Although she is a black-haired West Asian, she has skin like snow. The girl's face is delicate, small, cute and beautiful, like a perfect doll. Her figure is slender and moving. Her waist tightly tied by a golden belt can be held in one hand. And her black eyes like the night sky have star-like light spots. Her beauty is enough to make people say that she is like a goddess, or even more beautiful than a goddess. Seeing the girl walking up to Cepheus and whispering, Roy immediately held his breath nervously to prevent his breathing from disturbing the girl and Cepheus. When the girl finished whispering to Cepheus and left the hall, Roy also guessed her identity. Andromeda, the only daughter of King Cepheus of Egypt. It is said that Andromeda is more beautiful than the goddess. So Perseus regards her as a marriage target. Roy originally did not believe it, because in Roy's view, Perseus wanted to marry Andromeda just to become the heir to the throne of Cepheus. Roy now finally believed that the legend of Andromeda was not exaggerated in any way. After watching Andromeda leave, Roy hesitated for a moment and then decided to accept Cepheus' arrangement for him. Although Roy originally wanted to use his identity as the king of Athens to talk to the Egyptian king Cepheus on an equal footing. According to his age, Cephus can indeed be regarded as Roy's elder. Your Majesty Cephus. From the first moment I saw your daughter, I recognized you as an elder. After saying this silently in his mind, Roy walked to Perseus and Minos. Loe. As soon as Roy sat down, Perseus said very dissatisfied. Were you staring at Andromeda just now? I must tell you. Andromeda will be my wife. So you can no longer stare at her rudely. Roy teased with a smile. Perseus. His Majesty Cephus has made a marriage contract between you and Princess Andromeda. No. Perseus said with a frown. But I am the most promising suitor to marry Andromeda. Except for you, the King of Athens. No other suitor is as good as me. You must remember that you are already the son-in-law of my stepfather Pandion. And I already have my stepsisters Procne and Philomela by my side. If you dare to have any inappropriate thoughts about Andromeda, I will immediately send an envoy to the city of Athens to let Procne and Philomela know. You betrayed them. In order to prevent himself from becoming his love rival, Perseus was willing to recognize Pandion as his stepfather and use Procne and Philomela to threaten him. Roy said expressionlessly. Don't worry. Women will only affect my speed of increasing the territory of the Kingdom of Athens. I have no interest in women now. After the conversation between Roy and Perseus ended, Roy looked around and saw a strangely dressed young man sitting next to Minos, who looked neither Hyksos nor Egyptian. Looking at the young man, who was different from others, Roy couldn't help but ask. Strange friend. May I ask who you are? I am John, the leader of the Light tribe. The young man said to Roy with a smile. We, the people of Light, serve the omnipotent Almighty God and only believe in Almighty God. We believe that other gods are false gods. Chapter 250 Myths don't need to consider reality. Almighty God, this is a God that Roy is no stranger to. Although Almighty God claims to be the God who created the world. Throughout history and gods, Almighty God has always been a very weak God. Because the Kingdom of Light, protected by the Almighty God, was a weak city-state established in history. It was not until 2,000 years later, when the age of mythology had long ended, that Almighty God had an opportunity to rise. The Illuminati religion, which worshipped Almighty God, was regarded as the state religion by the Emperor of the Holy Empire. Thinking of this, Roy couldn't help but tease John, the young leader of the Light tribe. Leader John, since Almighty God is the God who created the world, why didn't Almighty God make your race of light the strongest race to rule the world? You must know that King Cephus is the highest priest of the storm god Seth Zeus. You are the highest priest of the Almighty God. You, the people of Light, are in the territory of the Hyksos and bow your heads before King Cephus. This means that the Almighty God who created the world has been kneeling down to the storm god Seth Zeus and is willing to become Seth, a subordinate god of Zeus. After hearing Roy's words, John immediately said with a cold face, myths are made up by myself to lie to myself. What's the point of you being so serious? I don't want to talk to you now. And I don't want to talk to you in the future. After saying that, John turned his back to Roy. Obviously, Roy's face-writing output completely annoyed John. After all, John has to tell himself that Almighty God is the only God who created the world every day, while kneeling to Cephus, and at the same time asking Almighty God to kneel to Seth Zeus. Roy uncovered John's scars, causing unimaginable damage to his body and mind. Seeing John's reaction, Roy turned to Ramesses II and said, Leader John is really angry. Ramses II, the sun god, has always been the godhead that can only be possessed by the highest god in Egypt. Since your Ramses family worships Ra as the sun god, it means that you want Ra god has become the supreme god. Now that you, the Ramses family, have surrendered to King Cephus, it means that the god Ra is also kneeling down to worship Seth Zeus and has become the subordinate god of Seth Zeus. What do you feel in your heart? The reality is that the Hyksos are stronger than us northern Egyptians. And Seth Zeus is stronger than the god Ra. What else can I think of? Of course I have to face reality. Ramses II said with a faint smile. But hundreds of years later, when the god Ra gets the chance to rise, we will definitely tamper with the myth and let Seth Zeus become the descendant of the god Ra in Egyptian mythology. But your god Ra is a young god. Seth Zeus is older than the god Ra. Let the more ancient Seth Zeus become the descendant of the young god Ra. This is deceiving yourself as a fool. Or are you treating people who believe in false myths as fools? The name Seth Zeus actually represents two gods. the Egyptian storm god Seth, and the Hyksos storm god Zeus. But these two gods are both gods older than Ra. Before the emergence of the nominally unified First Dynasty in Egypt, the sky-attributed eagle god named Horus and the sky-attributed storm god named Set were two gods widely worshipped in northern Egypt. Later in the long history, both Horus and Seth once stood above the gods in northern Egypt and became the highest gods guarding the king's power. After the Hyksos brought the storm god Zeus to dominate Egypt, perhaps to allow the Egyptians to understand Zeus more easily, or perhaps to help Zeus seize the authority of Seth, the highest god in northern Egyptian history, the Hyksos let Zeus confused and annex Seth. So now, the patron god of the Hyksos, Zeus, is Set, the storm god of the Egyptian region. The Egyptians also gave Seth, Zeus, the name of a foreign god, indicating that Seth, Zeus, was not the local god of the Egyptians. Ra is the new god, who became the supreme god in the 19th dynasty of Egypt. His birth history is very short. In the history of another world, in order to let the god Ra have ancient history and authority, the god Ra annexed the ancient sun god Atum, the patron saint of the sun city in Egyptian mythology, and took away Atum's ancient history and authority, rewritten as the history and authority of Ra. Faced with Roy's question, Ramses II said very seriously, as long as Ra is allowed to take over Sun City and annex Atum, the patron saint of Sun City, Atum's ancient history and authority will belong to Ra. No one can deny that Ra is an ancient god. But Atum is not as old as Horus and Set. Roy said ruthlessly. Not only Horus and Set, but also gods such as the war goddess Net, the sun snake goddess Vajit, and the sun lion goddess Bastetto, are all older than Atum. Ramses II said while barely maintaining a smile. There is no need to consider reality and history when making up myths. So we can make up all the gods older than Ra into descendants of Ra in myths. Roy was not surprised when he heard Ramesses II's answer. Ramses II had the idea of fabricating myths regardless of reality and history because the priests of Atum, the patron saint of the Sun City, had long been pioneers in fabricating myths. Perhaps it was 600 years ago that history cannot explore. During the 5th dynasty of Egypt, Sun City became the capital of the Kingdom of Egypt. And Atum, the patron saint of Sun City, also became the king of the Egyptian gods. In order to improve the status of their own gods, the priests of Atum began to make up myths and made other gods into the myths as descendants of the sun god Atum. Hence the 9 pillars system of Sun City. In the 9-pillar system, Atum, the sun god, is the creator god. Shu, the wind and air god. Tefnut, the rain god. Jeb, the earth god. Nut, the sky god. And Horu, the kingly power god. Sai, the magic goddess Isis, the storm god Set, and the house goddess Nephthys became the 8 children of the sun god Atum. It is worth mentioning that the 8 pillar gods, who were demoted to the descendants of Atum, are all gods who have lost their authority. After all, to degrade the 8 most authoritative city-state patron saints to descendants of Atum would be tantamount to seeking death. If 8 city-states launched an attack together, even the pharaoh of Sun City would not be able to withstand the pressure. In the history of another world, the followers of the sun god Ra tampered with the myth, allowing Ra to replace Atum as the creation god in the 9-pillar system, and Osiris to replace Horus as one of the 9-pillar gods. Horus would be deprived of his Ennead status. Also because of the Hyksos. Because Zeus is a trinity of gods. After the Hyksos conquered Egypt, they not only replaced Seth with Zeus, but also replaced Horus with Hades and became Horus Harpocrates. Because the Egyptians there was no Poseidon worship, so no Poseidon was replaced by Poseidon in Egypt. In retaliation for the Hyksos, the Hyksos storm god Set, Zeus, was labeled a foreign god by the Egyptians. And Horus, the ancient supreme god of northern Egypt, became the son of Osiris. Osiris replaced the 9 pillars. Chapter 251 I really don't want to be a hot potato. After finishing the conversation with Ramses II, Roy looked at the taciturn Minas and said, Minas, I have already gone to see the situation in the city of Knossos. After I solve the food problem in the kingdom of Athens, if I still have surplus food, I will definitely help the city of Knossos solve the food problem. After hearing Roy's words, Minas looked at Roy with complicated eyes and said, If the city of Knossos had not suffered a tsunami, you must be the person I hate the most now. In other words, you don't hate me now. I will not hate a man who truly wants to save the city of Knossos. Minas said with a smile. Loey, I believe in your ability. As long as you can solve the food problem for the tens of thousands of people in Knossos City. Knossos City is willing to become a vassal of the Kingdom of Athens. If I unfortunately die in Egypt, Knossos City the city can be yours directly. Don't say such depressing words. The two kings of Crete, Rhadamandas, were sent to Seriphos by Loe to become tool men to protect the safety of the South Aegean Sea lanes. Of course Loe would not let Minos go. Roy had long decided that after conquering the city of Knossos in the future, Minos would become a tool man to protect the safety of the East Aegean Sea Channel. And he would become a close brother with Rhadamandas. The banquet of Cephus did not end until late at night, when a group of palace maids began to clean up the leftovers in the banquet hall. Ramses II came to Roy specifically and said, "Your Majesty the King of Athens. Now I want to return to the residence of our Ramses family. You can go with me to the residence of the Ramses family. Or you can rest in the guest room in the palace. As priests and aristocrats, the Ramses family's residence would certainly be more comfortable than the guest rooms in the palace, even if it was not as good as the palace of Cephus." But Roy did not want to accept the hospitality of the Ramses family, because when the city of Avaris enters the territory of the Kingdom of Athens in the future, the Ramses family will also be the priestly nobles that Roy must eradicate. If he accepts the hospitality of the Ramses family now, Roy will definitely find it difficult to eradicate the Ramses family in the future. Ramses II. Although I appreciate your kindness, I still want to rest in the palace guest room. After saying that, Roy followed Minos out of the banquet hall and walked towards the guest room of the palace. Looking at Roy's leaving figure, Ramses II showed a regretful expression on his face. Now that the Kingdom of Athens has replaced the city of Knossos as the overlord of the Aegean Sea, Ramses II really wants to have a good relationship with Roy, the King of Athens. In the future, when the southern Egyptians conquer northern Egypt, if the southern Egyptians do not recognize the priestly and noble status of the Ramses family, perhaps the Ramses family can defect to Loe. The next morning, Roy and Minos came to the banquet hall together and enjoyed a breakfast banquet with the nobles and mercenary leaders of Avaris city. Although Roy didn't want to become a mercenary of Cephus, Roy didn't want to sit with the nobles of Avaris. So Roy could only sit with mercenary leaders such as Minos and Perseus. Enjoy breakfast. After the breakfast banquet, Cephus, wearing a golden mask, came to the banquet hall with his beautiful daughter Andromeda. Seeing that the young nobles and mercenary leaders in Avaris city were all attracted to Andromeda, Cephus took Andromeda and sat on the throne together and said, "Nobles, dear guests, I believe you have all heard that whoever can defend the kingdom of Egypt from Pharaoh Chamos of the southern Egyptians can become the husband of my daughter Andromeda and the heir to my throne. Now I want to tell you that the rumors you heard are true. I now officially announce to you that any one of you can become a hero who defeats Chamos. I will marry Andromeda to him. Beautiful princess. The highest throne." Looking at Andromeda on the golden throne, all the young men in the hall showed greedy eyes, their desire for the throne and Andromeda written on their faces. "Your Majesty Cepus." Just when Andromeda became the center of attention, Minos suddenly said, "I have no interest in your throne or Princess Andromeda. I just want to get food to save the city of Knossos. I have brought 3,000 Knossos soldiers to the city of Avaris. Please arrange transportation as soon as possible. Grain ship bound for the city of Knossos." Cephus looked at Minos and said, "Minos, although the situation in Knossos is pity, I can't give you the food first. Only after you and your soldiers fight the southern Egyptians can I arrange for the food ships to go there based on your merits the city of Knossos. The more achievements you Nossians make on the battlefield, the more grain ships will come to the city of Knossos." After hearing what Cepus said, Minos could only sigh helplessly. Since Minos wanted something from someone, he had to accept the conditions proposed by Cepus even if he didn't want to accept them. After Minos fell silent, Roy immediately spoke. "Your Majesty Cepus, I wanted to tell you last night. In fact, I came to Egypt not to be your mercenary, but to occupy the land of Egypt. Now I have occupied the Pharaoh's area south of Pharaoh's Island. I will occupy more land when I come down. The western part of the Nile Delta was ruled by the city of Sais. Even if Roy occupied more land in the west, it would not harm the interests of Cephus. But Roy not being Cephus's mercenary would obviously harm Cephus's interests. So Cephus immediately said in a dissatisfied tone, "Loe, King of Athens, the whole of Egypt is the territory I rule. What you are doing now is to invade my territory. As long as you and the Athenian soldiers fight for me as mercenaries, I can give you the Pharos area, and let you become the legal ruler of the pharaoh's region. If your contribution is great enough, I can give you more land. Hearing Cephas' words, Roy immediately smiled. As the titular king of all Egypt, Cephus could indeed make himself the legitimate ruler of the Pharos region and legally rule more lands. But he could only give himself the name of legal rule. The western region of the Nile Delta was actually ruled by the 14th dynasty of Egypt, dominated by the city of Sais. The land that Roy wanted to get must be conquered by his own soldiers. In this case, does the name of legitimate rule matter? The answer is of course not important. Your Majesty Cephas, even if you marry Princess Andromeda to me now, or even make me your heir to the throne, I will not be your mercenary. To put it more exaggeratedly, even if you directly give up the throne to me, and I will not accept your throne. You? Cephas immediately stood up angrily and said, Arrogant young man, aren't you afraid that I will declare war on your kingdom of Athens? Before Roy could respond, a lazy voice came from outside the hall. Cephas, I have almost driven you Hyksos out of the Egyptian land. But you are so arrogant that you want to declare war on others. Chapter 252 The Five Gods Dynasty worships Zeus. Accompanied by a male voice full of contempt for the Egyptian king Cephus, a brown-skinned young man walked into the palace hall. This is an Egyptian man about 20 years old. His tall body is only wrapped in a short robe that hangs down to his knees. His two arms are wearing gold jewelry. He also has a gold belt around his waist and even more on his head. The white gold crown symbolizing the identity of the pharaoh of southern Egypt. Seeing this young man, everyone could guess that he was the pharaoh Kamose of southern Egypt. Because after Kamose conquered southern Egypt, there is now only one pharaoh in southern Egypt. Kamose did not have empty hands. In his right hand, he held a golden scepter. The top of the scepter was engraved with the sacred animal vulture of Nekhbet, the queen of the gods in the past of southern Egypt. Kamose. Cephas stared at Kamose, who walked into the hall with wide eyes, and said with a trembling tone of disbelief, Why did you appear in my palace? Silly question. Of course I walked in. Kamose stood at the door of the hall and teased Cephas deep in the hall. Do you think those ordinary soldiers can stop me from coming in? Kamose is the son of the southern Egyptian sun god Amun, and a true demigod hero. Even if there were 10,000 ordinary soldiers standing in front of Kamose, they would not be able to stop Kamose's progress. Kepha suppressed the anger and fear in his heart and asked Kamose, Why did you come to my palace? If you want to surrender, as long as you kneel down and surrender to me, I will let you retain your identity as the pharaoh of southern Egypt. Are you really unable to recognize reality? Or are you pretending to be stupid on purpose? Kamose sneered and mocked. Didn't your uncle Acrisios think that you Hyksos people would eventually be driven away by us southern Egyptians 10 years ago? So he took some of the people and moved to other places. Now I have an army of 100,000. We have already reached the city of Memphis. As long as we capture the city of Memphis, the city of the sun and the city of Bubastis, my army of 100,000 will come to your city of Avaris. The reason why I come to see you now is because I heard that you want to recruit mercenaries to deal with me. So let's see how the mercenaries you recruited are doing. After saying that, Kamose looked at everyone in the hall unscrupulously. After looking at all the people in the hall, Kamose shook his head in disappointment and said, Whether it's your subordinates or your mercenaries, no one can be my opponent. Originally, I just wanted to declare your defeat. But I am getting closer and closer to you. Now I have changed my mind. I want to snatch it away, your daughter, Princess Andromeda, as a humiliation to you. Kamose stared at Andromeda with the eyes of a beast staring at its prey. And Andromeda immediately hid beside Cephas in fear. Sensing Andromeda's fear, Cephus roared angrily. Kamose, you are now in the city that I rule. This is the territory of the great god king Seth, Zeus. In the territory of the god king Seth, Zeus, you can exert your power as a demigod hero. How much? Since you foolishly threw yourself into a trap, you don't have to go back. The city of Avaris is your burial place. Then, Cephas gave orders to the nobles and mercenary leaders of Avaris city. Everyone, I now order you to work together to kill Kamose. As long as Kamose dies, we will win this war. After everyone in the hall picked up their weapons and prepared to fight, Kamose walked into the hall without fear and said, Go ahead and attack me and see if anyone can hurt me physically. Whoosh! As soon as Kamose finished speaking, a Hyksos noble threw a bronze war spear at Kamose. Kamose stood there without dodging, letting the sharp spear blade hit his body. There was a crisp sound. Kamos's body was as if it were metal. Not only did it bounce off the bronze war spear, it also made a sound of metal collision. Copper skin and iron bones. Seeing that Kamos's body was invulnerable, those with weaker strength simply gave up attacking Kamos. Because their attacks are as harmless to Kamos as scratching an itch. Those with the strength of heroes, 100 enemies, who continued to attack Kamos. Clang! 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 Cheong! Along with the sound of metal collision. The bronze war spears thrown by several Hyksos heroes and Egyptian heroes also did not cause any damage to Kamos's body. The demigod hero Kamos is so powerful that he can ignore the attack of the hero, 100 enemies. Looking at Kamos's figure, Roy couldn't help but think of Memnon. In the myth of another world, the invulnerable demigod hero Achilles is invincible on the battlefield of Troy. But Achilles is not without equal opponents. Memnon, another demigod hero, is as invulnerable as Achilles, and also has divine power and martial arts that are not inferior to Achilles. In the battle between Achilles and Memnon could not tell the winner. In the end, it was fate that Achilles had to die at the hands of Apollo. So Memnon was killed by Achilles. Killed. It is said that Memnon's hometown was the city of Abydos in southern Egypt. In other words, Memnon was a pharaoh of southern Egypt. Roy looked at the figure of Kamos and felt that he was like the mythical Memnon. Seeing that the attack of the hero, an enemy of 100 men, could not damage Kamos's body. The faces of Minos, Perseus, and Ramesses II, who were the great heroes, an enemy of 1,000 men, all showed solemn expressions. Kamos didn't pay attention to these three great heroes, and looked at Roy, whose strength was equivalent to that of half a demigod hero, 5,000 enemies. Roy and Kamos looked at each other, and then explained helplessly. Pharaoh Kamos, I am not a mercenary of His Majesty Cepheus. So I will not interfere in the battle between you two. That's such a shame, Kamos said with disappointment. Although you are definitely no match for me, I still want to test your strength. Then, Kamos looked at Minos, Perseus, and Ramses II and challenged them. Which one of you three will make the first move? Minos, Perseus, and Ramesses II looked at each other. And none of them seemed to want to be the first to take action. Seeing their appearance, Cepheus said angrily, everyone in the entire hall is going to take action against Kamos. Accompanied by the majestic roar of Cepheus, Seth Zeus, the patron saint of Cepheus, descended behind Cepheus. After Seth Zeus came, the god Ra came behind Ramses II. The almighty god with a dazzling halo behind came behind John, the leader of the light tribe. And the cat goddess Bastetto with a cat head and body came to a man from Bu. Behind the Egyptian nobles from the city of Bastis. The sun god Atum came behind an Egyptian nobleman from the city of the sun. And Petar, the god of fire and craftsman, came behind an Egyptian nobleman from the city of Memphis. These supreme gods who had overridden the gods in past history. Just like the Egyptian nobles who surrendered to Cepheus. All bowed to worship Seth Zeus behind Cepheus, showing that they were all loyal to Seth, the subordinate god of Zeus. Chapter 253 God Amon suppresses the 6 god kings. Petar, the patron saint of the city of Memphis. Atum, the patron saint of the city of the sun. And Bastetto, the patron saint of the city of Bubastis, are all the kings of gods who once dominated northern Egypt in the past history. The sun god Ra and the almighty god were the kings of the gods who would dominate Egypt in the future history. Seeing the scene of the 5 great god kings worshipping Seth Zeus together, Roy couldn't help but sigh. This may be the last glory of Seth Zeus. In the history of another world, the sun god Amon of the Egyptian Empire and the sun queen of the Hittite Empire, these sun gods would cover up the divine light of Zeus with their 2 dazzling brilliance. In Egypt, the sun god Amon will crush Seth Zeus under his feet. The Hittite Empire will invade the Mesopotamia and conquer Marduk Zeus, the king of gods who was the same god as Zeus in the ancient Aryan era. In the Mitanni region, the Semites, one of the branches of the Aryans, had long been assimilated by the Hurrites from the north together with the Kumar Zeus they worshipped. In the future history, Zeus can only dominate the 30,000 square kilometers of the Peloponnese Peninsula, and then face the fate of being conquered by Hieron Prometheus, the patron saint of the Dorians. Even in India in the Far East, Indra Zeus was inevitably replaced by the 3-phase god as the supreme god. After Seth Zeus accepted the worship of the 5 god kings, he looked down at Kamos with disgust and said, the son of God favored by Amon. In my divine realm, Amon's blessing should be invalid. Buzz buzz. Seth Zeus, as the god king, always followed his words. As soon as he spoke, an invisible divine power hit Kamo's body, causing Kamo's face to change. At this moment, someone happened to throw a bronze war spear at Kamo's. Whoosh! The spear blade scraped Kamo's shoulder and hit the stone pillar, leaving a wound on Kamo's right shoulder. Seeing blood flowing out of his wound, Kamo said with a solemn expression, "The land where the Nile flows is under the light of the god Amun. As long as I stand on the land where the light of the god Amun shines, no one can defeat me." After saying that, he wiped away the blood from the wound on his right shoulder with his left hand. Just when new blood was about to flow out of the wound, a dazzling sunlight fell on Kamo's, and Kamo's wound regenerated and healed instantly. Immediately afterwards, a god with dazzling eyes descended behind Kamo's. The god behind Kamo's is a god in human form, and he is dressed like a southern Egyptian pharaoh. The biggest difference between him and Kamo's is that he has a long beard on his chin, which looks like a middle-aged man. Amon, seeing the gods behind Kamo's, Seth Zeus roared in anger like the Lion King when he saw a lion invading his territory. "How dare you break into my territory alone? Why don't you dare?" Just like Kamo's despised Zeus, Amon looked at Seth Zeus with contempt and ridiculed. "Are you still unwilling to admit the fact that I am more powerful than you now? Even if you want to deal with me with the subordinate gods, I will not put you in my eyes. What's more, these subordinate gods of yours may not be true. I am of the same mind as you." Amon looked at Atum, La, Pewter, and Bastetto and said, "As local gods, are you really willing to surrender to the feet of foreign gods? In the war between me and foreign gods, I do not ask you to support me. As long as you remain neutral, I can promise you that I will be the best at the end of the war. I will respect your interests in the end, because I know that you are all forced to submit to alien gods. Don't be provoked by Amon." Seth Zeus immediately retorted, "For you gods in northern Egypt, I am a foreign god, and Amon in southern Egypt is also a foreign god. If Amon is allowed to rule you, his rule may not be better than mine. For the gods of northern Egypt, of course what they wanted was to rule themselves. If they were asked to choose between Seth Zeus and Amon, it would actually be the same no matter who they choose, because Seth Zeus and Amon are both foreign gods in their eyes. So in the war between Seth Zeus and Amon, their best choice is to preserve their strength." Seth Zeus could also see the thoughts of the northern Egyptian gods, so he directly ordered the northern Egyptian gods and the Almighty God, "My subordinate gods, now I ask you to join me in attacking Amon." After saying that, he looked at the gods with supervisory eyes. Under the supervision of Seth Zeus, Atum, Ra, Bastetto, Pta, and Almighty God simultaneously mobilized their divine power to attack Amon. Seeing the actions of the gods, Seth Zeus showed a satisfied expression and stretched out his right hand to release divine power to attack Amon. The divine power of the 6 kings of gods attacked Amon together. Amon had a solemn expression on his face, stretched out his hands forward to release his divine power, and created a divine power barrier like a huge shield. Boom 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 boom. The divine power of the 6 divine kings hit Amon's divine power barrier at the same time. The next moment, Amon had a bright smile on his face. If the 6 god kings really used all their divine power to attack Amon, Amon would have been blasted out of the city of Avaris by the combined attack of the 6 god kings. What Amon did not expect was that not only Atum, Ra, Bastet, and Ptah, who were the local gods of Egypt, were unable to contribute, but also the foreign god Almighty God who came to Egypt with Seth Zeus. But it turned out that he was working hard but not making any effort. Said no. I should call you Zeus. Amon said to Seth Zeus with a joking smile. Don't say it's you alone. Even the 6 of you combined can't defeat me. After saying that, Amon's divine power barrier was divided into 6 parts. Flying towards Seth Zeus, Atum, Ra, Ptah, Bastetto, and Almighty God respectively. Even though Seth Zeus unleashed his divine power with all his strength, he still could not prevent Amon's divine power barrier from approaching him. When Amon's divine power barrier blocked Seth Zeus like a wall, Seth Zeus turned to look at his subordinate gods and saw that they were also blocked by Amon's divine power barrier. Seth Zeus, the expression on his face immediately became extremely ugly. After all, Seth Zeus was not a fool. He knew that Amon would never be able to suppress the 6 gods with his own power. The situation before them undoubtedly proved that the other 5 gods were not serious about fighting Amon. Stupid Almighty God. Looking at the Almighty God who looked like an outsider, Seth Zeus couldn't help but said in his heart, "Forget it if the local gods of Egypt don't help me. Do you think Amon will give you preferential treatment like me when he conquers northern Egypt? Do you think the southern Egyptians will give preferential treatment to your tribe of light when they rule northern Egypt? You betrayed the old master, you and the light tribe will definitely be treated as slaves by the southern Egyptians. You won't even have a chance to become farmers in Egypt. And you will have no choice but to flee Egypt." The Hyksos gave the people of light as much preferential treatment as Seth Zeus gave to the Almighty God. Such a traitor, who betrayed the old master, would certainly not be trusted by Amon and the southern Egyptians in the future. Chapter 254. You don't want your father to die in battle. Right? The battles between gods did not affect the battles between humans. Kamose, who was blessed by the power of the sun god Amun, approached Andromeda on the throne as if he were entering a no-man's land. In order to protect Andromeda, Perseus became the first great hero to jump out in front of Kamose and stabbed Kamose in the neck with his bronze spear. Although Kamose can ignore the attack of the hero, 100 enemies, he obviously cannot ignore the attack of the big hero, 1,000 enemies. Facing Perseus' attack, Kamose used the speed of a demigod hero to dodge the spear blade, while swinging the golden scepter to hit Perseus. Perseus hurriedly retreated to avoid the golden scepter. Just when Kamose wanted to pursue him, Minos attacked from behind Kamose and swung his spear to stab Kamose in the back. Kamose could only give up attacking Perseus and turn around to deal with Minos' attack. After Kamose turned his back to Perseus, Perseus immediately followed Minos and besieged Kamose. Seeing Kamose retreating step by step under the siege of Minos and Perseus, Ramses II also began to attack. Only John, the leader of the Light tribe, remained an indifferent spectator. Under the siege of the 3 great heroes Minos, Perseus, and Ramesses II, thousands of enemies, Kamose looked like it would be defeated at any time. But Roy could see that Kamose did not use the true power and speed of the demigod hero. While Kamose was fighting Minos, Perseus, and Ramesses II with ease, he looked at Cephas and Roy with cautious eyes, obviously guarding against Roy, who was equivalent to half a man. The great hero, who is a divine hero, 5,000 enemies. And Cephas, who is most likely a demigod hero. After a while, seeing that Roy and Cephas never joined the battle, Kamose suddenly burst out with the power and speed of a demigod hero and attacked Minos, Perseus, and Ramesses as if he had ended the game of cat and mouse. Sai too fought back, as the golden scepter of Kamose hit Minos, Perseus, and Ramses II with sweeping power. Minos, Perseus, and Ramses II all used their weapons in unison. The spear blocks the attack. Click, click, click. With 3 crisp sounds, the bronze war spears of Minos, Perseus, and Ramses II were all smashed into 2 pieces by Kamose. The 3 people, who lost their weapons, immediately retreated away from Kamose like frightened birds. Obviously, they didn't want to risk their lives fighting Kamose. Kamose did not continue to attack the 3 heroes and walked directly towards Cephus and Andromeda. Seeing that Minos, Perseus, and Ramses II did not dare to stop Kamose, Cephus could only raise his bronze war spear and said, "I'll hold Kamose down, and you guys will cooperate with me in attacking." After saying that, Cephus rushed to Kamose and attacked with his spear. Clang clang clang. Kamose joked while using the golden scepter to block Cephas's stormy attack. "Cephas, you are indeed a demigod hero. It's a pity that you are over 40 years old, and your body's functions can no longer match that of a young man like me." Cephas said coldly, "If I wasn't a demigod hero, how could I defeat your grandfather and father, the 2 sons of the sun god Amon, and let them die on the battlefield?" During the reign of Kamose's grandfather, the southern Egyptians had already begun waging war against the Hyksos. These powerful southern Egyptian pharaohs took the lead on the battlefield, and the southern Egyptian soldiers they led were also fearless of death. Unfortunately, the Hyksos had more advanced civilization and military technology. So Kamose's grandfather and father both died in battle and failed to defeat the Hyksos. It was not until Kamose became pharaoh of southern Egypt that the southern Egyptians gained an advantage on the battlefield. This change in situation does not mean that the southern Egyptians suddenly became stronger. Just because of the long years of war, more and more Hyksos people died in battle, whether in southern Egypt or northern Egypt. The Egyptians have a population of millions. There were only a few 100,000 Hyksos who ruled northern Egypt. Even if the Hyksos have been defeating the southern Egyptians on the battlefield, both sides have been depleting their population on the battlefield for a long time. In the end, it will be the Hyksos who lose the war when their population is exhausted. Therefore, the southern Egyptians defeated the Hyksos by relying on their population. Cephus also knew that he could not defeat the young Kamose. So after the first round of fierce attacks, Cephus shouted to Minos, Perseus, and Ramses II, "What are you waiting for?" Hearing Cephus's urging, Minos, Perseus, and Ramesses II each took a new bronze war spear and joined the battle. Under the siege of Cepheus, the old and frail demigod hero, and the three great heroes, Kamose was obviously at a disadvantage. Andromeda, who was sitting on the golden throne, breathed a sigh of relief looking at the battle situation. Even as a girl, she could see that it was impossible for Kamose to win. At this moment, Roy climbed up the steps where the throne was, walked up to Andromeda and said, "Princess Andromeda, let me take you out of here." After hearing Roy's words, Andromeda immediately looked at Roy with vigilant eyes and said, "Dear King Lowy of Athens, what you should do now is join the battle and help my father defeat Kamose." Roy shook his head and said, "If Kamose dies now, the development of the situation will not be in my interests. So in order to keep the southern Egyptians and Hyksos evenly matched, I will take you away so that they will have no reason to continue fighting. If the war between the Hyksos and the southern Egyptians is decided too early, whether the Hyksos rule northern Egypt or the southern Egyptians unify the whole of Egypt, they can drive Lowy from the land of Egypt. Walk." The Hyksos and the southern Egyptians remained evenly matched and continued to fight. And Roy could confidently and boldly expand the territory of the Kingdom of Athens in the western part of the Nile Delta. After Roy finished speaking, he stretched out his hands and forced Andromeda into his arms. Andromeda struggled in Roy's arms, and Roy could only say to her, "Princess Andromeda, you don't want your father to die in battle. If the battle between Kamose and your father continues, Kamose will definitely let your father be buried with him before he dies. I don't want you to if my father dies in battle. Just leave me." After hearing Roy's words, Andromeda immediately stopped struggling and looked at the fierce battle between Cephus and Kamose with worried eyes. "I can leave here with you, but you have to bring me back safely. Lowy certainly wouldn't commit at a time like this." Sky wings. As Roy recited silently in his heart, majestic divine power surged out from Roy's back and turned into black wings. Then Roy flapped his wings and flew out of the hall with Andromeda in his arms. Then flew towards the west at a faster speed. Seeing Andromeda being taken away by Roy, Kamose, Cephus, Minos, Perseus, and Ramses II stopped fighting in unison. Chapter 255, Hero Saving Beauties has always been the kingly way. Although Kamose is not afraid of death, he is not a fool's errand. When Roy used Kamose to threaten Andromeda, Kamose already had the idea of taking the initiative to end the battle. Although Kamose was at a disadvantage under the siege of Cephus, Minos, Perseus and Ramses II, Kamose wanted to escape and no one could stop him. At this time, Kamose said with a smile when he saw Roy taking Andromeda away, "Andromeda is my prey." After saying that, Kamose chased Roy out of the hall. Kamose left the hall, followed by Amon, who was guarding Kamose, and the battle between the gods came to an end. Cephus, Minos, Perseus and Ramses II remained in the hall. Because Cephus, as the king of Egypt, could not leave the palace and the city of Avaris easily, without the help of the demigod hero Cephus, Minos, Perseus, and Ramses II could not defeat Kamose even if they caught up with him. Outside Avaris, Roy carried Andromeda and flew outside the city. And Andromeda said immediately, "We have arrived outside the city. Where are you going to take me?" Roy was about to explain when Kamose's voice suddenly came from the ground. "Whoever stole Andromeda, please return my prey to me." Roy looked down and saw Kamose chasing him at great speed on the ground. Seeing Kamose chasing after him persistently, Roy said to Andromeda with a smile, "Princess Andromeda, you can see now that Kamose has not given up the idea of turning you into a trophy." Of course Andromeda didn't want to become Kamose's trophy. So she not only fell silent, but also hugged Roy's waist with both hands to prevent herself from falling from the height. Roy held Andromeda and flew west. When he saw the Nile River hundreds of meters wide appearing in front of him, Roy lowered his head and said to Camos. Camos. When are you going to chase me? You can't fly forever. Camos smiled confidently. As long as I catch you and Andromeda landing on the ground. You and Andromeda will become my trophies. It's a pity that you never had the chance to catch up with me. After saying this, Roy began to fly across the Nile River with Andromeda in his arms. Camos stopped on the east bank of the Nile, with a look of annoyance on his face. Although the demigod heroes are humans second only to the gods, they cannot jump across the hundreds of meters wide Nile River in one leap. Although Camos can swim, there are various dangerous creatures in the Nile, including crocodiles. As the pharaoh of southern Egypt, Camos will not risk his precious life. No wonder that foreigner said that I could never catch up with him. I actually forgot that there is the Nile River, a natural chasm that I can't cross. As a southern Egyptian, Camos was very unfamiliar with the geography of northern Egypt. So he never thought that the distance between the Nile River and the city of Avaris would be so short. West bank of the Nile. Roy carried Andromeda and flew across the Nile River, and soon landed on the road between two wheat fields. As soon as Roy's feet landed, Andromeda couldn't wait to leave Roy's arms, looking at the east bank of the Nile and said, Camos seems to have given up chasing us. King Roy of Athens. Now I ask you to send me back, and I will definitely let my father give you a generous reward. Roy shook his head and said, Princess Andromeda, I can't send you back yet. I brought my soldiers to Egypt, only to find that my soldiers couldn't understand the Egyptian language. You are an Egyptian princess, so you must speak Mediterranean lingua franca, and Egyptian. I hope you can follow me to the Pharaoh's region and teach my soldiers how to speak Egyptian. I reject, Andromeda said without hesitation. As long as you send me back, I can ask others to go back with you and teach your soldiers to speak Egyptian. If you don't agree to my request, then let's separate here. After Roy finished speaking, he immediately flapped his wings and flew towards the northwest at a speed as fast as the wind. In the blink of an eye, Roy's figure disappeared from Andromeda's sight. After confirming that Roy had really left, Andromeda first breathed a sigh of relief, and then walked towards the bank of the Nile, preparing to find a way to cross the Nile and return to the city of Avaris. Andromeda walked on the road covered with weeds for a while, and then she met three farmers who were sallow, thin and malnourished. When the three farmers saw Andromeda, who was as beautiful and noble as a goddess, walking alone, they first looked around. After confirming that there were no servants of Andromeda around, the three farmers made eye contact, and then surrounded them from three directions in a tacit understanding. When Andromeda saw the three farmers approaching her deliberately, she immediately yelled loudly and alertly, Stand back. You commoners are not allowed to approach me. I am Andromeda, the daughter of King Sephus of Egypt, and I am your princess. Hearing Andromeda's words, the three farmers laughed as if they were seeing fools. Does this Hyksos princess think it's 100 years ago? 100 years ago, you Hyksos dominated the entire Egypt. Now you Hyksos have lost city-states to the southern Egyptians. The west bank of the Nile is no longer ruled by you Hyksos. This princess has a lot of gold on her. Even the shoes she wears are gold. We can live a good life. Seeing the three farmers staring at the gold ornaments on her body with greedy eyes, Andromeda stepped back and said, Don't come here. I can give you all the gold I have. As expected of a princess raised in a palace. She is really stupid. We robbed her of her gold. How could we let her go? In order to prevent her from having a chance to retaliate against us, I will take her home and let her be my wife and give birth to my children. None of you two can try to monopolize her. I have never seen such a beautiful and noble woman. Even if I have to fight you all, I still want to get her body. It must be difficult for us to hide her. Maybe 3 of us can be her husbands, so that we can have at least one person imprisoning her every day so that she has no chance to escape. After hearing the words of the 3 farmers, Andromeda was filled with despair. Thinking of the dark future life in H.L. and her pride as a princess, Andromeda looked at a stone not far away and said, Even if I die, I can't be ruined by people like you. After saying that, Andromeda ran with all her strength and hit the stone. There was a muffled bang. Just when Andromeda was wondering why the stone was not hard at all, Roy's voice sounded in her ears. Are you trying to hit me to death? Your strength is too small. You can only tickle me. Andromeda raised her head in surprise and saw the evil smile on Roy's face, as if the conspiracy was succeeding, and tears of grievance immediately burst out of the corners of her eyes. You knew I would be in danger. Why did you leave me alone? Chapter 256 Andromeda's Misunderstanding. In order to make Andromeda surrender voluntarily, Roy did deliberately separate from her and let her feel the dangers of the world. Without the protection of Cephus, let alone the Egyptians who escaped from the rule of the Hyksos. Even the Egyptians who were still ruled by the Hyksos might still hurt Anhue with the hatred of being enslaved by the Hyksos. Dromeda. Looking at Andromeda's crying face, Roy stretched out his hands to wipe the tears from her eyes and said, "Don't cry. I have been following you just now. So you are always safe." Then, Roy looked at the three farmers and said coldly, "You guys. Why don't you go away? Do you want to turn into corpses?" Now Loe has the power of the king of Athens. Under the pressure of Roy's power, the three farmers immediately turned around and fled in a hurry. Seeing that Roy didn't kill the three farmers, Andromeda said dissatisfied, "How dare these Egyptians offend me? Why don't you kill them? I don't want their blood to stain your eyes. And I don't want you to have nightmares about their deaths." Roy said with a smile. "And I don't plan to let them go." After saying that, Roy covered Andromeda's eyes with his right hand, and then looked at the three fleeing farmers. Salination. As Roy activated the saltification power, the majestic divine power turned into azure divine light and bloomed from Roy's eyes. Under the azure divine light, the bodies of the three farmers instantly turned into human-shaped salt statues. After Roy put down his right hand that covered Andromeda's eyes, Andromeda said with her eyes widened in shock when she saw the three farmers turned into salt statues, "Did you do this? Not only can you fly me into the sky, but you can also turn them into salt statues. Do you have other abilities? This is my secret. I don't need to tell you. Princess Andromeda. I ask you again now. Are you willing to follow me to the Pharos area and teach my soldiers to learn Egyptian? If you continue to reject me once, and this time I will really leave you." Andromeda said with a frown. "I am an unmarried princess. Don't you consider my reputation? I only consider the benefits you can bring to me. Then answer me a question. Are you married?" "No." Roy shook his head without hesitation and said, "I have always been unmarried." After hearing Roy's answer, Andromeda breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Since you are not married yet, why don't you propose to my father? With your ability and my father's ability, you will definitely be able to defeat Kamos and the southern Egyptians. Why should I help you defeat the southern Egyptians?" Roy couldn't help but joked. "Andromeda. Do you really think that as long as I help you defeat the southern Egyptians, I can marry you and become your father's heir to the throne?" Andromeda fell silent upon hearing Roy's question. As a princess of the Hyksos, Andromeda certainly knew that their tribe had no tradition of letting women inherit the throne since the Aryan era. It is precisely because men have higher inheritance rights than women. So Perseus is obviously the most outstanding descendant of King Acrisios of Mycenae. As a grandson, Perseus cannot become the king of Mycenae, heir to the throne. If Perseus wanted to become king of Mycenae, his only option was to seize power by force. Looking at Andromeda's reaction, Roy continued, "I have my interests. And my interests are different from those of the Hyksos. And you don't have to worry. You Hyksos can still hold on for at least 8 years under the attack of the southern Egyptians." After listening to Roy's words, Andromeda finally raised her head and said, "I can go to the Pharaoh's area with you. But you can't do anything rude to me. After all, I am not the daughter of a commoner family. Only the person who holds a wedding ceremony with me can become my husband. I never meant to be rude to you. I also know that you are a noble princess. And I must hold a wedding for you in order to become a satisfactory husband to you." After saying that, Roy stretched out his hands and picked up Andromeda in a princess hug. "Ah?" Andromeda exclaimed shyly. "What are you going to do?" "I'm going to take you on my way." Roy joked immediately. "If you're not afraid of walking until you get blisters on the soles of your feet, I can let you walk on your own." "Well then why don't you hold me and fly? My princess. Do you think I am a god or a human being? Flying is my last resort to save my life. Every second of flying consumes a lot of divine power. Without a horse to travel, of course I can walk as long as I can." After saying that, Roy held Andromeda in his arms and walked forward, walking south along the bank of the Nile. Lying in Roy's arms and looking at Roy's cheeks, under the influence of Aphrodite's blessing, Andromeda felt more and more charming about Roy. Thinking of Roy suddenly appearing to save her, Andromeda's heart beat like a drum. Then she remembered that her father had said that the kingdom of Athens had become the overlord of the Aegean Sea and was already a force that should not be underestimated. Although Roy is not a demigod hero yet, Roy not only has a record of defeating great heroes such as Minos and Perseus, thousands of enemies, but he can also do things that demigod heroes cannot. What Andromeda couldn't figure out was why Roy wasn't married yet. After all, normally speaking, with Roy's age and status, it wouldn't be surprising to have more than a dozen women. Looking at Roy's profile, Andromeda said in her heart, "Is it possible that although he is not married, he actually has many concubines and lovers?" Because she didn't know much about Roy, Andromeda didn't know that although Roy was not married yet, he had several fiancés. Now she just feels that even if Roy already has a concubine and a lover, it will not prevent her from becoming Roy's wife and queen. After all, in this era, it is very common for the king of a country to have many concubines or lovers. At this time, Roy didn't know that he had been regarded as Andromeda's suitor. It was precisely because she regarded Roy as her future husband that Andromeda no longer resisted physical contact with Roy. When King Cephus of Egypt recruited mercenaries from various city-states, he not only promised the mercenary leaders food as reward, but also promised that the mercenary leaders would have the opportunity to become Andromeda's husband. Today, Cephus personally confirmed his promise in front of everyone. Except for Minos. Almost every mercenary leader who came to Avaris in response to the recruitment had the idea of getting food and Andromeda at the same time. Andromeda also regarded all the mercenary leaders as own suitor. Because Roy has been with the mercenary leaders, Andromeda also accepted Roy as a suitor by default. Although Roy had said that he did not want to become a mercenary of Cephus, Andromeda did not think that Roy did not pursue her idea. After all, she is still very confident in her beauty and charm. Even if Roy doesn't want to become a mercenary, it doesn't affect Roy's desire to pursue her and marry her. Chapter 257 The Platinum King of Endless White Salt. The journey from Avaris City to Tanis City is not that far. But ordinary people may not be able to reach it in a day's walk. Because on the roads far away from the city, there may be wild beasts like hyenas, crocodiles, leopards, and even lions living there. A lone traveler who breaks into the territory of these ferocious beasts is likely to become the target of their attack. Therefore, in this era, even if people go to farm fields outside the village, they will go with at least 3 people. Roy carried Andromeda in a princess hug and headed in a straight line to Tanis City. Although he entered the territory of many beasts and even lions on the way, under Roy's protection, Andromeda was not harmed in any way. The natural scenery she saw along the way also opened the eyes of Andromeda, who lived most of her life in the palace. Along the way, Roy introduced Andromeda to the lives and habits of various animals, which made Andromeda admire Roy's profound knowledge. Tanis City. As the time approached evening, Roy finally carried Andromeda in his arms and arrived at the current trading center of Egypt, which is also the richest city in Egypt. Roy held Andromeda's slender waist, and the two walked into the streets of Tanis City together. Andromeda immediately attracted the attention of everyone on the street. Like Andromeda, who came to the world as a goddess wearing golden shoes. Whether it is her beauty or the gold ornaments on her body, it can make people greedy and ambitious. Andromeda felt the malicious eyes around her and hugged Roy's waist tightly with both hands, as if this could increase her sense of security. Roy lowered his head and comforted Andromeda in her ear. Andromeda, no one can harm you in my presence, Andromeda said with a sweet smile. I know you can protect me. The two walked across the street to the port area of Tanis City. And Andromeda asked curiously, why are we here? We want to get to the Pharaoh's area. And the fastest way is to take a boat here. But it's getting dark. Even if I've never been to sea, I know that ships usually don't leave at night. Andromeda, we just need to choose the ship we are going to take tomorrow so that we can set off early tomorrow morning. After we choose the ship, we will find a hotel-like place to stay in Tanis City for one night. After hearing Roy's words, Andromeda's cheeks immediately turned red with embarrassment. Because she had already thought that to ensure safety, maybe the two of them would spend the night in the same room tonight. After this night, even if nothing happened between the two, others would think that Andromeda was Roy's woman. Andromeda didn't have much resistance to the fact that her reputation would be destroyed by Roy, because she was already prepared to marry Roy. Just when Roy took a fancy to a large cargo ship and was about to ask the sailors on the ship, Roy suddenly heard someone calling his name. Loey, King of Athens. Roy turned his head in surprise and looked in the direction of the sound. and saw a Phoenician businessman about 40 years old walking towards him with a group of followers. The Phoenician businessman came to a stop in front of Roy. Roy looked at the familiar face of the Phoenician businessman and said, "You know me?" The Phoenician merchant first glanced at Andromeda with amazement, and then said with a smile, "There is such a beautiful princess beside me. You are indeed His Majesty the King of Athens." After hearing what the Phoenician merchant said, Roy complained with a dissatisfied expression. "What do you mean? Your criterion for judging whether I am King Loey of Athens is not based on my face, but whether there is a beautiful girl beside me. Ha ha ha, His Majesty the King of Athens. Don't be angry." The Phoenician merchant couldn't help laughing. "Although I have seen your face, it is inevitable that there will be people with similar, or even identical faces in the world. So I saw a beautiful and noble princess beside you to confirm that you are really the King of Athens himself." Then, the Phoenician merchant bowed respectfully to Roy. "Great King of Athens, I am honored to see you in the city of Tanis. Maybe you have no impression of me, but I saw you in the port of Athens." Roy took the initiative to reach out and help the Phoenician businessman up. "Mr. Merchant, I am just a foreigner who came to the city of Tanis. You don't need to treat me as the King of Athens. I assure you that you will treat me as an ordinary foreigner now and have no objection to your trading in the city of Athens. There will be no impact." The Phoenician businessman obviously did not take Roy's words seriously. He looked behind Roy in awe and said, "Your Majesty the King of Athens, I can't see any entourage around you. Are you and the princess the only two people here?" Roy nodded and said, "My men are all in the Pharaoh's area. Now we are looking for a ship to go to sea. We will set off on the ship early tomorrow morning." After listening to Roy's words, the Phoenician businessman said excitedly, "Your Majesty the King of Athens, I can arrange a ship to take you dash." Before he finished speaking, the Phoenician businessman changed his words. "I can give you a ship and all the slave sailors on board. But in return, I hope that you will become my guest and let me entertain you and the princess as my master." After hearing the words of the Phoenician merchant, Andromeda showed an expression full of surprise. Unexpectedly, the Phoenician merchant not only wanted to give Roy a ship and slave sailors on the ship, but all he asked in return was for Roy to become his guest. Even if Andromeda didn't know much about navigation, she still knew that a sturdy ship and a group of young slave sailors were worth at least 100,000 kilograms of grain. The Phoenician merchants took the initiative to use such huge wealth to please Roy. What is the charm of Roy? Seeing Andromeda's surprised and confused expression, the Phoenician merchant smiled and explained, "Beautiful princess, do you know that salt is as valuable as gold? The white salt produced by the kingdom of Athens ruled by your future husband is endless. We businessmen all call His Majesty the King of Athens the owner of endless white salt, the King of Platinum. Not only does your future husband have endless wealth, but he is also the most powerful king in the Aegean Sea. Maybe it won't be long before His Majesty the King of Athens becomes the most powerful king in the Mediterranean. The greatness of His Majesty the King of Athens will surpass all kings who have ever lived." After listening to what the Phoenician merchant said, Andromeda frowned and said, "Mr. Merchant, are you exaggerating? Isn't Kamose, the pharaoh of southern Egypt, a young ruler whose territory exceeds Roy's and whose personal strength exceeds Roy's? The pharaoh Kamose of southern Egypt is not worthy to be compared with His Majesty the King of Athens." The Phoenician merchant shook his head and said, "Everything owned by Pharaoh Kamose of southern Egypt was inherited from his ancestors. But His Majesty the King of Athens was the founder of a great kingdom. And His Majesty the King of Athens turned the Athenian tribe into what is now Athens. The kingdom took only 3 short months. As long as they knew the deeds of the King of Athens, no one doubted that the King of Athens would become a more powerful demigod hero than Kamose, and even become a god after his death, becoming an immortal pillar. The heroic god." Chapter 258 Phoenician King Arathia. After listening to the Phoenician businessman's praise of himself, Roy couldn't help but say, "Mr. Merchant, your words make me embarrassed. In order to thank you for your kindness, I am willing to accept your help and be your guest. But you must accept my reward." After speaking, Roy raised Andromeda's right hand, took off the gold bracelet from her wrist and handed it to the Phoenician merchant. The Phoenician merchant said with a troubled expression, "Gold ornaments are inherently valuable. And the gold ornaments worn by the princess are even more priceless. Can I really accept this? I can't accept your kindness if you don't accept the reward." The Phoenician merchant sighed and reluctantly took the gold bracelet from Roy's hand. As Roy and Andromeda followed the Phoenician merchant to his mansion, Andromeda leaned into Roy's ear and whispered, You use my property as yours. Are you treating me as your wife, or are you treating me as your slave? Smelling Andromeda's fragrant body fragrance up close, Roy said with a smile. I'm not willing to treat you as a slave. Between two unrelated men and women. If the man can control the woman's property, the woman must be his wife or slave. Hearing Roy deny treating her as a slave, Andromeda smiled sweetly and hugged Roy's right arm, resting her head on Roy's shoulder. Tanis city center. After following the Phoenician merchants to a street not far from the palace, Roy said in surprise when he saw noble residences on both sides of the street. Mr. Merchant, it seems that your status in Tanis City is not that of an ordinary civilian. How is it possible for ordinary civilians to acquire huge amounts of wealth and go overseas for trade? The Phoenician merchant said frankly. My status is considered to be a noble among the Phoenicians. And I can directly meet with our Phoenician king Arathia. Since His Majesty the King of Athens has come to the city of Tanis. Do you want to go to the palace to meet with us Phoenicians? Meet King Alashia. If King Alashia is willing to meet with me, I, as a guest, should certainly visit His Majesty the King. Then let's go directly to the palace. The Phoenician merchant said with a regretful expression. Your Majesty the King of Athens. Although I want to entertain you personally and gain your friendship. After all, I am a subject of the King of Phoenicia. So I cannot let the King of Phoenicia miss the opportunity to meet you. After arriving at the palace from Noble Street, the Phoenician businessman showed his identity to the soldiers guarding the palace gate. A soldier immediately ran as fast as possible to the palace where the Phoenician king was. After a while, a young king wearing a golden crown and white cotton robes embroidered with gold threads ran out of the palace barefoot and came to Roy and said, Are you King Roy of Athens? I have been admiring you for a long time. You are the Platinum King with endless white salt. Roy said, pretending to be dissatisfied. Are you the Phoenician King Arathia? If you go to the city of Athens in person, you will know that my city of Athens is not as wealthy as your city of Tanis. And my palace is not as luxurious as yours. There is a saying that wealth should not be revealed in vain. Although Roy can indeed obtain endless white salt by drying salt from sea water. If everyone thinks that Roy really has endless white salt, the forces that covet Roy's endless wealth are likely to unite and attack him. The kingdom of Athens launched a war to plunder wealth. Therefore, before the strength of the kingdom of Athens was enough to defeat all enemies, Roy felt the need to tell the fact that his wealth was not as exaggerated as the rumors. After listening to Roy's words, Alashia said with a smile, My wealth is the accumulation of hundreds of years of business by my ancestors. It is incomparable with the myth of your wealth creation. King Loey of Athens. Thank you for coming to my palace as a guest and letting me entertain you as the host. Now that night is falling, please allow me to host a dinner party for you. After saying that, he took Roy's hand and walked into the palace. Seeing that Alashia ignored Andromeda and didn't take a second look at the beautiful Andromeda, Roy was very satisfied with his performance. Roy and Andromeda followed Alashia through the palace courtyard and into the banquet hall. Alashia stood at the door of the hall and shouted, My servants, hurry up and light all the oil lamps in the hall. And then prepare a banquet of the highest standard for me to entertain the most noble guest. After all the maids in the hall became busy, Alashia asked Roy, King of Athens, I would like to summon all the nobles of Tanis City to attend your banquet. Are you willing to meet them? Roy shook his head and said, King of Phoenicia, please don't do this. I hope that the dinner party you hosted for me will only be attended by our family members. Alashia nodded immediately and said, Since you ask, let's just have our family at the dinner. After hearing what Roy and Alashia said, the Phoenician merchant came to Andromeda with a regretful expression, took out the gold bracelet and said, Your Highness Princess, since I have not entertained you, I cannot accept your bracelet. Now I will return it. Seeing Roy talking to Alashia, Andromeda said hesitantly, Although I don't want to lose my gold bracelet. After all, this is the reward Roy gave you. But you paid too much. The Phoenician merchant put the bracelet in Andromeda's hand and said, Whenever I encounter trouble in the future, it will be enough for His Majesty the King of Athens to provide me with some small help. After saying that, the Phoenician merchant left as if running away. Seeing that she could no longer return the bracelet to the Phoenician merchant, Andromeda put the bracelet back on her wrist. After the oil lamp burning olive oil illuminated the banquet hall like daylight, Roy and Alashia sat down around the banquet table. Next to Loey sat Andromeda. And next to Alashia sat his queen and a group of concubines. Alashia said to his queen and concubines, My beloved wives. Let me introduce to you our distinguished guests. His Majesty the King of Athens is not only the most powerful king in the Aegean Sea, but also possesses unimaginable wealth. If we are driven out of northern Egypt by the southern Egyptians in the future, we will definitely need the help of His Majesty the King of Athens. Knowing that Loe was a distinguished guest who would be able to provide assistance to the Phoenician kingdom in the future, the Queen of Arathia and her concubines all smiled warmly. The Queen took the initiative to speak to Andromeda. Dear sister, you are still dressed as an unmarried girl. When do you plan to marry His Majesty the King of Athens and become the Queen of the King of Athens? Andromeda said shyly. He hasn't proposed to my father yet. Then you have to hold on tight to him. You can't let your husband be snatched away by another woman, said the Queen, pretending to be proud. If I hadn't held on to Alasia at the beginning, another woman would have become his queen now, and I could only become his concubine. Then, the Queen turned to the side chambers and said, Sisters, you won't be angry at my words, will you? How can the concubines have the right to be angry with the Queen? Hearing the Queen's question, the side chambers all smiled and shook their heads. Chapter 259 Spices are also as expensive as gold. Of course Roy knew that Alasia treated him as a distinguished guest because he had the value he wanted to use. Roy is willing to be Alasia's guest because Alasia has the value that Roy wants to use. After the two drank a glass of wine, Roy took the initiative to speak to Alasia. King of Phoenicia, you are not only the king of the Phoenicians, but also the highest priest of the goddess Aphrodite. I have a curse from the goddess Aphrodite on my body. I hope you can follow Aphrodite's curse. Let the goddess Dite communicate and ask the goddess Aphrodite to turn her curse on me into a blessing. After hearing Roy's request, Alasia said with a wry smile, King of Athens. In fact, the first time I saw you, I discovered that you have the power of the goddess Aphrodite. You said that you were cursed by the goddess Aphrodite. And I can also guess that Aphrodite, what kind of blessing has the goddess Rhodite given you? In fact, the blessing of the goddess Aphrodite is not a bad thing for you. When you meet a girl you like, you can take advantage of the blessing of the goddess Aphrodite. Let the girl you like fall in love with you. If you don't want the blessing of the goddess Aphrodite to bring you trouble, you can try to avoid contact with women who will bring you danger. You asked me to accept the curse of the goddess Aphrodite. Don't you want to help me solve this problem? It's not that I don't want to help you. It's just that I don't have the ability. Alasia said with an innocent face. You should know that only those who have made great contributions to the gods can receive the blessings of the gods. You have not contributed to the goddess Aphrodite. How can I ask the goddess Aphrodite to give you blessing? Do you think that in my relationship with the goddess Aphrodite, I, the king of Tanis, is more powerful than the goddess Aphrodite? 2,000 years ago, before the Aryans, the ancestors of the Mycenaeans and Hyksos, invaded the Phoenician region, Syria, and the Mesopotamian plains on the east coast of the Mediterranean. Aphrodite had it is an ancient god worshipped by the Phoenicians for thousands of years. The ancient authority possessed by Aphrodite is certainly not something that Alasia can compete with. Although Roy could understand the reason Alasia said, Roy couldn't help but say it. Can't you think of a way to help me? The only way is for you to make great contributions to the goddess Aphrodite and please the goddess Aphrodite. Alasia said with a serious face. If the kingdom of Athens is willing to honor the goddess Aphrodite and regard the goddess Aphrodite as the protector of the kingdom of Athens and the queen of the gods, the goddess Aphrodite will definitely be very happy and grant you the highest level blessings from the gods. Aphrodite was regarded as the protector of the kingdom of Athens and the queen of the gods. Let alone Aphrodite. Any god would be pleased by Roy. Unfortunately, Roy didn't want to use this bargaining chip to please Aphrodite. Alasia, the kingdom of Athens already has a patron saint. If I want to choose the patron saint of the kingdom of Athens and the queen of the gods, I must give priority to the existing patron saint of the kingdom of Athens. If you don't want to do something to please the goddess Aphrodite, I really can't help you. After expressing his helpless attitude, Alasia then said to Roy, My dear friend Roy, what do you think will be the final outcome of the war launched by the southern Egyptians against the Hyksos? This tragic war has already caused the southern Egyptians to kill 2 pharaohs. But the southern Egyptians still unwilling to give up the idea of expelling the Hyksos and us Phoenicians. Many leaders of the Hyksos tribe, including Acrisios, the king of Mycenae, have chosen to leave northern Egypt. Even if Kamose becomes the 3rd southern Egyptian pharaoh to die in battle, the southern Egyptians will not give up the war. Roy said with a faint smile. without any strong external force intervening in the war between the southern Egyptians and the Hyksos. The southern Egyptians were not only able to drive the Hyksos and Phoenicians away from northern Egypt, but they were also able to pursue you and conquer the Phoenicians, Al-Qaeda and Syria. Roy's words seemed like a prophecy. Al-Ashir frowned and said with an ugly expression, "If we return to the Phoenician area, and the southern Egyptians still don't want to let us go, then we will have no choice but to migrate to the island of Cyprus." Dear Roy, maybe you haven't heard of the island of Cyprus, which is the largest island in the eastern Mediterranean. The island has a stronghold established by our Phoenicians, and it is also a sacred island dedicated to the goddess Aphrodite by our Phoenicians. Hearing Al-Ashir's words, Roy had a faint smile on his face. Al-Ashir would never have imagined that Roy not only knew the island of Cyprus better than he did, but also knew that in the history of another world, the 18th dynasty of Egypt established by the southern Egyptians conquered the Phoenician region, and the Phoenicians migrated to the island of Cyprus. The kingdom of Arathia was established. At this moment, a group of palace maids brought barbecue, white bread, oatmeal and other food to the table. Andromeda said curiously when she saw that there were fennel, cloves, coriander and other spices in the barbecue. "I know the two spices in it are fennel and coriander. What are the remaining two spices?" Roy glanced at the 4 spices in the barbecue and said, "The 2 remaining spices are sweet basil and parsley." Hearing Roy say the names of the 2 spices, Al-Ashir's eyes widened in shock. "My dear friend, your knowledge is astonishing," Roy said with a smile. "Not only do I recognize these spices, but I also know that in addition to their flavoring properties, they can also be used as medicine to cure diseases. When the kingdom of Athens solves its food problem, I will collect various spice plants for large-scale cultivation." Al-Ashir said with a serious expression. "Loey, we Phoenicians are the best merchants. If you really grow spices, you must sell them to us Phoenicians. These spices are also commodities worth as much as gold. It seems that in the future, in addition to platinum, in addition to the title of king, I will also give you the title of king of spices, so that the world will understand how rich you are. Please let me go." Roy immediately said, dissatisfied. "Whether it is the title of king of platinum or king of spice, I don't want any of them. My kingdom of Athens is so poor that there may be a food crisis at any time. These nicknames are likely to mislead others, making others really think that I have endless wealth. If you are a poor person with so much white salt that it is like sand, then I must be a beggar even poorer than you." Late at night, after the banquet, Roy and Andromeda came to the palace guest room together. In order to avoid embarrassment between the two of them, Roy pretended to be drunk and lay down on the bed as soon as he entered the room and pretended to sleep. Andromeda came to sit next to Roy and pushed Roy, who was pretending to sleep, with her little hand. Seeing that Roy didn't wake up, he could only mutter to himself helplessly, "What kind of relationship do we have now? My reputation has been ruined by you. You shouldn't have any irresponsible thoughts." Chapter 260 Perseus' Real Goal. The City of Avarice. The Palace of Cephus. One night passed, and Cephus was still sitting on the throne in the hall, waiting for news about his daughter Andromeda. After the rising sun in the east dispersed the night, people who went out to look for Roy and Andromeda returned one after another. When Ramses II was the last one to return to the hall, Cephus completely gave up hope and looked at the mercenary leaders with a complicated expression. "I originally wanted Andromeda to be your reward, and the person with the greatest merit on the battlefield can become Andromeda's husband. Now it seems that I have to break my promise." Roy took Andromeda away for the night, not to mention other people. Even Cephus felt that Andromeda had become Roy's woman, and she might be able to give birth to a child in 10 months. Cephus increases the identity of his grandfather. Everyone else had the same idea, but Perseus stood up and said, "Your Majesty Cephus, I will not give up the idea of marrying Princess Andromeda." "Perseus," Cephus said with a troubled expression, "although you don't want to give up, Andromeda was taken away by Roy for a night, and she may no longer be unmarried." Perseus said firmly, "Your Majesty Cephus, because Roy is my enemy. I know Roy's character very well. I believe that Roy will not behave rudely to Princess Andromeda. And if Roy is together, he will still be unmarried." After hearing what Perseus said, Cephus said with a wry smile, "Even if Roy really didn't do anything rude to Andromeda, others would think that they already have a relationship. And Andromeda's reputation has been completely ruined by Roy. You really don't care, do you still want to marry Andromeda, after her reputation has been damaged? Perseus nodded without hesitation. I believe Princess Andromeda is innocent. Even if Princess Andromeda is really hurt by Roy, or even has Roy's child, I will not give up the idea of marrying Princess Andromeda. In the myth of another world, Mycenaean King Perseus not only became a god after his death, but also became gods with his wife Andromeda, father-in-law Cepheus, and mother-in-law Cassiopeia. Perseus became the star god of Perseus, Andromeda the star god of Andromeda, Cepheus the star god of Cepheus, and Cassiopeia the star god of Cassiopeia. This is a very interesting thing. If Perseus relied on his own merits to become gods after his death with his 3 family members, why were the family members who became gods with Perseus not Perseus' parents, but Andromeda's parents? You must know that in this era, after a woman marries her husband, she will end her relationship with her parents and belong entirely to her husband. That is, unless Perseus wants to eat Andromeda's food. Under normal circumstances, Andromeda's parents could never be more important to Perseus than Perseus' own parents. Now that the fact has emerged that Andromeda's parents are more important than Perseus' parents, that means Perseus did eat Andromeda's soft rice. Now it is becoming more and more obvious that the Hyksos will eventually be defeated by the southern Egyptians. Perseus is obsessed with marrying Andromeda. I am afraid it is no longer for Andromeda's beauty, but for the sake of Andromeda's beauty. For the great benefits Andromeda could bring him. As long as he married Andromeda, Perseus could transfer the wealth and population of the Hyksos to the Peloponnese and turn it into a force to conquer the Peloponnese. In the history of another world, perhaps it was precisely because of the wealth and population of the Hyksos that Perseus was able to bring the Argos, Arcadia, Corinth, and the Elis area and the Achaia area all became the territory of the Mycenaeans. Cepheus could obviously see what Perseus was really thinking. But he did like Perseus, his distant nephew, because the Mycenaeans were a branch of the Hyksos. King Acrisios of Mycenae was the uncle of Cepheus. Perseus and Andromeda were distant cousins, and Cepheus believed that Perseus could treat Andromeda better than others because of their blood relationship. Perseus, since you firmly believe that Andromeda will not be harmed by Roy, I will send people to the Pharos area now and ask Roy to return Andromeda to us. Tanis City. Early in the morning, Roy took Andromeda to say goodbye to Alasia and his wives. In order to show how much she values Roy, Alasia brought the queen to the port to see Roy and Andromeda off. The dock where the Phoenician merchants' large cargo ships were moored. Alasia reluctantly said to Roy, "Dear friend, if possible, I really want to entertain you for a month or even a year. When I have the opportunity in the future, I will definitely visit your city of Athens and enjoy your hospitality to me." Roy also said to Alasia, "Dear Alasia, now the city of Athens has a food shortage problem. I hope that the Phoenician merchants under your rule will sell the food brought from the western Mediterranean to the city of Athens. You Phoenicians will solve the food problem for me. In the future, you will definitely be rewarded." "No problem," Alasia said without hesitation. "For the sake of our friendship, I will do my best to help you solve the food problem." The Queen of Eretheia also spoke to Andromeda at this time. "Dear sisters, you must have enjoyed a wonderful night last night. But I must remind you that you must let him marry you as soon as possible. If you are not married yet, your body will show signs of pregnancy, which will be detrimental to your reputation. There will be huge harm." Andromeda explained helplessly. "Your Royal Highness, I am still unmarried. As an educated royal princess, I will certainly not dedicate myself to him before marriage, let alone get pregnant out of wedlock and bring shame to the entire family with me. But I know you won't believe me. After all, I spent the night in the same room with him. My dear sister, I am more than willing to take your word for it," the queen said with a smile. "As someone who has experienced this, I asked you to marry him as soon as possible because I don't want you to miss the throne of the Queen of Athens. If another woman becomes the Queen of Athens first, you can't imagine how much you will regret it then." After Roy and Alasia said goodbye, and Andromeda said goodbye to the queen, Roy and Andromeda boarded the large cargo ship together. The Phoenician merchant, who personally served as the captain, immediately gave orders to the slave sailors. "Sail, set sail," because it was not fully loaded with cargo. The large cargo ship sailed out of the port of Tanis City like a fast ship, and then sailed through the Egyptian waters at extremely fast speeds. Looking at the port of Tanis City gradually moving away, Andromeda held Roy's right arm and asked, Will you propose to my father? In Roy's plan, Andromeda has great value. Hearing Andromeda's words, Roy could only pretend not to hear it. Because Roy didn't know how to face this problem yet. Chapter 261. This is not the life of a royal family. The large cargo ship of the Phoenician merchants sailed in the Egyptian waters for a day and a night. At noon the next day, this large cargo ship enters the port of Pharos city. After Roy took Andromeda off the ship, he stood at the dock and said to the Phoenician merchants who stayed on the ship, "Mr. Merchant, I don't like to owe favors. So I will keep your help in mind. If you encounter difficulties in the future, you can ask me for help." After hearing Roy's words, the Phoenician merchant first directed the sailors to move the goods out of the cabin. And then said to Roy, "His Majesty the King of Athens, His Majesty Alasia, and I have prepared 500 bronze war spears as a gift for you. Please accept it. It is because I was worried that you would reject it that I did not let you know about these gifts in advance." After the slave sailors moved 500 bronze war spears off the ship, Roy said with a smile, "I really need weapons now. So I will accept these gifts without any hesitation." When the Phoenician merchant's large cargo ship left, Andromeda curiously asked Roy, "Loey, why do King Arathia and this Phoenician businessman give you gifts so generously?" "Of course it's because they feel they can get more out of me," Roy explained with a smile. Neither Arathian nor Phoenician merchants would be fools who would give huge wealth as gifts to others. Even if I don't make any repayment to them in the future, I can trade grain with them for white salt now. It brought them great wealth. Because the price of white salt in the city of Athens was 50 pounds of grain for 1 pound of white salt. They sold the white salt in the city of Athens to other places. And 1 pound of white salt could earn them 50 pounds. Profit from food. The profit from 1 pound of salt is 50 pounds of grain. Even if Andromeda had no knowledge of commercial trade, she could still understand that this was an astonishing huge profit. No wonder King Arathia of Tanis and Phoenician merchants regard Roy as their most distinguished guest. Because Roy has now made them huge profits from the white salt trade. Upon hearing the news of Loey's return, Ares soon came to the port with a group of Athenian soldiers. Seeing a noble and beautiful princess beside Roy, Ares was not surprised and came to Roy with a calm expression and said, "Your Majesty, while you were away, I have built a 5-meter-high cement wall for the city of Pharos. After the cement wall dries, the city of Pharos will have a solid wall to protect it. You did very well." Roy patted Ares on the shoulder with his left hand and said, "The city of Pharos is protected by its city walls. Then I can take half of the soldiers to attack the cities of Buto and Sais. Here are the bronze spears given to me by others. You can give these spears to the soldiers. Then let the soldiers prepare for the expedition. And I will set off with half of the soldiers 3 days later. Then," Roy pointed at Andromeda and said, "Let me introduce to you. This is Princess Andromeda, the daughter of King Sephus of Egypt. I invited her to the city of Pharos because I want her to teach you Egyptian. You only have 3 days to learn. 3 Queen of Heaven. Andromeda will go forth with me." "Your Highness." Ares bowed respectfully as he did to Procne and Philomela. And then said to Andromeda, "I am a loyal subject of His Majesty the King of Athens. From now on, you can order me like a servant." Andromeda said with a faint smile, "I can see that you are an important subordinate that Roy trusts very much. I don't dare to treat you as a slave." Roy took Andromeda to the city of Pharos. Looking at the 5-meter-high city wall surrounding the city of Pharos, Andromeda said in disbelief, "What an incredible city wall. The city of Avaris is the capital of the kingdom of Egypt. And there is no such tall and strong city wall." Seeing that Andromeda was also shocked by the cement city wall that was thousands of years ahead of time, Roy introduced it with some pride. "Andromeda, this is a city wall built with the cement I made. With such a difficult-to-climb wall, even if the enemy has 5 or 10 times the number of soldiers, it will be difficult to defeat the defenders. Did you invent this? Your wisdom is incredible." "Well, I didn't invent this. Although everyone thinks it is my invention. Everything I make, including cement, is the crystallization of other people's wisdom." Roy took Andromeda into the city of Pharos. When he saw that there was only a village with a population of thousands surrounded by the majestic city walls, Andromeda immediately showed a disappointed expression. Roy explained immediately. "The city of Pharos was originally just a fishing village. After I occupied it, I decided to build it into a port city for trade between Egypt and the Kingdom of Athens. I believe it won't take long for the city of Pharos to become a large-scale city with a population of tens of thousands." "City?" Roy and Andromeda came to the governor's palace of Pharos City, the former temple of Wadjet. Looking at the dilapidated stone building in front of her, Andromeda frowned in disgust and said, "Is this your palace in Pharos City? For civilians. Maybe this is a good house. But we are a noble royal family after all. And you should build a real palace with cement." Roy immediately shook his head and said, "This is not my palace. It is the governor's palace of Pharos of Ares. It is impossible for me to build a palace in every city that I rule. It would be such a waste of manpower and material resources." Andromeda said, her eyes widening in disbelief. "You mean we don't have a place to live in Pharos City? You and I. We both have to live in the governor's mansion. So don't complain about the environment here. Is there a maid here to serve me?" "No." Roy shook his head again and said, "I am here to serve myself. If you don't mind, I can serve you as your manservant." Andromeda blinked her beautiful big eyes and looked at Roy, questioning with an unbelievable expression. "Are you really the king of Athens himself? Although this is not your city of Athens, your lifestyle is like an ordinary soldier. As far as I know, other kings will enjoy delicious food and good wine. Beautiful women. Not to mention you are not fighting a war right now." What Andromeda said was indeed true. In the myth of another world, even 400 years later, when the Greek coalition attacked the city of Troy, the kings of various city-states were still enjoying food, wine, and beauties. The demigod hero Achilles and the commander-in-chief Agamemnon even clashed over a woman, resulting in thousands of casualties in the Greek coalition forces. Even Achilles' beloved Patroclus died because of this. As the overlord of the Aegean Sea and one of the powerful kings of the Mediterranean world, Roy's lifestyle is really incompatible with his status as the king of Athens. Roy said with a faint smile, "Andromeda, I don't think there is anything wrong with my lifestyle. Only by sharing the joys and sorrows with ordinary soldiers can I truly understand my soldiers and ensure that I can win every war." Chapter 262 The best king of Athens in the world. As the daughter of the king of Egypt, Andromeda is undoubtedly the most noble princess among the girls Roy has come into contact with, and the girl furthest away from civilian life. So Roy can understand why Andromeda cannot accept a life like a civilian. Seeing Ares coming over with a group of Athenian soldiers, Roy said immediately, "Ares, you go and recruit 3 Egyptian girls aged between 13 and 15 to be Andromeda's maids. And then ask our chef to prepare the best food for the princess." Ares nodded, then turned around to carry out Roy's order. After a while, 3 Egyptian girls wearing linen clothes and straw sandals followed Ares to Loe and Andromeda. Seeing that the 3 Egyptian girls had pretty faces and very docile personalities, Roy showed a satisfied smile and said to Andromeda, "Andromeda, let these 3 girls serve you as your maids for the time being. When we arrive in Buto City, I will let you live in a luxurious palace and enjoy the service of many servants. What I want is not for me to live in the palace alone and enjoy the service of slaves, but for the 2 of us to be together." Andromeda said while pouting her lips, "I heard that 3 months ago, you were still an ordinary civilian. It seems that you really need me to guide you to become a real king." Andromeda then spoke to the 3 Egyptian girls. "You 3. Come in with me." After Andromeda took the maids into the governor's mansion, Ares couldn't help but say, "Your Majesty, it seems that Princess Andromeda is not as docile as other princesses. But she is right. As a king, you should enjoy a better life, instead of not being able to eat or sleep like us." When there were only a few of Roy's soldiers, Roy's performance of sharing the joys and sorrows with ordinary soldiers could have a great effect. As Roy's soldiers grew to thousands, no matter how Roy performed, only a small number of soldiers were moved by Roy's actions. Since most of the soldiers couldn't see Loe's performance naturally became meaningless. As long as your Majesty can pay the soldiers their monthly salary on time, and let the soldiers use their monthly salary to support their families, the soldiers will not care whether your Majesty is enjoying life at all. Your Majesty is a king who is different from us ordinary people. And you should enjoy life as well. Since even you say that, then I will really enjoy a decadent life from now on." Roy said jokingly, "In the future, even if we are at war, I will enjoy food, wine, and beautiful women anytime and anywhere." Ares nodded in agreement, and then asked the doubts in his heart, "Princess Andromeda must be your fiancée too. I haven't figured out what to do with her yet." Roy frowned and said, "The reason why I brought Andromeda here is that I want her to teach the Athenian soldiers to learn Egyptian. In fact, I see her huge value. After we conquer the land to the west of the Nile Delta, the most likely person to attack us is King Sephus of Egypt. Although the southern Egyptians also have the ability to attack us, the southern Egyptians' primary target is the Hyksos. As long as Andromeda is here with us, we can let Sephus, the king of Egypt, be so frightened that he does not dare to wage war against us. Don't you love Princess Andromeda? Do I look like a love brain? Roy rolled his eyes and said, even if I was really in love, I wouldn't fall in love with Andromeda, whom I just met. If I didn't see her value as an Egyptian princess, I wouldn't bring her back at all. The day after Andromeda arrived in Pharos, Ares took 50 Athenian soldiers to the governor's palace to learn Egyptian from Andromeda. After Andromeda covered her face with a veil, she took 3 maids to the courtyard and spoke Egyptian to the Athenian soldiers in daily use. When the lesson of studying Egyptian reached noon, Andromeda stopped and said, fellow soldiers, that's it for today's Egyptian learning. If I tell you too much at once, it will be difficult for you to remember them all. Before you leave, I want to ask you, who is Roy in your hearts? What kind of king? After hearing Andromeda's question, the soldiers sitting on the grass in the courtyard looked at each other. And then someone stood up and said, His Majesty Roy is definitely the greatest king in the world. Under the rule of the King of Athens, everyone in the Kingdom of Athens can live a life of adequate food and clothing. And each family can be allocated 20 acres of land. After the first soldier finished speaking, the second soldier stood up and said, His Majesty Roy's tax policy is equivalent to tax exemption for ordinary civilians. Moreover, His Majesty Roy will not force soldiers. We all voluntarily become soldiers for the treatment of citizens. I heard that the pharaoh here in Egypt would force ordinary people to build pyramids. And others, the kings of the region, would also force their people to build various buildings. I believe that the king of Athens must be the best king in the world for his people. The third soldier stood up and said, Even if we haven't seen it with our own eyes, we have heard how other kings enjoyed their lives. We are willing to fight to the death for the best king in the world. Because even if we die on the battlefield, the king of Athens will take care of our families for us. Unexpectedly, Roy was so great in the hearts of the Athenian soldiers, and was regarded by the Athenian soldiers as the greatest king in the world. After listening to the soldiers' answers, Andromeda said with a smile, I have never seen a soldier who loved the king so much. And I have never seen a king who was so loved by his soldiers. As someone who is by Roy's side, I will work with him to look after all of you soldiers. After the 50 Athenian soldiers left, Andromeda was about to return to the room with 3 maids, when a soldier guarding the governor's palace hurried in and said, Your Highness Princess, there is a man outside who claims to be Ramses II and wants to see you. Hearing the familiar name, Andromeda came outside the governor's palace and saw Ramesses II. Princess Andromeda, you are indeed here. Seeing Andromeda, Ramses II said in relief, I'm here to take you back. Please come back to Avra City with me. I can't go back with you now. Andromeda shook her head and said, I have been with Roy for so long. Everyone will think that I am already Roy's woman. And I am also willing to marry Roy. Among my suitors, Roy is undoubtedly the best. After hearing Andromeda's words, Ramses II asked doubtfully, Your Highness Princess, why do you think Her Majesty Roy is your suitor? Are the mercenary leaders recruited by my father not to propose marriage to me, but to accept the recruitment for food? Of course not. Almost all mercenary leaders have the idea of becoming your husband. Since Roy appeared with those mercenary leaders, he must also have the idea of marrying me and is one of my suitors. Andromeda said confidently, although there are a few exceptions who don't want to marry me, Roy is definitely not one of them. Chapter 263 The War to Conquer Butuo City. Compared with Andromeda's suitors, Loe, the king of Athens and overlord of the Aegean Sea, was indeed the best husband. Normally, Andromeda would choose the best husband, not a poor suitor. And anyone with a discerning eye can see that the trend of the southern Egyptians defeating the Hyksos is becoming more and more obvious. Andromeda married Roy. And it was Andromeda who surpassed Roy. So Andromeda was willing to marry Loe. And Ramesses II was not surprised at all. Princess Andromeda, since you choose to stay with the king of Athens, then I will go back and tell His Majesty Sephus that you have decided to marry the king of Athens. Andromeda nodded. When I convince Roy to propose to his father, I will return to Avra City with Roy. After watching Ramses II leave, Andromeda returned to the governor's palace and came to the room where Roy was. At this time, Roy was writing a letter. And Andromeda looked at the Chinese characters on the white paper and asked, "Loey, what kind of writing is this kind of writing that is more advanced than hieroglyphics? This is Chinese characters. The words I spread in this world." Roy stopped writing and said, "If you like Chinese characters, I can teach you. This is the writing you invented dash." Andromeda said with shock, "The longer I know you, the more times I am shocked by your wisdom. Are you really a human? Even if you say that you are a god of wisdom disguised as a human, I will believe it without a doubt." Roy said with a smile, "If these things I made were the crystallization of my own wisdom, even I would believe that I am a god of wisdom. But I know that this wisdom does not belong to me. I am just spreading the wisdom of others." "Then what is the content of this letter you wrote?" "This is an important secret," Roy said with a troubled expression. "Andromeda, I do not doubt you. But you are not yet from the kingdom of Athens. So I cannot reveal important secrets to you." Andromeda pretended to be dissatisfied, puffing her cheeks and changing the subject. "I am an unmarried princess and I am following you like this. When are you going to take responsibility and propose to my father?" Roy was not stupid enough to think that Andromeda was so active because she wanted to become one of his fiancés. Because the kingdom of Athens was too far away from Egypt. Andromeda did not really understand Roy. So she is taking the initiative now because she wants to become Roy's official wife. The queen of the kingdom of Athens. If Roy revealed that he already had many fiancés, Andromeda would definitely change her face. In order to use Andromeda to realize his plan, Roy comforted her. "Andromeda, I am about to launch a war against Buto City and Seas City. Once I stabilize the situation in Buto City and Seas City, I will take you back to Avarice City. The combined soldiers of Buto and Sais are at least tens of thousands. And you only have 1,500 Athenian soldiers, and 600 newly recruited Egyptian soldiers. You can really defeat Buto and Sais City. The Egyptians are not good at fighting at all. You Hyksos know this better than me. If you can win a war with more people, your ancestors of the Hyksos will not use tens of thousands to conquer millions. Northern Egyptians." Andromeda couldn't refute Roy's words. Because it's a fact that Egyptians don't know how to fight. Even if the southern Egyptians learn the military technology and combat methods of the Hyksos, they will still lose to the Hyksos if the number of soldiers is the same. They can only use the huge number of soldiers to consume the Hyksos. Soldier. If the Hyksos had the same number of soldiers as the southern Egyptians, the southern Egyptians would have knelt at the feet of the Hyksos to show their submission. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the day of Roy's expedition, Roy left the port of Pharos in 50 warships with 1,000 Athenian soldiers and 600 Egyptian soldiers. Roy was traveling with Andromeda and her 3 maids. Roy's fleet sailed for a day and a night, sailing from the Mediterranean Sea to the Nile River tributary west of Buto City and Sais City. The next morning, Roy's fleet docked at the bend of the river near the city of Buto. And then Roy landed with 500 Athenian soldiers and 600 Egyptian soldiers, leaving 500 Athenian soldiers to protect the warships and Andromeda. While Loey led 500 Athenian soldiers and 600 Egyptian soldiers to Buto City. The governor and priests and nobles of Buto City also received news of the enemy's appearance. Because the enemy only had 1,100 soldiers, the governor and priests and nobles of Buto City did not choose to defend the city. Instead, they sent 6,000 troops to take the initiative to eliminate Loey. In a plain about 10 miles away from Buto City, Roy's army encountered Buto City's army. Seeing that the number of enemy troops was more than 5 times that of his own side, Roy's Egyptian soldiers all showed fearful expressions, while Roy's Athenian soldiers all had high morale and were confident of defeating the enemies in front. Roy was not surprised by the Egyptian soldiers' reaction. From the outset, Roy did not expect Egyptian soldiers to play a role in the conquest of Buto and Sais. Roy took these Egyptian soldiers with him just to use them to manage the city. Before attacking the enemy, Roy ordered the soldiers, "My soldiers, after this war begins, the Athenian soldiers are responsible for killing the enemy with me. And the Egyptian soldiers are responsible for shouting slogans from behind. You must keep shouting surrender without killing. Those who do not surrender will die. Don't sacrifice your life for the priests and nobles in vain." Foreigners captured the city of Butuo, and each Egyptian family was allocated 20 acres of land. If someone did not participate in this war with all his heart, he would not only be severely punished, but he and everyone in his family would also deprived of citizenship. After giving his orders, Roy took the lead and rushed towards the army in Butuo City. The army of the Kingdom of Athens and the army of Buto City collided. And the battlefield situation immediately became one-sided. Roy and the Athenian soldiers were like tigers rushing into the flock of sheep. And the Buto soldiers in front of them fell one by one. Because most of the soldiers in Butuo City were temporarily recruited farmers. Only the private soldiers raised by the priests and nobles had a certain combat effectiveness. Unfortunately, the number of private soldiers was too small to have any impact on the situation of this war. When Roy's 600 Egyptian soldiers saw Roy leading 500 Athenian soldiers to crush the 6,000 troops in Buto City, they all widened their eyes in shock and couldn't believe that victory was so easy. As they charged with the Athenian soldiers, they shouted the slogans Roy taught them. Surrender if you don't kill. Those who don't surrender will die. Don't sacrifice your life in vain for the priests and nobles. Foreigners conquer the city of Buto. And every Egyptian family will be given 20 acres of land. Those farmers who were temporarily recruited as soldiers did not want to die in vain. Hearing this slogan further strengthened their idea of not wanting to die. Because in this era, not to mention this era, even in the Roman era 1,000 years later, soldiers who were recruited were not paid. And there was no pension after death in battle. Their death was really in vain. Only when a battle is won can soldiers receive trophies or rewards. Chapter 264. In the end, I overestimated the enemy. Before the battle with the army in Butuo City, Roy had underestimated the enemy's strength. That's why Roy led 500 Athenian soldiers to attack the 6,000 troops in Buto City, an enemy that was 12 times the number of his own side. But 10 minutes later, Roy found that he still overestimated the enemy's strength. Less than 10 minutes after the war began, as the commanders, nobles and private soldiers who led the army in Butuo City were all killed, all the remaining ordinary soldiers chose to surrender. Lowy obtained more than 5,000 prisoners. In order to manage the excessive number of prisoners, Roy let his 600 Egyptian soldiers mingle with the prisoners. And then said to all the soldiers, "Fellow soldiers, we just won a big victory. Now let me talk about the post-war issues. All the Athenian soldiers fought with me. And each Athenian soldier was rewarded with 100 kilograms of grain. The Egyptian soldiers were only responsible for shouting slogans. So each Egyptian soldier can be rewarded with 20 kilograms of grain. I know that the captives are civilians who were forcibly recruited. So I will not degrade you into slaves. Nor will I let you use ransom to buy your freedom. Wait for me after we capture Buto City. We will let you all go home. Now we continue to Buto City and try to stay overnight in Buto City tonight." After saying that, Roy led an army of 6,000 people to Buto City. 100 Egyptian soldiers were left behind by Roy to clean up the battlefield and burn corpses to prevent them from being eaten by wild beasts or rotting and causing plague. On the way to the city of Buto with an army of 6,000, Roy's 500 Egyptian soldiers showed off and told the prisoners that the king of Athens was a better foreign ruler than the Hyksos. The Hyksos dominated Egypt only so that the Egyptians would no longer be forced to build pyramids by the pharaohs. Under Roy's rule, common people not only enjoyed a policy that was almost tax-free, but each family was also allocated 20 acres of land. Becoming a soldier of the Kingdom of Athens allows all members of the family to enjoy the treatment of a citizen family. The first benefit for citizen families is that each family is allocated 50 acres of land. Although foreign rulers are better than native rulers, it has always been a tradition in this land of Egypt. But the treatment given by Roy was so good that the prisoners couldn't believe it. Even if Roy's Egyptian soldiers all swore their assurances, the prisoners were still hesitant. After an hour, Roy led an army of 6,000 to the outside of Buto City, directly frightening the governor, priests and nobles of Buto City. They did not know that Lowy had only 500 Athenian soldiers to attack the city of Buto. Seeing 5,000 prisoners following Roy's army, the governor and priests and nobles of Butuo City thought that all 5,000 prisoners had been captured by Roy. So in their eyes, Roy was going to lead an army of 6,000 to attack Buto City. Before Roy attacked Buto City, a priest and nobleman came outside the city and offered to negotiate with Roy. After Roy asked the priests and nobles who were the envoys to come to him, the envoy bowed very respectfully and then said to Roy, "Distinguished foreigner, as long as you promise not to shake the status of Goddess Wadjet as the patron saint of Buto City, and promise not to harm the interests of our priests and nobles, we are willing to take the initiative to dedicate Buto City to you." Hearing the request made by the messenger, Roy rolled his eyes. As the ruling class, the priests and nobles control a large amount of land and food. If they do not eradicate all these priests and nobles and confiscate all their land and food, How can Roy allocate 20 acres of land to each family in Butuo City? If you use food to recruit soldiers, how can you transport the excess food to the city of Athens? Your Majesty the Messenger. I can guarantee the status of Goddess Wadjet as the patron saint of Butuo City. But I cannot guarantee the interests of the priests and nobles. If you are really willing to surrender, I can allow you to retain all property except land and food. You will also be allowed to leave Butuo City. If you do not want to hand over your land and food, then you are the enemy that I will destroy. In this era, land and food were undoubtedly the greatest wealth of the priests and nobles. After hearing Roy's words about taking away land and food, the messenger said with a pale face and a trembling voice, "Land and food are our property. How can you take away our property like a robber? If you are willing to keep our land, we can dedicate half of the food to you. The food we harvest in the future will also 1/3 will be dedicated to you. We can also consecrate you as the Pharaoh of Butuo City, support you in your struggle to dominate Egypt, and become the Pharaoh king who rules the entire Egypt." After listening to the messenger's words, Roy shook his head with a smile. If Roy only wanted to rule Egypt in name only, perhaps Roy could make the whole country as long as he conquered the southern Egyptian city of Thebes and the Hyksos city of Avaris, and then promised to guarantee the power and interests of the priests and nobles. All the city-states in Egypt surrendered and became Pharaoh, the king of Egypt. But what Roy wanted was not to rule in name only, but to have his rule extend to every village like a spider web. In order to achieve this goal of Roy, both the priests and nobles in the city and the low-level priests in the village are the targets that Roy wants to eradicate. Your Majesty the Messenger. My mind will not change. So you can go back now. The messenger returned to Butuo City with Roy's answer, and the city immediately fell into chaos. Because the priests and nobles knew very well that they could not defeat Roy. Because they firmly believed that the 6,000-strong army could destroy the enemy. Butuo City was not prepared for a defensive battle at all. So the priests and nobles were divided into two groups. One group was preparing to leave Butuo City with their families and property, and the other group was preparing to recruit private soldiers and civilian soldiers to defend Butuo City. Roy is not a stupid person. And of course he will not give the priests and nobles time to deal with it. As soon as the envoy returned to the city of Buto, Roy led 500 Athenian soldiers to attack the city of Buto. Roy's 500 Egyptian soldiers charged with 5,000 prisoners behind them. The 6,000-strong army attacking the city directly defeated the psychological defense of hundreds of soldiers defending the city. The patron saint of Buto City, the sun serpent goddess Wadjet, looked down at the scene of Roy easily conquering Buto City from high altitude, and sighed helplessly. As a patron saint who cannot directly interfere in human wars, the goddess Wadjet can only wait for the judgment of fate at this time. In Buto City, after handing over the surrendered defenders to Egyptian soldiers, Roy divided the 500 Athenian soldiers into 5 squads and asked them to occupy the main granary in Buto City. Roy went to the temple of Wadjet alone. Wadjet temple in the center of Buto City. When Roy came here, he saw that as expected. The priests and nobles of Butuo City had taken their families to hide in the temple. Even in a world where gods do not exist, humans in this era still believe that temples are the domain of gods, and that you can get protection from gods by hiding in temples. And in this world where gods really exist, gods will really protect those who hide in temples. When Roy was about to enter the Wadjet temple, a majestic warning voice immediately spoke. Stop your steps. Chapter 265 Sun Goddess Wadjet surrenders. In the myth of another world, when the Greek coalition occupied the city of Troy, the Trojan princess Cassandra hid in the temple of Athena in Troy to seek the protection of the goddess. Because Cassandra is not only a Trojan princess, but also a priestess serving the goddess Athena. Little Ajax, one of the heroes of the coalition, broke into the temple of Athena and captured Cassandra, committing the crime of blasphemy against the goddess Athena. Because of Ajax's blasphemy against the goddess Athena, the goddess Athena created a storm when the Greek coalition forces returned to Greece, and tens of thousands of Greeks were buried in the sea. Although the stories in the myth are false, they can reflect people's concepts. Hurting people hiding in temples is blasphemy to the gods. Agamemnon's son Orestes committed matricide and was punished by the 3 Furies. As long as Orestes hides in the temple of Apollo or Athena, even the 3 Furies, who are gods, will stop harming Orestes. At this time, Roy wanted to enter the temple of Wadjet, and heard the warning from the goddess Wadjet. Roy raised his head and saw Wadjet, with golden divine light blooming all over his body, appearing above the temple in a huge figure of 100 meters tall. Roy said with a faint smile, Are you going to stop me? Wadjet, the sun goddess. Vajit looked at Roy and said solemnly. You can indeed see me. I don't have to stop you. As long as you continue to regard me as the patron saint of Butuo City and promise not to harm my priests, I will allow you to enter my temple. Where do you get the confidence to think that you are qualified to negotiate terms with me? Roy teased jokingly. If you want to continue to be the patron saint of Butuo City, shouldn't you beg me? If your attitude satisfies me, I will consider letting you continue to be the patron saint of Butuo City. Is this the attitude that humans should have when facing gods? Wadjet threatened angrily. If you dare to drive me off the throne, I will no longer be restricted by the gods' rules and can retaliate against you. After Wadjet finished speaking, Metis's voice immediately sounded behind Roy. Drive this woman away and make Butuo City my new territory. Under my protection. She will not be able to do anything to harm you. Roy turned around in surprise and saw Metis appearing behind him in a huge figure 100 meters tall. Goddess Metis, you just want to take away Goddess Wadjet's Butuo City, but don't want to take away her divine attributes. This guy conflicts too much with my attributes. Metis frowned and said, I am the sea snake with ocean attributes. And Wadjet is the sun snake with sky attributes. The two of us are like water and fire. If I forcibly absorb Wadjet's divine attributes, I will eventually hurt myself. Seeing Metis appear, Wadjet lost his previous toughness and spoke in a pleading tone. Please don't drive me off the patron saint seat of Butuo City. I am willing to meet your request and no longer prevent you from entering my temple. I not only want to enter your temple, but I also want to kill the priests and nobles who serve you. Now you are the master of Butuo City. It is your right to kill anyone in Butuo City, including of course the priests who serve me. Not only do I want to kill your priests, but I also want you to give me blessings and divine power. Are you willing to meet my request? Upon hearing Roy's request, Wadjet protested softly. But you are not a priest who serves me. And you have not contributed to me. I didn't force you to accept it. But if you refuse my request, I will kick you off the patron saint seat of Butuo City and make you a wandering god. Doesn't this force me to accept it? Wadjet whispered with aggrieved eyes. I can give you my blessings and divine power. But I must remind you that you already have the blessings of many gods. If you increase my blessings, your body may not be able to carry too much divine power. There may be situations where divine powers with different attributes conflict with each other. It's not something you need to worry about. After Roy finished speaking, Metis immediately said dissatisfied. What do you mean? Why don't you follow my request and drive Wadjet off the throne and make Butuo City the city I protect? After my divine power increases with the increase of my territory, I can give you more divine power. Goddess Metis. Goddess Vajit is the goddess of snakes like you. And she is also the goddess of virgins like you. Don't you have any compassion for your kind? You have no mercy on the humans who have become your enemies. Why should I pity Wadjet? You don't want to drive Wadjet away. Could it be that you think you can force her to marry you and share eternal life and divine power with you? No. Roy shook his head and said, I think Goddess Wadjet is very rare, the sun snake with sky attributes. It would be a pity to drive her away. Moreover, Goddess Wadjet bestows her blessing on me, which can also enhance my strength. HMPH, are you really not afraid of something going wrong with your body? Seeing Roy's silent answer, Wadjet stretched out his right hand and injected a golden divine power into Roy's body. After Wadjet's divine power was absorbed into Roy's body, a stream of information immediately emerged in Roy's mind. Name, Roy. God's blessing, Metis's blessing, wisdom improvement. Memosine's blessing, predicting the future. Aphrodite's blessing, charm improvement. Amphitrite's blessing, copper and iron, bone. Hestia's blessing, speed boost. Pandora's blessing, wings of the sky. Wadjet's blessing, power of the sun. Strength level, great hero, thousands of enemies. Wadjet's divine power was integrated into Roy's body. Roy's body was not exploded by the overwhelming divine power. Nor did divine powers of different attributes conflict with each other. Roy immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that there was no abnormality in Roy's body, Vajit said in surprise, the blessing I give you can increase your strength when fighting during the day. Now that I have given the blessing to you, you must abide by the agreement and cannot shake my guardian throne. If you drive me off the throne, I will immediately take back the blessings and divine power given to you. Don't worry. I have no reason to kick you off the throne now. But you must also be mentally prepared. In the future, except for the Wadjet temple in Butuo City, all your other temples will be demolished by me. Because in my kingdom of Athens, I will not allow any priest to use the authority of the gods to rule and exploit the common people. The only one who can rule and exploit the common people is me, the king of Athens. After saying that, Roy walked into the Wadjet temple. Looking at Roy's back, Metis whispered with a gloomy face. Not only did you refuse to worship me as the protector of the kingdom of Athens and the queen of the gods, you also refuse to help me add new territories as a priest who serves me. How dare you treat the main god you serve like this? Do you think I am a human girl that you can bully at will? After saying that, Metis's body turned into a blue divine light and left Butuo city, returning to the Mediterranean Sea in the north. Chapter 266 I just dare to kill people in the temple. Before 3000 BC, when northern Egypt and southern Egypt were not yet nominally unified, the city of Buto was already the center of worship of the sun snake goddess Wadjet. Although now, more than 1,000 years later, Buto city has declined from a city-state dominating northern Egypt to a vassal of Sais city. But the Wadjet temple in Buto city has grown to the size of a royal palace over time. Roy entered the interior of the Wadjet temple and saw a dozen priests and nobles and their families hiding in the courtyard of the Wadjet temple, surrounded by hundreds of private soldiers protecting them. Seeing Roy's figure, the priest noble, who had just been the envoy to meet Roy, immediately knelt on the ground and begged. Your Majesty, I beg you to spare me and my family. I never said I must kill you. Roy said with a smile. It's not too late even now. You can still choose to leave Butuo city with your family and slaves. But you can only take away property other than land and food. A middle-aged priest noble immediately shouted angrily. Why do you deprive us of the land and food left by our ancestors? This is our wealth. As long as you respect our property ownership, we are willing to become your vassal and regard you as our pharaoh. Another priest noble followed. We know that you need food to feed the army. As long as you let us keep the land, we are willing to use half, or even all of the food to help you feed your soldiers. You don't have to talk nonsense anymore. Roy said with a sneer. Now you have only two choices. The first choice is to leave Buto city. And the second choice is to stay in Buto city. But I will kill you, confiscate all your land and property, and demote your wives and daughters to slave. This is the temple of goddess Wadjet. We are servants of goddess Wadjet, so we will never leave here. The middle-aged priest noble just now stared at Roy without fear and said, Do you, a foreigner, dare to kill us in the temple and commit the crime of blasphemy against the gods? Before he could finish his words, Roy looked at him with cold eyes and whispered. Saline. Blue divine light bloomed from Roy's eyes, and instantly enveloped the body of the middle-aged priest noble, turning him into a salt statue. The human soul needs a human body to carry it. The soul of a person whose entire body was salted by Loy had already fallen into the underworld when he turned into a salt statue. Even if the effect of salting disappears, the soul that fell into the underworld cannot return to the body. Seeing the middle-aged priest noble being turned into a salt statue by Roy, everyone in the courtyard screamed in panic. Because Roy was not killing people elsewhere, but in the temple of the goddess Wadjet, the territory of the gods. This is a serious crime of blaspheming the gods and offending the majesty of the gods. Seeing everyone's reaction, Roy said coldly with no expression on his face. You understand now. Even if you hide in the temple of Wadjet, you will not be safe under the protection of Wadjet. If you don't want to die, escape from Buto city as soon as possible. If you insist on staying in Buto city, what awaits you is my punishment for you. Seeing Roy killing people in the temple with their own eyes, the priests and nobles no longer doubted Roy's determination to kill them, and fled with their families and private soldiers. Although they could only take away slaves, private soldiers, gold, bronzes and other property when leaving Buto city, they would lose everything including their lives if they stayed in Buto city. By escaping to other places with whatever property they can take away, even if they lose their aristocratic status, they can still live a better life than those ant-like commoners. After all the priests and nobles fled, Roy said dissatisfiedly when he saw 3 female priests remaining in the temple. Why don't you leave yet? Do you think I won't kill women? Said the middle-aged priestess, who was the leader of the 3 priestesses. We are servants serving the goddess Wadjet. Even if we die, we will die in the temple. Goddess Wadjet also descended from the sky at this time and said to Roy dissatisfied. You should stop it. They are real servants who serve me, different from the priests and nobles you drove away. If you want to completely trample my face under your feet, I will not be able to bear it. Of course Roy knew that when the royal power was stronger, as long as he did not affect Wadjet's core interests, Wadjet could tolerate the royal power's oppression of her. It now appears that the core interests Wadjet values are not only the patron saint seat of Butuo City, but also the priestess who truly serves her. Looking at Wadjet, who was suppressing his anger, Roy said with a faint smile, "Since you are priests who sincerely serve the goddess Wadjet, then I will deprive you of all power and property. And you will have no complaints. From now on, you and the Wadjet temple will no longer own any land or property. It's all my responsibility." The middle-aged priestess immediately lowered her head and said, "We are complying with your arrangements and thank you for allowing us to stay." The three priestesses returned to the hall where the statue of Wadjet was enshrined. And Roy also began to take a serious look at the goddess Wadjet in front of him. Although the goddess Wadjet has always been blooming with golden light, Roy was able to see her true appearance after receiving her blessing and divine power. As a native Egyptian god, the goddess Wadjet has brownish-white skin and golden snake eyes. She has a graceful figure and a slim waist unique to the snake goddess. She wears a golden armor-like dress. And her belt and shoes are also golden. Yes. There is also a pair of golden wings on the back. Wadjet's right hand holds a golden staff like a pharaoh's staff, which is proof that she was once the queen of the gods. Although he has ancient history and authority, Wadjet's small and delicate face does not show much vicissitudes of life. And he seems to have the same mentality as a young god. Feeling Roy's eyes looking at him wantonly, Wadjet said nonchalantly, "How do I compare to other goddesses? Do you want to hear me compliment you? Do you humans want to hear words that are demeaning to yourselves?" Unexpectedly, Wadjet was so frank. Roy frowned and said, "Although your beauty is worthy of your status as a goddess, I prefer a goddess with skin as white as snow." "Then you will definitely like Goddess Night." "Goddess Night?" Roy said with confusion. "The Goddess Night who protects the city of Sais must be a native Egyptian god like you." Wadjet nodded and said, "Although Nat is a native Egyptian god like me, her city of Sais has been ruled by the Phoenicians for a long time. So she absorbed some attributes of the Phoenician patron saint Aphrodite. Sais the city was able to become a powerful city-state that established the 14th dynasty also because there were foreign rulers ruling the city of Sais." After hearing Wadjet's words, Roy couldn't help but laugh. The Egyptians really can only rely on foreign rulers to lead them to develop and grow. It is because of the Egyptians' dependence on foreign rulers that you were able to conquer the city of Buto so easily. Wadjet said unceremoniously, "If the Egyptians resist foreign rulers like you, you are still outside Buto, trying to find a way to conquer this city of 50,000 people with 500 soldiers." Chapter 267 The Pharaoh is no match for the priests and nobles. Embarrassed. The title is wrong. 266 is typed as 268. After leaving the temple of Wadjet, Roy immediately came to the west gate of Buto City and found his 500 Egyptian soldiers and more than 5,000 prisoners. After taking them to a square suitable for speeches, Roy stood on a high platform, looked down at the crowd and said loudly, "My soldiers, I have good news for you. Butuo City has been conquered by us, and our war is temporarily over. As long as you conscientiously maintain order in Buto City, your salary this month will be 200 kilograms of grain." After hearing Roy's words, 500 Egyptian soldiers immediately shouted excitedly, "Long live the King of Athens! Long live the King of Athens! Long live the King of Athens!" When the thunderous shout stopped, Roy continued, "Prisoners, as I promised you, you are now all free and can go home. If you want to be my soldiers, or if you want to be soldiers for the sake of citizen treatment, you can stay and accept my screening. As long as you become my soldiers, your family will be able to enjoy the benefits of a citizen family for 20 years. As long as you do not desert, the benefits of a citizen family will not be withdrawn in advance. You only need to serve for 5 years. And I will serve you. We will provide you with the best weapons and equipment to ensure your survival on the battlefield. After you become junior soldiers, your monthly salary is 100 caddies of grain. As your soldier level increases, your salary will also increase." Roy finished talking about these benefits in one breath. And more than 5,000 prisoners shouted to Roy to sign up as soldiers. After all, Roy gave too much. After some screening, Roy selected 3,000 soldiers from more than 5,000 prisoners to serve as the defenders of Butuo City. After arranging the task of taking over Buto City for 3,000 Buto soldiers, Lowy summoned 500 Athenian soldiers to his side and arranged for Athenian soldiers to manage Egyptian soldiers. Roy himself drove a carriage out of Buto City and headed for the bend of the river where his fleet was anchored. While passing through the battlefield on the way, Roy told the good news of the capture of Buto City to the 100 Egyptian soldiers who stayed here, and asked them to go to Buto City after the work of burning the corpses was completed. Arriving at the bend of the river where his fleet was anchored, Lowy told the good news about the capture of Buto City to the 500 Athenian soldiers guarding the warship and Andromeda, and then used a carriage to carry Andromeda, and how the three maids went to Buto City. While the carriage was driving towards Buto City, Andromeda asked Roy curiously, "Lowy, it's really impressive that you can conquer the city of Buto with such a small force. How do you plan to rule the city of Buto next? I think you can learn from the methods of our Hyksos to rule the Egyptians." There was no resistance from the northern Egyptians under the Hyksos. Only the southern Egyptians, who were not ruled by us, kept trying to drive us away. Andromeda actually recommended the Hyksos ruling method to herself. And Roy couldn't help laughing. "Andromeda, your Hyksos rule did not cause resistance from the northern Egyptians because your rule did not touch the interests of the priests and nobles. But this also allows you to rule the northern Egyptians only in name. You cannot really control the manpower and material resources of northern Egypt. If northern Egypt were truly controlled by you, you would have crushed the southern Egyptians, who are very backward in civilization and technology, just like crushing an ant. You said that we Hyksos used the wrong method to rule the Egyptians. How do you plan to rule the Egyptians? I have now driven away the priests and nobles from Buto City. Next, I will send soldiers to sweep the villages under the rule of Buto City and eliminate all the priests and nobles in the villages. You wiped out all those priests and nobles. Then how do you rule the Egyptians? Do you think I can't rule the Egyptians without the help of the priests and nobles?" Roy explained with a smile. "Andromeda, I know that this is the era of aristocratic slavery, and you all think that ruling the common people is inseparable from the nobility. But I can prove to you right away that the official system I established can not only rule the common people normally, but also it allows the king to have supreme authority. Officials in my kingdom of Athens, except for the royal family centered on me, everyone else is a commoner. I will select capable people from among the common people and let them manage villages, towns and even cities. These are given management rights by me. The civilians are the officials. Their power comes from me, so they must be absolutely loyal to me. If they disappoint me, I can deprive them of everything at any time. In other words, your kingdom of Athens does not need nobles, because those who have the strength to fight against the king, or even replace the king, are almost all nobles rather than commoners. The pharaohs who ruled Egypt built pyramids and temples generation after generation instead of using precious manpower and material resources to expand their territory. Are all these pharaohs fools? No. It is because these pharaohs are so smart that they are obsessed with deifying themselves. Regardless of the floods after death, they all know clearly that the royal power in their hands may be taken away by others at any time. The Egyptian pharaoh family engaged in intermarriage within the family because there were too many cases in history where nobles married pharaoh princesses, and then used peaceful means to take away the royal power. Even in the medieval era, 2,000 years later, royal power was still fragile in front of noble lords. And there was even a famous saying, "My vassal's vassal is not my vassal." Before 1600 BC, the so-called king was just the leader of the nobles. If you dare to deprive all the nobles of the benefits, what awaits the king is death and the destruction of the country. In the history of another world, the pharaoh of the 18th dynasty of Egypt died young at the age of 20 because of his betrayal of Amun, the protector of the country. In a world where gods do not exist, what caused the pharaoh to die young at the age of 20 was, of course, not the non-existent god Amun, but the fact that he served the god Amun and gained power and wealth in the name of the god Amun, of priests and nobles. Historical facts have proven that even the pharaoh of Egypt could not afford to offend the priests and nobles. Andromeda, I know that if I want to eliminate these priests and nobles, it will also cause their resistance. If I propose the policy of eliminating the priests and nobles after conquering the entire Egypt, the resistance caused will definitely subvert my rule. But if I conquer a city now and eliminate the priests and nobles in the city and all surrounding villages, the resistance will be very small. Andromeda said with a complicated expression. But your actions will make the priests and nobles in other cities resolutely resist your invasion. Those priests and nobles may even push various cities to eliminate you together. Looking at the worried expression on Andromeda's face, Roy said with a smile, Andromeda, your worries are unnecessary. Before the war between the Hyksos and the southern Egyptians ends, if I destroy the priests and nobles in 1 or 2 cities, or even 3 or 4 cities, it will not cause any harm at all. The attention of all the priests and nobles in the Egyptian region Chapter 268 My purpose is war. After incorporating the city of Buto into the territory of the Kingdom of Athens, Lowy was not eager to launch a war against the city of Sais. Instead, he lived in the governor's palace of Buto City, the palace that used to belong to the pharaoh of Buto City, and began to live in Buto City. And the surrounding areas pursued the policies of the Kingdom of Athens. Under Roy's order, almost all of Buto City's 4,000 troops were dispatched to raid various towns and villages under Buto City's rule, eliminate the priests there, and replace them with town mayors and village chiefs appointed by the Kingdom of Athens. Although the almost tax-free policy and the policy of allocating 20 acres of land to each family won Roy the support of Egyptian civilians, it also earned Roy the hatred of the priests and nobles. The priests and nobles who escaped from Buto City all came to the city closest to Buto City, Sais City, the capital of the 14th dynasty, and prayed for help from the pharaoh who ruled Sais City. The pharaoh who ruled the city of Sais was named Sekhan, which was also the name once used by his great ancestor. The pharaoh's palace in Sais. The young pharaoh Sekhan sat on his throne and received 3 representatives of the priests and nobles from Buto City. The 3 representatives of the priests and nobles entered the hall and immediately knelt under the throne and cried to Sekhan, "Great Pharaoh Sekhan, the city of Buto is a vassal of the city of Sais, and we are all your loyal subjects. Now King Lowy of Athens has taken away your Pharos area and the city of Buto. Please be sure to take it away. Drive away this evil intruder. As long as Sais City helps us drive away the Athenians and take back Buto City, we will hand over 3/10 of Buto City's tax revenue to Sais City in the future. Your Majesty Sekhan, those Athenians are not only our enemies, but also your enemies. When the Athenians occupied the Pharos area, we did not immediately treat them as enemies. As a result, the greedy Athenians robbed Buto the city. Moreover, those Athenians violated the thousands of years of tradition of us Egyptians and drove away all our families who served the goddess Vajit. If the Athenians occupied the city of Sais, they would definitely also serve the goddess Night. All the priest families were driven away. After listening to the cries of the 3 representatives of the priests and nobles, Sekhan said with a faint smile, "Your city of Buto only surrendered to the city of Sais in name only. But now you ask us, the city of Sais, to launch a war against the Athenians for you. It is difficult for me to convince my generals and soldiers with the reasons you gave." After hearing Sekhan's words, the 3 priest nobles looked at each other, and the priest noble in the middle gritted his teeth and said, "As long as you promise to restore our identity and power, we are willing to let the governor you sent to rule Buto City after you regain it. Send the governor." Although this condition really made Sekhan's heart move, he did not agree immediately. 3 representatives. I want to discuss it with my subordinates. You guys, please wait outside. After driving the 3 representatives of the priests and nobles out of the hall, Sekhan looked at his subordinates and said, "What do you think about the recapture of Buto City?" The most trusted minister of Sekhan was the first to say, "The Kingdom of Athens has replaced the city of Knossos on Crete as the overlord of the Aegean Sea. It is not a wise choice to become an enemy of them. But the Pharos area and the city of Buto that were taken away by the Kingdom of Athens are nominally ours. The territory of the city. If we do not respond to this, I am afraid it will encourage the ambition of King Lowy of Athens." A general in armor sneered. "I heard that the city of Buto was unprepared for the sudden attack of the Athenians. And that's why King Lowy of Athens led 1,000 soldiers to defeat 6,000 temporarily recruited soldiers. And the city of Buto was taken away. Our city of Sais, it is the strongest city-state in the west of the Nile Delta. If we are fully prepared, our soldiers will definitely not lose to the soldiers of the Athenians. Moreover, we have tens of thousands of troops. King Lowy of Athens only has 1,000 troops. We have not lost at all. Reasons. So I support taking back the city of Buto that belongs to us. Have you not received the latest news?" Sekhan looked at the general with some dissatisfaction and said, "King Roy of Athens already has 4,000 troops in Buto City. Even if we send 5,000 or even 6,000 soldiers to attack Buto City, we may not be able to defeat the Athenians who are defending the city. How can the new recruits they just recruited be like us in Sais City? Do you really think that all our soldiers have the same combat power as your private soldiers? If you continue to underestimate the enemy, I will think that you are not suitable to be a general." After leaving the general speechless, Sekhan said with a solemn expression, "In the past few days, I have collected information from all aspects and found that King Lowy of Athens has never lost a battle. To deal with such a powerful enemy, we cannot make an easy decision. In order to avoid unnecessary wars, I plan to talk to King Lowy of Athens first. Let's negotiate and see if he wants to stop at Buto city or capture more cities. 2 hours later, Sikhan's envoy rode a fast horse and arrived at Buto from the city of Sais, the royal palace in Buto city. Roy and Andromeda were sitting on the throne in the hall together, dealing with numerous government affairs in Buto city. After learning that Sikhan had sent an envoy to see him, Lowy immediately asked the Athenian soldiers guarding the palace to bring the envoy to the hall. After the messenger came to the hall and explained his purpose, Roy said with a smile, "Sikhan wants to know what I will do next. Then you go back and tell him that after my rule in Buto city is stable, I will attack Sais city and incorporate Sais city into the territory of the Kingdom of Athens, to carry out the policies of the Kingdom of Athens." As soon as the messenger left the hall, Andromeda frowned worriedly and said, "The distance between Buto city and Sais city is less than 50 miles. Aren't you worried that Sikhan will bring a large army to the city tomorrow?" "This is my purpose," Roy said confidently. "If I were to attack the city of Sais, even if I had to pay huge casualties, I would not be completely sure of capturing the city. But Sikhan came with a large army to attack me, and I had full confidence in defeating him, and then easily capture his city of Sais. But your soldiers, with me as a great hero, who is only 1 or 2 steps away from a demigod hero, a 10,000 enemy. I will never lose even if the number of enemy troops is more than 5 times ours." Seeing Roy's confident expression, Andromeda opened her eyes wide and said with a complex expression, "If you really conquer the city of Sais, you will replace the city of Sais and become one of the 3 major forces in Egypt. I hope you can join forces with my father to defeat the southern Egyptian pharaoh Khamos." Looking into Andromeda's pleading eyes, Roy reached out his right hand and pinched her cute little chin and said, "In order for you to stay with me with peace of mind, I promise you that I will help your father defeat Khamos." City of Sais, Royal Palace. After the envoy brought back Roy's reply, Sikhan's subjects demanded war. Sikhan said with a frown, "Although I want to avoid war, in order to eliminate the ambition of King Lowy of Athens, I can only lead you to drive the Athenians out of the land of Egypt." Chapter 269 Athena, the maiden god of Athens. In order to cope with the war with the city of Sais, Roy summoned all 500 Athenian soldiers and 3,600 Egyptian soldiers to the city of Buto. As a result, from March to April, Roy still did not wait for the army from Sais city. After sending soldiers to the city of Sais for reconnaissance, Roy learned that Pharaoh Sikhan of the city of Sais was conducting emergency training for tens of thousands of soldiers in the city of Sais. Sikhan was so cautious in order to win the war. Of course Roy was also training the army in Buto city. The 7th day of April, Sikhan finally arrived outside Buto with an army of 6,000. Roy took the initiative to go out of the city with 500 Athenian soldiers and 2,500 Egyptian soldiers to fight. The armies of both sides faced off on the plain south of Buto city. Night, the patron saint of the city of Sais, has aliases such as Nes and Nit according to different pronunciations. As early as the first dynasty of Egypt, that is, 1,500 years ago, the city of Sais was already the center of night worship. In the long historical evolution, the Sais not only regarded Night as the supreme goddess who created the gods and humans, but also gave her many divinities. As the patron saint of the city-state, Night's most important godhead is the godhead of war. As the goddess of war, Night is a female war goddess who holds a spear in one hand and a shield in the other. The sacred object that symbolizes her is not some kind of sacred beast, but the golden aegis she holds. So Night is also called the shield-bearer goddess, because the goddess Night is a shield-bearing goddess. Sais soldiers also fight with shields. Roy observed the army in Sais city at this time, and saw the Pharaoh Sikhan of Sais city holding a shining bronze shield. The noble generals beside him held wooden shields wrapped in cowhide. Ordinary Sais soldiers also held wooden shield. They seemed to think that by holding a shield, they can be protected on the battlefield by the patron saint of Sais city, the shield-bearing goddess of war. Night. When Roy was observing the army of Saisheng city, Sikhan was also observing the army of Buto city behind Roy. Although Sikhan did not underestimate Roy's soldiers, the strength of the Athenian soldiers was beyond his expectation. Even Roy's Egyptian soldiers were vigorous, as if they were not fighting for foreign conquerors, but defending themselves. Home. Roy and Sikhan came to the conclusion that the other side's soldiers should not be underestimated. Roy couldn't even help but feel lucky that he didn't take the initiative to attack Sais city. because the result of taking the initiative to attack Sais' city would be a miserable defeat at best. Loui, king of Athens. Before the two sides started fighting, Sai-Khan accused Roy righteously. You foreigners not only invaded the land of Egypt, but also broke the traditions of the Egyptians and drove away the priests and nobles who have ruled the Egyptians for thousands of years. Evil invaders like you will not be accepted by the Egyptians. Now I want to drive you away on behalf of the Egyptians. If you don't want your soldiers to die in vain, take them and leave the land of Egypt. Puff. After listening to Sai-Khan's words, Roy couldn't help but laugh. You said that the priestly aristocracy ruled the Egyptians as a tradition for thousands of years. The Egyptians could not accept that they would not be ruled by the priestly aristocracy. Do you really believe this nonsense? Ask the Egyptian soldiers behind me. They really are you willing to endure hardships and have your children and grandchildren support the priests and nobles together? After Roy finished speaking, the Egyptian soldiers behind him immediately let out a thunderous cry. We don't want to dash. Although the pharaohs of Egypt could easily use hundreds of thousands of people to build pyramids for themselves, the Egyptians were not really willing to be slaves. The 19th dynasty of Egypt, ruled by Pharaoh Ramses II, who was touted as Egypt's greatest emperor, was destroyed by a slave uprising. Unfortunately, it was still foreigners from the Near East who led the Egyptians to overthrow the 19th dynasty. Sai-Khan also knew that his nonsense made no sense. But he was a pharaoh supported by the priests and nobles. So of course he had to speak from the standpoint of the priests and nobles. Seeing that reasoning could not defeat Roy, Sai-Khan chose to attack. People of Sais. For the goddess night. For the city of Sais. You follow me. And we will defeat the invaders together. After saying that, Sai-Khan took the lead and charged towards Roy's army. The Saisians also shouted loudly and followed closely behind Sai-Khan. Seeing the enemy attacking, Roy also took the initiative to attack with his soldiers. Roy and Sai-Khan were the first to rush to each other. And Roy mercilessly swung his bronze war spear at Sai-Khan. There was a loud explosion. Sai-Khan blocked Roy's attack with a golden bronze shield, then swung his war spear at Roy to counterattack. What a strong shield! Roy dodged Sai-Khan's attack while looking at his shield in surprise. With the blessing of Roy's divine power, Roy's spear blade can penetrate even steel shields. Roy's spear blade could not penetrate Sai-Khan's shield. Apparently Sai-Khan's shield was blessed by divine power. And the divine power of the shield-bearing goddess strengthened the bronze shield to an incredible degree. While Roy was surprised, Sai-Khan also looked at Roy with fearful eyes. Because Roy's attack on him was so powerful, he couldn't help but suspect that Roy was not a great hero, but a demigod hero. If he had not used the divine power given to him by the goddess Night just now to strengthen the shield, his shield would have been pierced by Roy's spear blade just now, and even penetrated the shield and injured his body. After escaping Sai-Khan's fierce attack and confirming that his strength and speed could not compare with his own, Roy immediately began to look for opportunities to kill Sai-Khan. Sai-Khan knew the strength gap between him and Roy, and always used a shield to protect his body. While Roy and Sai-Khan were fighting, Roy's soldiers and Sai-Khan's soldiers were also fighting fiercely. Although Roy completely suppressed Sai-Khan in the battle, Roy's soldiers were unable to suppress Sai-Khan's soldiers, and the two sides were evenly matched. But Roy's soldiers were only 4,000, and Sai-Khan's 6,000. The war of attrition between the soldiers goes to the end, and the loser must be Roy's soldiers. In order to win this war, Roy must defeat Sai-Khan as soon as possible so that Sai-Khan's soldiers lose the will to fight to the end. Sai-Khan was obviously aware of Roy's intention. When Roy's attacks became increasingly difficult to resist, Sai-Khan shouted loudly, "Great Goddess Night, please give me the strength to defeat my enemies." Along with Sai-Khan's prayer, a goddess with wings on her back descended from the sky and landed on the south side of the battlefield. It was Night, the patron saint of Sais city. Metis, the patron saint of the city of Athens, also took the initiative to appear and descended to the north of the battlefield. The two goddesses looked at each other across the battlefield, and Metis said with a faint smile like a hunter eyeing his prey, "Very good. You are really good. Unlike Wadjet, the sun serpent, your attributes do not conflict much with mine." After hearing these inexplicable words, Night said expressionlessly, "Foreign god, do you want to introduce yourself first?" "I am Athena, the maiden goddess of Athens." Metis said immediately, "I am a girl god from Athens, the goddess of wisdom named Metis." Chapter 270 The spear-wielding goddess of war palace. That look in your eyes dash. Feeling Metis' gaze, Knight frowned and said with an unhappy expression. Do you not only want to defeat me, but also want to take away my power? Metis pointed his war spear at Knight and said, I want your wings and shield. Let me take your power and become the goddess of war and wisdom. What an arrogant guy. Knight said with a spear in one hand and a shield in the other, taking a fighting stance. I am Pallas, the spear wielder. I am the goddess of war who wields a spear and carries a shield on the battlefield. The goddess of war named Neet is also the goddess who brings victory. Athena. Although you have the ambition to devour me, the final outcome waiting for you will only be defeat. Pallas. You are the one who is truly arrogant. Destiny has destined me to be the undefeated goddess who controls victory. I have already seen you defeated by me. And your nickname was taken away by me. Pallas. Athena, the future is born today. After saying that, Metis took the initiative to brandish his war spear and attack Knight. There was a loud explosion. Knight used his golden aegis to block Metis' attack, and then swung his own spear to counterattack. The two goddesses fought for a while. Not only did Metis fail to suppress Knight, but Knight took away the initiative in the battle. Knight teased Metis while attacking Metis. Athena. It seems that you are not lying. You are indeed the goddess of wisdom, who is not good at fighting. You have not experienced defeat in the past. Just because you have not met a powerful god of war like me. You guy dash. Faced with Knight's humiliation, Metis' cheeks turned red with anger. Paras. Don't be too proud. Your defeat by me will never change. Although the two goddesses fought with their giant figures 1,000 meters tall, their battle of gods did not affect the war of humans. Roy had no idea that while he was suppressing Sikane on the battlefield, his own goddess Athena would not be able to defeat Pallas, the patron goddess of Sais city. As part of Knight's divine power was injected into Sikane's body, Sikane's strength and speed gradually increased, making it difficult for Roy to suppress Sikane. Seeing the changes in the battlefield situation, Metis showed a smile of successful conspiracy on his face and said to Roy in an anxious tone, Loey. What are you waiting for? If you don't want us to lose together, then quickly enshrine me as the queen of the gods of the kingdom of Athens. As the patron saint of the city of Athens, Metis could only draw the patron saint's divine power from the Attica Peninsula. Roy worshipped Metis as the protector of the kingdom of Athens and the queen of the gods. Metis could travel from the Attica Peninsula, Thebes, Corinth, Euboea, and West Crete to the kingdom of Athens. There are also the Pharos area and the Buto city area in Egypt that draw the power of the patron saint. Because after Metis becomes the queen of the gods of the kingdom of Athens, the other patron gods of the kingdom of Athens will be reduced to Metis subordinate gods. And Metis can use the divine power of these subordinate gods. Hearing Metis request to deem her the queen of the gods of the kingdom of Athens, Roy had a troubled expression on his face. Because Roy knew without thinking that if Roy reduced other goddesses to be subordinate gods of Metis, it would definitely arouse the collective dissatisfaction of other goddesses. But now Roy didn't want to lose the war. So Roy finally could only shout to Metis. Great Metis. In the name of King Loy of Athens, I enshrine you as the protector of the kingdom of Athens. From now on, you will be the queen with the highest status among the gods of the kingdom of Athens. Very good, you really didn't disappoint me. After praising Roy with a smile, Metis immediately reversed the situation of being suppressed by Knight, and suddenly launched a violent counterattack with stronger divine power and faster divine speed. Seeing this scene, Roy couldn't help but suspect that Metis' failure to defeat Knight just now might have been a deliberate pretense in order to seize this opportunity and worship her as the protector of the kingdom of Athens. But this is just a conspiracy theory after all. And Roy has no evidence to prove that Metis is deliberately disguising. Perhaps it is true that Metis cannot defeat Knight. And it is also true that she wants to use this opportunity to become the queen of the gods in the kingdom of Athens. Although Knight is worshipped by the city of Sais as the creator god who created the gods and humans, the strength of the gods is not determined by the myths fabricated by humans, but by the territory and population they rule in reality. The area and population of the city of Sais are certainly incomparable to that of the entire kingdom of Athens. Therefore, after Metis became the queen of the gods of the kingdom of Athens, there was a huge level gap between her and Knight's divine power. Under Metis' fierce and violent attack, Knight could only retreat step by step. The turn of events in the war between the gods also affects the battle between Loey and Sikane. Knight was suppressed by Metis, causing Sikane to lose Knight's divine blessing. On the contrary, Roy began to receive the blessing of Metis' divine power. The divine power of Metis, queen of the gods of the kingdom of Athens, was like a violent flood pouring into Roy's body, making Roy's attacks involuntarily become violent. Clang clang clang. Clang clang clang. The battlefield echoed fiercely, with the sound of the spears swung by Loui and Metis and piercing the shields of Sikan and Knight. When Sikan and Knight's resistance became increasingly weak, Metis' fatal blow bypassed Knight's golden aegis and struck Knight's right shoulder. Click. At the same time, Roy's spear blade split open Sikan's bronze shield, and then penetrated the heart mercilessly. Seeing this scene, Roy opened his eyes in shock and said, "What's going on? I also want to use Sikan to make Sai City surrender. Why is my body out of control? Looking up, he saw the two goddesses fighting to determine the winner. Metis' spear blade stabbed Knight's shoulder. Roy said doubtfully, "Is it because Metis' divine power is so violent that my body is out of control?" As the Pharaoh Sikan of Sais City was killed by Loui, the battlefield situation that was originally difficult to determine the winner immediately turned into a one-sided situation where the Sais soldiers turned around and fled. Knight glanced at Sikane's body. Then wings appeared from his back, and his body turned into a golden stream of light and flew towards Sais City. After watching Knight leave, Metis picked up the golden shield left by Knight and said, "From now on, I am Athena, the shield-bearing goddess of war." Then, Metis looked down at Roy and said, "Let's continue this war. You haven't conquered Sais City yet, and I haven't taken Knight's wings away yet." Thinking of the goddess named Pallas Athena in another world, Roy couldn't help but ask, "You don't really want to eat Goddess Knight and make her disappear from this world, do you? That's not what you should care about." Metis said in a majestic tone as the queen of the gods, "What you have to do is start a war. Help me seize more territory and population, and make me the strongest goddess in the world." Chapter 271 The Birth of Pallas Athena. Surrender without killing. Those who don't surrender will die. After Roy caught up with the fleeing Sais soldiers, he stood in front of them and shouted loudly. As Roy killed several soldiers who wanted to escape, more than 5,000 Sais soldiers finally laid down their weapons and surrendered under Roy's intimidation. Because these Sais soldiers are also people with normal IQs and have no consciousness of sacrificing themselves for the priests and nobles in vain. Even if the city of Sais is ruled by foreigners in the future, civilians like them will still be needed to farm the land, pay for food, and serve as soldiers. Foreigners became the new rulers. And it was the priests and nobles who were really harmed, not the common people. After Roy's soldiers caught up, Roy left some soldiers to manage the prisoners. Roy himself led 2,000 soldiers and rushed to the city of Sais. The distance between Sais City and Buto City is about 40 miles, which is about 20,000 meters. 3 hours later, Roy jogged and walked to the outside of Sais with 2,000 soldiers. The city of Sais did not wait for Sikan's triumphant army. Instead, it waited for enemies that should not have appeared in the first place. The soldiers of Sais who defended the city immediately fell into panic because of the appearance of the enemy. Pharaoh Sikan, who represented the city of Sais, and his army of 6,000 were defeated. In order to successfully capture the city of Sais, Roy shouted while leading his soldiers towards the gate of Sais City. "Sikan is dead. If you surrender without killing, those who don't surrender will die." Roy's soldiers followed with a thunderous cry. "Sikan is dead. If you surrender without killing, those who don't surrender will die." Arriving at the wooden gate of Sais City, Roy directly hit the thick gate with his body. Bang! Driven by the violent divine power of Metis, queen of the gods of the kingdom of Athens, the city gate of Sais was struck by Roy with an astonishing loud noise. Boom! 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 Roy hit the city gate with his body again and again. When Roy hit it with his body for the 12th time, the city gate finally collapsed. The collapsed city gate also overwhelmed the will of the defenders to resist, and the defenders fled one after another. At the same time that Roy stepped on the fallen city gate and entered the city of Sais, Metis also entered the city of Sais and walked towards the Night Temple in the center of Sais City with huge steps. Roy ordered the Athenian soldiers to lead the Egyptian soldiers to capture the city of Sais, and then ran towards the Temple of Night alone. Night Temple. News spread that the enemy had entered the city of Sais, and many people hid here, hoping to be protected by the goddess Night in the gods' territory. It is a pity that the goddess Night, who was given high hopes by people, is now unable to protect herself. Roy came to Night's temple and saw Metis and Night starting a new round of battle in the center of Sais City. Although Night tried her best to resist, no matter how powerful her fighting skills were, They could not make up for the difference in divine power between her and Metis. Rumble rumble. The battle between the two goddesses caused the Night Temple to shake like an earthquake. Those who hid in the Night Temple were also frightened and fled from the temple. Only Roy went against the current and walked into the main hall of Night Temple when people were fleeing Night Temple. Entering the main hall supported by 2 rows of tall stone pillars. Roy saw a statue of Night standing on a throne deep in the hall. Looking at the Night statue with wings on its back. Holding a shield in one hand and a spear in the other. Roy suppressed the thoughts that he shouldn't have in his heart. Then hugged the Night statue with his own hands. Lifted the Night statue off the throne and walked outside. As soon as Roy walked out of the temple, he saw that Metis had controlled Night with both hands. And a giant blue snake 10,000 meters long appeared behind her. Night was still struggling. And a 1,000-meter-long white gold dragon appeared behind her. Under Roy's shocked gaze, the giant snake shadow behind Metis slowly opened its mouth and suddenly swallowed the giant dragon shadow behind Night. After the dragon was swallowed by the giant snake, Night's body disappeared. As if she had entered Metis's belly just like the dragon swallowed by the giant snake. Belch. Metis let out a satisfied burp. Seeing Roy holding the statue of Night, Metis stretched out his right hand to Roy and smiled. You have done something that satisfies me again. I don't even know how to reward you. While Metis spoke, her right hand released divine power, causing the Night statue to transfer from Roy's arms to her right hand. Looking at Metis holding a spear in his left hand and holding the statue of Night in his right hand, Roy couldn't help but think of another world. The image of Pallas Athena holding a spear in her left hand and holding the winged goddess of victory, Nike, in her right hand. Hail for me, priest Loe who serves me. Now I will take everything from Night. After Metis declared to Roy, her divine body bloomed with the same golden light as Night. Flap. Flap. With the sound of flapping wings, a pair of white wings appeared from behind Metis, who was a snake, and a snake in the sea. Even the silver shoes Metis wore were transformed into gold strappy sandals. From now on, I am the god of the 3 attributes of sky, earth, and sea. I am the Athenian maiden goddess, Athena, and the spear wielder Pallas. Pallas Athena is my alias. Is this the birth of Pallas Athena? Looking at Metis who was making a declaration to the mother of the world, Roy also said with a serious expression. Now I declare in the name of King Loe of Athens that Metis is no longer the protector of the kingdom of Athens and the queen of the gods. Metis, who was in a state of joy and contentment, felt as if he had fallen from the clouds to the ground when he heard Roy's words, and immediately shouted with great anger. How dare you? Before he finished speaking, Metis hugged his body with his right hand with a painful expression, looking like he wanted to vomit. After a period of intense retching, Metis vomited Night out of his mouth, as if he had indigestion. Night fell awkwardly outside the temple in a human-sized figure. Metis ignored her and stabbed Roy on the ground with his spear with his left hand. Roy, this is your punishment for betraying me. Seeing that he was about to be stabbed to death by the huge spear blade, Roy was about to close his eyes and face death, when Night suddenly came to Roy's side and swung her war spear to meet Metis's war spear. There was a loud explosion. Metis' war spear collided with Night's war spear, and Metis' attack was successfully blocked. Get away. Looking at Night who was blocking him, Metis said in an angry cold voice. I want to punish the priest who betrayed me. This has nothing to do with you. Wait until I let him be punished. And then I will continue to deal with you. This is not okay. Night said with a bright smile on his embarrassed face. He has conquered Sais City and became the new master of Sais City. I am the patron saint of Sais City, and it is my duty to protect him. What's more, he only angered you because he saved me. After hearing Night's words, Metis asked Roy, do you want to accept Nate and let her continue to be the patron saint of Sais City? Athena, I need a god to protect me from your anger. Roy said frankly, since the goddess Pallas is willing to protect me, then I should also make her one of the many patron saints of the kingdom of Athens. Chapter 272 The demigod hero with a golden body. After hearing Roy's answer, Metis said coldly with a gloomy face. The attack just now was just a warning to you. Even if Nate didn't hinder me, I wouldn't really kill you. You have already helped me ascend to the throne of the protector god. But you pulled me down again. You know how sad is your betrayal. What makes you sad is not my betrayal, but the loss of your identity as the protector of the country and your throne as the queen of the gods. After silently complaining in his heart, Roy explained helplessly. Metis, I just enshrined you as the protector god to help you defeat the goddess Night. You should understand this. Now that the goddess Night has been defeated and conquered by us. Of course I want to take back the protector god identity. Because I haven't decided yet to make you the protector of the kingdom of Athens. You figure it out. Metis said angrily. You are not serving other gods, you are a priest serving Metis. Don't you intend to make me the protector of the country? But are you going to completely betray me and make other gods the protector of the country? If you plan to betray me, the identity of the protector of the nation will be mine sooner or later. So you should make me the protector of the nation now. Please don't use your status as a god or priest to force him. Night couldn't help but said. He is not only a priest who serves you, but also the king of the kingdom of Athens. So he should stand in the position of the king and choose the most suitable god to become the protector of the kingdom of Athens. Nate. This is between me and him. After glaring at Night angrily, Metis looked at Roy and said, there are other people here who are in the way. I will let you go today. In the future, you must tell me clearly what you think. After saying that, Metis flapped his wings on his back, and his body turned into a blue-white stream of light and flew towards the city of Athens. After Metis left, Roy said to Night with a complicated expression, Goddess Night, thank you for helping me just now. I killed your highest priest Sikane and conquered the city of Sais that you guarded. Don't you resent me? After hearing Roy's question, Night said doubtfully, do you care about the life and death of ants? Roy shook his head. And Night continued. During the 1,000 years that I have been the patron saint of Sais city, there have been tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of the highest priests, high-level priests, mid-level priests, and low-level priests who have served me. Do I care about each and every one of them? Life or death? Just like you humans don't care about the life and death of ants. I don't think I should care about the priests who serve me. So I won't resent you because of Sikane's death. As for your conquest of Sais city from at the beginning of the First Dynasty, the city of Sais had a brief period of glory, allowing me to become the queen above the gods. Most of the time, I was reduced to a vassal of other city-states, or even ruled by other city-states. You just conquered Sais, one of the many foreign rulers of the city of Sais. As long as you do not shake my status as the patron saint of the city of Sais, I have no reason to conflict with you. And when Metis wanted to eat me just now, it was because you made Metis lose her identity and divine power as the protector of the country that she was unable to absorb me and had to spit me out. For this, I should also thank you. If I hadn't enshrined Metis as the protector of the kingdom of Athens, Metis would definitely not be able to defeat you. So you don't need to thank me. Roy said hesitantly. Goddess Night, I am willing to let you continue to be the patron saint of Sais city. Should you repay me and give me your blessings and divine power? Your request is very reasonable. Night said with a smile. I am the patron saint of the city of Sais and all Sais people. Not the patron saint of the priests who enjoy power and wealth in my name. I hope you will get my blessing and divine power and be able to make the people of Sais live a better life. Better life. After saying that, Night stretched out his left hand and pointed it at Roy's body, injecting a golden divine power into Roy's body. As Night's power was absorbed into Roy's body, new information emerged in Roy's mind. Name, Roy. God's blessing, Metis's blessing, wisdom improvement. Mnemosyne's blessing, predicting the future. Aphrodite's blessing, charm improvement. Amphitrite's blessing, copper and iron, bone. Hestia's blessing, speed boost. Pandora's blessing, wings of the sky. Wadjet's blessing, power of the sun. Night's blessing, golden body. Strength level, demigod hero, 10,000 enemies. Demigod hero. Demigod hero. Metis. Mnemosyne. Amphitrite. Hestia. Pandora. Wadjet. And Night, the blessings and divine power of the 7 goddesses came together to finally make Roy a semi-human being. Divine hero, 10,000 enemies. Feeling the surging divine power in his body, Roy suppressed his excitement and said to Night. Goddess Night. What does your blessing, golden body, do? Gold is a symbol of immortality. And I am not only the spear wielder Pallas, but also the goddess of war holding a golden aegis. The blessing I give you, golden body, can make your body like mine. The golden aegis is not afraid of any human attack. In other words, except for gods and demigod heroes, even the attacks of great heroes, 1,000 enemies cannot hurt you. Even if gods and demigod heroes can hurt you, as long as the injury is not immediately fatal. Golden body will allow your injuries to heal themselves. After listening to Knight's explanation, Roy immediately understood that golden body was like an upgraded version of copper skin and iron bone. As a demigod hero with a golden body, Roy can ignore the attacks of the great hero, 1,000 enemies, and can self-heal all injuries that are not immediately fatal. Goddess Knight, the blessing you gave me is so powerful. Perhaps because the two had a real connection. Roy began to look at Knight with wanton eyes. Although Knight is a native Egyptian god, the city of Sais was once ruled by the Phoenicians, making Knight somewhat different from the native Egyptian gods. Her skin color is not as brown as Wadjet's, but as white as snow, close to Aphrodite. Her figure is tall and slender, and her waist is as slender as a snake goddess. Roy can even see her water vapor floating around the body. Only Knight's clothing has the style of the native Egyptian god. She wears a white dress, many gold ornaments on her body, and a pair of gold strap sandals on her little feet. Roy's eyes looked from bottom to top, looking at Knight's gold shoes, the gold belt that bound his slender waist, the gold bracelets on his arms and the gold crown on his head, and finally fell on Knight's delicate and beautiful little face. Looking at Knight's eyes with blue divine light, Roy felt like seeing Metis for a moment. Goddess Knight, Roy said with wide eyes in confusion. Why do I think you are different now than before you were eaten by Metis? Do you think that when I was eaten by Metis, Metis was the only one who took away my divine power and attributes? Knight explained with a smile. Although Metis took away my divine power and attributes, I also absorbed some divine powers and attributes from Metis. Chapter 273 The Kingdom of Athens does not need a male god. When Metis and Knight became one, it was quite normal for Knight to absorb Metis' divine power and attributes. After Knight finished explaining, she looked at Knight's temple and said, "Now I'm going back to my Knight temple to recuperate from my injuries. You can come to me if you need anything." After saying that, her body turned into a statue of Knight and flew into the main hall of Knight temple. Roy also found his own soldiers and led them to expel or annihilate the priests and nobles of Sais city by force. Because only by driving away these priests and nobles who occupied a large amount of land and wealth could Roy distribute the land in Sais city to civilian families. Only by taking all the food of these priests and nobles for himself can Roy recruit soldiers in Sais city, have enough troops to promote his rule, and raid the priests and nobles in various towns and villages around Sais city. Because the palace in Sais city was more gorgeous and grand than the palace in Buto city, Roy also took Andromeda over from Buto city. While Roy recruited 7,000 soldiers in Sais city and carried out a comprehensive sweep of 10,000 square kilometers of land west of the Nile Delta. The news that Sais city, one of the three major political powers, had been conquered by Roy quickly spread to various city-states in Egypt and caused huge shocks. Because Roy was not only a foreign ruler, but also carried out destroying attacks on the priests and nobles of Buto city and Sais city. If foreign rulers like Roy were allowed to dominate Egypt, I am afraid that the priests and nobles of all the city-states in Egypt would suffer. The first impact of Roy's conquest of Sais was that Atrebus and Merimda, which were originally nominally vassals of Sais, announced their separation from Sais and became the Hyksos. Vassal. The second impact was that Loe and the Kingdom of Athens were hostile to all the priests and nobles of Egypt. The third influence was that the priestly nobles under the rule of King Sephus of Egypt and the priestly nobles under the rule of Pharaoh Kamose of southern Egypt were persuading them to regard the Kingdom of Athens as their enemy first. Starting from the time when Kamose's grandfather ruled, Kamose's family had been at war with the Hyksos for decades. Kamose's grandfather and father were both killed by the Hyksos on the battlefield. Kill. In these decades of war, the Hyksos were also killed by thousands of people by the southern Egyptians. The two sides have already had a deep hatred for each other. And of course, they will not temporarily put aside their deep hatred for each other just because of Roy's appearance. Therefore, although the priests and nobles of various Egyptian city-states hated the Kingdom of Athens, they could not persuade the Hyksos and southern Egyptians to deal with the Kingdom of Athens. In this situation, without any strong external force to block it, Roy successfully incorporated the west side of the Nile Delta into the territory of the Kingdom of Athens. This not only increased the area of the Kingdom of Athens by half, but also more than doubled the population ruled by the Kingdom of Athens. City of Sais. Royal Palace. Loe and Andromeda were sitting on the throne in the hall, listening to the Athenian soldiers reporting the amount of grain and calculating how much surplus grain could be transported to the city of Athens. There is fertile land on both sides of the Nile with 2 or even 3 crops a year. However, due to backward farming technology and types of food crops, The food that can be transported to the city of Athens is very limited. Although this food was enough to fill the food gap in the kingdom of Athens, it could not solve the food problem in Crete. Roy wanted to solve the food problem in Crete. The first option was to conquer more Egyptian city-states. And the second option was to go to the Caucasus area on the east coast of the Black Sea to buy food. Just when Roy was worried about the food problem, a soldier hurried into the hall and said, "Your Majesty, important news has just arrived. Kamose, the pharaoh of the southern Egyptians, has defeated the Hyksos and conquered the city of Memphis." Upon hearing the news, Andromeda next to Roy trembled with fright and unconsciously hugged Roy's arm with her hands. The city of Memphis was the capital of many dynasties in Egyptian history, because Ptah, the god of fire and craftsman, was the patron saint of the city of Memphis. The creation system of Ptah, one of the three major systems of Egyptian mythology, was born. It is juxtaposed with the 9-Yuan god creation system in Sun City and the 8-Yuan god creation system in Hermopolis City, southern Egypt. Just from the mythological aspect, we can see the importance of the city of Memphis. In reality, the city of the sun is the first of the 13 city-states in northern Egypt, and the city of Memphis is the gateway that guards the city of the sun. Now that the southern Egyptian pharaoh Kamose has conquered the city of Memphis, Kamose can choose to attack the city of the sun, or the cities of Merimna and Atribis. It can be said that he completely takes the initiative in the war. Kamose conquered the city of Memphis. Which city was his next target? The soldier had a blank look on his face when he heard Andromeda's question. And Roy said immediately, "Kamose's next target is Sun City." Andromeda looked at Roy, who smiled and explained, "The cities of Merimna and Atribis are not under the control of you Hyksos. Now that they hear the news that Kamose conquered the city of Memphis, maybe they will take the initiative to surrender to Kamose. Since Kamose Sai doesn't need to attack the cities of Merimna and Atribis at all. So his next goal is of course the city of the sun. After conquering the city of the sun, Kamose only needs to capture the city of Bubastis and lead the southern Egyptian army to attack the city of Avaris. Roy, you must help us." Andromeda begged with a pitiful expression. "Kamose is too powerful. If you don't help us, he will definitely lead his army to march straight into the city of Avaris." Roy nodded and said, "I promised you. So I will definitely help you Hyksos people deal with Kamose. But I have a condition. That is, you must always stay with me when I have a conflict with the Hyksos people." "How could you conflict with us?" Andromeda said with confusion. "As long as you marry me, you and us Hyksos people will be one family. Although we do not have the tradition of princesses inheriting the throne, it will be difficult for you to become the king of Hyksos as my husband. But I can't imagine that you will be with me. The reason why we are enemies. Andromeda, I want to tell you one thing. That is, the patron saints of the kingdom of Athens are all goddesses." Roy said with a solemn expression. "You Hyksos are a group of people who worship the male god Set Zeus. Once the kingdom of Athens and the Hyksos want to expand their territory in Egypt in the future, there will definitely be a war between us. Because I will not allow myself to Seth Zeus, the male god, has become one of the patron saints of the kingdom of Athens. And you Hyksos will not easily betray the gods who have protected you for thousands of years." After hearing Roy's explanation, Andromeda said in disbelief, "My father is willing to let you inherit the throne as his son-in-law. And you will not accept Seth Zeus as a male god. He wants to force us Hyksos to betray the gods who have always protected us, causing the kingdom of Athens and us to fall in love. Is the war between the Zosians absolutely inevitable? The kingdom of Athens has no need for male gods that will never change." Chapter 274. Roy already has a fiancé. Mycenaeans and Hyksos, these branches of the Aryans. Since the Aryan era, their rulers have called themselves descendants of Zeus and used Zeus's divine power to strengthen their rule. In other words, if Roy asked the rulers of the Hyksos to betray Zeus, he would be asking them to betray their own ancestors. With this irreconcilable contradiction, the war between Roy and the Mycenaeans and Hyksos was inevitable. Andromeda looked at Roy with a complicated expression and said, "After a woman gets married, she belongs to her husband. So even if you have a war with the Hyksos, I will always stay by your side." After hearing Andromeda's answer, Roy immediately said with satisfaction, "Andromeda, I will lead 3,000 Egyptian soldiers to the city of the sun tomorrow. Before I leave, I will leave 500 Athenian soldiers to protect you. I hope that you can manage it on my behalf during my absence. The cities of Sais and Buto. If there is a rebellion in our territory, You must immediately let the Athenian soldiers lead the Egyptian soldiers to destroy the rebellion. Andromeda nodded. And then couldn't help but say, Loie, you don't seem to trust the Egyptian soldiers. Only the Athenian soldiers. I am an alien ruler after all. Roy explained helplessly. Before my rule is stable. Even if my policies bring huge benefits to the Egyptians, I don't think they will really support me and have the consciousness to fight for me. When my rule lasts for 1 or 2 years, I would have faith in the loyalty of the Egyptian soldiers. The next day, in accordance with his promise to Andromeda, Roy left the city of Sais with 3,000 Egyptian soldiers and headed for the City of the Sun. The real name of the City of the Sun is Heliopolis. It was the most important city in ancient Egypt after Memphis and Thebes in southern Egypt. It was also the first of the 13 city-states in northern Egypt. About Heliopolis, records of the city often appear in the pyramid texts. Sun City is the center of worship of the sun god Atum. The creation myth of the 9 gods with Atum as the core was born here. So Sun City is also known as the hometown of the gods. After Loie left the city of Sais, Ramesses II and Perseus came to the city of Sais. And Andromeda met them in the palace hall. Palace hall. Andromeda, who was sitting on the throne, saw Ramesses II and Perseus walking into the hall and asked impatiently, You came just in time. I heard that Chamos captured the city of Memphis and that we Hyksos were defeated again. I want to know if my father was injured in this war. Ramesses II bowed and said to Andromeda, Princess Andromeda, Your Majesty Cephus did not participate in the war in Memphis. Your uncle Phineas is the governor of Memphis. Although he lost to Chamos, he has returned to Afghanistan safe and sound. Wallace City. Phineas. Upon hearing the name, Andromeda showed an unhappy expression. Because Phineas is not only Andromeda's uncle, but also Andromeda's suitor. Phineas has always claimed that the Egyptian pharaoh family has a tradition of intermarriage within the family. So the Hyksos should follow the local customs. And Phineas didn't just talk. He had proposed to his brother Cephas over and over again, asking Cephas to marry Andromeda to him. Thank you for bringing the news that my father is safe. What is the purpose of your coming to Sais city? Ramses II said with a solemn expression. Right now, the southern Egyptian pharaoh Chamos is leading his army to the City of the Sun. We came to the city of Sais because we want to join forces with the kingdom of Athens to fight against Chamos. The Hyksos and the Athenians are both foreign rulers. Not only the Hyksos are the target of expulsion by the southern Egyptians, and the Athenians are also the target of the southern Egyptian expulsion. So there is no reason for the kingdom of Athens not to cooperate with us. After hearing Ramesses II's answer, Andromeda said with a smile, If your purpose is to cooperate with the kingdom of Athens, then your trip is in vain. Roy has brought 3,000 Egyptian soldiers to the City of the Sun for me to help us deal with Chamos. I believe that as long as my father and Roy if Iraq cooperates, we will definitely be able to defeat Chamos. Unexpectedly, Roy had already surrendered under Andromeda's white dress. Ramses II first showed a surprised expression, then came back to his senses and said, Since His Majesty Roy has become our ally, we will return to Avarice City immediately and tell His Majesty Cephas the good news. After Ramesses II finished speaking, he was ready to leave with Perseus. Perseus looked at Andromeda and said, Princess Andromeda, please leave with us. Andromeda said with an unhappy expression, Prince Perseus, how can you make such a rude request to me? I have been with Roy for so long, and everyone thinks that I am already Roy's woman. Roy also brought Sais city and Buto the city was handed over to me. How could I betray his trust and leave here? Perseus said with a sigh. Princess Andromeda, although I don't know what Roy told you, you shouldn't think that the king of Athens has no other woman before you. Of course I know that Roy must have another woman. But that doesn't affect me being with him. What if Roy already has a wife? You're lying. Roy told me a long time ago that he is an unmarried man. Although it is true that he is not married, he already has a fiancée, the girl who will marry him in the future. Fiancée? Andromeda's eyes widened in shock and she said in disbelief. Since he already has a fiancée, why didn't he tell me? Does he already regret his engagement with his fiancée? So he feels there is no need to tell me. Perseus shook his head and said, Loie's fiancée is the princess of the Athenian tribe. She has known Roy earlier than you. So her relationship with Roy will only be better than yours. If Roy is tired of the old and abandons his fiancée for you, do you still think that he is a man worthy of your love? If you don't think Roy will abandon his fiancée, then do you know what it means to be with Roy? It means that you can only become Roy's concubine. The princess of the kingdom of Egypt wants to be in front of a tribal princess. If you keep your head down and act small, the children you give birth to will not have the right to inherit. Click. Perseus' words ruthlessly shattered Andromeda's inner defense. You may be able to tolerate being inferior to others, but even your own children must be inferior to others. This is definitely intolerable. Seeing Andromeda's painful expression, Perseus continued. Princess Andromeda, please leave with us. Even if everyone thinks you are Roy's woman, I still believe that you are an unmarried girl. My love for you will not diminish at all. You don't have to worry. I won't be able to get married. No. Andromeda shook her head without hesitation and said, if I leave with you, will Roy still help us Hyksos deal with Kamos? For the sake of my father and the Hyksos, I must never leave Roy. Chapter 275. The goddesses want to control Roy. Mount Helicon. Legend has it that there is a holy spring where the goddess bathed. At this time, Metis, Mnemosyne, and Amphitrite were soaking in the spring water with human-sized figures, and each occupied 3 positions in the holy spring, forming a perfect triangle. Metis said while holding spring water in his hand and pouring it on himself. Sisters, the people who worship us are all the Pelasgi people who migrated to Greece 1,500 years ago. At that time, the Pelasgi people jointly worshipped the snake goddess named the Ancient Serpent. Now we, the snake goddesses worshipped by the Pelasgas in different areas of Greece, can all be said to be children or avatars of the ancient snakes. In other words, we are truly sisters connected by blood. Now I am being beaten by Loe. Is this something you can bear, to be humiliated like this by a human being? It's hard to say. Mnemosyne said expressionlessly. I think I can't bear to have you over my head even more than you being worshipped as the protector god by Roy and being pulled down from the throne by Roy. I feel the same. Amphitrite said in agreement. Since you know that we are all the clones and children of the ancient snake worshipped by the Pelasgi people 1,500 years ago, don't you think that as true sisters, we should always maintain our equal status? You two guys dash. Metis said angrily. Don't you realize the seriousness of the problem? Now that Roy dares to bully me, a new god without ancient authority, he will be able to bully you in the future. As the kingdom of Athens continues to expand, Roy's royal power, we are also getting stronger. But our territory and authority have not increased. Do you have to wait until Roy uses his royal power to overwhelm you before you feel a sense of crisis? Mnemosyne did not immediately respond to Metis's words, but turned to look at the woods not far away. Come on. May I? Accompanied by the voice of lack of confidence, Hestia walked out of the woods. Mnemosyne said with a faint smile. Even if you lose the patron saint's throne, you are still our sister. And no one can predict the future. Maybe you will rise again after thousands of years. But we who have the patron saint's throne now will decline. Encouraged by Mnemosyne, Hestia walked into the holy spring and soaked her body in the spring water. Metis looked at Hestia and said, Hestia, since you heard what we said, let's talk about your thoughts. Do you think we should work together to control Roy and let Roy understand that he is a priest who serves the gods first, and then he controls the gods? A king with royal power. I think Roy is a very good human being. Hestia said firmly. He is also willing to lend a helping hand to a declining god like me. If Roy only considers his identity as a priest of Metis, he will definitely not think about helping me regain the Argos region, but to seize the region of Argos and give it to Metis. He will even drive Mnemosyne and Amphitrite from their thrones and make your territory the territory of Metis. After hearing Hestia's words, Metis hurriedly explained. We are sisters. So I will not ask Roy to dedicate your territory to me. Amphitrite immediately teased. Metis, you smell like lying. If Roy really dedicates our territory to you, you will definitely not refuse. If you had the opportunity to increase your territory and authority, wouldn't you be stupid enough to refuse? Metis said with a cold face. Don't change the subject. What we are discussing now is whether to restrain Roy. If you are not willing to restrain Roy with me, and Roy does something to hurt you in the future, you will never get my help. After Metis finished speaking, Mnemosyne and Amphitrite made eye contact. Although it is in their interests for Roy to pull Metis down from the throne of the protector god, Roy's desecration of the authority of the god should indeed be restrained. If Roy's behavior is not punished, Roy will definitely treat the gods even more unscrupulously. Then Mnemosyne spoke to Metis. Metis, how do you think we should control Roy? If the punishment for Roy is too severe, I'm afraid it will completely break us up. How about letting one of Lowy's women die as a small warning? Amphitrite rolled her eyes and said after hearing Meta's suggestion. Is this a small warning? If Roy is an infatuated man, this will cause very serious consequences. Why do you think Roy cares about the women around him? Meta said confidently. I can see that none of the women around Roy have his true love. To him, those women are just beautiful dolls. And they have huge use value. Even if we kill one of them, it is not worth him to follow. We were completely torn apart. Metis, you are still too young and don't understand humans at all. Hestia also said to Metis. Human beings are very complex. So you can't understand them with rational wisdom. Even if Roy doesn't love the girls around him, it doesn't mean that he doesn't value those girls. Nor does it mean that he can tolerate those girls being taken away by gods. Walk life. Seeing Metis fall silent, Mnemosyne said. Perhaps we can cultivate a human being and make her a tool to check Lowy. Such as my priestess Harmonia. Although the Thebes region is nominally ruled by Lowy. In fact, Lowy himself does not. She has truly ruled the Thebes region. In the Thebes region, Harmonia is the queen with real authority. And Lowy is only the king in name. As long as Harmonia is willing, she can make it happen at any time. The Thebes region seceded from the kingdom of Athens. After hearing these words, Metis and Amphitrite's eyes immediately lit up. Metis smiled excitedly. Lowy has been busy increasing the territory of the kingdom of Athens. So not to mention other areas. Even in the city of Athens and the Attica Peninsula, Roy's authority is supported by Procne and Philomela. Perhaps thinking of a brilliant idea, Metis immediately stood up and spread his wings. And then his body turned into a golden stream of light and flew towards the city of Athens. After Metis left, Amphitrite also stood up and said, after my priest Sisyphus was killed by Roy, Roy never arranged a new priest for me. It seems that I have to take the initiative to choose a priest for myself. After saying that, Amphitrite left the holy spring and turned into a blue divine light and flew towards the Gulf of Corinth. Royal Palace of Athens. Procne sat on the throne with Philomela, listening to a soldier report the news from Egypt. After learning that Roy had conquered 2 city-states in Egypt and had sent ships to transport surplus grain to the city of Athens, Procne and Philomela hugged each other happily. Sister, brother Roy is indeed invincible. Our worries have always been unnecessary. Even if it is unnecessary, we must always pray for brother Roy to win. Maybe the goddess of fate will always love brother Roy because she hears our prayers. Chapter 276 The different approaches of the two goddesses. Philomela seemed to suddenly think of something and asked the soldier standing in the center of the hall. Brother Roy is in Egypt. Are there any other women around him? The soldier shook his head in confusion. Because this was not a question he could answer casually. Don't say that he doesn't know if there is another woman around Roy. Even if he knows that there is another woman around Roy, he doesn't dare to tell the truth at will. Philomela got a satisfactory answer and immediately said with a smile. I knew brother Roy wouldn't like brown women in Egypt. At this moment, a majestic and beautiful female voice sounded in the ears of Procne and Philomela. Procne. Philomela. Come to me. Procne and Philomela looked at each other in surprise. And then they immediately got up and left the palace, coming to the temple square where the Metis statue was. Because they had already heard that it was the voice of Metis, the patron saint of the city of Athens. Temple Square. Procne and Philomela came to the statue of Metis. And the statue of Metis immediately bloomed with divine light and turned into the goddess Metis herself. Looking at the awed expressions on the faces of Procne and Philomela, Metis said with satisfaction. Procne. Philomela. I asked you to come here because I have something important to tell you. I want to take back Roy's identity as a priest and let him concentrate on completing the work of the king. The two of you will replace Roy and become high priestess who serves me. Hearing Metis's words, Procne couldn't help but frown and said, Goddess Metis. Brother Roy once said that he must have all the royal power and divine power in his hands to ensure that the royal power will not be interfered by divine power. You deprive brother Roy of his priesthood, which is not in line with brother Roy's wishes. Philomela said in agreement. Sister is right. The goddess Metis should not deprive brother Roy of his priesthood. You two are such fools. Metis said with a faint smile. I don't want other people but you to become my priests. Since you are Roy's women, you have the divine power. What's the difference between Roy and Roy? I just want you to share Roy's power. Don't you want to work? Seeing the hesitant expressions of Procne and Philomela, Metis continued. And it will be of great benefit to you to become a priest who serves me. I will give you blessings and divine power. Your body will become more beautiful because of the divine power. And I allow you to become the daughter of God. You can deify yourself as my adopted daughter. And even claim that you are my daughters and clones. Becoming a goddess in the eyes of humans will make your status more noble. And Roy will definitely love you more. After listening to the various benefits Metis said, Philomela said waveringly. Sister. What Goddess Metis said seems to be right. Anyway. We are Brother Roy's women. We will replace Brother Roy as the priests of Goddess Metis. It will not have any impact on Brother Roy. And we will also become a more beautiful and noble goddess. Procne and Philomela did not realize that the goddess Metis spoke of was making them the clones of Metis. Although this method can quickly deify them, it will also cause them to lose their independent identity. As long as Metis wants to, he can turn them from clones into parts of Metis at any time. According to Metis' plan, the queen who controls the royal and divine power in the city of Athens becomes Metis' clone. And Metis can take Loie away and take control of the kingdom of Athens himself. Procne hesitated for a while, and finally said to Metis, Goddess Metis, we are willing to be your priests. Very well. Give me your hands. Procne and Philomela each extended a hand to Metis. And Metis leaned down to hold their small hands with his own. And then injected 2 streams of divine power into their bodies. The dazzling blue divine light immediately enveloped the bodies of Procne and Philomela, making them look like goddesses descending into the world. Metis said with a proud smile while injecting divine power into their bodies. Procne. Philomela. From now on, you will be my daughters of the gods. But I am a virgin. So you are my daughters' clones that are directly split from me. You can use the royal power to deify yourself into a goddess to obtain godhead. Agriculture is the most important in this era. Procne can be deified into the dew goddess. And Philomela can be deified into the field goddess. When I absorb you, the dew goddess and the field goddess will become one of the many divinities I have. But I am a benevolent goddess after all. So I will wait until you end your life as a human before letting you return to me as a clone. Although Procne and Philomela could hear Metis' words, their consciousness seemed to be out of their control. And they were completely unable to have the idea of resisting Metis. Just like adoption. Strangers who are not related by blood can become father and son or mother and daughter. At this time, with the voluntary acceptance of Procne and Philomela, they have become the daughters doppelgangers born of Metis alone. Port of Piraeus. Chiron was managing the port's trade as usual. As the trade process at the port gradually became more formalized, many transactions no longer required Chioni's personal participation. So Chiron had more and more free time. Chiron. Who's calling me? Suddenly hearing someone calling her name, Chiron observed her surroundings alertly and found that the coast not far away was blooming with a dazzling blue light. Chiron walked over curiously and saw Amphitrite walking on the sea towards the shore. After Amphitrite came to face Chiron on the beach, she took the initiative to smile at Chiron. Dear Chiron, I am Amphitrite, patron saint of Corinth. Chiron asked doubtfully after hearing Amphitrite's voice. Which was the voice that called her just now? Goddess Amphitrite. What is your purpose in calling me here? I want you to be my priest. Seeing Chioni's eyes widen in surprise, Amphitrite immediately explained. After my priest Sisyphus was killed by Roy did not arrange a new priest for me. I know that Roy did not want someone he could not trust to take over the divine power of Corinth. So I want you to be mine priest. You are Roy's woman. He should have no reason to doubt you. And becoming my priest will also be good for you. Chiron said with a solemn expression. Since Roy doesn't want you to have a new priest, how can I become your priest without permission? I will give you blessings and divine power. And I can also make you a daughter of God. Amphitrite said seductively with a smile. Divine power will make you more beautiful. Your status as the daughter of God can transform you into a goddess similar to a heroic god. So you have no reason to refuse. As soon as she finished speaking, Amphitrite saw the dazzling light blooming on the Acropolis. Metis. Amphitrite murmured in disbelief. You actually did it to this extent. Chapter 277 I don't want to be the son of Zeus. At this time, Roy did not know what was happening in the city of Athens. Because Loie was on his way to the city of the sun with 3,000 Egyptian soldiers. When Roy led his army past the city of Atrebus, the city walls of Atrebus were covered with defensive soldiers. Apparently the governor, priests and nobles here mistakenly believed that Roy's goal was to attack Atrebus. Tribes city. In the past history, both the cities of Buto and Sais became the capitals of a certain dynasty in Egypt. Therefore, Wadjet, the patron saint of Buto city, and Nate, the patron saint of Sais, both had the power to tower over the gods. The glorious history of becoming the queen of the gods. But the city of Atribis did not become the capital of a certain dynasty in history. Even the patron saint of Atribis city is a very poorly known patron saint. The patron saint of Atribis is named Henteheti. He is an eagle god with an eagle-headed image. After the fall of Horus, he was confused with Horus and became Horus Henteheti. Inherited the creation myth of Horus and some of the attributes of his godhead. The city of Atribis, which has no glorious history in history, and the patron saint Henteheti, who has a low reputation among the gods, can all prove an obvious fact. The city of Atribis protected by Henteheti, it is a very weak city-state. After observing, Roy confirmed that Atribis city should only be a large city-state with a population of about 30,000. Therefore, the defenders of Atribis city, plus some old and weak soldiers, could only make up 5,000 people. If Roy led 3,000 Egyptian soldiers to attack the city of Atribis, he would surely be able to conquer this large city-state easily. It's a pity that Roy's main goal now is to aid the city of the sun, prevent the southern Egyptian pharaoh Kamose from conquering the city of the sun, and sound the death knell of the 15th dynasty of Egypt ruled by the Hyksos. Bypassing the vulnerable city of Atribis, Lowy led the army across the Nile River and continued to the city of the sun, where a war was about to break out. The next day, Roy took 3,000 Egyptian soldiers to the city of the sun, the home of the gods in Egyptian mythology like Olympus. At this time, the city of the sun gathered together Hyksos soldiers, Egyptian soldiers and mercenaries under the rule of Sephus, forming an army of 50,000 people. But south of the city of the sun, the southern Egyptian pharaoh Kamose brought an army of 100,000 troops. There is such a huge gap in military strength between the two sides because there are only 4 city-states ruled by Cepus, while there are more than 20 city-states ruled by Kamose. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Kamose's defeat of the Hyksos is an irreversible historical trend. Sun City. It used to be the royal palace of the pharaohs. After letting his soldiers be stationed outside the city, Roy came here alone to meet Cephas. When Roy walked into the palace hall, he saw dozens of noble officers sitting in the hall enjoying wine and food. Each of them had 2 young and beautiful girls serving them. Seeing Roy's figure, the originally noisy hall fell silent instantly. Cephas, who was sitting on the throne, said coldly with suppressed anger, "My dear son-in-law is here." Under the gaze of everyone in the hall, Roy walked to the center of the hall, looked into Cephas' eyes and said, "Your Majesty Cephas, I am bringing 3,000 soldiers to help you defeat Kamose." There was a dull thud. Cephas threw the wine glass in his hand at Roy's feet, and then said angrily, "Roy, why did you take Andromeda away? If you were trying to prevent Andromeda from being harmed by Kamose, you should have sent Andromeda back immediately afterwards. Even if you love Andromeda and want Andromeda to be your wife, you should also formally propose to me and let me hold a grand wedding for you." After listening to Cephas' accusation, Roy said with a smile, "I did something that you can't forgive me for. So I plan to end Kamose's life with my own hands as compensation for you." Snort. Cephas's anger decreased a bit, and he said with a serious expression, "Seeing that you fulfill your son-in-law's obligation to help his father-in-law, I can accept you as my son-in-law. And in the name of the Egyptian king who rules all of Egypt, I will make you the legal ruler of the west of the Nile Delta. But since you have become our Shika, the son-in-law of the Scythians must join us in worshipping the great Zeus. If you perform well enough, I can consider letting you inherit my throne, and even make you the highest priest and son of God who serves Zeus, son of Zeus." Cephas actually asked himself to worship Zeus and wanted to become the son of Zeus. Roy said with a black line on his face, "Even if I marry Andromeda, I will not worship Zeus, the patron saint of your Hyksos people, let alone become the son of Zeus. You don't want to join us Hyksos in worshipping the great Zeus." Cephas said with an ugly expression, "If we Hyksos are defeated and expelled by Kamose, I want to take the Hyksos and move to the kingdom of Athens." Roy said directly before Cephas finished speaking, "If you Hyksos want to migrate to my kingdom of Athens, you must give up worshipping Zeus, because my kingdom of Athens does not allow any male gods to exist." "Lowy, do you know what you're talking about?" Cephas immediately roared angrily. "You dare to tell us Hyksos to give up worshipping Zeus? You are not worthy of being my son-in-law, let alone inheriting my throne. A young royal, who was sitting with Perseus, immediately stood up and walked to Roy's side and said to Cepheus on the throne, "Brother Cepheus, please give up the idea of marrying Andromeda to him. Not to mention that he has never touched Andromeda. Even if Andromeda is no longer unmarried, I am willing to marry Andromeda. So Brother Cepheus doesn't have to worry about Andromeda not getting married." After the young royal expressed his stance, Perseus also walked to the center of the hall and said, "Your Majesty Cepheus, I can confirm that Princess Andromeda is still unmarried. Even if Princess Andromeda has been desecrated by Roy, my love for Princess Andromeda will not diminish. Please marry Princess Andromeda to me." Looking at the two love rivals beside him, Roy couldn't help but smile. Do you naively think that as long as His Majesty Cepheus disagrees, I will give up Andromeda? Unless Andromeda says she doesn't want to. Even her father can't let her follow me. Leave around. Roll. Cepheus glared at Roy angrily and said, "Loey, you are not welcome here. Since you can't accept my father, Zeus, I can't accept you as my son-in-law." Hearing Cepheus' words, Roy immediately turned around and left. Arriving outside Sun City, Roy turned around and looked at Sun City and said, "Since my cheap father-in-law is unwilling to accept me, I will watch the war between the Hyksos and the southern Egyptians and watch them both lose. If Kamos will win in the end, I will help him as my son-in-law. He is worthy of his status as a cheap son-in-law." Chapter 278 Zeus. Who did you say is your son? City of the Sun Heliopolis. As the head of the 13 city-states in northern Egypt, Sun City was not only the capital of the Egyptian dynasty in ancient history, but even 3,600 years later, Cairo, the capital of Egypt, was established here. Sun City is located about 30 miles south of the Nile Delta. To the east is a desert that separates the Nile River and the Isthmus of Suez. To the west is the vast Sahara Desert. To the north is the fertile Nile Delta. And to the south is the fertile Nile Valley. As the city of Memphis entered the territory of the southern Egyptians, the city of the sun had become the gateway to the 15th dynasty of Egypt of the Hyksos. The pharaoh Kamos of southern Egypt brought an army of 100,000 to conquer the city of the sun. And the king of Egypt, Cepheus, also raised an army of 50,000 to guard this important gateway. 300 years later, in the Battle of Kadesh, the 19th dynasty of Egypt used 4 legions of more than 20,000 troops. And the Hittite Empire also used more than 20,000 troops. Two powerful empires with a population of more than 2 million broke out in a war to compete for hegemony in the Near East. The combined strength of the two sides was less than 50,000. At this time, the southern Egyptians and Hyksos mobilized 150,000 troops, more than 3 times the number in the Battle of Kadesh. But this does not mean that the 150,000 troops in the Battle of Sun City could match the more than 40,000 soldiers 300 years later. Because in the Battle of Kadesh 300 years later, both sides used more than 5,000 chariots alone. Ordinary soldiers used a large number of bronze weapons, and Hittite soldiers used more advanced iron weapons. In the current Battle of Sun City, although the two warring parties have a total of 150,000 troops, the number of bronze weapons does not exceed 30,000. The number of peasant soldiers holding wooden spears as weapons exceeds 120,000. Chariots are only driven by royal families and nobles. Of hundreds of vehicles. South of Sun City, on the plain chosen as the battlefield by both sides, while Kamos's 100,000 strong army and Cepheus's 50,000 strong army faced off here, Loey brought his 3,000 soldiers to the edge of the battlefield, preparing to watch this important battle that would determine the future destiny of Egypt. If the Hyksos lose too badly, Roy will take the initiative to help the Hyksos and fulfill his promise to Andromeda. If the Hyksos unexpectedly defeat the southern Egyptians, Roy will also take the initiative to help Kamos if the southern Egyptians lose too badly, because both the Hyksos and the southern Egyptians suffered losses. Continuing the war, which lasted for decades, was the most beneficial situation for Loey. Whether the Hyksos become victors or the southern Egyptians become victors, it will hinder Loey's expansion in Egypt. The center of the battlefield, Kamos appeared at the forefront of the southern Egyptian army driving a chariot. Behind him were the noble generals sent by the 20 city-states that surrendered to him. Cepheus drove a chariot to the front of the Hyksos army. Behind him were only the noble generals and mercenary leaders from Sun City, Bubastis City, Avaris City and Serbit City. The gap in combat power between the two sides was clear at a glance. Kamos laughed proudly. Cepheus, if you want to reduce the sacrifices of the Hyksos, You should take the initiative to leave Egypt with the Hyksos. Although my grandfather and father were both killed by you Hyksos on the battlefield. But I am willing to put down my hatred for the sake of peace. Kamose. Don't think that victory will definitely belong to you. Sifa said with a serious expression. For every Hyksos soldier who falls on the battlefield, 2 of our southern Egyptians will fall. Ha 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 ha, my grandfather and father both died on the battlefield. Do you think I care about the lives of ordinary soldiers? I don't even care about my own life. I have made the same decision as if my grandfather and father died on the battlefield. What if being able to use this 100,000 army in exchange for the total destruction of your 50,000 army is a very good deal for me? Kamose. After hearing Kamose's words, Cephus roared with gritted teeth. You have already ruled 20 city-states. Why are you not satisfied? If you insist on the stupid idea of driving us Hyksos away, I will also be willing to die and make you like Dao I and Dao died on the battlefield like the second generation. If you can, just come and kill me. After saying this with a provocative look on his face, Kamose drove his chariot and charged. Under the leadership of Kamose, the army of 100,000 southern Egyptians surged toward Cephus's army like a flood. As the pharaoh of the southern Egyptians, Kamose did not hide in the protection of the soldiers, but rushed in front of all the soldiers. It was not that Kamose wanted to do this, but he had to take the lead. Because the priests and nobles of southern Egypt were not very interested in risking huge sacrifices to fight the Hyksos. Only the pharaohs of the pharaoh family took the lead in the charge. And the priests and nobles were willing to support the war. Seeing Kamose leading the southern Egyptian army to charge over, Cephus also charged in a chariot, leading his 50,000 troops to have a decisive battle with Kamose. Boom! Boom! The two armies were like two torrents colliding together. The sound of hundreds of tanks colliding together was like thunder. And the soldiers' shouts of killing resounded through the sky. After the armies of both sides started fighting, the gods from the two camps also came to the battlefield. First, Seth Zeus, the patron saint of the Hyksos, came to the north of the battlefield with Atum, the patron saint of the Sun City, Bastetto, the patron saint of the Bubastis city, and the sun god Ra and the almighty god. Then came Amon, the patron saint of the southern Egyptians, Ptah, the patron saint of Memphis, Sekhmet, the patron saint of Itawui, Sobek, the patron saint of Crocodile City, and the patron saint of Heracleopolis, Khrushchev, Korkate, the patron saint of Kawu City, Hu, the patron saint of Hu City, Upuat, the patron saint of Asut, Minot, the patron saint of Armam City, and Anubi, the patron saint of Abydos City. Gods such as Sai, Hathor, the patron saint of Dandara City, Horus, the patron saint of Hierakonpolis City, descended to the south of the battlefield. Seeing the sun god Amon surrounded by more than a dozen patron saints, Seth Zeus teased the gods behind Amon with an ugly expression. This is not my dear four sons Ptah Hephaestus, the god of fire and craftsmanship, Sobek the crocodile god, Upuat, the protector of the army, and Anubis Hermes, the god of the undead. You treacherous sons do not stand with me, my father, but instead support my enemy Amon. Is this how you act as filial sons? It seems that I, a loving father, did not beat you too hard in the past. You treacherous sons, that's why you dare to rebel. Who are you saying is your son? Sobek, the crocodile god with a crocodile head and human body, roared while waving his battle axe. When the Hyksos ruled Egypt, it didn't matter if you said I was your son. Now that my crocodile city was conquered by the southern Egyptians, if you dare to talk nonsense again and say I am your son, I will let my priests they make up myths and say that you Seth Zeus is my son. Sobek, you listen to me. Now the great god Amun dominates Egypt, and only god Amun is qualified to call himself my father. Chapter 279 The Origin of the Three-Headed Dog of Hell. Ptah Hephaestus, the god of fire and craftsman, Upuat, the god of protection of the army, and Anubis Hermes, the god of the undead. Although they are not as hot-tempered as the crocodile god Sobek, they also looked at Seth Zeus with dissatisfaction. When the Hyksos dominated Egypt, Seth Zeus claimed to be their father god. Now that the Hyksos' hegemony has declined, Seth Zeus still insists on his past claims, which is really a shameless disregard for the facts. Ptah Hephaestus couldn't help but say, Seth Zeus, in the myth made up for me by my priests, I am the creator god who created the world. Not to mention Atum, the head of the 9 gods controlled by you. Even the 8 gods His Majesty, God Amun, was also created by me. Don't think that you are the only one who can make up myths for yourself. We all have this ability. Ha 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 ha. Seth Zeus laughed and said to Amon. Amon. PTA said that you are the head of the 8 gods he created. Why didn't you react? Why should I react? Amon said calmly. No matter how you make up myths and brag about yourself, the reality is that you all have to kneel at my feet and surrender. You make up myths and brag about being the god of creation and the king of gods. Can you defeat me in reality? For you make up myths and brag about your actions, I will only feel sympathy and pity, not anger. This is the great heart that the true king of the gods has. Anubis immediately praised Amon. If His Majesty God Amun doesn't dislike it, I am willing to become your son. My son Anubis. Never dare to betray your father. Seth Zeus immediately sneered and said. My clone Zeus migrated to the Peloponnese Peninsula and recently conquered an animal god named Pan in Arcadia. I don't know how to transform Pan and make him a satisfactory son for me. Now it has been decided that I will let Pan fuse your attributes to become Hermes. And let your clone stay with me forever, as a slave, and be driven by my father. Anubis said, rolling his eyes at Seth Zeus. I have never even heard of the Arcadia region you are talking about. Even if the god named Pan absorbs my attributes and becomes Hermes, he has nothing to do with me, let alone be considered mine. Clone. If you transform God Pan into a god similar to me, then you will feel that you are still enslaving me. So you can continue to indulge in your own dreams. After Anubis finished speaking, Upuit, the wolf-headed man, said with an innocent face. Although Anubis and I are both wolf-headed gods, and we are even considered brother gods, but just because Anubis was your son, don't say that I am also your son. You two traitors. Seth Zeus looked at Anubis and Upuit angrily and said, Anubis, you are the god of the underworld who brings the souls of the dead. Upuit, you are also the god of the underworld who brings war and death and opens the way to the underworld for the souls of the dead. Since you two rebellious sons are going to betray your father, then I will let my priests fabricate myths to belittle you. I will merge your 2 images into one, and make you 2 into one with multiple wolf heads. No. You are not worthy of having wolf heads. I will make you into one, the patron saint of the gate of the underworld with multiple dog heads. Because 3 is the number that represents the majority. You will become the 3-headed dog of the underworld that guards the gate of the underworld. Are you satisfied with this image that belittles you and humiliates you? Anubis and Upuit looked at each other. And Upuit said calmly, you want your priests to make up myths. Who can stop you? But fabricated myths will not change reality, let alone your fate of being defeated. Just because you want to defeat me. Seth Zeus looked at Amon and said, Amon, I'm tired of arguing with your minions. Since they all think you can defeat me, let's prove who is stronger. Okay. Amon, who was 1,000 meters tall, immediately walked toward Seth Zeus with huge steps. And at the same time, his body burst into dazzling light. Seeing that all the gods belonging to Amon were standing there and not intending to fight with Amon, Seth Zeus couldn't help laughing. Amon. Amon. You really only made these gods surrender in name. Just like the 20 city-states conquered by the southern Egyptians. They only surrendered in name to Chamos, the pharaoh of southern Egypt. Said Zeus. Although they do surrender to me in name only, I don't need their help. Amon said confidently, just like Chamos. I can defeat you all by myself. Arrogant Amon. You will pay a heavy price for your arrogance today. After Seth finished speaking angrily, his huge body immediately turned into a tornado and struck Amon. Amon stopped and stood there, letting the tornado turned into by Seth Zeus wrap around his body. No matter how violent the tornado incarnated by Seth Zeus was, it could not shake Amon's divine body. Instead, as Amon released the power of the sun, the power of the tornado began to weaken. Seth Zeus maintained the power of the tornado while giving orders to the sun god Atum, the cat goddess Bastetto, the sun god Ra, and the almighty god. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and deal with Amon with me. Seth can't wait to fight 5 against 1. Is this acknowledgement that he cannot defeat Amon alone? After the 4 gods looked at each other, they attacked Amon at the same time in perfect agreement. But only they themselves know how much damage their attacks can cause to Amon. The fact is that after Amon withstood the attacks of the four gods, the pressure Set felt did not decrease. Seeing that the battle between the gods Amon and Seth would not be decided in a short time, Amon's wife and subordinate goddess, Mut, said to the sun god Atum and the cat goddess Besteto, "Dear Atum, today the southern Egyptians will defeat the Hyksos and free your sun city from the rule of the Hyksos. Dear Besteto, after the southern Egyptians conquered the city of the sun, next one goal is your city of Bubastis. There will be a place for you too in the pantheon of my husband Amon. Why don't you betray the alien god Set now and stand with us?" Atum and Besteto looked at each other. And then Besteto said to the goddess Mut, "Great god queen, the war between the southern Egyptians and the Hyksos lasted for decades. And the southern Egyptians fought outside the city of the sun. It would take 5 years for the southern Egyptians to completely defeat the Hyksos. Now we cannot leave the pantheon of Seth, Zeus. So we can only refuse the queen's invitation. I understand your difficulty in not being able to help yourself." Goddess Mut said with a smile, "I believe that under the divine light of my husband Amun, Kamose will be able to drive out the Hyksos as soon as possible." Chapter 280. The third pharaoh died on the battlefield. The scorching sun is high at noon. The Hyksos and the southern Egyptians were fighting fiercely on the plain south of the city of the sun Seth, Zeus, the patron saint of the Hyksos, and Amon, the patron saint of the southern Egyptians, were also fighting. Battle. Although the war between gods will not directly harm humans, it can change the celestial phenomena and affect humans. As Set, Zeus unleashed the power of the storm god with all his strength. Strong winds blowing from all directions swept across the battlefield, even blowing some soldiers to and fro. Amon burst out with the power of the sun god, making the already hot noon like a furnace. The scalding heat made the soldiers on both sides of the war sweat profusely, and they wished they could rush into the Nile River to cool down their bodies. As a bystander of this war, Roy led his 3,000 Egyptian soldiers stationed on the banks of the Nile. Therefore, the changes in the celestial phenomena caused by the power of Seth, Zeus, and Amon did not affect Roy's soldiers. Make an impact. Looking at the war between gods and the changes in the situation on the human battlefield, Roy said with some disappointment, "The southern Egyptians are really bad at war. They have 50,000 more soldiers than the Hyksos, but they still can't gain the upper hand." At this time, in the center of the battlefield, the southern Egyptian pharaoh Kamose was being besieged by Sephus, Perseus, Minos and Ramses II. Kamose fell into such a besieged situation because his army of 100,000 men not only failed to suppress the 50,000 Hyksos army, but was in turn suppressed by the 50,000 Hyksos army. Kamose had to use his own strength to block the four heroes Sephus, Perseus, Minos, and Ramses II. Seeing Kamose being besieged by 4 men, Cepheus sighed while stabbing Kamose's body with a bronze war spear. "Kamose, you really look like a young and brave warrior." Kamose immediately responded with a smile. "Cepheus, if I were a young and brave lion, you would be an old lion leading a group of cubs to attack me. Unfortunately, the numerical advantage cannot change the strength gap between you and me." "Kamose, look at your soldiers," Perseus suddenly said to Kamose. "Your soldiers are not as brave as you. Without you, the pharaoh, to lead the charge, even if you have 100,000 more soldiers than us, we will still be able to defeat your soldiers. We Egyptians are an agricultural people. We are not as barbaric and good at fighting as you nomads. This is because the priests and nobles who have ruled Egypt for thousands of years need all Egyptians to be weak and easy to bully. If all Egyptians were brave and good at fighting and as barbaric as you nomads, how could the priests and nobles rule the Egyptians and enjoy the food and wealth provided by the Egyptian common people?" Kamose said with a smile. "More than 100 years ago, you Hyksos were able to conquer more than 2 million people in Egypt with tens of thousands of people. It's not that you Hyksos are really powerful. It's just because you promised not to touch the city-states, the fundamental interests of the priestly aristocracy. If you want to eliminate all the priestly aristocrats like Roy, you Hyksos have no chance to dominate Egypt. But you did not eliminate the priestly aristocrats, and you only ruled the various city-states in Egypt in name. If the more than 2 million people in Egypt are really controlled by you, even if only the more than 1 million people in northern Egypt are controlled by you, we southern Egyptians will not be able to fight you. Because you Hyksos have more advanced weapons, more powerful military technology. What you are saying is nonsense. We, the Hyksos, only had tens of thousands of people at the beginning. If we did not compromise with your priests and nobles, could we really conquer more than 2 million Egyptians with thousands of warriors? After Cephas finished speaking angrily, he began to attack Chamos more fiercely. No one noticed that Phineas, the brother of Cephus, was driving a chariot close to Chamos, Cephus and others in the battle. Because the person who really drives the chariot is Phineas's charioteer. Phineas on the chariot is bending his bow and aiming his arrows at Chamos. The battle between the gods Seth, Zeus, and Ammon also entered a new stage at this time. Because the power of the storm was never able to cause any harm to Ammon, Seth, Zeus, who turned into a tornado, suddenly flew away from Ammon, and then shot straight into the sky and turned into thunder. Ammon. Although I took over the identity of Set, the native Egyptian storm god, after I came to Egypt, my strongest power is not the storm. The golden thunder transformed by Seth said in a thunderous voice while growing in size in the sky. Thunder is my most primitive godhead, and the strongest power I possess. Now in order to determine the outcome between us, you must accept my strongest blow. As soon as he finished speaking, Seth turned into a 1,000-meter-long golden thunder dragon and descended from the sky towards Ammon. Under the horrified gazes of the gods, Ammon also unleashed the power of the sun with all his strength, turning into a small sun blooming with infinite divine light on the ground. Rumble. With a loud sound that seemed to shatter the space, the golden thunder dragon transformed by Seth collided with the little sun transformed by Ammon. At the same time, Cephas also stabbed Chamos in the heart with his bronze spear, with the consciousness of perishing together. Poof. After Chamos saw Cephas's intention, he first pierced Cephas' body with his own spear. Cephas's spear blade only left a shallow wound on his heart. Seeing Cephas' eyes widening unwillingly, Chamos sneered. You exchanged potentially fatal serious injuries for my minor injuries. You must be very unwilling now. You will be even more unwilling next time. Because without you, an old demigod hero, to stop me, I can defeat you alone. Your army of 50,000 Hyksos. After Chamos finished speaking, he kicked Cephas backwards. Just as the spear blade of Cephus left Chamos' wound, an arrow struck from the string with an astonishing sound of breaking through the air, and stabbed deeply into the wound on Chamos' heart. This unexpected attack made Chamos' eyes widen in disbelief, and he looked down at the arrow piercing his heart. If I hadn't been stabbed by Cephus, this kind of arrow couldn't hurt me at all. Although it was difficult to accept his death, Chamos understood that he had been fatally wounded. Even a demigod hero will die if his heart is injured. Seeing the seriously injured Cephas being protected by Perseus, Minos, Phineas, and Ramesses too, Chamos immediately cheered up and said, I must kill them. Only by letting them become my burial objects can we southern Egyptians completely defeat the Hyksos. Although he entered the last moments of his life, what Chamos thought about was not to avenge himself and kill the people who attacked him, but to kill the southern Egyptians who were the biggest obstacle to defeating the Hyksos. After Chamos approached Cephas and the others like a wounded beast, Perseus and the others immediately took the seriously injured Cephas and fled in a chariot. Just when Chamos was about to chase them, Roy saw the changes on the battlefield and rushed into the center of the battlefield to block Chamos alone, wielding his spear. Chapter 281 Egyptian Princess Nefertari. As Perseus, Minos, Ramses II, and Phineas fled the battlefield with the seriously injured Cephus, the Hyksos soldiers also fled towards the City of the Sun. If Chamos led the southern Egyptian soldiers to pursue them in one go, Sun City, the leader of the 13 city-states in northern Egypt, would enter the territory ruled by the southern Egyptians today. But now, Roy stood alone in front of Chamos with a bronze war spear. As Chamos stopped in front of Roy, the southern Egyptian soldiers also stopped. Then, the soldiers in southern Egypt noticed that Chamos was shot in the heart by an arrow. Pharaoh is wounded. Pharaoh has been struck by an arrow. Where is the healing priest? Hurry up and get the healing priest to treat Pharaoh's wounds. Chamos looked at Roy and said, as if it had nothing to do with him. You've actually become a demigod hero. Very good. It's great that you showed up. I originally thought I was going to waste the last days of my life. But now I've decided. Come and have a fight to the death with me. After hearing Chamos' request, Roy looked at the arrow that stabbed his heart and said expressionlessly, Chamos, why should I fight to the death with you? Since you have been fatally injured, I don't need to risk my life to fight you. As long as I delay, I can see you die in front of me. Brother. Just then, an Egyptian girl wearing a golden crown rode up to Chamos in a chariot. Before the female charioteer could stop the chariot, The noble and beautiful Egyptian girl jumped out of the chariot and rushed to Chamos to examine his wounds with tears. Brother! How could you suffer such a fatal injury? This must be a sneak attack by the despicable Hyksos. I have long said that if my brother had been at the forefront of the battlefield, you would have died like your grandfather and father. On the battlefield. But you just didn't listen to my advice. Napha. Chamos glanced down at his sister and suddenly pushed Napha towards Roy with his left hand. After Napha bumped into Roy involuntarily, Chamos said with a smile, "This is my sister Napha. As a member of the Pharaoh family, she has the title of the daughter of the sun god Amun. She is also one of the heirs to the Pharaoh throne after my death. As long as you duel with me and survive, I will let you. Napha becomes your prize." Napha. Amos Nefertari. Roy couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise when he thought of the full name of the Egyptian princess Napha. Because in the history of ancient Egypt, Napha was not only a famous and beautiful queen, but also a queen with great power. In the history of another world, after the death of Pharaoh Chamos of southern Egypt, his younger brother Ahmose I succeeded to the throne and followed the family tradition of intermarriage and married his sister Nefer. Napha had great power during her lifetime because after the unification of southern Egypt and northern Egypt, the two Egyptian pharaohs before and after her were her brother and husband, and the other was her son. Roy looked at Napha carefully with curious eyes and saw that she was about 16 years old. Her face and figure were worthy of the title of the daughter of the sun god. She was as beautiful and noble as an Egyptian goddess. As an Orthodox Egyptian princess, Napha wore more gold ornaments than Andromeda, which made Roy wonder whether the several kilograms of gold hanging on her body would be too much for her petite body. Burden. Napha has brownish-white skin. Her little face is delicate and cute like a doll. Her eyes are full of wildness and arrogance. She looks like a queen who reigns in Egypt. Feeling Roy's gaze, Napha glared at Roy fiercely, and then said to Chamos, "Brother, don't say such nonsense. What you need now is for the priest to treat your wounds. Once your wounds heal, you can fight with anyone you want. My injuries are hopeless." Chamos smiled calmly. "Nephil, if you really love your brother, please fulfill my last request. I don't want the last time of my life to be wasted. So I must die in a duel with a powerful enemy." Elder brother. Napha knew that there was no need for Chamos to deceive her, his biological sister. Although he could not accept that Chamos died on the battlefield like his grandfather and father, Napha still begged Roy in tears, "Please have a duel with my brother. As long as you defeat my brother, I will become your trophy." Roy asked Chamos full of doubts. "Chamos, I can understand your desire to duel with me. But why do you want your sister Napha to be the trophy of the duel?" "Because I don't want Napha to become a victim of family intermarriage," Chamos said with a wry smile. "My brother Ahemeth is different from me. When he succeeds to the throne and becomes pharaoh, he will definitely follow the tradition and marry Napha. In order to avoid this tragedy, I can only entrust Napha to you." After listening to Chamos's reasons, Roy pointed at Chamos with the blade of his war spear and said, "Although I have no interest in your sister Napha, nor do I have the idea of using Napha to inherit your pharaoh throne, but I need experience fighting other demigod heroes. So I agree to have a death battle with you." Hearing Roy's words, Chamos immediately said excitedly, "Nephil, get out of here quickly and don't affect my duel with Roy." After Napha left Roy and Chamos couldn't wait to attack, swinging his spear at Roy with the speed of a demigod hero. Roy also wielded his war spear and engaged in a dangerous and fierce head-on confrontation with Chamos. While Roy and Chamos were dueling, the battle between the gods Amon and Seth Zeus also had a winner. Accompanied by Seth Zeus's unwilling roar, Seth Zeus's body flew out from the little sun transformed by Amon and rolled down in a very embarrassed state. After defeating Seth Zeus, Amon returned to his human form. But he did not continue to attack Seth, but looked at Chamos with pity. "Chamos, when I was fighting Zeus, you lost my protection and were fatally injured. Even as a god, I can't change your fate of death. Now I can only help you complete the final task. Desire." After saying that, Amon stretched out his right hand and pointed it at Chamos, injecting a divine power into Chamos' body. Chamos received the blessing of Amon's divine power, and immediately felt as if the wound in his heart did not exist. And it did not affect him at all from exerting his strength as a demigod hero. If Roy could not see the form of the gods, nor hear the words of the gods, and notice the changes in Chamos, Roy might think that Kamos's fatal injury was an illusion. Or he might think that Kamos was seriously injured. There is a flashback. But Roy was very clear about the reasons for Kamos's changes. So Roy was not surprised. Clang clang clang. With the fierce confrontation between Roy and Kamos. Roy was initially suppressed by Kamos's deadly fighting style. Later, Roy gradually adapted to Kamos's attack moves. And the situation gradually became inseparable between the two. Chapter 282 The Battle Between Two Demigod Heroes. Ha 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 ha. Watching the duel between Roy and Kamos. Seth Zeus suddenly laughed and said, Amon. Although you defeated me, your son of God also died in this war. I did not completely lose to you in this war. Idiots who like to make up myths to deceive themselves. Amon looked at Seth Zeus with cold eyes and said, just like the battle between me and your gods is my victory. The war between humans is also the victory of Kamos. Although Kamos paid the price with his life, he also seriously injured your son Cephus. Now the Hyksos are already on their last legs. When Kamos' brother Yamos becomes the new pharaoh, the southern Egyptians will not only expel the Hyksos, but also chase them to the Near East to conquer the Hyksos. Man! Let the Hyksos kneel at the feet of the Egyptians. Let you Zeus kneel at my feet. After hearing Amon's words, Seth Zeus immediately said with an ugly expression, even if I have to kneel at your feet in the future, I will kneel in front of you and worship you. And at the same time let my priests make up myths, saying that I am the storm god king on an equal footing with you. It's a pity that you are not a goddess. If you are a pillar goddess, my priests can make up myths, saying that I am your husband. So I am the supreme god worshipped by the Egyptians. But I can use this method to deal with the Sun Queen of the Hittite Empire and order my priests to make up myths. Let me become the husband of the Sun Queen in mythology. The supreme god king of the Hittite Empire. Arrogant and ugly guy. It is because you completely disrespect the local humans and gods. So from the Indian region in the east to the Mediterranean world, you the city will inevitably come to an end. And it can only indulge in myths, the dreams fabricated by your priests. You are the ones who are stupid. Seth Zeus laughed wildly. Will humans in 1,000 years, 2,000 years, 3,000 years know the history of the distant past? They will not be interested in knowing it at all. So even fabricated false myths will be regarded as misunderstandings by people who do not understand history. Fact. In other words, as long as my myths are passed down to future generations and you don't leave any myths behind, future humans will believe that I am the supreme king of the gods. Roll. Amon finally showed an angry expression and shouted angrily at Seth Zeus. I don't want to see you ugly. Pathetic thing again. Seth Zeus was like an obedient dog and immediately left the battlefield with the sun god Atum, the cat goddess Bastetto, the sun god Ra and the almighty god. Seth Zeus is so obedient because facts have proven that he cannot defeat Amon. And staying to anger Amon will only make him suffer more humiliation from Amon. Moreover, the future trend of the southern Egyptians conquering the Hyksos is already very obvious. In the future Seth Zeus will definitely kneel at the feet of Amun and surrender. In order to be a dog in front of Amon, Seth Zeus must suppress his arrogant nature. The duel between Roy and Kamos continues. Because this was Kamos's last moment of life, Kamos completely gave up his defense and used all his strength to attack Roy. Of course, Roy can't use the same fighting method as Kamos. So Roy must reserve part of his strength to defend against Kamos' attack. This gives Kamos the initiative to attack. And Roy can only passively defend. Hey! Hey! Hey, is this the only level of strength you have? Feeling that his life was coming to an end, Kamos attacked Roy crazily and joked with a smile. I was looking forward to dying at the hands of a powerful enemy before I challenged you to a duel. But in the end you could only delay the fight. If you didn't really defeat me, my sister Napha wouldn't be your trophy. It's so noisy. Who is going to die and chatter incessantly like you? Unable to kill Kamos before his life disappears. Roy is also under tremendous pressure at this time. In order to find an opportunity to kill Kamos, Roy asked while fiercely counterattacking Kamos. Don't you regret letting Napha become my trophy? She is your biological sister. Even if you don't want her to become a victim of family intermarriage, I will never regret it. Kamos said with a firm expression. In Egypt, a land that has always been ruled by priests and nobles, you are the first ruler to eliminate the priests and nobles. To be honest, this is something I have always wanted to do, but never had the chance to do. If I can drive you away alive and Hyksos, I will also try to deprive the priests and nobles of their power and wealth. Since I do not have this opportunity, let my sister Nefer be by your side to witness Egypt under your rule for me. Kamoses' family had a quarrel with the priestly aristocracy. This is a fact that history has proven. In the history of another world, the 18th dynasty of Egypt, which suppressed the priests and nobles, was established by Kamoses' younger brother Ahmose. In the 18th dynasty, many pharaohs suppressed the priests and nobles and paid the price with their lives. The most radical Amenhotep IV even worshipped the sun god Aten as the protector and only god of the country, and abolished all gods including Amun. As a price, Amenhotep IV became the de facto last pharaoh of the 18th dynasty. His son Tutankhamun was just a puppet controlled by powerful officials. Kamoses, after coming back to his senses, Roy said with a complicated expression, "Although you will die young, you are indeed a great pharaoh. If you had not carried out the wishes of your grandfather and father and fought against the Hyksos, the Hyksos would have continued to rule northern Egypt. More the important thing is that you fight the war with the Hyksos, so that I have a chance to gain a foothold in Egypt. As a thank you, I must kill you with my own hands." Flap. Flap. As soon as he finished speaking, Roy stretched out his wings from his back, and then fluttered his wings and flew directly above Kamoses. Kamoses looked up at Roy's figure, only to find that he, Roy and the sun were in the same straight line. When Roy's figure deviated from this straight line, the dazzling light shone on Kamoses' eyes, and Kamoses instinctively raised his left hand to block the dazzling sunlight. At this moment, Roy seized the opportunity and fell from the sky, and the spear blade mercilessly pierced Kamoses' heart. "You're so mean." Seeing this scene, Nefer ran to Roy and Kamoses angrily and accused Roy. "Humans don't have wings. How can you use your wings to fly into the sky and attack in a duel with my brother?" "Ha ha ha ha," Kamoses said with a satisfied laugh. "Nephil, don't blame your future husband for someone who is going to die. I don't want to be the reason for destroying your relationship as a couple. Since Roy has the wings given by the gods, of course he can use his unique advantage. It's really satisfying to end my life in this way, at the hands of a demigod hero." Elder brother. Seeing Kamoses' face gradually turning pale and his body shaking weakly, Nefer ignored Roy and ran over to help Kamoses' body. Chapter 283. Nefer wants to become a female pharaoh. Although the life of a demigod hero is more tenacious than that of ordinary humans, it does not violate the ethics of life, old age, illness and death. Kamoses was stabbed in the heart by an arrow and did not die immediately because the arrow only caused a small amount of damage to his heart. If Kamoses were in the world 3,600 years later, he could even survive until he had a new heart. But Roy's spear blade caused serious damage to Kamoses' heart. So under Roy's gaze and Nefer's call, after Kamoses slowly closed his eyes, his body immediately knelt down weakly on the ground. "Brother, brother." Nefer shook Kamoses' arm and cried with tears streaming down his face. "Didn't you say you would protect me from any harm? How could you die like this, brother? You are a liar. Open your eyes. Kamoses is dead." The pharaoh who nominally ruled more than 20 city-states died. After confirming that Kamoses was dead, the soldiers under Kamoses knelt down on the battlefield. Listening to Nefer's heart-rending cries, Roy became more determined to become a god. Because as long as he does not become an immortal god, even if he becomes a demigod hero who rules more than 20 city-states and a population of millions, he will be no different from ordinary people in the face of death. When Nefer cried until his voice became hoarse, Roy finally couldn't help but walked over to her and said, "Nephil, let's arrange a funeral for your brother as soon as possible. In this hot and dry climate, your brother's body will soon rot." Nefer turned his head and glared at Roy angrily, and then whispered, "You are right that my brother's body cannot be preserved for a long time. We must arrange for the priest to mummify my brother as soon as possible and then build a mausoleum for him." Speaking of the tombs of the pharaohs, of course they are the pyramids. Not only did those magnificent pyramids consume incalculable manpower and material resources during their construction, but even after they were completed, many people would become the pharaoh's burial victims. Roy frowned and said when he heard that Nefer wanted to build a mausoleum for Kamoses, "Nephil, do you want to build a pyramid for Kamoses? Doesn't a great pharaoh like my brother deserve a pyramid?" After Nefer asked Roy in return, he looked at Sun City with hateful eyes and said, "This is the city that my brother wanted to conquer during his lifetime. Now I ask you to lead his army to conquer the City of the Sun. I want the priests of the City of the Sun to mummify my brother and recruit people to build the pyramids here." The City of the Sun is not only the northern city, the head of the 13 city-states in Egypt. It is also the home of the gods who worship the gods. My brother's pyramid was built here, so that he can be with the gods in the future. Are you ordering me? Roy immediately said, dissatisfied. Nephil. According to the agreement between Chamos and I, you should be my trophy now. But your attitude is more like a queen treating her subjects. Don't you want to be the pharaoh of Egypt? Nefer smiled confidently. We Egyptians have a precedent of princesses becoming pharaohs in the 6th dynasty 600 years ago. So as long as you marry me, you can become the female pharaoh and male pharaoh who rule the Egyptians with me. But my brother Ahmose also has the right to inherit the throne of pharaoh. And as a man, Ahmose will get more support from people. If we want to defeat Ahmose, we must master the army left by my brother and have Ahmose. His achievements are incomparable. Looking at Nefer's expression, Roy couldn't help but shook his head. Although Roy can rule more than 20 city-states in southern Egypt in the name of the pharaoh family as long as he marries Nefer and controls the army left by Chamos, this is not the result that Roy wants. Because Roy's goal is to eliminate all priests and nobles. If Roy is willing to compromise with the priests and nobles, even if Roy does not marry Nefer, he can easily conquer the entire Egypt. Choosing to marry Nefer and inherit the pharaoh throne left by Chamos. Once Roy promotes the policy of eliminating all priests and nobles, Roy will be counterattacked by priests and nobles of more than 20 city-states and many gods at the same time. Thinking of the consequences of being counterattacked by many gods including the priests and nobles of more than 20 city-states and Amon, Roy immediately made a decision. Nefer, since Chamos doesn't want you to become a victim of family intermarriage, I can help you ascend the throne and become a female pharaoh. But I have no interest in becoming your male pharaoh. I don't believe you have no ambitions for the pharaoh throne. While speaking, Nefer took off the golden crown on Chamos' head and the golden scepter in his hand. After putting the pharaoh's golden crown of Chamos on Roy's head and handing the pharaoh's golden scepter to Roy, Nefer looked at the surrounding soldiers and shouted, "Soldiers of my brother Chamos, now that my brother is dead, I, as the princess of the pharaoh family, will inherit my brother's throne under your witness. The demigod hero who just defeated my brother, the great Loe, king of Athens, will become my husband and join me on the pharaoh throne. Now I want Loe to lead you to fulfill your brother's last wish and capture the city of the sun that my brother failed to conquer. If you are willing to support me, then obey my order and attack Sun City with Roy. Now another heir to the throne, Ahmose, is transporting food for this expeditionary army in the city of Thebes, Egypt, thousands of miles away. If Ahmose is on the battlefield, Chamos' generals can boldly speak out in support of Ahmose's ideas. Now that Ahmose is gone, speaking out in support of Ahmose becomes a very dangerous thing. Because you oppose Nefer, you are likely to be immediately retaliated by Nefer. After all, Nefer's future husband Roy is a demigod hero who can kill Chamos, a more powerful demigod than Chamos. Although it is a long-standing tradition that the prince's inheritance rights are higher than those of the princess, it is not worth it to throw away his life in order to help Ahmose ascend the throne, or even let his entire family suffer the revenge of Nefer. After hearing Nefer's idea of inheriting the pharaoh's throne, the generals of Chamos looked at each other, and no one stood up to oppose Nefer's succession to the throne. Seeing that the generals all remained silent about their succession to the throne, Nefer said with satisfaction, "Very good. Since none of you object to me inheriting the throne, then follow my orders and attack Sun City with Roy." After Nefer finished speaking, Roy raised Chamos' golden scepter and said, "Soldiers of Chamos, have you seen the scepter that guides you? Under the leadership of this scepter, you have never lost a battle. Today, under the guidance of this scepter, you can also occupy the city of the sun, known as the land of the gods." After speaking, Roy held up the golden scepter and took the lead towards Sun City. The generals of Chamos followed with their soldiers, and the army rushed towards the city of the sun like a torrent. Perseus, Minos, Ramses II, Phineas and others, who had fled back to the city of the sun with Cephus, learned that the southern Egyptian army was attacking the city of the sun, so they could only take Cephas with them. The Sothian army fled. Chapter 284 Trading with Nefer. The Egyptian king Cephas, who was the backbone, was seriously injured. Perseus, Minos, Ramesses II, Phineas and others could only leave the city of the sun with their armies. The Egyptians in the city of the sun would naturally not fight to the death to maintain the rule of the Hyksos. So Roy led the southern Egyptian army to the outside of Sun City. The Egyptians in Sun City took the initiative to open the city gate and surrender, allowing Roy to lead the southern Egyptian army to occupy Sun, the leader of the 13 city-states in northern Egypt. Without bloodshed. City. Napha entered the city of the sun with the body of Kamose, and immediately summoned all the priests in the city of the sun, ordering them to mummify the body of Kamose and prepare to build the pyramid of Kamose outside the city of the sun. When Roy came outside the city of the sun to make arrangements for his 3,000 Egyptian soldiers, the generals of Kamose also found Napha, and wanted to use various reasons to persuade Napha to change his mind. Princess Nefer. King Lowy of Athens is the enemy who killed Pharaoh Kamose. How can you marry him? After hearing the reason given by the generals, Napha led the generals to Kamose's body and pointed to the arrow wounds on Kamose's body. You see clearly. The person who really killed Brother Kamose was the Hyksos, who used this arrow to sneak attack Brother Kamose. Brother Kamose was already in a certain death state after being hit by the arrow. So he followed Luo Roy dueled, hoping that his life would be ended by a powerful demigod hero instead of being killed by an arrow in humiliation. Roy was not the murderer who killed Brother Kamose. He satisfied Brother Kamose's last wish. Kamose dueled Roy after being hit by an arrow. This was something that the generals all knew. Seeing that this reason did not work, the generals immediately changed their reason. Princess Napha. Although we Egyptians have not deprived the princess of her inheritance rights, there have been precedents for princesses to become female pharaohs in the past. But there are only a handful of such precedents. And according to tradition, you should marry your brother, Prince Ahmose, and then ascend the throne together. Prince Ahmose is the son of the moon god, and Princess Nefer is the daughter of the sun god. Only Prince Ahmose is worthy of being your husband. Let the Athenian king, who is hostile to the priests and nobles, marry you. Will he respect our traditions and inherit the identity of the son of Pharaoh Kamose and the sun god? Napha frowned and said, we Egyptians do not have the tradition that princesses cannot marry outside. So you have no reason to ask me to marry Brother Ahmose. As for whether Roy will become the son of the sun god Amun, he is a foreigner after all. It will take some time to convince him to accept our traditions. Hearing Napha say this, the generals could only say, we have no objection to the princess inheriting the throne, as long as King Lowy of Athens can respect our traditions. We will not require the princess to marry Prince Ahmose. The generals really did not care whether Ahimoth or Nefer succeeded to the throne. After all, this is a matter within the pharaoh's family. No matter which side they support, the throne will not fall on them. So what the generals really care about is which side can guarantee their interests. If Prince Ahmose can guarantee their interests, they will support Prince Ahmose. Princess Napha can guarantee their interests, and they don't mind supporting Princess Napha. Roy returned to the palace in Sun City and found Napha guarding Kamose's body. He saw Napha looking worried. Sensing Roy's gaze, Napha took the initiative to speak to Roy. You have come back just in time. I have something important to say to you. The generals have communicated with me. They are not opposed to me inheriting the throne. But you must respect the traditions of our Egyptians. First of all, you cannot use the city of Butuo and the city of Sai. What you did in the city of Yes hurt the priests and nobles of the more than 20 city-states ruled by the southern Egyptians. Then you will inherit my brother's identity as the son of God and become the son of the sun god Amun. Because I was deified into the son of the sun god. Girl, you must have the identity of the son of the sun god to be worthy of being my husband. Do I have to be Amon's son to marry you? After hearing Napha's words, Roy rolled his eyes. Roy wouldn't mind if Amon was just to be his cheap father-in-law. Because Nefer is indeed the daughter of the sun god Amun. Allowing himself to be Amon's son was something Roy could never accept. It was even more impossible for Roy to accept the idea of giving up on destroying the priests and nobles. If all the priests and nobles are not wiped out, will Egypt be the Egypt of Roy or the Egypt of the priests and nobles? In the history of another world, the 18th dynasty of Egypt left a bloody lesson. Even if the pharaoh was an enemy of the priests and nobles, he would die and his country would be destroyed. Roy didn't want to leave these priests and nobles to harm his descendants and let them repeat the mistakes of the pharaohs of the 18th dynasty. Nephil, it is impossible for me to be Amon's son. And it is even more impossible for me to give up on destroying the priests and nobles. But if you don't accept their request, they will abandon me and support Brother Ahmose. Napha said, dissatisfied. Do you think I am the only heir to the pharaoh's throne? Or do you think my inheritance rights are higher than that of Brother Ahimoth? If we want to get the support of the generals, we must meet their requirements. Napha, you are the one who wants to inherit the pharaoh's throne. So I will not compromise for the sake of the pharaoh's throne. Nafa walked up to Roy angrily, leaned into Roy's arms and said, "Don't you want me and the throne I inherit? I don't want to compromise for you. For the pharaoh's throne." Looking at Roy with a determined expression, Nafa reached out and grabbed Roy's collar and whispered, "Now that Brother Amos is thousands of miles away, this is my only chance to control the army left by Brother Kamos and inherit the throne. If I miss this opportunity, I will be forced to accept a family intermarriage and marry Amos' brother. Even if you don't want to compromise, you have to pretend to compromise in order to help me ascend the throne. Then let's make a deal," Roy said with a wicked smile. "Nafa, in the name of you and the southern Egyptians, I am ready to destroy the priests and nobles of the Sun City, Atribis City, and Merimda City that belong to the Hyksos. As long as you agree, you can lie to the generals and say I accept their demands." Nafa hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded and said, "Yes. The city of the sun, the city of Atribis, and the city of Merimda were once subordinate to the Hyksos. Atum, the patron saint of the city of the sun, claimed in his myth that he created the god Amun. Child, we have enough reasons to attack these traitors among the Egyptians so that the generals cannot speak against you. In order to make the generals less suspicious of you, I will send 2 generals to eliminate the priests and nobles of the city of the sun and the city of Merimda. And the patron saint, you go and destroy the priests, nobles and patron saint of Atribis City." Chapter 285 Hentiti without ego. The day after Loie and Nafa reached a deal, Nafa summoned the generals and announced his order. The palace hall of Sun City. Nafa sat on the throne like a queen, while Roy and the generals stood on both sides of the aisle in the hall. "Generals, I believe you all know one thing. That is, our pharaoh family worships Amun as the sun god and the protector of the country. The Sun City not only worships their patron saint Atum as the sun god, but also worships Amun as the sun god. Tum is regarded as the creator god. The priests of Atum even made up myths, claiming that Amun was the child of Atum. Do you think I, as the daughter of the sun god, can endure such humiliation?" Seeing that the generals were all silent, Nafa continued, "I want to tell you that I can't stand the humiliation that God Amun and I have suffered. Now I want to use the reason that the Sun City betrayed the Egyptians and surrendered to the Hyksos to abolish Atum, the patron saint of the Sun City, and destroy the sun, priests and nobles of the city. Do you have any objections?" Neferdu has defined the priests and nobles of the city of the sun as traitors among the Egyptians, and the generals will naturally not stand up to intercede for them. Moreover, Sun City regarded the sun god Atum as the father of the gods, which indeed made other city-states resentful. Seeing that the generals had no objection, Nafa continued, "In addition to the city of the sun, I will also send Roy and another general to eliminate the patron saints and priests of Atribis City and Merimda City respectively. These city-states that actively surrendered to the Hyksos are all traitors. We have to let them be punished. If Nafa only attacks Sun City, the generals will not have any objections, because Nafa had too many reasons to attack Sun City. Atum, the patron saint of Sun City, could be the reason for Nafa to destroy Sun City. The priests and nobles of Atribis City and Merimda City were also targets of Nafa. And the generals looked at Roy in unison. Obviously the generals believed that Roy wanted to eliminate the priests and nobles of Sun City, Atribis City, and Merimda City. Seeing that he was the focus of the generals' attention, Roy said coldly with an unhappy expression, "You idiots. Haven't you noticed the crisis yet? Do you think that when the news of Kamos' death reaches the city of Thebes, Prince Amos will obediently accept Nafil as the female pharaoh? Or will he compete with Nafil for the pharaoh's throne, as long as you have normal IQs? You can guess that Prince Amos will definitely compete with Nafa for the throne. In order to defeat Nafa, Prince Amos will definitely stop supplying food to the army and force you generals to give up Nafa. Phil. Now in order to ensure the food supply for the army, Nafa must control enough city-states. This is why we want to eliminate all the priests and nobles in Sun City, Atribis City, and Merimda City. Only this the 3 city-states are completely under our control. And the food there will truly belong to us." Loie's reasons were so valid. One general who supported Naffield couldn't help but say, "If it is to ensure the food supply of the army, it is definitely not enough to control Sun City, Atribis City, and Merimda City. We must control more city-states." Nafa on the throne said proactively, "When we take control of Sun City, Atribis City, and Merimda City, and have a safe rear area, I will take you back to Thebes city and let Ahmose accept me as the female pharaoh. Thing. Napha issued an imperial order and sent 2 generals to eliminate the priests and nobles of Sun City and Merimda City to seize food. At the same time, Roy also took his 3,000 Egyptian soldiers and set out for Atrebus city. The city of Atrebus. This is a large city-state that Roy sees as vulnerable. Because the city of Atrebus only had a population of 30,000. The patron saint of the city of Atrebus is also a little-known god Henteheti. The original image of Henteheti is difficult to trace. His current image is the image of the eagle god obtained after confusing Horus, the past king of gods in southern Egypt, and absorbing the attributes of Horus. In the history of another world, Henteheti later mixed with the crocodile god Sobek and absorbed Sobek's attributes to obtain the image of the crocodile god. The Greeks ruled the Ptolemaic dynasty in Egypt. Osiris mixed with Zeus to obtain the image of the bull god and the fertility god. And Henteheti mixed with Osiris and absorbed the image of the bull god that Osiris received from Zeus. To put it simply, Henteheti, the patron saint of Atrebus city, is so weak that he has been confused with other gods for thousands of years, trying to improve himself by rubbing off on other gods. Horus, Sobek, and Osiris, who were rubbed against by Henteheti, all have far more popularity than Henteheti. It is a pity that Henteheti did not really enjoy the popularity and authority of these gods. If the patron saint is so scumbag, the strength of Atrebus city is naturally appalling. If the city of Atrebus was strong enough, Henteheti would not be reduced to rubbing off other gods. Because the authority of gods is not created by fabricating myths. Nor is it created by rubbing off on other gods, but by relying on the city-state they protect. Roy led 3,000 soldiers to the outside of Atrebus, and saw the city walls of Atrebus filled with defenders. It can be seen from the reaction of most of the soldiers that they are just a group of farmers who were summoned temporarily. Just when Roy was about to lead his soldiers to attack the city gate, Henteheti, a man with the head of an eagle and a body of 1,000 meters, descended outside the city and released a divine power to surround the city gate. When Roy walked into the area enveloped by Henteheti's divine power, he found that his own divine power was suppressed by Henteheti's divine power. His strength instantly weakened from a demigod hero to a great hero. And he was still weakening towards the hero, 100 enemies. In this state, attacks from ordinary soldiers can also cause damage to Roy's body. Just when Roy was hesitating which goddess to summon, Goddess Night descended on the battlefield with a huge figure of 1,000 meters tall and released her divine power towards the city gate. After Goddess Night's divine power offset Henteheti's divine power, Roy immediately regained his strength as a demigod hero. Roy turned his head, looked at Goddess Night with grateful eyes, and then continued to lead the soldiers towards the gate of Atrebus city. How pathetic. Seeing Goddess Night helping Roy, Henteheti said dissatisfied. You are a proud native Egyptian goddess, but you are helping a foreign invader. Don't you feel ashamed? Goddess Night said coldly as she swung her war spear towards Henteheti. Have you forgotten that we are gods and not humans? Regardless of whether Roy is an alien ruler or not, as long as he continues to regard me as the patron saint of Sais city, he will be the ruler of Sais city that satisfies me. The Phoenicians were able to establish the 14th dynasty in the city of Sais, which is enough to prove that the city of Sais was a powerful city-state during this period. The patron saint of Sais during this period, Night, was also the strongest among the Egyptian gods. One of the largest gods. Henteheti's strength is naturally far inferior to that of Goddess Night. Chapter 286 God's Enemy Demon King. Outside the city of Atrebus, in order to completely defeat the will of the defenders, Roy used his body as a human siege machine and slammed into the city gate made of copper bars and wooden boards with all his strength. Under the impact of Roy's demigod power, the small gate of Atrebus city was directly knocked out of a human-shaped hole by Roy's body. Roy rushed into the city of Atrebus alone. The defenders behind the city gate were immediately frightened and fled in all directions. The city gate was also opened by the soldiers who followed Roy in. Seeing that the soldiers of Atrebus city were weaker than expected in defending the city, Roy shouted to the soldiers defending the city while heading to the Henteheti temple. Surrender without killing. Those who do not surrender will die. Don't sacrifice for the priests and nobles in vain. At the end of the war, each family will be allocated 20 acres of land. The various policies implemented by Roy in Buto city and Sais city have long been spread to nearby city-states. Although the priests and nobles hated Roy with all their teeth, the common people welcomed Roy's arrival. After all, Roy's tax exemption and land allocation policies will allow them to live a better life than they do now. Now hearing Roy shouting that they would be given 20 acres of land at the end of the war. Many of the soldiers who had been temporarily drafted laid down their arms. The battle between the gods Night and Henteheti has come to an end at this time. Because the strength gap between the two gods was too big. Goddess Night defeated Henteheti without any suspense and knocked Henteheti to the ground with her little fists. Seeing that the city of Atrebus had been captured by Roy, Henteheti said while lying on the ground, "Goddess Night, there is no need for us to continue this battle. Now that King Roy of Athens has occupied my city, we will both be the patron saints of the kingdom of Athens in the future. I don't care how Roy treats those priests and nobles. After all, I am a god, not a human being. And my core interests are different from those of the priests and nobles." After hearing what Henteheti said, Goddess Night immediately stopped attacking. Roy had arrived at the center of Atrebus city at this time. The two largest buildings here are the governor's palace of Atrebus and the temple of Henteheti. Roy just glanced at the governor's palace and rushed into the Henteheti temple. After learning that the city gate had been breached by Loe, many priests and nobles fled with their families to the Henteheti temple, hoping to get protection from the gods in the temple. Roy entered the Henteheti temple, glanced at the priests, nobles and their families who were protected by hundreds of private soldiers, then ignored the presence of these people and walked towards the Henteheti statue enshrined in the main temple. "Stop! Stop it!" A group of temple priests who served Henteheti stood in front of Roy and shouted without fear of life or death. "You are neither a priest nor a disciple of the great Henteheti. You cannot approach the idol of Henteheti. Get lost. If you dare to stop me again, I will kill you." After pushing away all the priests in front of him, Roy strode to the side of the statue of Henteheti, and then pushed the statue of Henteheti down from the throne without hesitation. Bang! Under the unbelievably shocked gazes of the temple priests and nobles outside, the Henteheti statue was pushed to the ground by Roy and smashed into a pile of rubble. "Oh God! My lord Hentikti!" The temple priest came to his senses, immediately knelt on the ground and cried while holding the head of the statue of Henteheti. How could such blasphemy against the gods happen? "King Roy of Athens, you are really a devil. A devil who is an enemy of the gods." "Devil? Demon King," Roy said with a smile when he heard the priest of Henteheti called him. "Even if I am an enemy of Henteheti, the god you serve, what can he do to me? And what I have to do is not just knock down the statue of Henteheti. Now I am in the name of King Loe of Athens. Announce that from now on the city of Atrebus will be part of the kingdom of Athens. But Henteheti will no longer be the patron saint of the city of Atrebus. All of you priests related to Henteheti will also leave the kingdom of Athens. If you don't want to leave, I will confiscate all your property and allocate you 20 acres of land like I would treat civilians." The statues of Henteheti were knocked down by Roy. Who else would think that Henteheti temple can protect them? The answer is of course no. Hearing that Loe said that their property would be confiscated, the priests and nobles fled from the Henteheti temple one after another, preparing to leave the city of Atrebus with their families and the property they could take away. "Loe, King of Athens, how dare you do this?" An angry roar like thunder suddenly resounded over the city of Atrebus. Roy walked out of the temple and saw Henteheti's face twisted with anger, glaring at him with fire-breathing eyes. After Roy and Henteheti looked at each other, Henteheti said in surprise, "Can you see me? Then I want to ask you, why do you want to push me off the throne? After you came to Egypt, since you have accepted the goddess Wadjet and the goddess Night, why can't you just accept the two goddesses? Accept me like a goddess. If you can't give me a reasonable explanation, I will let you feel the wrath of the gods." Hearing Henteheti's question, Roy said with a faint smile, "You ask me why I don't accept you. The answer is actually very simple. That is, I don't like male gods. I will not accept you now. And I will not allow other male gods to become the patron saint of the kingdom of Athens in the future." "You don't like dash," Henteheti said with his eyes widened in disbelief. "Just because you don't like it, you make me lose my status as a patron saint and knock down my statue." After a moment of silence, Henteheti said angrily through gritted teeth, "I can't accept it. I can't accept your reason. My priest is right. You are the enemy of God, the Demon King. Even if you are a human and I am a god, I have legitimate reasons to kill you." After saying that, Henteheti swung his huge war spear and stabbed Roy. There was a loud explosion. Goddess Night used her war spear to block Henteheti's attack, and then said in a cold voice with an unhappy look on her face, "Henteheti, do you think I don't exist? Goddess Night, please don't stop me." Hentehetes said angrily. This man dares to dishonor the gods. He is the enemy of all our gods. Don't talk nonsense. Neither I nor the gods of the kingdom of Athens believe that Roy is the enemy of all gods. Hentehetes. Now you have lost your identity as the patron saint of Atrebus city and become a wandering god. I ask you to leave here immediately. Otherwise I will expel you by force. Hentehetes glared at Roy with a hateful look. Then stretched out his black wings from his back. And his body turned into a black divine light and flew towards the south. After confirming that Hentehetes had left, Goddess Night couldn't help but said to Roy, do you really refuse to accept Hentehetes as the patron saint of the kingdom of Athens just because he is a male god? That's right. Roy nodded without hesitation. Night said helplessly. If you use this reason to drive Hentehetes off the throne, he will definitely always hate you. If you meet Hentehetes again in the future, you can always call me to protect you. Chapter 287 The goddess will also have to marry. Hearing Goddess Night's concerned words, Roy couldn't help but say, Pallas Spear Wielder, in order to thank you for helping me, I will enshrine you as the new patron saint of Atrebus city. Goddess Night immediately opened her eyes in surprise. After all, Atrebus city has become her new territory, and she will have more divine power and greater authority. Loie, you are so kind. If you had known that things would turn out like this, you should have told Hentehetes just now that I wanted to seize the city of Atrebus. So you drove Hentehetes away. Get off the throne. Then the target of Hentehetes' resentment will be me. Not you as a human being. But I don't like to lie. And by driving Hentehetes off the throne in your name, I am saying that I will obey your orders. I am a priest serving the goddess Metis. How can I obey other gods? There's an order. Then if you regard me as the patron saint of Atrebus city, will Metis be angry if he finds out? After all, you are a priest serving Metis. So you should dedicate your new territory to Metis. I will dedicate the port city of Pharos to the goddess Metis. Roy explained helplessly. If possible, I would also like to enshrine the goddess Metis as the patron saint of Atrebus. But the Egyptians here have not heard of the goddess Metis. And I don't want to force them to accept an unfamiliar god. But goddess Te, you are a native Egyptian god with a history of thousands of years. The people in Atrebus know you very well. So they will easily accept you as the new patron saint. It seems that you value the kingdom of Athens, or your own interests more than the interests of Metis. That's right. I will not put the interests of the goddess Metis over my interests and those of the kingdom of Athens. Just when Roy was about to end the conversation between the two, Goddess Night suddenly asked, Loie, you always call me Pallas Spear Wielder. So why don't you call Metis Athena, Athenian maiden goddess? Well, Roy said with a strange expression. Pallas. Although the goddess Metis is indeed the unmarried Athenian maiden goddess, Athena, now, she may get married in the future. So I don't think Athena is suitable to be another name for the goddess Metis. Pallas, the name Lars Spear Wielder, is different and can be another name for you whether you get married or not. Why do you think Metis will get married in the future and lose her identity as the maiden goddess of Athens to Athena? Our gods are immortal beings. We don't need to get married and have children like humans to extend our lives. Even if you say so, the goddess Mut of Thebes city will marry Amon, the patron saint of Thebes city, and become the wife and subordinate god of the sun god Amon, the sun god Amun, the moon god Khons, and the goddess Mut are all gods in the city of Thebes in southern Egypt. If the goddess Mut does not become Amon's wife and the moon god Khons does not become Amon's son, they all faith and worship will be wiped out. The goddess Mut did not marry Amon voluntarily. She had to marry Amon. After listening to Goddess Night's explanation, Roy said with a smile, this kind of having to marry a man may inevitably happen to the goddess of the kingdom of Athens in the future. After finishing the conversation with the Goddess Night, Roy found his soldiers and began to manage the city of Atrebus. First, they drove away the priests and nobles from the city of Atrebus. If they did not want to leave, they demoted their whole family as slaves and sent them to the city of the sun to build the pyramid of Chamos. Then they took over the land and food left by the priests and nobles. With the land, they could implement the land distribution policy. And with the food, they could recruit more soldiers. Finally, the temple of Hentehetes was changed to the temple of Night, so that the people of Atrebus believed that their city was still protected by gods. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, when the policies of the kingdom of Athens were being implemented in an orderly manner in the city of Atrebus. The arrival of 3 Athenian soldiers broke the peace in the city of Atrebus. The governor's palace in the city of Atrebus, After hearing the news brought by the 3 Athenian soldiers, Roy opened his eyes in shock and said, "You just said that Andromeda has left Ceres City." Seeing the 3 Athenian soldiers nodding, Roy's expression changed from surprise to anger, and he clenched his hands into fists and said angrily, "I gave the city of Sais to Andromeda, and she dared to betray my trust and leave without authorization." Roy got up and left his seat and said as he walked outside, "I will go find Andromeda now, and I will leave the city of Atrebus to your management." Hearing Roy's words, the 3 Athenian soldiers were frightened. "Your Majesty, we are just 3 ordinary soldiers. How can we shoulder the important task of managing a city?" 3 Athenian soldiers ran to Roy and tried to persuade him to change his mind. Roy said impatiently, "I just ask you to manage a city with a population of 30,000. On average, one of you only needs to manage 10,000 people. As long as you manage it in accordance with the laws and policies of the Kingdom of Athens, I will not blame you if something goes wrong." Seeing Roy's firm attitude, the 3 Athenian soldiers had no choice but to accept the burden of managing the city of Atrebus. After leaving the city of Atrebus on a fast horse, Roy headed directly to the city of Avaris. Because Roy could guess without thinking that Andromeda would leave Ceres City because she must have known that her father Cepheus was seriously injured on the battlefield. Although her daughter was justified in worrying about her father, Roy still could not forgive Andromeda for betraying her trust. 2 hours later, Roy's fast horse couldn't hold up and collapsed to the ground, and the gate of Avaris City also appeared in front of Roy. When night falls, Roy entered the city of Avaris with his recovered horse and headed for the palace of Cepheus. Royal Palace. Because the soldiers guarding the gate recognized Roy, Roy entered the palace smoothly. After tying the horse on the lawn of the courtyard, Roy asked several palace maids for directions, and soon arrived at the palace where Cepheus was recovering from his injuries. Roy walked into the palace and saw Cepheus lying weakly on the big bed. Several priests were treating Cepheus' wounds. Andromeda and her mother Cassiopeia looked at Cepheus with worried eyes while weeping. Cepheus's injuries were serious injuries that could kill him even 3,600 years later. In this era of backward medicine, Cepheus was able to survive entirely because he had the tenacity and strong body of a demigod hero. Because this was a serious injury that would be fatal to ordinary people, Andromeda and Cassiopeia were so worried. Behind Andromeda and Cassiopeia stood Perseus and Phineus, who also looked at Cepheus with worried eyes. Upon noticing Roy's arrival, Perseus turned around and looked at Roy in surprise and said, "Roy, how did you come to Avaris City?" Roy didn't seem to hear what Perseus said. He walked directly in front of Andromeda, who turned around and slapped Andromeda hard on the face with his right hand. Chapter 288. You betrayed my trust. There was a crisp sound. This sudden slap knocked Andromeda to the ground. Andromeda lay on the ground and looked at Roy, her eyes wide with disbelief, as if she couldn't believe that Roy would treat her like this. Everyone else was also shocked by Roy's actions. "Ah!" Cassiopeia recovered from the shock and immediately shouted at the top of her lungs, how dare you hurt my daughter like this? I will never let you go." "Phineus! Perseus! Catch him quickly." After hearing Cassiopeia's order, Phineus was about to take action, but saw Perseus standing there, looking at Roy with fear in his eyes. Phineus is a great hero, 1,000 enemies, who is slightly weaker than Perseus. Seeing Perseus's reaction, Phineus stopped and did not dare to approach Roy again. "Mom. I'm fine." Andromeda said something to comfort her mother, then got up from the ground and looked at Roy, asking with confusion, "Did I do something to make you angry? You betrayed my trust." After Roy finished speaking coldly, Andromeda cried with tears of grievance in her eyes. "My father was seriously injured. You know this. If I don't return to Avaris City, maybe I won't see my father for the last time. You don't have to explain it to me. I know your reasons and your difficulties. But you betrayed my trust. This is an unchangeable fact." Roy looked at Andromeda disappointedly and said, "Andromeda, my trust in you is like a mirror. Once this mirror is broken, it can never be repaired." After hearing Roy's words, Andromeda blinked her big eyes full of tears and said, "I can roughly understand what you mean. But what exactly is the mirror you are talking about? What is a mirror?" Considering that bronze mirrors of this era were basically used as sacrificial props, Roy could only explain. "The mirror I'm talking about is something that can break if dropped. Andromeda, now that you betray my trust, I will not give you a second chance to betray me. Our relationship will never be repaired in the future. Are you King Loe of Athens?" At this time, Cassiopeia had already guessed Roy's identity. And she walked up to Roy arrogantly and said, "My Andromeda hasn't married you yet. And you dare to hurt her like this. And I heard that you already have a fiancé. You want my Andromeda to be your concubine. Roy. Now I tell you. My Andromeda must marry the great king and become queen. And you are not worthy of being Andromeda's husband at all." After hearing Cassiopeia's words, Phineus happily walked up to Roy and said, "Athenians. You are not welcome here. Please leave immediately." "I will leave. But I will take Andromeda with me." Roy looked at Cassiopeia with a teasing sneer and said, "You are Queen Cassiopeia, the wife of Cepheus. You said you didn't want Andromeda to be my concubine. Now I regret to tell you that Andromeda is my concubine. There is no chance. She will become my slave." After saying that, Roy walked over to Andromeda and held Andromeda in his arms with his left hand. Seeing that Roy really wanted to take her away, Andromeda cried while struggling. "Loie. I know you must be very angry now. But I have to stay here and wait for my father to be safe. As long as my father's injury is healed, I am willing to accept any punishment from you." Loie actually wanted to take Andromeda away by force. And Cassiopeia shouted angrily to Phineus and Perseus. "Phineus! Perseus! Why don't you stop this madman quickly? If you can't save my daughter, then what qualifications do you have to be Andromeda's suitors?" After hearing Cassiopeia's words, Phineus no longer had any scruples in his heart, and immediately hit Roy's head with both fists. "Roll!" Roy yelled angrily and swung his right fist to hit Phineus on the head first. There was a muffled bang. Phineus was not only knocked unconscious by Roy in an instant, but his body also flew backwards and crashed through a wall of the palace. Seeing Phineus' fate, Perseus wisely stopped and did not dare to approach Roy again. Just as Andromeda's struggle became more and more intense, Cepheus on the hospital bed opened his eyes and woke up from his coma. "Ahem. Let go of my daughter." Seeing Cepheus waking up, Andromeda said in surprise in Roy's arms, "Father. You finally woke up." Roy couldn't help but let go of his left hand, letting Andromeda throw herself onto Cepheus's bed. The three busy and sweaty medical priests wrapped Cepheus's wounds with clean cotton cloth and said to Andromeda and Cassiopeia, "Queen. Princess. Since your majesty has woken up, as long as the wound heals, your majesty's injury will not be serious." At this time, Cassiopeia did not care about dealing with Roy anymore, and asked her daughter about Cepheus's physical condition with concern. "I'm all right." Cepheus forced a smile on his face and comforted his wife and daughter. "I'm a demigod hero. I can heal this minor injury." Looking at the warm scene of a family of three, Roy walked to Andromeda expressionlessly and said, "Andromeda. Now that your father is awake, it's time for you to leave with me." "Roy. I want to stay and take care of my father until his injury recovers. I don't give you the right to choose." After Roy said coldly, he directly picked up Andromeda with both hands and carried Andromeda on his shoulders. "Ahem, put her down, ahem." Seeing Cepheus coughing and glaring at him, Roy couldn't help but smile. "The relationship between your father and daughter is so good. No wonder Andromeda betrayed my trust for my father. Since Andromeda can betray me once for my father, she can definitely betray me for the second time for my father. So he is someone who is not worthy of my trust. Cepheus. Now I have taken Andromeda away, and she will be my prisoner and slave from now on. If you Hyksos dare to invade the territory of our kingdom of Athens in Egypt, I will kill Andromeda as a sacrifice for us to start a war." After saying that, Roy carried Andromeda and left the palace. Father and mother. Andromeda looked at her parents helplessly and could only cry. "Mother. You must take good care of father." Perseus watched Roy forcefully take away Andromeda. He wanted to stop Roy in his heart, but his reason prevented his body from taking action. Because of Perseus' reason, he didn't want to risk his life for a woman. Roy found his horse on the lawn of the palace courtyard, jumped directly on its back, and then rode away from the palace. When Roy passed by the palace gate, the soldiers guarding the gate thought the girl Roy was carrying was a palace maid. It wasn't until Roy passed through the gate that the soldiers recognized that Roy was carrying Princess Andromeda. Chapter 289 Never Forgive Andromeda. The city of Atrebus. When the sun rose in the east, Roy rode his fast horse back here all night. At this time, Andromeda was no longer carried on Roy's shoulders, but was sitting in front of Roy and fell asleep in Roy's arms. Roy rode a fast horse to the governor's palace. 3 Athenian soldiers, who were entrusted by Roy to manage the city, got the news and immediately ran out of the governor's palace to greet Roy. Seeing Roy actually appearing in front of them, the 3 Athenian soldiers said excitedly, "Your Majesty, I didn't expect you to come back so soon. We thought you were really going to hand this city over to us. Now that you're back, we can finally be freed from the burden of running the city." Roy jumped off the horse with Andromeda in his arms. Seeing Andromeda open her eyes and wake up, Roy said while leading 3 Athenian soldiers into the governor's palace, "Of course I will not let you 3 inexperienced people manage an important city for a long time. This is not only irresponsible to you, but also irresponsible to the people of Atrebus city. So next, you must follow me beside me. Learn how to govern the city of Atrebus." Seeing that Roy had not given up the idea of letting 3 people manage the city, the 3 Athenian soldiers immediately looked at each other. Roy continued to speak to them. "Don't put too much burden on me. I'm not asking you to be unconventional and capable people and develop this city. As long as you manage the city according to my structure and be a mediocre person who follows the rules, I won't care if something goes wrong. I'll blame you. But we are just 3 ordinary soldiers. I've already said that I won't blame you if problems arise. If you persist for a while, I will soon transfer officials who can read and numerate from Athens. I can forgive you for making mistakes because of your inexperience. But if you accept bribes and deliberately make mistakes when managing the city, you and your families will be punished. My punishment for the betrayers is to send their families to the underworld in one order. And you also know this. As long as the 3 of you serve as co-consuls of Atrebus city, I will give you a monthly salary of 1,000 caddies of grain." Under Roy's coercion and inducement, the 3 Athenian soldiers finally agreed to govern the city of Atrebus. Roy also took Andromeda back to his room in the governor's mansion. After throwing Andromeda on the bed like a pillow, Roy lay down on the bed and prepared to sleep holding his human-shaped pillow. Andromeda cautiously approached Roy and said, "My dear, have you forgiven me?" Snap! Roy slapped Andromeda's beautiful little face again, then opened his eyes and said, "Andromeda, have you abandoned your boring fantasy? I will not give anyone a chance to betray me a second time. From now on, your identity in front of me will be just a slave, a beautiful doll, and a human form pillow, a tool for giving birth. Don't think that as long as you apologize to me, I will slowly calm down and forgive you. For me, there are only 0 and countless betrayals. If I give others a chance to betray me a second time, my kingdom of Athens will collapse soon. It is because the price of betraying me is unbearable. So even if many people have the idea of betraying me, they dare not actually betray me." After listening to Roy's words, Andromeda said with tears full of grievance, "If I betrayed you for another man, I can accept any punishment from you. But I betrayed you only for the sake of my seriously injured and dying father. Do you really want me to betray you because of love? Are you an unfilial daughter who doesn't care about your father's life or death? You don't have to explain to me. I said I understand you. But that doesn't mean I can forgive you." Roy said expressionlessly, "Since my weight in your heart is not as important as your father's, you can betray the trust one gave you the first time for your father. Then you can betray my second trust for your father. To me, you are no longer a trustworthy person. My attitude towards you will not change in any way. Andromeda, my trust in you is like water thrown out. You can't take back the water thrown out. So I won't trust you again." After saying that, Roy closed his eyes and prepared to fall asleep on Andromeda's lap pillow. Woo 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 woo. Listening to Andromeda's cries of grievance and feeling her tears dripping down her face, Roy said impatiently, "Don't feel that you have been greatly wronged. You have no idea how much I once trusted you. My goal is to conquer the whole of Egypt. So I once thought that when I conquer the whole of Egypt, I will let you, the Egyptian princess, become the queen of Egypt who manages Egypt on my behalf. Now I am so lucky to have discovered that you are an untrustworthy woman. If I continue to trust you, you will definitely dedicate the Egypt I worked so hard to conquer to your father, and make the whole of Egypt a paradise for you Hyksos. And you will be worshipped as a goddess by all the Hyksos. Roy actually wants to become the queen who manages the entire Egypt." Andromeda first widened her eyes in shock, then cried aggrievedly and helplessly, "My dear, you are as important to me as my father. I will never betray you for my father. I will choose my father between you and my father because my father is seriously injured. Can you really not forgive me? Stop crying. If you make me unable to sleep, I will cut your tongue so that you can never cry again." Under Roy's intimidation, Andromeda immediately stopped crying. After the room fell silent, Roy began to hesitate whether he should give Andromeda another chance. But there are only zero and countless compromises. Now that Andromeda was given a chance to betray her, should she follow the same standards and give all the girls around her a chance to betray her? Even according to the same standards, let all the subjects of the Kingdom of Athens have a chance to betray themselves. Thinking of this consequence, Roy immediately gave up the idea of forgiving Andromeda. Although Andromeda's betrayal is understandable, Roy can use Andromeda to scare the monkeys and let all the girls around him know that even if they are his women, they will not betray him a second time. Opportunity. And Andromeda becoming a negative example can also make Roy's rule more stable. Because when the subjects of the Kingdom of Athens see the case of Andromeda, they will understand that the women around Roy will not have the chance to betray Loie a second time. The punishment for others who betray Loie will only be worse than Andromeda. Serious. In other words, even if Roy wanted to make Andromeda a negative example and alert the girls around him and the subjects of the Kingdom of Athens, he would never forgive Andromeda for her betrayal. Andromeda does not have the ability to read minds. At this time, she foolishly believed that as long as she served Roy wholeheartedly, Roy would definitely forgive her. Chapter 290 The Reason for Helping Napha. While Loie taught the 3 Athenian soldiers how to manage the city through words and deeds in Atrebus, the southern Egyptian princess Nepha was also promoting her plan. Not long after, Napha's envoy came to Atrebus city and asked Roy to go to Sun City immediately. Now Roy no longer trusts Andromeda. So Roy did not leave Andromeda in Atrebus city, but took Andromeda to Sun City. Sun City. Roy brought Andromeda to the palace and entered the hall where the throne was. He saw Napha sitting on the throne like a female pharaoh, and several generals were reporting various information to her. Seeing Roy and Andromeda, Napha asked several generals to leave the hall, then looked at Andromeda curiously and asked, "Who is this Hyksos woman?" "She is Andromeda, an Egyptian princess like you." After learning Andromeda's identity, Napha immediately said in a cold voice with a displeased look on his face, "I am the only princess in Egypt. By comparing this woman to me, are you acknowledging the Hyksos rule over Egypt? The Hyksos once dominated Egypt and that's history you can't change. HMPH. You brought this woman with you. Could it be that she is your woman?" Roy shook his head and said, "I once regarded her as my woman and gave her the city of Ceos to manage. But Andromeda betrayed my trust and left the city of Ceos without permission for her seriously injured father. Now I regard her as my slave." "Very good," Napha said with a satisfied smile on his face. "The hateful Hyksos should become our slaves. From now on, we will humiliate the Hyksos princess together." Seeing the eager expression on Napha's face and staring at Andromeda with a cat-and-mouse look, Roy changed the subject and said, "Naphal, you sent someone to find me. What's the important thing?" "I have received news from the city of Thebes that Brother Ahemoth refused to recognize me as the female pharaoh and inherited the pharaoh throne with the support of my supporters." Roy was not surprised when he heard what Napha said. After the death of Kamose, Ahmose was the first heir to the pharaoh throne, and he certainly had no reason to give up the pharaoh throne that should have belonged to him. Napha sighed and continued, "After my brother Ahemoth succeeded to the throne of pharaoh, he sent a messenger to persuade me to marry him and become his queen. He was willing to rule Egypt with me as husband and wife and brother and sister. Then how did you reply to him?" "Of course I reject him," Napha said without hesitation. "Brother Kamose asked me to be with you before he died, just because he didn't want me to become a victim of family intermarriage. I don't want to marry Brother Ahmose myself." "Then are you ready to compete with Ahemoth for the pharaoh throne?" "I am ready for a war with Ahmose. After my soldiers destroyed the priests and nobles in the city of the sun and Merimda city, they collected enough food for the army to consume for half a month. Next, I will lead the army there the city of Thebes, plus the food that can be collected along the way. We must capture the city of Thebes within a month and turn Ahmose into our prisoner. Then you called me here because you want me to charge into battle for you. Isn't this what you should do?" Napha asked rhetorically. "If you don't contribute to my becoming a female pharaoh, then what qualifications do you have to become my male pharaoh?" "I have already said that I am not interested in becoming your male pharaoh." Seeing that Napha obviously didn't believe what he said, Roy didn't bother to explain. Night. Roy and Andromeda moved into the palace arranged by Napha. After Roy lay down on the big bed, Andromeda cautiously came to Roy and asked, "Lo, your majesty, Are you really going to join the southern Egyptians against us Hyksos because of your resentment towards me? Don't think so wildly. Roy explained expressionlessly. I have no interest in getting involved in the war between the Hyksos and the southern Egyptians. Then what is your relationship with Nefer? Aren't you going to be the husband of Nefer and inherit the pharaoh throne left by Kamose? You have become the pharaoh of the southern Egyptians. Then you must be our Zixu the Sri Lankan's greatest enemy. If I really become the pharaoh of the southern Egyptians, I may indeed be the enemy of the Hyksos. But you should be able to see that Nefer wants to become the queen herself. Not my queen, Roy said with a complicated expression. Don't say that Nefer doesn't want to give up the power of the pharaoh to me. Even if she wants to give all the power to me, I will not accept it. Because I became the Lord of Egypt in a peaceful way, I will not be able to eliminate it according to my plan. All the priests, nobles and male gods. As it is now, you Hyksos and the southern Egyptians fight to the death. Which is the most beneficial situation for me? Since you don't want to inherit the pharaoh's throne as Nefer's husband, why do you want to help Nefer seize the pharaoh's throne? Roy thought for a moment and said, maybe it's because I don't want to see the tragedy of family intermarriage happen to Nefer. Maybe it's because Kamose gave Nefer to me. So I want to take care of her as my woman. More likely, I want to use the names of the gods Nefer and Amun to eliminate some local male gods in Egypt. The next day, Nefer left 2 generals and thousands of soldiers to manage the cities of Sun City and Merimda, and led 90,000 troops south to the city of Thebes. Roy took Andromeda with him and Nefer sat in a huge carriage. Before the army arrived in Memphis, Roy suggested to Nefer, Nephil, when we get to the city of Memphis, we will destroy the priests and nobles there, seize their food, and drive Petar, the patron saint of the city of Memphis, off his throne. After hearing Roy's suggestion, Nefer frowned and said, we can destroy the priests and nobles of the city of the sun, the city of Atribis, and the city of Merimda, and drive their patron saints off their thrones because they surrendered to the Hyksos and are traitors to us Egyptians. Meng, the city of Fez, is already a city-state ruled by us, and we have no reasonable reason to deal with them. No, we have sufficient reasons to eliminate the priests and nobles of Memphis and their patron saint Petar. Roy said confidently. Petar, the patron saint of Memphis, is not only the god of fire and craftsmen, but is also regarded as the creator god by his priests. The goddess Sekhmet, the patron saint of Itawui, became Petar's wife in mythology. The 9 Yuan gods headed by Atum and the 8 Yuan gods headed by Amun became the descendants of Petar in mythology. It was just that the priests of Petar made up myths to blaspheme other gods. The myths they made up blasphemed Amun. As the daughter of the sun god Amun, you have every reason to punish the priests and nobles of Memphis and drive Petar off the throne. Seeing that Nefer was a little moved, Roy continued. Nephil, how much food can we collect from the city of Memphis? As long as we eliminate the priests and nobles in the city of Memphis, their food will be used to feed your army. Chapter 291. I want to establish a 1,000-year dynasty. The city of Memphis was one of the most important cities in ancient Egypt. Starting from the 3rd dynasty of Egypt 2700 BC. The city of Memphis has been the capital of several Egyptian dynasties. The patron saint of the city of Memphis is Petar, the god of fire and craftsmen. Because Memphis was once the capital of many dynasties, Petar, the patron saint of Memphis, was naturally regarded as the protector of the country by these dynasties, possessing a lofty status above all the gods. So in the myth fabricated by Petar's priests, the powerful goddess who became Petar's neighbor Sekhmet, the patron saint of Itawua city who once became the queen of the gods, became Petar's wife. Nefertum, the plant god of Memphis, became the child of Petar and Sekhmet. Petar, Sekhmet, and Nefertum were also combined into the 3 pillar gods of Memphis, corresponding to the 3 pillar gods of Amun, Mut, and Khons in Thebes. If the myths concocted by the priests of Petar were merely blasphemies to the goddess Sekhmet, it would not be a problem, because Itawua city only became the capital in the 12th dynasty and the 13th dynasty. Now the city of Itawua has long been weakened, and the goddess Sekhmet no longer has the powerful authority of the queen of the gods. But in the myths fabricated by Petar's priests, the 9 Yuan gods headed by Atum, the 8 Yuan gods headed by Amun, and other gods all became the descendants of Petar. To put it bluntly, the myths fabricated by the priests of Petar blasphemed the patron saints of all city-states in Egypt. If Nefer was inspired by Roy to eliminate the priests and nobles of Memphis and drive Petar off the throne of the patron saint of Memphis, It would definitely be something that other city-states would applaud. Thinking of the food he could seize from the priests and nobles of Memphis, Napha said to Roy, I can use the name of blaspheming the god Amun to eliminate the priests and nobles of Memphis and drive the god Ptah from his throne. But you can't let me deal with the priests and nobles of other city-states and the gods they serve. Because there are not enough the reasons for dealing with the priests and nobles will make me hostile to the priests and nobles of all city-states. The target of boiling a frog in warm water can only be a frog. Humans are not frogs waiting to die. If Napha does something to harm the priests and nobles, or even abolish the patron saint without sufficient reasons, the priests and nobles of all city-states will regard her as the same enemy as Roy and give her full support. Her brother Ahemoth destroyed her as a public enemy. After listening to Napha's words, Roy said with a smile, Napha, of course I will not let you deal with the priests and nobles of other city-states. But if other city-states support our enemy Yamos, then we will have sufficient reasons to deal with them. For the city-states that are enemies of us, we eliminating the priests and nobles there and abolishing the patron saint there can also deter other city-states so that they will not dare to be enemies with you. You? Napha looked at Roy suspiciously and said, You couldn't possibly want to use me to accomplish your goal of annihilating the priests, nobles and the patron saints they serve, right? Roy shook his head and said, I do this to increase the number of cities you can directly control. Don't you think that eliminating the priests and nobles will be conducive to the rule of your pharaoh family? The priests and nobles of various city-states were the targets that the pharaoh family should eradicate. This is a fact that history has proven. In the history of another world, the pharaoh Amenhotep IV of the 18th dynasty who deposed all the priests, nobles and patron saints of Egypt was the descendant of Napha more than 200 years later. Napha did not reject Roy's proposal to eliminate the priests and nobles, but readily accepted the reasons given by Roy. Also because she knew that the priests and nobles were an obstacle to the pharaoh's family's control of power. As long as she found a reason, the priests and nobles should be eliminated and abolished. The patron saint they serve. Before the establishment of the third dynasty of Egypt, both Egypt's ruling class and civilians would be buried in a rectangular tomb made of mud bricks after death, which the ancient Egyptians called mastaba. Later, when a small nobleman named Imhotep was designing a tomb for Pharaoh Djoser, he invented a brand new construction method. Square stones were transported from the mountain to replace mud bricks, and he constantly modified them. The design plan of the mausoleum was finally built into a 6-level trapezoidal square pyramid. This is the prototype of the pyramid. The trend of building pyramids became popular in the third dynasty. By the fourth dynasty, pharaohs were pursuing more magnificent tombs. The Pyramid of Khufu, the second pharaoh of the fourth dynasty, is the most astonishing in size and is known as the Great Pyramid. More than 150 meters high. To the south of the Great Pyramid is the Sphinx built by Pharaoh Khafra, the son of Khufu. The body is like a lying lion, about 83.5 meters long and 23 meters high. By the time 3,600 years later, the giant pyramid near Memphis was known as one of the 7 wonders of the world. These pharaohs built magnificent pyramids, perhaps hoping to gain immortality after death, or even become gods. But there is only one human being related to the pyramids who became a god after his death. And that is Imhotep, who invented the pyramids. When Imhotep was alive, he gained the favor of the pharaoh and became the prime minister with great power. After Imhotep's death, he was gradually deified as the god of medicine and the patron saint of the pyramids. When Napha's 90,000-strong army approached the city of Memphis, buildings such as the ancient pharaoh's pyramids and the Sphinx appeared in the sight of Roy and Napha. Looking at the great pyramids that were more majestic than the last, Napha couldn't help but say, I should build the same majestic pyramid for Brother Kamos. After hearing Napha's words, Roy couldn't help but complain. Do you want the dynasty you rule to become a one-man dynasty? The ancient third dynasty invented the pyramids, but the third dynasty only existed for 73 years. If we count from the time Pharaoh Djoser built the first pyramid, the third dynasty lasted only 50 years. The fourth dynasty was more dominant than the third dynasty and only existed for 110 years. What's wrong with this? Napha looked at Roy in confusion and said, From the first dynasty to the present, most dynasties can only last for about 100 years. Do you still want to establish a 1,000-year dynasty that will last for hundreds of years, or even thousands of years? That's right. Roy nodded without hesitation. I just want to use a perfect system to establish a 1,000-year dynasty so that people in the future will not have to experience wars as frequently as people in the past. Roy actually has such an incredible goal. Napha looked at Roy with a smile and said, You are such a strange man. No wonder Brother Kamos wants me to be with you. For the sake of our descendants. I am willing to work with you to build a 1,000-year dynasty with the most perfect system. After saying that, Nafa took the initiative and threw himself into Roy's arms. Just when Roy was stiff and didn't know how to react. Nafa continued. When I defeat Brother Ahemoth and become the female pharaoh of Thebes, the two of us will get married. Chapter 292 Petar becomes Hephaestus. Memphis. Itavi. Medum. Crocodile. Heracleopolis. These are 5 of the 13 city-states in northern Egypt south of the City of the Sun. They originally belonged to the Egyptian kingdom ruled by the Hyksos. Kamos led an army to defeat the Hyksos who ruled these 5 city-states, making them part of the southern kingdom of Egypt. Because the city of Memphis is now owned by the kingdom of southern Egypt, Nafa came to the city with 90,000 troops. The governor, priests and nobles of the city of Memphis were not only unprepared, but also took the initiative to come to the city, welcoming Nafa outside. He expressed his willingness to support Nafa in inheriting the throne and becoming the female pharaoh. After Nafa let his army take over the city of Memphis, he directly ordered the arrest of the governor and priests and nobles of the city of Memphis, and sent all the rulers of the city of Memphis and their families to the city of the sun to serve as Kamo he built the pyramids. If Nafa only dealt with the priests and nobles, Petar, the patron saint of Memphis city, could still watch all this happen. After all, as a god, Petar values different interests from humans. As long as Nafa did not shake his throne as the patron saint of Memphis, Petar would not care at all about those priests and nobles who used their own names to gain status and wealth. It was not until Nafa ordered a general to lead soldiers to arrest the temple priests of the Petar temple and knock down the Petar statue enshrined in the temple that Petar realized his crisis. Human! How dare you do this to me? When the carriage that Roy, Nafa, and Andromeda rode entered the city of Memphis, with a thunderous roar, Petar appeared over the city of Memphis with a height of 1,000 meters. It is a pity that ordinary humans can neither see the appearance nor hear the voice of the gods. Even Nafa, who was deified as the daughter of the sun god, is no exception. Sitting in the carriage, Nafa could only hear the thunder and thunder in the clear sky. And an ominous premonition emerged in his heart. Roy looked at the angry Petar in the carriage, without worrying about Nafa's safety. Nafa is the daughter of Amon, the protector of the kingdom of southern Egypt. She has the protection of Amon, the king of gods in the kingdom of southern Egypt. Petar, who has long since declined, naturally cannot hurt Nafa, who is protected by Amon. Petar was obviously afraid of Amon. So although he stared at Nafa's carriage with angry and hostile eyes, he did not attack Nafa immediately. It wasn't until Nafa's generals and soldiers actually pushed down the statue of Petar that Petar could no longer bear it and swung his huge fist at the carriage in which Nafa was riding. Just when Petar's fist was about to hit the carriage, God Amun came to Petar with infinite divine light and blocked Petar's fist with his own body. Amon. Seeing Amon appear to stop him, Petar roared and accused. Great God Amun! Look at the good deeds of your daughter of God. She not only destroyed my priests, but also ordered my idols to be torn down. If you are willing to convey the oracle to Nephil, let her repair my common tower god. Respect my status as the patron saint of Memphis city, and I will forgive her young and reckless behavior for your sake. Are you threatening me? After listening to Petar's request, Amon said coldly, Petar, in the myth fabricated by your priests, I have been reduced to your son. Although I am too lazy to argue with you, my daughter of God wants to destroy you for me, and I have no reason to stop her. Now I order you leave my territory and become a wandering god somewhere else. You actually want to drive me away? Petar said in disbelief. I am an ancient god king, who has been the king of the gods since the 3rd dynasty. You just have to deal with Atum, who is also the sun god with you. Now you have to deal with me too. Aren't you afraid of the Egyptian gods? Is everyone in danger? My daughter of God will not deal with other gods. Even if she does, I will use the oracle to stop her. Amon urged impatiently. Petar, just like a subadult male lion leaving a pride of lions, leave my territory immediately. If you don't leave, I will hurt you mercilessly. Okay, I'm leaving. Petar gritted his teeth and sneered. But don't be complacent for too long. I believe you will soon end up like me. After saying that, Petar turned into a red flame and flew towards the city of Avaris in the north. After watching Petar leave, Amon's body turned into golden light and flew towards the south. As the only human being who witnessed the confrontation between Ptah and Amon. Seeing Ptah flying to the north, Roy immediately guessed that Ptah's goal was to seek refuge with Seth, Zeus, in the northern city of Avaris. While Napha's army was annihilating the priests and nobles inside and outside the city of Memphis and plundering their food for military rations. Ptah soon arrived at the city of Avaris and entered the sky above the city of Avaris belonging to Seth, Zeus. Of the pantheon of gods. The pantheon of Seth, Zeus. Now only the cat goddess Bastet, the sun god Ra, and the almighty god stand in the pantheon as subordinate gods of Set, Zeus. Seeing Ptah entering the temples, Seth, Zeus, who was sitting on the throne of the god king, smiled and said, "Dear Ptah, welcome to my pantheon." Ptah lowered his head and walked to the center of the hall and said to Seth, Zeus, "Great god King Zeus, I was pushed down by Amon's daughter Nepha and kicked off the throne. I was also expelled by Amon and forced to leave the territory where I have lived for thousands of years. Now I hope to be taken in by you. Ptah, you don't want to become a wandering god and disappear into the long river of history." Seth, Zeus said with a smile, "I can take you in and make you my subordinate god. But you must truly become my son. I will take you to conquer Greece and make our father and son the great gods worshipped by the Greeks. To be the son of Seth, Zeus." Faced with this humiliating request, Ptah gritted his teeth and said, "Can you guarantee that I enjoy the same treatment as now?" "Certainly," Zeus said without hesitation. "You used to be the Egyptian god of fire and craftsmanship. You became my son. And you are still the god of fire and craftsmanship. In the myths fabricated by your priests. Sekhmet, the lion goddess of war and revenge, is your wife. My priests will also make up myths to make Aphrodite, the goddess of war and revenge well known to the Greeks, be your wife. But you can no longer use the name Ptah, which belongs to the Egyptian god, to use the Hellenistic name Hephaestus, to set fire to fire." Hearing Zeus's words, Ptah's eyes lit up with an excited expression on his face. After the Phoenicians who worshipped Aphrodite came to northern Egypt with the Hyksos as conquerors, Aphrodite got mixed up with Sekhmet, the queen of the gods who had recently declined. They acquired the divinity of the sun goddess and the Furies. Eumenides, the goddess of vengeance, is another name for Aphrodite. Zeus's willingness to let his priests make up myths and let Aphrodite become Ptah's wife in the myth is enough to prove his respect for Ptah. "Great Father God, I would like to be your son Hephaestus." Chapter 293 Sun Goddess Sekhmet. Napha's army stayed in Memphis for 3 days and collected enough food to support the army for 10 days. The 4th day, Napha left a general and 5,000 soldiers to manage the city of Memphis, and then continued southward with an army of 85,000. At night, Napha's army came to Itawua city. Because of what happened in the city of Memphis, the governor and priests and nobles of Itawua city were very wary of Napha, and the walls of Itawua city were filled with soldiers guarding the city. Napha sent an envoy into Itawua city, promising in the name of Amon that he would not harm the governor and priests and nobles of Itawua city, let alone drive the goddess Sekhmet off her throne. The governor and the priests and nobles immediately came out to greet Napha. After all, as the daughter of Amon, Napha has already made a guarantee in the name of Amon. If the governor and the priests and nobles are still wary of Napha, Napha will really have a legitimate reason to deal with them. The city of Itawua was the capital of the 12th and 13th dynasties of Egypt. About 100 years ago, the last pharaoh of the 13th dynasty was unable to fight against the Hyksos, so he had to abandon the city of Atavi and go south, making Thebes the new capital. Judging from the historical context, the last pharaoh of the 13th dynasty was most likely the ancestor of Napha. The successive pharaohs of the Napha family were obsessed with expelling the Hyksos, precisely to wash away the humiliation brought by the Hyksos to their ancestors. This capital city of the 13th dynasty 100 years ago was originally ruled by Napha's family. The royal palace in Itawua city. Napha led everyone to the hall where the throne was, and sat on the throne like a queen, looking down at the governor and priests and nobles of Itawua city and said, "I know you will be uneasy, but I can assure you that I destroyed the priests and nobles in the city of Memphis and drove Ptah from the throne because the priests and nobles who served Ptah made up myths and blasphemed the god Amun. In the myth, demoted the great god Amun to the son of Ptah. The city of Itawua is the city that my ancestors ruled 100 years ago. Sekhmet, the patron saint of Itawua, was also our pharaoh family 100 years ago. The patron saint of God. My respect for the goddess Sekhmet is second only to the god Amun. So I will not allow anyone to offend the goddess Sekhmet. After hearing Nafa's words, the priests and nobles in Itawua city all breathed a sigh of relief. They are now fully convinced that Nafa's removal of Pitar from the throne was just a special case. Immediately afterwards, more bold ideas emerged in the minds of these priests and nobles. Since 100 years ago, the city of Itawua was the capital of the pharaoh family. And the goddess Sekhmet was the patron saint of the pharaoh family and the queen of the gods. So now, 100 years later, Itawua city may once again become the capital. And the goddess Sekhmet can once again become the patron saint of the pharaoh family, the protector of the country, and the supreme queen of the gods. Thinking that Itawua city would once again become the capital, and the goddess Sekhmet would once again become the protector of the country, priests and nobles like them would also be able to gain more benefits. One of the priests and nobles said impatiently, "Great Duke Nafet, great Pharaoh Nafet, we in Itawua city are willing to fully support you in defeating Ahmose. Can you consider making Itawua city the capital once again?" Other priests and nobles also said. Now the priests and nobles of Thebes have become supporters of Ahmose. And Thebes is no longer worthy of being a capital. The city of Itawua was the capital of your ancestors 100 years ago. Now that Pharaoh Nafa has expelled the Hyksos to the north of the city of the sun, your capital should also be moved to the north so that you can continue to attack Hyksos. The goddess Sekhmet is the great queen of the gods. We in Itawua city support you in becoming the female pharaoh. The priests of the Sekhmet temple are also willing to enshrine you as the daughter of the god Sekhmet. Upon hearing these words, Nafa immediately widened his eyes in surprise. She really didn't expect that these priests and nobles wanted to make Itawua city the capital again. And they also wanted the goddess Sekhmet to replace the god Amun and become the new protector of the country. After all, Nefer is not her ancestor. She was born and raised in Thebes. And her identity has always been the daughter of Amun. So she has no feelings for the city of Atavi or the goddess Sekhmet. After recovering from the surprise, Nafa said calmly, "I believe that the priests and nobles of Thebes are just confused for a moment. When my army arrives outside Thebes, the priests and nobles of Thebes will give up supporting Ahemoth." After the priests and nobles gave up their persuasion, Roy had a new idea in his mind. Now a civil war broke out between Nefer and Ahemoth to compete for the pharaoh's throne. The priests and nobles of Thebes chose to support Ahmose. This was indeed an opportunity to suppress Thebes and Amon. If Nafa wants other gods, or even foreign gods to replace Amon as the protector of the country, he will definitely encounter huge resistance. But the goddess Sekhmet was originally the protector of the country 100 years ago. If she replaced Amon as the protector of the country, I am afraid that even Amon himself would not be able to give a reason to object. Late at night, after the governor of Itawua city and the priests and nobles left the palace, Nafa took Roy to the Sekhmet temple next to the palace. The priestesses of the Sekhmet temple warmly received the two and took Roy and Nafa to the main hall where the Sekhmet statue was located. The main temple is illuminated by bronze oil lamps burning olive oil. The lion goddess Sekhmet, with a lion's head and body, stands on the throne with a sun disk on her head. In her right hand, she holds a scepter symbolizing royal power, which represents her glorious history of reigning over the gods and becoming a queen. In the myth fabricated by the priests of Pitar, the patron saint of Memphis, the lion goddess Sekhmet is the wife of Pitar and the mother goddess of Pitar's son, the plant god Nefertum. In the myths fabricated by the priests of the sun god Ra in another world, the lion goddess Sekhmet was reduced to the daughter of Ra, along with the southern Egyptian cow goddess Hathor, the cat goddess Bastet, and the sun snake Wadjet. The goddess Tefnut, the rain god, and the alien god Aphrodite were mixed up. But in Itawua city, Sekhmet is not only worshipped as the goddess of the sun, the goddess of war, the goddess of revenge, the goddess of medicine and the goddess of fire, but also the protector of the country and the queen of the gods 100 years ago. Looking at the lion head of the Sekhmet statue, Roy couldn't help but muttered, "If Sekhmet can't transform into a beautiful goddess, it will be a waste of her figure. Do you want to see me turn into a beautiful goddess?" Accompanied by a teasing female voice, the statue of Sekhmet on the throne turned into the goddess Sekhmet herself. Seeing this scene, Roy's eyes immediately widened in surprise, as the goddess Sekhmet took off the lion's head like taking off a helmet. The originally lion-headed goddess Sekhmet turned into a goddess with a beautiful face. But Roy was the only one who saw this scene, because the goddess Sekhmet did not let her figure appear in the eyes of others. Seeing Roy's reaction, goddess Sekhmet said to Roy ambitiously, "Human, I let you see my true face. Are you prepared to pay the price?" Chapter 294. She still wants to be the queen of the gods. In another world. 3,600 years later. Wild lions have disappeared from Egypt. But in ancient Egypt, wild lions have been living here since ancient times. Even 1,000 years later. In 2600 BC. There were still wild lions in Egypt. It is precisely because lions have always lived in Egypt that Egyptians worshipped the lion goddess in ancient times. Sekhmet, the patron saint of Atavi, and Bastetto, the patron saint of Bubastis, are both lion goddesses worshipped by the Egyptians. When Sekhmet became the protector of the country and the queen of the gods, Bastetto seemed to be suppressed and devalued. So Bastetto's image changed from the lion goddess to the cat goddess. The origin of this lion goddess worship may be in ancient tribal times. Priestesses or female leaders who wielded tribal power wore lion heads to deify themselves, and participated in wars between tribes, eventually evolving into the lion goddess of war with a lion's head and body. Precisely because the prototype of the lion goddess was a woman who wore the lion's head as a helmet. Roy was not surprised to see Sekhmet taking off the lion's head like a helmet. What really surprised Roy was that Sekhmet's beauty completely matched her status as a goddess. Standing on the throne, Sekhmet is tall. Her figure is slender and beautiful. And her delicate face is like a doll. Unfortunately, her skin color is brown. Not as brown and white as the goddess Wadjet and the goddess Night. Looking at Sekhmet's beautiful face and figure, Roy quickly thought of the reason why Sekhmet was so beautiful. In the ancient tribal era, the prototype of Sekhmet could be a priestess or a female leader wearing a lion head to deify herself. She must be the daughter of the male leader who holds the power of the tribe. As long as the wives of the male leader are the most beautiful women in the tribe, the daughter he gives birth to will naturally have a high probability of inheriting her mother's beauty. An ordinary tribal woman accidentally picked up a lion's head and wore it on her head, and was regarded as a goddess by the ignorant tribal people. This kind of fairy tale-like story only appears in fantasy novels that are divorced from reality. After all, the struggle for power has always been bloody and cruel. How could the person who holds the power of the tribe give the opportunity to become a goddess to an ordinary tribal woman? Only the favorite daughter of the tribal leader can wear a lion head and be deified into a lion goddess, and accept the worship of the tribal people. Thinking that Sekhmet's prototype might be a human from the ancient tribal era, Roy asked excitedly, "Great goddess Sekhmet, can you tell me who once ruled Egypt and became the queen of the gods? Were you a real god from the beginning, or a goddess deified by humans? If you were originally a human, then you represent humans after becoming a god. You can also become the king of the gods." Hearing Roy's words, Nafa and the priestess of Sekhmet were all startled. "Roy, are you hallucinating or talking in your sleep?" Nafa looked at Roy with suspicion and said, "Or can you really see the goddess Sekhmet?" Faced with this difficult question, Roy could only look at Sekhmet for help. Sekhmet said coldly with an unhappy expression, "If you want me to help you, you have to help me convince Nafa to move the capital to Itawua city and worship me as the protector of the country and the queen of the gods like her ancestors." Roy nodded without hesitation, and Sekhmet's body immediately glowed with divine light, allowing Nafa and the priestess to see her. "Goddess Sekhmet. Great Sekhmet." When Nafa and the priestess saw Sekhmet coming, the priestess immediately knelt on the ground and worshipped Sekhmet devoutly. Nafa looked at Sekhmet at a loss, because she brought Roy to the Sekhmet temple. She just wanted to pay homage to the patron saint of the pharaoh family 100 years ago, and did not want to talk to Sekhmet. The special goddess has a lot to do with it. "Dear Nafa, welcome to see me at the temple of Sekhmet." Facing Nafa, who could put him back on the throne of the god of protection, Sekhmet was like a mother seeing her daughter, showing an amiable smile and saying to Nafa, "I used to protect your ancestors in the past, and now I will become your patron saint. Are you willing to come closer and bring us closer?" Upon hearing Sekhmet's request, Nafa instinctively looked at Roy for help. Roy gave Nafal an encouraging look, then directly sold Nafal to Sekhmet, gently pushing Nafal on the back with his left hand. Nafa walked up to Sekhmet involuntarily, and Sekhmet took the initiative to hug Nafa with both hands and said with a gentle sweet smile on his face, "Dear Nafa, you don't have to think of me as a god like others. To me, you are like my daughter. You can think of me as your mother, or you can think of me as your sister." Goddess Sekhmet. Facing Sekhmet's overly doting attitude, Nafa became even more at a loss, seeing Sekhmet's efforts to become the queen of the gods again. Roy also thought about the conditions for a deal with Sekhmet. Nafa is not a simple and ignorant child. As a princess of the pharaoh family, Nefer certainly knew that the goddess Sekhmet had arrived in person. And she loved her so much. Obviously in order to regain the throne of the protector of the country. If Nefer could satisfy Sekhmet's request, she could indeed accept Sekhmet's favor with peace of mind. But Nefer had no idea of helping Sekhmet become the protector of the country again. So she could not accept Sekhmet's favor for her. Seeing Nefel's cold reaction, Sekhmet first exchanged glances with Roy, and then said to Nefel, "Dear Nefer, please don't be burdened with accepting my favor. I won't let you do anything for me." Goddess Sekhmet. Nefer looked at Sekhmet with surprise and suspicion and said, "Although I cannot enshrine you as the protector of the country like my ancestors, you are the queen of the gods who has ruled the gods for 300 years. I can give you a status second only to God Amun." Sekhmet managed to keep a smile on his face, and a dissatisfied look flashed in his eyes. "Dear Nefer, do you want to hear me tell you about the great deeds left by your ancestors?" After Nefer nodded, Sekhmet continued, "Speaking of the great deeds left by your ancestors, first of all, let's talk about Amenemhat I, the first pharaoh of the 12th dynasty of Egypt. The greatest deed of Amenemhat I was to convert the capital of Egypt to it was transferred from the city of Thebes to the city of Itaway. And Sekhmet, the patron saint of Itaway city, replaced Amun, the patron saint of Thebes city, and became the protector god of the kingdom of Egypt. The 11th dynasty in Amunit only existed under my protection for 140 years. But the dynasty established by your ancestors was protected by me for 300 years. It was not until the barbaric Zeus invaded Egypt with the barbaric Hyksos that your ancestors had to give up. The city of Atavi was transferred to the city of Thebes in the south. And I also lost my status as the protector of the country." Chapter 295 There is no human Sekhmet. The royal palace in Itawua city. After Roy and Nefer returned to their respective palaces, they saw the goddess Sekhmet following him to the palace. Roy first confirmed that Andromeda was lying on the big bed in the bedroom and fell asleep. And then came to the palace alone. Outside courtyard, the goddess Sekhmet came to Roy in the form of a human girl and spoke proactively. "Human. As a man from Nefel. When are you going to help me convince Nefel and let her regard me as the protector of the country?" Goddess Sekhmet. "Do you really want to become the protector of the country again? As important as the throne of the king of Athens is to you, the throne of the protector of the nation is just as important to me. If you lose the throne of the king of Athens, will you do your best to regain your throne?" After hearing Sekhmet's inquiry, Roy thought about it seriously. If someone replaced Roy as the king of Athens now, Roy would definitely return to the city of Athens and regain his own throne instead of accepting the status quo of losing his throne. Since Roy was unwilling to give up the throne of the king of Athens, Sekhmet certainly had no reason to give up the throne of the protector. If someone says he is willing to give up the throne, he must not be a king. Roy is unwilling to give up the throne because Roy really has the throne. If there is a god who is willing to give up the throne of the protector of the nation, he must not be the protector of the nation. Sekhmet was unwilling to give up the throne of the protector of the country because she had really been the protector of the kingdom for 300 years. Goddess Sekhmet. Even if you are a god, you cannot ask me for selfless devotion. After all, I am not a priest serving you. I can help you convince Nefer. But you must also answer my questions. Roy looked at Sekhmet with a serious expression and said, "I want to know your deepest secret. Are you a natural god? Or a goddess deified by humans? As long as I tell you the answer, will you help me convince Nefer?" Roy nodded. And Sekhmet approached Roy with a smile and spoke into Roy's ear. "I can only tell you that there was no human named Sekhmet in past history." Hearing Sekhmet's answer, Roy's eyes immediately widened. Since there was no human named Sekhmet in past history, Sekhmet was not a goddess deified by humans. It is indeed impossible for a god deified by humans to become the king of gods. The next day, after the governor and priests and nobles of Itawua city promised to supply food for Nefer's army, Nefer continued southward with an army of 85,000. The reason why Nefer did not stay longer in the city of Ator is because if Nefer wastes one day, Ahmose strength in Thebes will be strengthened, and Nefer's hope of defeating Ahmose will be reduced. It will be reduced by 1 point. Only by leading the army south as soon as possible can Nefer defeat Ahmose with an absolute advantage. While the army was on its way, Roy, who was riding in the same carriage as Nefer, began to fulfill his promise. "Nefer, have you ever thought about taking advantage of the civil war between you and Ahmose to move the capital to Itawua city and make the goddess Sekhmet the new protector of the country? If you miss this opportunity, Wait until the civil war after that. If you try to move the capital or replace the protector god, you will encounter unimaginable resistance. And you may even lose your life. Yesterday Sekhmet had told Nafa about the history. 400 years ago, Nafa's ancestor, the first pharaoh of the 12th dynasty, took advantage of the alternation between the new and old dynasties to move the capital from Thebes to Itawui, and allowed Sage, lest Hemet replace the god Amun as the protector of the country. Without a suitable opportunity, it would be really difficult to move the capital and replace the new protector of the country. Nafa frowned and said, Roy, do you think I should move the capital like my ancestors did and let the goddess Sekhmet replace the protector Amon? 400 years ago, your ancestors clearly established the 12th dynasty in Thebes. But they moved the capital to Itawui and worshipped the goddess Sekhmet as the protector of the country. Although I don't know you, there is no reason for your ancestors. But historical facts have proven that your ancestors had a stable rule for 300 years under the protection of the protector god Sekhmet. If there had not been the invasion of the Hyksos, Itawui would now be the city is still the capital of your pharaoh family. And the goddess Sekhmet is still the protector of your pharaoh family. But the rule of our pharaoh family in the city of Thebes is also very stable. God Amun has become the protector of the country. Under the protection of God Amun, we have been defeating the Hyksos and are about to completely destroy the Hyksos. Drive out of Egypt. Your grandfather, father and your brother Kamose all died on the battlefield. Is this the victory that God Amun brought to you as the protector of the country? Thinking of the death of his grandfather, father and brother Kamose, Nafa's face immediately turned ugly. God Amun failed to protect my grandfather, father and brother Kamose. And the priests and nobles of the Temple of Amon are becoming more and more powerful. I am really dissatisfied with them. If Nafa were an ordinary princess, it would be difficult for her to have the courage to fight against the authority of Amon, the protector of the country, and the powerful Amon temple. But Nafa is no ordinary princess. As a princess of the pharaoh family, she not only inherited a strong character from her mother, but she was also born to be the queen of Egypt. As soon as Nefa was born, it was destined that she would either marry Kamu and become the queen, or marry Ahmose and become the queen. Even if she marries another man, she can still use her inheritance rights to join forces with her husband to seize the throne and become the queen. Although Nafa had enough courage, she obviously lacked reasons to convince herself. Roy continued to confuse. Nafa, your grandfather Dao I, father Dao too, and brother Kamose did not write Amun's name into their names according to tradition, and changed their names to Dao Meng I and Dao Men too, and Kamunmose, proving that they are all aware of the huge threat posed by the Temple of Amun to the pharaoh family. The city of Thebes was not originally the capital of your pharaoh family, and Amun is not the patron saint of your pharaoh family. If Kamo's still alive, after fulfilling his ancestors' last wish to expel the Hyksos, he will definitely move his capital to the ancestors' capital, Itawui, and worship the goddess Sekhmet as the protector of the country. After Roy's persuasion, Nafa said waveringly, should I really use this civil war to move the capital and make the goddess Sekhmet the protector of the country? If you are unwilling to follow my advice, then I can only abandon you and leave immediately with Andromeda. If you follow my advice, I promise to help you defeat Ahmose. Nafa, including other forces including the Mongolian temple, will definitely oppose your marriage to a foreigner and require you to marry Ahmose according to tradition. Only if the Sekhmet temple asks for something from you will it try its best to meet your request. Seeing Nafa's wavering getting stronger, Roy continued. Think about the terrible consequences of family intermarriage. This kind of behavior cursed by the gods will only make you give birth to children cursed by the gods. Even in order to give birth to healthy children and grandchildren, you should resist the traditional old forces in order to give birth to healthy offspring. Nafa's face finally showed a determined expression. Chapter 296 Ahemoth proposes partition. The purpose of intermarriage in the pharaoh family was to prevent outsiders from using the princesses of the pharaoh family to inherit the throne. But in the long history, it is a fact that family intermarriage will give birth to unhealthy children. Therefore, in order to avoid this kind of tragedy from happening, normal pharaohs in the pharaoh family usually let the children born by their sisters marry normal children born by other women. Some pharaohs even broke the family tradition of intermarriage. Pharaoh Queen Nefertiti, known as the most beautiful woman in the world, the wife of Pharaoh Amenhotep IV of the 18th dynasty of Egypt, is a queen who is not a pharaoh princess. Nafa did not become the wife of her brother Kamose because she and Kamose were both legitimate sons and daughters of the queen. And Chamos did not want him and his sister to become victims of family intermarriage. Ahmose wants to marry Nafa not only because he needs the support of traditional forces, but also because he needs Nafa to improve his inheritance rights. Ahmose was not the legitimate son born to the queen. So his name was Ahmose, son of the moon god. If Ahmose was the legitimate son born to the queen, even if he wanted to add the name of a god to his own name, his name should be Amon-Mose, son of the sun god. Ahmose is the son of the moon god Khons, the son of the sun god Amon, which is enough to illustrate his status. Although as a prince, Ahmose's inheritance rights will be higher than that of Nefer as a princess. But Nefer was the legitimate daughter born to the queen, and Ahemeth was just the son of a concubine. This makes the successions of Nafa and Ahemeth evenly matched, which is why the city-states of the southern Egyptian kingdom are willing to support Nafa or remain neutral, in order to suppress the more powerful temple of Amun. Nafa, under Roy's persuasion, finally decided to use the civil war to move the capital and worship Sekhmet as the new protector of the country. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Nafa's army traveled thousands of miles and finally arrived near the city of Thebes. With half a month to prepare, Ahemeth had already gathered an army of 50,000 in Thebes. Therefore, Nafa did not rush to send his army to the city of Thebes, but wanted to stay for a while to allow the soldiers to recover their strength after being on the road for 10 consecutive days. Only when the soldiers had sufficient physical strength to fight could they defeat the 50,000-strong army in Thebes. After Nafa's army was stationed near the city of Thebes, Ahemeth did not take the initiative to attack with his army of new soldiers. Instead, he sent an envoy to communicate with Nafa's barracks. Nafa sat on a wooden throne covered with wool blankets, and together with Roy received the envoy of Ahmose. The young noble who served as the envoy walked into the barracks. When he saw that the envoy was someone he had met before, Nafa actively asked with a smile, "I have met you. And I also know that you are a friend of Brother Ahmose. What exactly does Brother Ahmose want you to say to me when he asks you to come to see me?" The messenger bowed his head respectfully and said, "Princess Nafa, now that your brother has inherited the throne of Pharaoh, you should respectfully call him His Majesty Pharaoh Ahmose. His Majesty Ahmose asked me to tell the princess that if the princess wants to become a queen, as long as you marry according to tradition, Your Majesty Ahmose, you are the unique queen of the Kingdom of Egypt. Your Majesty Ahmose will give you the greatest respect and power. Please consider the interests of the Pharaoh family, and do not let outsiders use you to take away the throne of the Pharaoh family." The interests of the Pharaoh's family, Nafa said with a joking smile. Who can represent the Pharaoh family? Is it Brother Ahmose or me? I am a pureblood princess of the Pharaoh family, and Brother Ahmose is just the child his father had with a woman from outside. In other words, I had a child with an outsider. My child will not lose the blood of the Pharaoh family to Brother Ahmose. And my child is a more orthodox heir than Brother Ahmose. Princess Nafa, since you know that your inheritance rights are higher than His Majesty Ahmose because you are a pureblood princess born from a family intermarriage, then you should know that you can only marry His Majesty Ahmose. Only then can you give birth to a new generation of pureblood princes and pureblood princesses for the Pharaoh family. If you marry an outsider, the future heirs of the Pharaoh family will no longer be pure blood. The messenger said solemnly. And many temples, including the Temple of Amon, do not support the princess's succession to the throne. Seeing that Nafa was speechless for a moment, Roy immediately smiled. The so-called truth is written by the blade of a spear. Princess Nafa led the army all the way south from the City of the Sun, passing through the cities of Memphis, Itawui, Medum, Crocodile City, and Herakli Obo along the way. 13 city-states including the city of Leith have recognized Princess Nafa's inheritance rights, including Sun City and Merimda City controlled by Princess Nafa. Princess Nafa has the support of 15 city-states. If Mos insists on his inheritance, then let his spear blade compete with Princess Nafield's spear blade to see which one will be deprived of life by the other's spear blade. After the loser's life is deprived of life, there is no way to refute the truth declared by the victor. Competing with spear blades, Nafa's army were all veterans who had followed Chamos in the battle against the Hyksos. The army that Ahemeth summoned in the city of Thebes were almost all new soldiers gathered in the past half-month. The strength gap between the two sides was clear at a glance. So even though he knew that Nafa's army had traveled thousands of miles, Ahmose did not take the initiative to attack this tired army. Nafa said with a smile when he saw that Roy did not focus on tradition but on strength, leaving the envoy of Ahmose speechless. Messenger, you just said that the Amon temple opposes my succession to the throne. This means that the Amon temple is also my enemy. No matter how bold the messenger was, he would not dare to announce on behalf of the Temple of Amun that the Temple of Amun opposed Napharal's succession to the pharaoh's throne. After all, Napha really broke tradition and became a female pharaoh. And the Temple of Amun will continue to have a good relationship with Napha. If because of the messenger's nonsense, Napha regards the Temple of Amon as an enemy, the revenge of the Temple of Amon can make the messenger's whole family disappear overnight. In another world, historical facts have proven that even the descendants of Napha, the pharaohs of the 18th dynasty, would die young at the age of 20 because of their enemies with the Temple of Amun. Princess Nefer, the Temple of Amun does not oppose your succession to the throne. The Temple of Amun supports you and His Majesty Ahmose in inheriting the throne. After hurriedly explaining, the messenger sighed and said, even if you have different mothers, you and His Majesty Ahmose are brothers and sisters. Do you have to kill each other? Can we divide Egypt into 3 regions? North, South, and Middle. With His Majesty Ahmose ruling southern Egypt and Ene Princess Phil ruled central Egypt in the city of Itaway. Then we both attacked the Hyksos in northern Egypt and fulfilled the last wish of the ancestors of the pharaoh family to expel the Hyksos. Upon hearing the messenger's proposal, Napha showed a hesitant expression on his face, because he didn't want to kill each other with Ahmose. After all, Ahmose was her half-brother. You go back and tell brother Ahmose that I can consider dividing central Egypt and southern Egypt with him. Chapter 297 You are treating me as a fool. Thebes, Egypt. Pharaoh's palace. Young Ahimath was sitting on the pharaoh's throne made of gold, waiting anxiously. Ahmose was only 18 years old. As the son of the moon god, Ahmose born to Dau-Tu, the younger brother of Kamose, and his concubine's wife. Ahmose had never thought of marrying Kamose. He fought for the throne of Pharaoh. Unexpectedly, Kamose seemed to be cursed and died on the battlefield like his grandfather Dau-I and father Dau-Tu. In addition, Kamose had no sons, nephews or nephews. So the pharaoh throne fell from the sky to Ahmose. Although Ahmose was not a pureblood prince, he was Kamose's only brother and the only male heir to the pharaoh family. Originally, Ahimath thought that he would successfully inherit the throne of Pharaoh. And then, like his brother Kamose, inherit the last wishes of his ancestors and continue to lead the southern Egyptians to expel the Hyksos. Unexpectedly, Napha, whose nominal inheritance rights were higher than his own, not only did not want to have a family intermarriage with him to produce a pureblood descendant, but also wanted to compete with him for the pharaoh throne. To make matters worse, the army left behind by Kamose actually supported Napha. Even if Ahmose was supported by traditional forces including the Temple of Amun, it would be impossible to summon a large army to confront Napha in a short period of time. Therefore, in order to keep his pharaoh throne, Ahmose had to take the initiative to send envoys to negotiate peace with Napha. Your Majesty Ahmose. Accompanied by a familiar call, Ahimath's messenger hurried into the hall where the throne was. Seeing his messenger, Ahmose asked excitedly, my friend, you must have brought me good news. The messenger said with a helpless smile, Your Majesty Ahmose. Princess Napha's attitude is very tough, coupled with the temptation of others. She has no intention of giving up competing with you for the pharaoh's throne. Nephil is indeed bewitched, Ahmose said with a frown. I know her character very well. After brother Kamose died in the battle, even if Napha had some thoughts about the throne, she did not have the firm will to fight for the throne with me. She must have been supported by other people, by only because of other people's temptation did she do the crazy thing of fighting for the throne with me. The messenger nodded and said, the one who supported and bewitched Princess Nephira was the king of Athens, Loe, who defeated and killed his Majesty Kamose on the battlefield. If King Loe of Athens did not support Princess Napha, what was left by his Majesty Kamose the generals will not be willing to surrender to a little girl. After all, it is unprecedented for an unmarried princess to become a female pharaoh. Just like in the history of the Far East, there are many cases of queen mothers regents. There was even a ridiculous queen mother who directly proclaimed herself emperor and changed the country's name. In the history of ancient Egypt, there were also many Egyptian princesses who ruled Egypt as female pharaohs, queen mothers, after their husbands died. But in the true sense of the word, a princess inheriting the throne like Napha, inheriting the throne as an unmarried princess, has never happened in Egypt's thousands of years of history. Normally, male generals would not obey Napha's orders at all. Those generals were willing to obey Napha, not only because Napha had higher inheritance rights than Ahmose, but also because Napha had the support of Loe, a powerful demigod hero. The generals refused to support Napha, who will likely have Loe kill the generals who oppose her. Although the generals also believe that tradition is important, they are not stupid enough to fight against Napha for Ahmose. After all, Napha is a pure-blooded princess of the pharaoh family. The children born by Napha will have the same bloodline and inheritance rights as Ahmose, as long as it does not affect the interests of the generals. It is not difficult for them to accept Napha becoming a female pharaoh. Your Majesty Ahmose, I observed Princess Napha's military camp and found that her soldiers were very tired from traveling long distances. If we want to use war to solve the problem, we must take the initiative to attack Princess Napha's army tomorrow. If your Majesty does not want to use to solve the problem through war, your best choice is to divide Central Egypt and Southern Egypt with Princess Napha. When Princess Napha's army regains its fighting strength in 3 to 5 days, your Majesty will lose the opportunity to choose. You let me and Napha divide our lives. Because Ahmose got the pharaoh throne that did not originally belong to him. So dividing the empire with Napha was the bottom line that Ahmose could accept. But this is also Ahmose's last option. After all, who would want to be the pharaoh of only southern Egypt when he could be the pharaoh of central and southern Egypt? Since Napha is willing to divide the country with me, it means that she also wants to avoid war. I will negotiate with her in person tomorrow. The next day, Ahimuth himself drove a chariot and led 300 soldiers to the outside of Napha's military camp, demanding negotiations with Napha. After receiving the news, Napha left the military camp under the protection of Roy and came to Ahmose. Brother Ahmose. When he came to a stop in front of Ahmose's chariot, Napha smiled at Ahmose on the chariot and said, "You are my only brother now. And I am really happy to see you in good health. You came to Thebes with a large army to fight for the throne. I thought you wanted to kill me and make yourself the sole heir." Ahmose first expressed his dissatisfaction, and then spoke in a softening manner. "Napha, for the benefit of our kingdom of Egypt, can't you give up your fight for the throne?" Napha shook his head without hesitation and said, "I don't want to be a victim of family intermarriage. If I don't seize the throne, I will definitely be forced to marry brother Ahmose. If you don't want to marry me, then you can leave with King Loe of Athens." Ahmose said helplessly, "Do you think I want to marry you? I had to ask you to marry me because of the pressure from those traditional forces, and because your inheritance rights are higher than mine. As long as you take the initiative to leave Egypt, your right to me will there is no threat to the throne. And those traditional forces have no reason to blame me. Both of us, brother and sister, can avoid the tragedy of family intermarriage. When I secure the throne, I, as your brother, will definitely give you an extremely generous dowry. Do you think I'm a fool?" Napha said, rolling his eyes. "I am the supreme pureblood princess of the pharaoh family in Egypt. I went to Athens alone with Roy. I was just a beautiful doll in his palace. If my child is not loved by Roy, my child will not be loved by Roy. There will be no chance to become a great king. But I stayed in Egypt and became a female pharaoh. Even if my children and I are not favored by Roy, I can still leave my throne to my children. So even if it is for my child, I cannot give up the fight for the throne. You are a greedy girl. You are thinking about your future children before you get married." Looking at the determined expression on Napha's little face, Ahmose said with a wry smile, "In order to prevent brother and sister from fighting each other, I am willing to divide the country with you. The 16 city-states in the south will be ruled by me, and the 7 city-states in the north will be ruled by you." Chapter 298 Brothers and sisters also have to settle accounts openly. After listening to Ahmose's partition plan, Napha couldn't help but sneer immediately. "Brother Ahmose, do you treat me like a child or do you think I'm a fool? The 5 cities in Middle Egypt you mentioned are Ator, Memphis, Crocodile, Medum, and Heracles. The city of Aeopolis was conquered by brother Chamos during his lifetime. The city of the Sun and the city of Merimda in the Nile Delta were conquered by myself. The 16 city-states in southern Egypt belong to you, which is equal to the 16 city-states left by my father. It's all your inheritance. Didn't you also get the 100,000 troops left by brother Chamos?" Ahmose said with a smile. "As long as you hand over half of the 100,000 strong army to me, I can hand over the cities of Beni Hassan, Hermopolis and Asiut to you. In the future, we will work together to expel the Hyksos. And the north and all the cities of Egypt shall be yours. Exchanging 50,000 troops for the ownership of 3 city-states. Napha thought about it carefully and felt that the deal was acceptable. After all, Ahimuth was not only willing to give himself 3 city-states, but was also willing to give up all the city-states in the Nile Delta. When the Hyksos are expelled in the future, and all 13 city-states in northern Egypt enter Napha's territory, Napha will have 16 city-states and a population of 1 million. And its strength will be far greater than that of Ahmose. Brother Ahmose, all the city-states in northern Egypt and central Egypt belong to me. In the future, I will be able to rule 16 city-states. Are you really willing to do that? Why wouldn't I give in? Ahmose looked towards the south and said, Napha, you can expand your territory towards northern Egypt. Can't I conquer the Nubians in the south? As long as I conquer the Nubian cities of Tosca, Buhan and Semna, I will do the same. Rule 16 city-states. And the difficulty for me to conquer the Nubians will definitely be less than the difficulty for you to defeat the Hyksos. After conquering the Nubians in the south, I can also move towards the Kirghiz region further south. The Kushite region and the Ethiopian region are expanding. The further south you go, the weaker the enemies I want to conquer will be. Because there are some savage tribes that don't even have bronze weapons. But after you conquer northern Egypt, to your north is the Mediterranean Sea. To the west is the desert where the barbaric Libyans live. And to the east is the civilized and advanced Near East. Although the south is a region with backward civilization, and their skin color is different from that of the Egyptians, it is indeed easier to conquer them than to defeat the Hyksos. Seeing that Ahmose's ambition to expand his territory was in the south, Napha said with a complicated expression and a smile, Brother Ahmose, this is what we have decided. From now on, when I expand to the north, you will be my southern barrier. If you expand to the south, I will also be your northern barrier. Ahmose nodded, then looked at Napha with the same complex expression and said, Napha, I am willing to divide Egypt with you because you are my sister, and your inheritance rights are higher than mine. If your kingdom is not inherited by my nephew in the future, I and my heirs will definitely take you back kingdom. Don't say such silly things. My kingdom must be inherited by my children. Otherwise, what is the point of all I am doing now? Brother Ahmose, you and your descendants should not become puppets. If you lose, I and my children will also regain the sovereignty of the kingdom of southern Egypt that our ancestors left behind. After the brother and sister thus came to an agreement, Ahimuth returned to the city of Thebes with his soldiers. Napha also summoned the generals and asked the generals from the 13 city-states of the southern kingdom of Egypt and their 50,000 troops to stay. Early the next morning, Napha took the generals and 35,000 troops from various city-states in the northern kingdom of Egypt and returned to Itaway city along the same route. Thebes, Egypt. Pharaoh's palace. Ahmose sat on the golden throne in the throne room and waited anxiously. Just when Ahmose was about to lose control, Ahmose's messenger hurried in and said, Your Majesty Ahmose, Princess Napha has left as agreed and left an army of 50,000 to your Majesty. Hearing the messenger's words, Ahmose breathed a long sigh of relief. Now Ahmose's 50,000 strong army are all farmers who have just put down their hoes. If you want to turn them into elite soldiers who meet Ahmose's requirements, it will take at least half a year of training. With the 50,000 troops left by Ahmose, many of Ahmose's plans can be realized in advance. Seeing Ahmose's reaction, the messenger couldn't help but say, Your Majesty Ahmose, now we have 50,000 troops from His Majesty Ahmose, plus our 50,000 new soldiers. We already have an army of 100,000. I suggest that you can directly lead an army of 100,000 to destroy Napha. The princess's army of 35,000 became the only pharaoh in northern and southern Egypt. If we can capture Princess Napha, we will force Princess Napha to marry His Majesty. Even if we do not capture Princess Napha, we can still claim that Princess Napha Princess Phil is already dead. So let's call Princess Napha a fake pretending to be a princess. Hearing the messenger's proposal, Ahmose showed a heart-beating expression on his face. After all, being able to become the only pharaoh in northern and southern Egypt, Ahmose certainly didn't want to just be the pharaoh in southern Egypt. But thinking of Roy, Ahmose finally shook his head and said, If King Loey of Athens is really a demigod hero more powerful than Brother Ahmose, it would be too risky to launch a war against Naphiel. If I lose, even if Naphiel doesn't want to kill his only brother, King of Athens Roy will also take the opportunity to kill me and make Naphiel become the female pharaoh who rules northern and southern Egypt. I was lucky enough to get the pharaoh throne that was not mine originally. It is not unacceptable to give Naphiel 10 city-states. I don't want to risk myself. Risking your precious life. Knight, Nafa's army was stationed on the banks of the Nile. In Nafa's barracks, Roy and Nafiel enjoyed the delicious food prepared by the chefs who served the pharaohs. Andromeda served as a maid, pouring wine for Roy and bringing various foods to Roy's mouth. While tasting the fine wine and food, Roy couldn't help but sigh. Nafa, you pharaohs really know how to enjoy themselves. Hearing Roy's praise, Nafa said with a proud smile, I heard that you were just a commoner. As long as you marry me, I will turn you into the most noble pharaoh in the world and let you enjoy the best wine and the most delicious food in the world. Although Nafa surpassed Andromeda and was the most noble princess among the girls Roy knew, her vision and experience were limited after all. And she actually thought that the best things in the world were in Egypt. Roy shook his head and said, Nafa, the world in your eyes is too small. Although Egypt has fertile land irrigated by the Nile River and is rich in food, Egypt is only a food-producing area in the Mediterranean world. My goal is to conquer the entire Mediterranean world. So I will not stay. Egypt became pharaoh. After Roy finished speaking, a general broke into the barracks and said, Princess Nefer, outside, there is a noble person outside who wants to see you. He is the high priest of the Temple of Amon. Chapter 299 The High Priest of the Temple of Amon. The High Priest of the Temple of Amun. This is an incredible big shot. In the history of another world. 300 years later, Ramses I established the 19th dynasty of Egypt. And the High Priest of the Temple of Amun established a new regime in the city of Thebes, only nominally submitting to Ramses I. Later, Amon-Meses, the High Priest of the Temple of Amun, even wanted to challenge Pharaoh Seti II, the grandson of Ramses II, to end his nominal surrender, but was defeated by Seti II. This situation in which the High Priest of the Temple of Amun actually ruled southern Egypt for a long time, and nominally submitted to the rulers of northern Egypt lasted for hundreds of years. From this we can see how powerful the High Priest of the Temple of Amon has. It is precisely because of the huge power of the High Priest of the Temple of Amun that many pharaohs of the 18th dynasty of Egypt died young, because of their betrayal of the god Amun. Knowing that the High Priest of the Temple of Amon wanted to meet with him, Nafa stood up and said with a solemn expression, Bring in the High Priest of the Temple of Amon quickly. After the general turned and left, Nafa said to himself, Should I greet the High Priest in person? Roy immediately rolled his eyes and said, Nafiel, you are the female pharaoh who divided Egypt with Ahmose. If you personally greet the High Priest of the Temple of Amun, it would be equivalent to treating the High Priest of the Temple of Amun as an equal to you. After hearing Roy's words, Nafa nodded in agreement. After a while, the general just now brought a middle-aged male priest and two young and beautiful priestesses to the barracks. The leading middle-aged male priest walked into the barracks and bowed his head respectfully to Nafa. Daughter of the great god Amun, please accept my prayer for your blessing. Your Majesty the High Priest. Looking at the respectful High Priest, Nafa said doubtfully, Why did you come all night to see me? If you have anything to discuss with me, you can send an envoy to see me. Daughter of the great god Amun, I have heard that you and His Majesty Ahemeth want to divide Egypt. The High Priest looked up at Nafa and said, The division of Egypt between you and His Majesty Ahmose is a matter within the Pharaoh's family. Moreover, His Majesty Ahmose is the son of the moon god Amun, the son of the moon god Khons, Ahmose. And you are the son, the daughter of the god Amun. The decision made by the daughter of the sun god and the son of the moon god is not something that a servant like me who serves the gods can interfere with. But I want to know whether the kingdom of northern Egypt you established will your father god Amon is regarded as the protector of the country. So that's what you did. Does the northern Egyptian kingdom ruled by Nefer regard Amon as the protector of the country? This is indeed something worthy of the High Priest of the Temple of Amun coming to confirm with Nafa overnight. Because whether Amon becomes the protector of the kingdom of northern Egypt is not only related to the interests of the god Amon served by the High Priest, but also the interests of the Amon temple. According to tradition, Nafa regarded Amun as the protector of the kingdom of northern Egypt. And the Temple of Amun would also have great power and interests in the kingdom of northern Egypt. The person who really controls these powers and interests is obviously not god Amun, but the High Priest of the Temple of Amun. Your Majesty the High Priest. Although I have the identity of the daughter of the god Amun, according to Egyptian tradition, my capital is the city of Itawi. I should be the patron saint of the city of Itawi like my ancestors 400 years ago. The goddess Sekhmet is regarded as the protector of the kingdom of northern Egypt. After hearing Nafa's answer, the High Priest said with an ugly expression, Princess Nafa, traditions are not unbreakable. since you want to break the tradition and inherit the throne. Of course your father, Amon, must also break the tradition and become the protector of the kingdom of northern Egypt that you rule. But God Amon, as a male god, does not support the princess to inherit the throne. Napha frowned and said, because goddess Sekhmet is a goddess, the Sekhmet temple will support me in becoming a female pharaoh. We have no objection to you becoming a female pharaoh. We just want you to ascend the throne with your husband or son. Having said this, the high priest looked at Roy and said, your husband or son should become the son of the great god Amun. And God Amun will also grant them blessings and divine power, allowing them to become the most powerful heroes. When the topic came to him, Roy stood up and said expressionlessly, Your Majesty the High Priest, I am not interested in becoming the son of God Amun. Nor am I interested in God Amun's blessings and divine power. Hearing Roy's words, the high priest's face became even more ugly. His eyes returned to Napha and he said, Princess Napha, no matter what, you cannot betray God Amun. You must regard God Amun as the protector of the country. Seeing the troubled expression on Napha's face, Roy teased with a joking smile. You asked Napha to worship Amun as the protector of the country. So what can you and Amun do for Napha? The high priest was silent for a moment and said with a cold face. The temple of Amun is willing to support Princess Nefer to become the female pharaoh of all Egypt. Princess Nefer, as a pureblood princess of the pharaoh family, your inheritance rights are higher than your brother Ahmose. As long as you defeat Ahmose, if she inherits the throne in Thebes and becomes a female pharaoh, the kingdom of Egypt will not need to be divided. And the goddess Sekhmet will not become the protector of the country with the same status as the god Amun. I have decided to divide Egypt with my brother Jarmose. The high priest actually wanted to trick himself into killing the Yarmose brothers and sisters. Napha said with an unhappy expression. Your Majesty the High Priest, I pretend that I didn't hear what you just said. Please leave. Princess Napha, as long as you are willing, you can become the queen of more than 20 city-states in the kingdom of Egypt. Napha turned his back to the high priest with an even more displeased expression. And the high priest could only turn around and leave helplessly. After the high priest left, Napha immediately breathed a sigh of relief and said, My father and brother Karmos both said that the high priest of the temple of Amon is dangerous. It seems that the high priest is not as scary as I thought. When I return to Itawua city, I will never have to see the high priest again. Outside the military camp, after the high priest left the military camp with the two priestesses, he took his own carriage and returned to the city of Thebes under the protection of a group of temple soldiers. Lying in the carriage and enjoying the service of the two priestesses, the high priest said with a sinister expression, In order for the great god Amun to become the protector of all Egypt, and for the temple of Amun to be spread in every city in Egypt, we must not allow the kingdom of Egypt to be divided. For the sake of the great god Amun, and for our temple of Amun, for the sake of the complete Egyptian kingdom, let your Majesty Ahemuth go to meet Osiris, the god of the underworld, the city of Thebes, Pharaoh's palace. In the palace of Ahmose, a cobra appeared silently, and both the male and female servants turned a blind eye to it. Because these male and female servants were told that as long as they remained silent, they could complete the great mission of helping Princess Napha regain the throne, and they would be dedicated to the great god Amun. Their practical righteousness and devotion to faith were enough to make them betray Pharaoh Ahemuth. Of course, this was also because Ahmose had just inherited the throne and had no time to cultivate them into die-hard loyalists. Chapter 300 The Murderer of Ahemuth. As the sun rose in the east, Napha's soldiers began to pack up their tents in preparation for continuing on their journey. Napha's barracks. While Roy was enjoying breakfast with Napha and Andromeda, a general broke into the barracks directly with Ahmose's envoy. Before Napha could scold them with an unhappy expression, the envoy of Ahmose knelt on the ground and told everyone a piece of earth-shattering news. Princess Nefer, His Majesty Ahmose was bitten to death by a cobra last night. Please return to Thebes to inherit the throne and preside over the funeral for your brother. His Majesty Ahmose. Ahmose is dead. Napha, who had just stood up, immediately swayed and fell backward. Roy put his hands around her slim waist and held her in his arms. Seeing the sad expression on her little face, Roy couldn't help but sigh. You are not Cleopatra after all. Cleopatra 7. In the history of another world. She was born around 70 BC, the last female pharaoh of the Ptolemaic dynasty of Egypt. Although she married her half-brother Ptolemy XIII according to tradition. The two siblings not only had no relationship as husband and wife, but also turned against each other in order to compete for power. In the end, Cleopatra killed her brother with the help of Caesar, and became the powerful queen of Egypt. In order to respect tradition, after killing her brother Ptolemy XIII, Cleopatra made another brother Ptolemy XIV her nominal husband and puppet pharaoh. When Cleopatra and Caesar's son grew up, Cleopatra poisoned her half-brother Ptolemy XIV, directly making her son the pharaoh, who would rule Egypt with her. Cleopatra may have been for power, or perhaps for her children. No matter what the reason is, the fact is that she directly killed her two younger brothers. Although Nefer also had the ambition to compete for the throne, she did not want to fight with the Ahmose brothers and sisters. So she not only agreed to divide Egypt with Ahmose, but was also willing to let Ahmose rule more city-states. Now that he learned that Ahmose was dead, Nefer felt really sad. After all, after the death of Ahmose, Ahmose was her only biological brother. Nefer, who recovered from the shock, glared at the messenger of Ahmose with angry eyes and said, "There are hundreds of guards, hundreds of male servants and maids in the palace. How could a highly venomous cobra appear in the palace and bite Brother Ahmose? Brother Ahmose must have been murdered." Hearing Nefer's words, the messenger was so frightened that he did not dare to respond. Ahmose, who had just become pharaoh, could kill a murderer that a messenger of noble origin would not dare to provoke. Seeing the messenger's silent reaction, Nefer angrily rebuked him. "Get out. As a favorite of Brother Ahmose, you don't even dare to tell me the truth." With a look of shame on the messenger's face, he immediately stood up and left Nefer's barracks. After walking out of the barracks, the messenger hurriedly left while whispering, "Princess Nefer, you have no idea how terrifying their power is. Although I am a friend and favorite of His Majesty Ahmose, I don't want to risk the lives of myself and my whole family." After driving away the messenger of Ahmose, Nefer drove out the other people in the barracks. After Roy, Nephil, and Andromeda were the only ones left in the barracks. Nephil asked Roy, "Who do you think killed Brother Ahmose?" "It's easy," Roy said confidently. "Whoever is the biggest beneficiary after the death of Ahmose will be the real murderer." Nefer immediately opened his eyes in shock and shouted angrily, "Do you think it was me who killed Brother Ahmose and still pretended to cry for Brother Ahmose?" The biggest beneficiary after Ahmose's death was undoubtedly Nefer. Because after Ahmose's death, Nefer did not need to divide Egypt with Ahmose and could directly become the queen of Egypt who ruled more than 20 city-states. Ahemeth was also the only remaining man from the pharaoh's family. After the death of Ahmose, no one will force the Nephil family to intermarry. As long as Nephil can forcefully suppress those who want her to marry a descendant of the royal family, Nephil can marry the husband she wants. The real murderer of Ahmose obviously knew that all people who did not know the truth would think that Nefer was the murderer of Ahmose. So he killed Ahmose unscrupulously. Seeing Nefer's excited reaction, Roy shook his head and explained, "Nefer, of course I believe you are not the murderer. I just want you to think about it. Besides you, who is the biggest beneficiary after Ahmose's death?" "Besides me, the biggest beneficiary, Temple of Ammon. If Nefer and Ahemeth divide Egypt, the god Amun will change from the protector god of more than 20 city-states to the protector god of 13 city-states. The Temple of Amun will also change from the state religion of more than 20 city-states to the state religion of 13 city-states. The division of Egypt by Nefer and Ahemeth would not only cause huge losses to the god Amun and the Temple of Amun, but also create powerful enemies. The goddess Sekhmet in Itawua city will become the protector of the country against the god Amun. And the Sekhmet temple will also become the state religion against the Temple of Amun. Do you think it was the Temple of Ammon that killed Brother Ahmose?" Nefer said in disbelief. "The Temple of Ammon is between me and Brother Ahmose. I should favor Brother Ahmose as a man. Even if the Temple of Ammon wants to prevent us from dividing Egypt, it should take action against me." Nefer, although Amun's temple does support male pharaohs because Amun is a male god, Ahmose is not the son of Amun. He is the son of the moon god Kongs. Seeing Nefer's astonished expression, Roy continued, "The most important thing is that you are not in the city of Thebes. The Temple of Amun cannot kill you. They can only choose to kill Ahemeth. The history of another world has proven that the Temple of Amun had great control over the city of Thebes. If Pharaoh is the ruler who rules the city of Thebes with royal power, the Temple of Amun is another ruler who rules the city of Thebes with faith. Although the rule of the Temple of Amun over the city of Thebes may not be greater than the royal power of the Pharaoh, it is definitely not weaker than the royal power. So when the Pharaoh betrayed the god Amun, The Temple of Amun could allow the 20-year-old pharaoh to die young. But historical facts also prove that the Temple of Amun only has absolute authority in the city of Thebes. Amenhotep IV, the pharaoh of the 18th dynasty of Egypt, moved his capital from Thebes to Akhetaten. Even if Amenhotep IV abolished Amun's status as the protector of the country, the Temple of Amun, there was no way to kill this enemy of God Amun immediately. 2,000 years ago, Nefer's ancestors moved the capital from Thebes to Itawui, and let the goddess Sekhmet replace Amon as the protector of the country. The Temple of Amun also failed to kill the rebellious Amon, the blessed pharaoh. These historical facts can prove that the Temple of Amun can only control the life and death of the pharaoh in the city of Thebes.